Gravis and Mortis absorbed a ridiculous amount of immortal stones in a couple of hours until they finally reached the early major circulation Immortal King realm. "Congratulations, Master," Cyril said with respect as he felt Gravis' power reach the same level as himself. "Thanks, Cyril," Gravis said without thinking about it. Thanking someone was just a habit that a normal human had. Gravis had now long left the powers of the Sect Alliance behind. Even if Gravis had an incredibly weak battle strength, just his realm alone would allow him to eradicate the entire Sect Alliance. Now, Gravis was on the power level of some actual big shots in the high-tier sects, the ones that actually lived in the core region. Gravis' realm was also already high enough that it probably allowed him to join a peak sect without any evaluation for his talent or battle strength. Major circulation Immortal Kings were valuable soldiers in every kind of sect, including peak sects. However, Gravis didn't intend to join any peak sect. Why would he? There were 5 things that a sect could offer a cultivator. First, a home. Gravis didn't really see anything in this world as his home. Gravis had already gotten used to the insane speed at which time was progressing. In the middle world, Gravis had had a huge issue with the identity of his home, but not anymore. Gravis had spent over 1,000 years in the highest world, and Opposer City had been solidified as his home. Because of that, Gravis didn't need a temporary home. Sure, it would be great to have a temporary one, but it wasn't that important anymore. The second thing that a sect could give a cultivator was safety. In a world where everyone vied for tempering and resources, having a stable home and being able to protect oneself with one's background was very useful. The outside world was scary and brutal, and one needed a break from time to time. However, this wasn't important to Gravis. Gravis' battle strength was so powerful that only immortal emperors could kill him. Yet, what immortal emperor would be interested in an early major circulation Immortal King? How many of those were even walking around? All of these immortal emperors were busy with protecting and managing their own powers. They couldn't just run around and hunt for some immortal kings. So, Gravis also didn't need the safety aspect that sects could grant cultivators. The third thing that a sect could give a cultivator was resources. Sects offered all kinds of missions, requests, and opportunities that gave members of the sect a ton of resources. Gravis also needed resources desperately, but joining a sect wouldn't be optimal if he wanted to truly concentrate on cultivation. A lot of these missions required a long time to complete and work. Maybe Gravis would need to work for over 1,000 years to get enough immortal stones to reach the next level. In that time, Gravis could concentrate on his laws. Why spend so much time gathering resources? Gravis' grand plan would give him all the resources he needed. The fourth thing a sect could give a cultivator was laws. This was the big hitter. This reason was probably 70% of the reason why anyone would join a sect. Laws were everything, and all the powerful sects only allowed their own disciples to comprehend laws in their law comprehension areas. Although, someone outside the sect could probably also comprehend the laws as long as they were willing to spend a huge sum of money. As a human, it was unavoidable to join a sect if someone wanted to comprehend the good laws. However, Gravis wasn't bound by this. If Gravis wanted to comprehend some laws, he could simply go to the beast territory. Gravis was certain that he could purchase time to comprehend laws just by joining a quick but dangerous battle. This wouldn't take nearly as much time as working for a sect. The last thing that sects could give a cultivator was techniques. Weapon techniques were powerful, and all of them were owned by sects. However, Gravis wasn't interested in any of these techniques. His laws were abnormal and he didn't even have energy. He only had this weird new form of lightning. Gravis would create his own weapon techniques. So, in short, Gravis had no reason to join any sect. Instead, he would do something different, but that was something for the future. First, I should talk to Ark and check if I can finally cultivate weapon techniques, Gravis thought. What are you waiting for? Mortis asked coldly. Yes, don't be impatient, Gravis said as he took out Ark's emblem. Cyril, we will be gone for a couple of years, but not many. You can do whatever you want during that time, Gravis said. Yes, Master, Cyril said. Then he teleported away. When Cyril was gone, Mortis turned into lightning and shot into Gravis' body. Gravis could absorb lightning, and Mortis was lightning. Therefore, Gravis could absorb Mortis. However, Mortis was still in control of himself as long as Gravis didn't eradicate the will on his avatar. Of course, Gravis wouldn't do something like that. Crack! Gravis broke Ark's emblem and quickly arrived at Ark's clearing. Gravis opened his eyes and saw Ark just casually sitting near the lake. For once, Ark wasn't playing one of his jokes on him. Bzzz. Mortis left Gravis' body and also looked at Ark. Mortis always had a cold look on his face. But Gravis noticed that Mortis respected and liked Ark. Ark had helped Gravis multiple times, and the fairness-driven Mortis appreciated something like that. Have we met before or not? Ark asked Mortis with a smile. What do you think? No, Mortis said. I have only existed for a couple of hours, so we haven't met. The memories I have inherited are not my own. Did you want to meet me? Ark asked. Mortis furrowed his brows. He wasn't sure why Ark was asking that. Yes, Mortis said. Why? Ark asked. Because I owe a debt to you, Mortis said. But we haven't met before, Ark said. Mortis narrowed his eyes as his mind began racing. Was he indebted to Ark? Obviously. Ark had helped Gravis immensely, and if he hadn't helped Gravis comprehend the law of safety, Gravis wouldn't have comprehended the law of perceived reality that early, and without that law, Mortis wouldn't exist. You are a contributor to my existence, Mortis said. Would you also feel indebted to the abusive ex-lover of your mother because his actions drove her to flee to a different place where she met your father? Hypothetically speaking, Ark said with a smirk. No, Mortis said. The intent behind their action is different. And what was my intent? Ark asked. Mortis didn't answer immediately. Instead, his brows furrowed as he scratched his chin. Because you wanted to, he said. Exactly, Ark said. You are putting a lot of emphasis on the action someone has taken when thinking about a debt. You believe that the actions are more important than the intent behind them. However, when I asked you about the hypothetical, you said that the intention was different. Yet now I also said that I had no intention to create you. It was simply something I wanted to do, and Gravis was the one that created you. In short, I never had any intention to help you, and I only helped Gravis with something that had nothing to do with you. So, why feel indebted to me? We never met before, after all, Ark said with a smile. Mortis didn't react as he continued scratching his chin, looking down at the ground with intense concentration. It didn't look like it, but Mortis had a major conflict of ideology in his mind right now. He felt incredibly indebted to Ark, but Ark's arguments were solid and logical. He couldn't really argue against them. Sure, Mortis could say that he would feel indebted regardless. After all, without Ark, Mortis wouldn't exist. However, if Mortis considered such an action a debt, wouldn't he be in debt to way too many people? All the people who helped Gravis along his journey had indirectly contributed to Mortis' creation. Was Mortis supposed to feel indebted to every single one of them? That felt idiotic. Ark hadn't contributed much more than anyone else in Gravis' life to Mortis' creation, but Mortis felt indebted to him. However, Mortis' fairness-focused mindset told him that if he were indebted to Ark, he would also be indebted to a ton of other people. This created a huge clash in his mind right now. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in Mortis' eyes. Xing! Ah, fuck! Gravis shouted as he jumped back. Mortis had just cut off Gravis' left leg. Chill out, dude! Gravis shouted with annoyance. I only wanted to kick you to the side as a joke. You looked so troubled that I thought a practical joke would lighten the mood. You didn't have to cut my fucking leg off, you fucking asshole. Mortis looked at Gravis with cold eyes. Don't try to play pranks on me. I am always on my guard. Even when everything appears safe. I would suggest searching for an easier target. I'm not as relaxed as you, who constantly lets down his guard when he feels like he's safe. Ark broke into laughter as he watched Gravis fail to pull a prank on Mortis. Mortis put his saber away again as he looked at Gravis with an even look. Everyone else would think that Mortis was angry at Gravis, but those who had known Gravis in the lower world closely would realize that Mortis had actually relaxed a lot. It doesn't matter if you failed or not, Mortis said slowly. Your action has helped me to regain some clarity. So, thank you for that. And sorry for cutting off your leg, Gravis. Gravis had already healed his leg. He didn't get his satisfaction of seeing Mortis fall to the ground, but he had helped Mortis. That was something, right? First, you cut off my leg, and then you say thanks, Gravis said without amusement. Was I really such a psycho back then? Mortis didn't react to Gravis' comment as he teleported away. He wanted to think on his own for a while. Mortis was incredibly powerful, and his affinity for power was insane. When it came to the pursuit of power, Mortis was probably even superior to Gravis. However, Mortis' personality was too black and white. In his mind, there were only the neutral ones, the ones that he considered enemies, and the ones he considered friends. There was no nuance to his categorization of other beings. Because of that, Mortis' mindset could easily be shaken as soon as something appeared that he couldn't put into any of these categories. Gravis had also thought about Ark's words. After all, such a topic also interested him. However, Gravis saw no issue. So what? If he were in Mortis' shoes, he would simply look at Ark with a more favorable expression. But that was it. There would be no debt or anything. Ark's words didn't impact Gravis at all, even though they had forced Mortis to retreat into thinking. This showed the difference in the strengths of their personalities. That guy needs to pull that stick out of his ass, Gravis commented. He's always so tense and serious. That's his choice, though, Ark said. Right? Gravis nodded. Obviously. He now has his own freedom. Ark also nodded. And that's why I have said what I have said. Mortis' personality suppresses himself, and showing him the conflict inside his own personality may help him to grow. Thanks, Gravis said with a smile. Even though I've had an intense disagreement with Mortis' personality in the past, he's still a part of me, and I want that part to also be happy. I can't force him to follow my path, and I also don't want to, but if I can help him, I will. That's also why Mortis is fine with his current circumstance, Ark said. Obviously, he is not truly free yet. You two are still intrinsically connected, and you are also in a more powerful position. Would you accept to be in this position? Gravis frowned. Difficult. Exactly, Ark said with a smile. However, he knows you very well and also knows how you think. He knows that he can trust you with his life, which is why he is willing to be in the weaker position. He knows that you will do your best to help him become truly free. Gravis rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Why does that make it sound like he's an angry teenager while I'm his dad? Ark laughed a bit. You kind of are. Mortis is very powerful, but he isn't truly emotionally mature. His mindset could be shaken by just some careless words of mine, which demonstrates that fact. His personality is very in tune with lightning, but lightning is only one of the elements. Never stepping a foot out of your home doesn't allow you to grow as a person. You might become an incredibly powerful cultivator, but in your head you would still be a teenager, Ark said. Even if Mortis doesn't realize it yet, you will automatically become the one that will make most decisions, Ark said. Your mindset is far more accommodating and flexible than Mortis without being unstable. Gravis sighed. That sounds like responsibility, Gravis said. Are you unwilling? Ark asked with a smirk. Gravis smiled. Of course not, Gravis said. If it helps Mortis, I'm willing to take on this small bit of responsibility. Some seconds of silence passed. Gravis, Ark said. You made the right choice. Gravis looked in the direction Mortis left. Then he turned back to Ark. Yes, I think this was the correct one. What do you think? What's the opinion of your father and my creator on this solution? Ark asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. I'm not sure, Gravis said. I can make a guess about my father, but I can't guess the highest heaven's intentions. What do you think is your father's opinion? Ark asked. Gravis sighed. I would like to think that my father would support me, and that he would say that any action that doesn't result in my death is the correct one. However, this isn't so simple. This was not something that ends with just this decision. Instead, this decision might have solidified my death in the future. How so? Ark asked with an interested smile. I have never seen my father use an element in battle, And I have also never heard about him using one, Gravis said. He always fought directly with his saber. This means that there could be a possibility that using the elements against the highest heaven doesn't work very well. It might even be possible that the highest heaven has supreme control over all the elements. Gravis sighed again. So, even if I don't want to admit it, it's possible that Mortis might become the very person that kills me in the future. My father might have noticed something like this. He would still tell me that whatever I decide is the correct choice, but it's also possible that he believes that it would have been better if I abandoned all lightning, Gravis said heavily. And if that were true, and you knew for certain that your father would think that your decision was wrong, would you change it? Ark asked. No, Gravis said without hesitation. I am free and I decide what I want. I am no longer a child, and I can make my own decisions, even if my close ones don't approve of them. What if Mortis will truly be your death in the future? Ark asked. Gravis looked again in the direction Mortis left in. His eyes were heavy as he narrowed his eyes. If Mortis will truly kill me in the future, it only means that I have not been powerful enough. However, it's not about if he will kill me or not, but if he will attack me or not, Gravis said coldly. I like Mortis, and I only want the best for him, but a cold gleam appeared in Gravis' eyes. If he wants to stand against me in the future, I will eradicate my past to make way for my future, Gravis said with conviction. Silence. Want to know what my creator thinks about your solution? Gravis looked at Ark. Neutral, Ark said. So, neither good nor bad, Gravis answered. Ark nodded. It isn't the worst case, but also not the best case for him, Ark said. Gravis furrowed his brows as he looked to the ground. This means that there might really be something that the highest heaven can do against elements. It's possible that Mortis will be useless against the highest heaven. Possible, Ark said. However, if that is true, I dodged a bullet, Gravis said. I specifically traveled the path of lightning to fight the highest heaven in the future. I believed that countering its strongest element would give me the best shot. And it's true. The path of lightning has allowed me to kill the lower heaven, and it also gave me a chance against the middle heaven, even if that chance was minuscule. It will also protect me against your lightning laws in the future, and it should also protect me against the highest heaven's lightning laws in the future. However, following the lightning path and being lightning are two different things. If I had remained as I was, I might have been helpless against the highest heaven. Gravis looked towards the horizon. No wonder the highest heaven always supported me as soon as my spirit became attuned to lightning. I was never a danger to it, even if I would have reached my father's level in the future. Ark smiled. But that has changed, hasn't it? Gravis nodded. Yes. I am no longer comprised of any laws that the highest heaven has created. I am now made up of something completely new. Yet, I still retain my ability to absorb all kinds of lightning. Now, if I become as powerful as Father in the future, I will actually be a danger. Yet, Gravis said as he furrowed his brows, what appears to be the best solution for me is only neutral for the highest heaven. This means that it might use Mortis against me in the future, and if Mortis and I fight, there is a high chance that we will both die. In that sense, I would still not be a danger to it. Are you dead set on fighting my creator? Ark asked. No, Gravis directly answered. I am going through all these eventualities just to be safe. I have forgiven the highest heaven for what it has done to my childhood friend back then, and it hasn't gone against me ever since. As long as it doesn't go against me, I have no reason to fight it. However, this is the status quo for now. If nothing changes, everything will be fine, but I'm nearly certain that the highest heaven will try something in the future. I don't believe that someone that kept my father suppressed for 50 billion years would just allow me to become powerful enough to oppose it. Something like that doesn't seem to fit its personality. So, in short, as long as my creator doesn't become the aggressor, you won't fight, Ark said. Gravis nodded. So, you're ready to die? Ark asked with a bitter smile. Gravis looked with furrowed brows at Ark. What do you mean? Do you think you're able to survive if my creator actually makes a move on you? Ark asked. Do you think he will strike as long as he is not 100% sure that you will die? Gravis took a deep breath. Probably not, he said. If the highest heaven makes its move, I will probably die. Then what will you do? Ark asked. I can only prepare myself for every eventuality, Gravis said. I can only rely on my father as long as I'm not on his level yet. If it decides to strike early, he is the only one that can resist it. However, when I'm on my father's level, everything will change. When will he strike? Ark asked with interest. I don't know, Gravis said. Will he strike? Honestly, I also don't know, Gravis said. No one is able to see through the highest heaven's personality. Even my father can't foresee its actions. There is even a possibility that it might actually just want me to become powerful. There's a possibility that it will let me grow and do whatever I want. It knows that I won't go against it as long as it doesn't go against me. Not going against me is also a form of protection for itself. Could let me grow and then just forever ignore me like I don't exist, and I won't come into conflict with it. Like that, the current status quo will continue. It will be the highest heaven versus my father. I would be a neutral party in all of this, Gravis said. Difficult, huh? Ark asked with a smile. It really is difficult, Gravis said. I managed to gauge the personalities of the three heavens I came into contact with pretty quickly, but I still have no idea what the highest heaven is actually thinking. Is it someone that chases control and wants to suppress everything that is a danger to it? Possible. Is it someone that is stuck in a shitty situation because someone that it ignored has become so powerful that they can kill it, and it only wants to survive? Possible. Is it someone who values justice and only goes against those that goes against it? Also possible. I honestly have no idea. I can't even trust Father when he talks about the highest heaven since he is biased for obvious reasons. It's really difficult. That's all I wanted to hear, Ark said with a smile. What exactly? Gravis asked. I wanted to make sure that you don't jump to conclusions, Ark said. Keep every possibility in your mind and try to ready yourself for every possibility. Because there is a high chance that if you concentrate on one possibility, my creator will do something completely different just to throw you off. He's the smartest being in existence, and he basically knows everything. Trying to scheme against him is impossible. The only thing you can do is prepare yourself against every eventuality, Ark explained. Gravis nodded. I will. Thanks, Ark. Ark only smiled without saying anything. By the way, Gravis added as he remembered something. How did you come up with the idea to use Elu? Oh, that, Ark asked with a smirk. It's actually rather simple. Want to know how I went about finding you an opponent? Gravis became interested. Sure. First, I checked through all the candidates that could theoretically arrive at your location without violently changing their actions. There were a couple, but I chose Aaron. Want to know why? Gravis nodded. Yes, please. Because you haven't fought a powerful space cultivator before. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. That's it. Yeah, that's it, Ark said with a smirk. I wanted to give you a new kind of opponent. Gravis nodded. Anyway, after I decided on your opponent, I needed to find a way for you or Cyril to kill his granddaughter. However, you guys have no reason to kill her. After all, she's too weak. So, I needed to introduce someone close that you would want to save. That's when you thought of Elu? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. His personality is quite compatible with yours, which makes him very incompatible with the sect congregation. The sect congregation is like the sect alliance. They are all about respect, schemes, politics, rules, and so on. So, in the end, I only needed to allow Elu to become powerful enough to kill the son of the granddaughter of Aaron. That's it. You make it sound so simple, Gravis said. However, from my point of view, it sounds like you went through a ton of gambles. How could you guarantee that everything would come to pass just how you planned it? Gravis, Ark said with a smile. I've been doing this for quite some time. After a while, you just have a feeling for if a plan works or not. When you flip a coin, it's a gamble, but if you can perfectly calculate the wind, air resistance, the force of the flip, and so on, it's not a gamble anymore. Don't forget that I know the law of the true world. I know what every human in this world will do years in advance. Instead of being impressed, Gravis only smirked. Accept me, right? Ark smiled bitterly. Yes, accept you. Your entire being is outside my scope of understanding. Gravis chuckled a bit. Not even the Black Magnate had been able to foresee Gravis' actions, and the Black Magnate knew the most powerful version of the law of the true world. Ark was incredibly powerful, but even he didn't count for anything in front of the Black Magnate. Gravis and Ark talked for a couple of hours more until Gravis decided that he should get to weapon cultivation. His lightning was no longer comprised of any laws, which meant that it could accommodate everything. So, theoretically, Gravis should now be able to use weapon cultivation. Mortis wasn't inside Gravis' spirit sense range, but that didn't matter. Mortis was Gravis' avatar, and Gravis could always feel where Mortis was. He could even communicate with him from any distance. Gravis left Ark's clearing and went to an isolated place where no one else was. Ark's clearing was gigantic, but in front of the size of the entire world, it was nothing. However, there was still a lot of space for Gravis to go where no one could interact with him. Gravis arrived near a tree in the forest and sat down. Most of the trees had no cultivation. They were only normal trees. Xing. Gravis retrieved a saber and began thinking as he looked at it. I should be able to use weapon techniques now, and I should also be able to create a focus. So, let's try. Gravis thought back to the time he had created his first focus and tried using it. However, this focus was based on punishment lightning, not on energy or Gravis' new form of lightning. This meant Gravis had to start anew. Bzzz. Gravis summoned his lightning and looked at it. He knew all its properties, but he hadn't actually seen it before. It was black. When it came to paint, black was a mixture of all colors, but when it came to light, black was the absence of colors. His lightning was completely empty. There was nothing in it except for a weird composition of energy. Gravis looked at his black lightning for a while as he studied it. What kind of lightning is it? Is it even lightning? Gravis asked himself. This kind of lightning had never been seen before in the cosmos, which meant that it didn't have a name. I should give it a name. Calling it lightning without any law sounds weird. Gravis inspected his lightning some more to come up with a name. Let's call it void lightning. After all, void means that there is nothing, and there is nothing in my lightning. So void lightning sounds appropriate. First of all, I need to see how powerful my void lightning is and what it can do. Gravis pointed at the mortal tree beside him. Bzzz. A black lightning bolt left Gravis and hit the tree. Nothing. Silence. It has no offensive power, Gravis thought. It's the same as if I just shoot energy forward. However, there is one difference. My void lightning is faster than energy. My void lightning has lost all the properties of lightning except for speed. Gravis looked at his void lightning with a complex expression. Then, doesn't that make it a better form of energy? After all, it can do everything that energy can, but it is also faster. Gravis scratched the back of his head. This sounds too good to be true. Usually, advantages have disadvantages and vice versa, but I actually can't find a disadvantage. It just feels like a better form of energy without any additional weakness. It even allows me to absorb other lightning. There has to be something bad about it. I refuse to believe that void lightning has no weakness. Gravis experimented with his void lightning some time, but he just couldn't find a weakness. It was just like energy but faster. Even the regeneration of Gravis' void lightning was faster. Instead of slowly being compressed like energy, it simply consumed the energy with fast speeds, pulling in more energy from the surroundings. Bang! Gravis used the law of divine lightning and shot at the ground before him. A small hole was created since Gravis used nearly no energy. It even transforms into divine lightning instantaneously, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. There is no loss in energy. Bang! Gravis transformed his void lightning into inferno and shot a small beam of fire at the ground in front of him. Gravis' eyes widened when he saw this. I knew it, he thought. Terror. Gravis created some metal in front of him, and his suspicions were confirmed. My void lightning can easily transform into other kinds of lightning since it is a form of lightning, but as soon as I infuse it with different elements, it has issues in transforming. Even if my void lightning is exactly like energy, it is still biased towards lightning. When I transformed my void lightning into Inferno just now, I felt that far more energy has been used. It would take about 1.5 times the amount of energy than normal if I used it with any other element. Gravis' expression became complex. However, there's something else. Can that actually be true? I need to test it. Gravis pointed towards the lake with his finger. Bang! A spear of graphite shot out of Gravis' finger and punched through the lake. Gravis didn't think for several seconds as he only looked at the place where the spear had hit the water. What the fuck? Gravis thought. How is that a disadvantage? Creating the graphite spear had taken far more energy than normal, but the graphite spear was also very different from normal. The graphite spear had shot into the lake with the speed of lightning. No wonder it costs more energy to use other elements, Gravis thought as he furiously scratched his chin. My void lightning isn't adapting itself to the element, but the element is adapting itself to my void lightning. The transformed element retains the properties of the element, except for the speed component. Instead, the speed component will always come from the void lightning. Also, I think there's something else. Error. Gravis summoned some Inferno, but instead of shooting it forward, he only looked at it. White fire was burning on Gravis' finger. However, it didn't exactly look like fire. The Inferno mainly contained itself in a straight shape, but it also warped from time to time. Sure enough, Gravis thought. In short, this was Inferno in the shape of a lightning bolt. Gravis summoned a lot of other elements and noticed that all the other ones were also in the shape of lightning. The hard elements like frost, graphite, and core continually warped like they weren't actually hard. They acted exactly like lightning. If Inferno doesn't have all the properties of Inferno, is it actually Inferno? Gravis thought. Are these still the laws of the world? Why does it feel like they have been changed? Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. Wait, if they are not the normal laws but changed laws, doesn't it mean that they are new laws? Gravis thought as he looked at the different elements. Then, if they are new laws, doesn't that mean that they are my laws, laws that I have created? Gravis blinked a couple of times. Isn't that just like a focus? A focus is a self-created law that allows someone to combine existing laws in such a way that their strength increases, creating something new. Does this mean that my void lightning is intrinsically already acting as a focus? Wait, Gravis thought. Then, do I actually need a focus? Don't I already have a focus? Gravis looked at all the different elements in the form of lightning with a stunned expression. I mean, my void lightning is logically a law that I have created myself. However, it exists in actual reality. After all, even in its pure form, it can interact with the world without any issues. Normally, a focus can only dwell in the body of the user, but my void lightning can actually exist outside of it. I need to test this, Gravis thought. Gravis experimented with many different laws, and he found out some interesting things. If Gravis created something physical like any of the elements, they would have the speed attribute of his void lightning. However, if Gravis created something that changed the attributes of something physical like heat and cold, it didn't have the speed attribute of lightning. After all, heat and cold didn't really move. It was just a change of something that was already there. Sadly, it still took more energy than normal to create domains of heat and cold. So, if I use something like Storm's pressure, Frost's cold, or Inferno's heat, I simply need to use more energy without any positive gain. This means that, in a sense, my focus, which is my void lightning, can only show its true power as a physical attack. Gravis scratched his chin. Additionally, if I want to use an element to defend myself, like my magma or graphite, it will also cost more energy without anything positive added. After all, speed is irrelevant when I can instantaneously summon a wall right in front of me. Now, I can finally see the weakness of my void lightning. This weakness is that I can't fight without using it. Normally, a cultivator can choose to use their focus or not. No normal cultivator would use their focus for defense or for heat and cold unless their focus is specialized in that aspect. This allows them to continue using the normal laws if necessary. However, I am stuck using my void lightning, which is my focus, if I want to or not. I can exclusively only fight with these new laws. Gravis furrowed his brows. So, in short, I gave up part of my flexibility and adaptability in exchange for a stronger offense. That means I have to change my fighting style again. Gravis sighed. Seems like my fighting style will, to some extent, revert to the time before I comprehended the different elements. Offense and speed will be my greatest strengths. However, I think I got more positives than negatives out of this exchange. Fighting for a long period of time will be harder than before, but my increased defensive capabilities ensure that my fights will be shorter. Yet, there is still one question remaining. Gravis summoned some void lightning and shot it into the distance. Then, Gravis summoned some divine lightning and shot it into the distance. The divine lightning was faster than the void lightning. My void lightning is faster than punishment lightning but slower than divine lightning. My punishment lightning has the power of a level 4 law due to the major law of the elements. My divine lightning is a level 6 law. So, the speed of my void lightning should be as fast as a level 5 lightning law. Now, the question is, will it stay that way? Gravis thought with furrowed brows. It's a self-created law, which means that there currently doesn't exist a more powerful version of it. Yet, was it a coincidence that it exactly assumed the power of a level 5 law while I am an immortal king? How do focuses become more powerful? Focuses need to have growth potential. Otherwise, they couldn't be used when someone becomes far stronger. This means that my void lightning must also have a way to grow more powerful. Gravis leaned back as he scratched his chin. The Immortal King realm is generally associated with level 5 laws. I am an immortal king, and my void lightning has the power of a level 5 law. Is it related to my cultivation realm? Let's try. Bzzz. A second Gravis appeared. Gravis could still use his lightning fork to create split bodies. This second Gravis was exactly one major realm lower than the main Gravis. Both Gravises pointed at the horizon and shot void lightning into the distance. Bzzz. The eyes of both Gravises lighted up. I knew it! Gravis thought as the second Gravis got reabsorbed. The speed of my void lightning is related to my cultivation realm. The speed of the void lightning of my copy was about as fast as my punishment lightning, which has the power of a level 4 law. However, it was a bit faster. Gravis used his punishment lightning and divine lightning again and compared the speed. After that, he searched for the middle point between them. However, finding the middle point was not easy. The middle point, ironically, was not at the middle. The power of laws didn't increase proportionally but exponentially. If a level 4 law had a speed value of 1 and a level 6 law had the speed value of 16, it didn't mean that a level 5 law would have a speed value of 8. No, the level 5 law would have the speed value of 4. After all, 4 is 4 times as big as 1, and 16 is 4 times as big as 4. Gravis created 2 copies, one at the early minor circulation Immortal realm and one at the early minor circulation Immortal King realm. All 3 Gravises pointed at the horizon. The 2 copies used void lightning while the main Gravis used punishment lightning. Bzzz. What was the result? The punishment lightning was just as fast as the void lightning of the Gravis in the early minor circulation Immortal realm, while the last void lightning bolt was way faster. The 2 copies vanished as Gravis looked with intensity at the horizon. At the beginning of a new major realm, my void lightning will reach the speed of the next law level. This means that the void lightning of my early minor circulation Immortal King version is just as fast as a level 5 lightning law. Meanwhile, I am in the early major circulation Immortal King realm. This means that my void lightning is already faster than a level 5 lightning law, but slower than a level 6 lightning law. Gravis furiously scratched his chin. Doesn't that mean that as soon as I reach the mid-minor circulation Immortal Emperor realm, my void lightning will be even faster than divine lightning? That's crazy. So, in short, if I know a version of lightning that is more powerful than my corresponding cultivation realm, it will be faster, but if I don't, my own void lightning will be faster. Gravis' eyes shone. There is no more powerful version of lightning than divine lightning in this world. This means that my strength will only become more and more powerful the more my cultivation realm increases. In that sense, I might become the fastest immortal emperor that can exist in this world. Even the fastest cultivator, which should be a cultivator that uses the level 6 law variant of the brilliance element, can only be as fast as a level 6 law. Meanwhile, when I am a peak immortal emperor, my void lightning will be nearly as fast as a level 7 law. Oh wait! Gravis thought as he facepalmed. I forgot about avatars. This means that there is a chance that someone could also be as fast as a level 7 law if they have a corresponding level 6 law as their avatar. Sadly, I can't use my void lightning as my avatar. Then, Gravis smirked. Xing. Gravis teleported away until he was just in the spirit sense range of Mortis. In front of Gravis appeared a ball that continually shifted and showed all the different realities. But why would I even need that? I have the law of perceived reality as my avatar, Gravis thought with a smirk. As long as Mortis is inside my spirit senses range, I can boost the power of my law of perceived reality. After all, even if he has his own will, as long as he allows me to, I can still use him as my avatar. As soon as my law of perceived reality reaches the power of a level 7 law, it will be able to show the power of a level 8 law. However, even now, it already has the power of a level 6 law, and it is definitely one of the 4 most powerful level 6 laws in existence. The gray ball vanished. Anyway, now that I know how my void lightning works, I should get to actually transforming it into usable weapon techniques. After all, it kind of is a focus, and a focus should be usable with a weapon. Gravis took out his saber and looked at it. Let's see how it works. Gravis reforged his saber so that it allowed him to infuse it with void lightning. Void lightning wasn't exactly a law, but Gravis still knew how it worked, which allowed him to reforge the saber so that it could absorb void lightning. Bzzz. The saber sparkled with black lightning without any issues. Alright, my saber can now accommodate void lightning. Let's see what happens if I add Inferno. Gravis infused the saber with Inferno. Then Gravis furrowed his brows. I can't infuse it with Inferno. My saber can only accommodate void lightning, but not Inferno. My void lightning has no issue with absorbing Inferno, but the saber doesn't want to absorb Inferno. Gravis emptied the saber of his void lightning. Then he used his Inferno. He didn't need to combine his Inferno with void lightning since it automatically combined as soon as he used it. After all, Gravis was forced to use his void lightning to create Inferno, if he wanted to or not. Then, Gravis infused his saber with Inferno. Doesn't work, Gravis thought as he saw that his Inferno was rejected. His saber could only absorb pure void lightning. Gravis reforged his saber so that it could absorb Inferno. Then, he infused his saber with Inferno. Gravis' brows furrowed. That also doesn't work? Gravis thought with surprise. That has always worked, but now it doesn't anymore. Gravis scratched his chin. Well, I can't use the normal Inferno law anymore. I can only use my own personal Inferno law. Therefore, my normal inscription for Inferno can't absorb this Inferno since they are 2 different laws. Gravis reforged his saber so that it could absorb his new Inferno law. Then, he infused his saber with Inferno. Error. His saber now crackled with white lightning, but it wasn't divine lightning, but Inferno in the shape of lightning. Divine lightning and Inferno lightning looked very similar. That works, Gravis thought. Gravis dispersed the Inferno again and tried to infuse his saber with frost. Doesn't work. Just as expected, Gravis thought. Then Gravis looked with a complex expression at his saber. He didn't like this development one bit. I can't make my saber absorb more than 1 law. When I infused my saber or my spears with frost in the past, I always had to use specific weapons with fitting inscriptions for frost. This is still the case. However, if I don't take advantage of weapon techniques and my new different forms of the elements, I will only become weaker. I could only infuse my weapons with frost or punishment lightning in the past. After all the different elements were useless when infused into a weapon. However, since I can now use weapon techniques, I need to use far more elements and laws. I not only want to infuse my weapon with divine lightning, inferno, and frost, but also with core, graphite, magma, and most importantly, perceived reality. Sadly, if I want to take advantage of my newfound ability to create powerful elements, I need an entire arsenal of differently forged weapons in my spirit space. Sure, I can just create a ridiculous amount of different weapons, but that would cost so much. Or the only fitting weapon materials for my current cultivation realm come from the belongings of Aaron, and he didn't have that much. I can, at most, create 5 weapons with them. Obviously, that's not nearly enough to make full use of my new abilities. I don't have the resources to create weapons for every single element. Additionally, I would need spares for when one of my weapons breaks. That means that I need like 50 sabers and 50 spears. I don't have that kind of wealth. I mean, I can probably develop weapon techniques now, but they would only exist in theory since I don't have the wealth to accommodate all of them. Having 10 sabers and spears and constantly reforging them takes time and lots of energy. I can't do that during a fight since that would be a huge waste of time and energy. Gravis scratched the side of his head awkwardly. This is problematic. Is there something I can use? Gravis looked through his spirit space and took inventory of everything that he owned. He had a ton of different stuff in there, but nothing could really help him out. But then, Gravis saw something, and he began thinking again. Inside Gravis' spirit space, Gravis looked at his world weapon in thought. World weapons are supposed to help weapon cultivators. World weapons act as another self, which makes the combination of laws easier, more energy efficient, and faster. Let's try it, Gravis thought. Gravis took out the world core from his world weapon. After all, his world weapon was far too weak for his current realm. Then, Gravis reforged his current saber and added the veins for the beast blood. Lastly, Gravis created a hole for the world core. Shing! Gravis cut off his arm and made his blood enter the world weapon. World weapons needed the fitting blood of beasts to work. After all, beast blood had laws running through it, allowing it to act as a kind of law conductor. A lot of cultivators had issues in finding fitting beasts. After all, the beast had to have the same element as the user of the world weapon, and they had to be at the same realm. Fortunately, Gravis had a beast body, and it was impossible to find a better fitting beast than himself. After filling his new world weapon with his own blood, Gravis put the world core into the world weapon. The saber now radiated the same aura as Gravis, and Gravis felt like he was holding part of himself. Gravis didn't add any kind of inscription to his world weapon. The world core already acted as a kind of inscription. After all, it was the thing that absorbed the element and distributed throughout the weapon, not the weapon itself. Grrr. Gravis injected Inferno into the world weapon, and it burst with Inferno. Gravis' eyes shone. SSSHHH. Gravis infused it with Storm, and a violent storm of green lightning came out of the saber. Gravis smiled widely. CRK. Frost, in the form of lightning, was crackling out of the world weapon. It works! Gravis shouted with elation as he looked at his world weapon with intensity. I can infuse my world weapon with everything I want. It's just another form of myself, and I can use all the different laws. My world weapon doesn't give me any advantages of speed, energy efficiency, or ease of use, but it allows me to use all my different elements. Gravis shouted with excitement. However, Gravis' elation quickly vanished as he began thinking again. Sadly, I only have one world weapon and only one world core. Sure, I can probably create a ton of empty husks for new world weapons, but as long as the old one isn't destroyed, I can't put the world core into them. Additionally, if I want to use a spear, I would need to transfer the world core. That takes time and concentration. Gravis frowned. My weapons constantly break during fights. Aaron destroyed like 10 of them or something. I didn't count. Also, what if my world core is destroyed? Sure, I can gather the pieces and recombine them, but that also takes energy and time. During an intense fight, I can't allow myself to gather world core pieces and then combine them again. I need more world cores. I'm certain that I can find middle world cores in this world. There should even be higher world cores. However, they are super rare. Most cultivators probably don't know what they can do, but the All-Matter sect probably has someone that can create world weapons, and they would be searching for these world cores like crazy. So, even if no one knows what they do, they will still be bought by the All-Matter sect for a high price. Additionally, if I start asking about world cores, the All-Matter sect will probably realize that I know the law of the dead world. They will probably think that I am encroaching on their monopoly and would want to eliminate me. They are probably only forging world weapons for the absolute elite of the other peak sects, and they probably earn a ridiculous amount of money with these trades. If they know that I know the law of the dead world, they would think that I am a danger to the very foundation of their prosperity. I would become their #1 enemy, even more important than the beasts. There's only one place where I can search for world cores without putting myself into danger, and that is the beast territory. However, the fact that world cores are super rare still persists. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Well, if my grand plan actually works, I should be able to get some world cores. However, until that time, I have to be careful whom I fight. I should avoid fighting immortal emperors until that time arrives. Then, Gravis remembered something. Wait, there's another way. Gravis thought as his eyes shone. Everything I just thought about was on the basis that my weapons break. Yet, what if my weapons don't break? The materials that Aaron's weapon was made out of were hard complex materials. That's a level 5 law, and as long as I combine that law with the core battle laws, I can create a weapon that can block an attack on the level of a level 5.5 law. As long as I don't block the most powerful weapon technique of my opponent, my weapon won't break. Gravis nodded. Seems like my grand plan has to be postponed. I might need to fight if I want to realize my grand plan, and fighting with my current equipment is too dangerous. So, first of all, I need to create several weapon techniques to expand my fighting style. After that, I need to comprehend the soft pure law and then the hard complex law. Gravis planned for his immediate future and then directly went to creating weapon techniques. Gravis spent several years creating a ton of different weapon techniques, and even Mortis became impatient and urged him on. However, after Gravis informed Mortis of his plan, Mortis nodded and started to help Gravis. How? Well, Mortis left Ark's clearing and traveled to the beast territory. There, he would search for many different soft pure materials. As long as Mortis comprehended the soft pure law, Gravis would also comprehend it. So, while Gravis was creating a ton of weapon techniques, Mortis was traveling the beast territory. It sure was useful to have two spirits and bodies. While Gravis was concentrating on creating weapon techniques, Mortis left Ark's clearing and went towards the beast territory. Mortis wanted to comprehend the soft pure law as quickly as possible so that Gravis and he could concentrate on the hard complex law. Like this, Gravis' weapon wouldn't be in danger anymore, and Mortis also wouldn't need to use up as many weapons. Mortis entered the ground and went down as far as possible. He managed to dive deeper than 90,000 kilometers since he was now a major circulation immortal king. Mortis was using the law of graphite's gravity and the law of Inferno's heat to protect himself from the heat and gravity down there. Mortis preferred using lightning, but that didn't mean he couldn't also use all the other laws Gravis, and he knew. After a couple of days, Mortis arrived in front of the root network and stopped before it. Right now, Mortis was in his beast form. Gravis was the blueprint of Mortis' entire existence, which meant that Mortis also had a beast body. However, Mortis preferred the color white over black. Because of that, his beast form was white. On top of that, there was an additional change. Mortis only had 2 arms, while Gravis had 6. Why? Because Mortis didn't need more. He relied entirely on his lightning, and with only 2 arms, Mortis could push his entire body weight behind his weapon. In terms of physical power, Mortis would be able to unleash more power with a single attack than Gravis. Well, at least as long Gravis didn't create a saber that could be grabbed with all 6 of his hands. But that would be stupid. A powerful sense scanned Mortis. Then, the root network opened before Mortis. However, Mortis didn't enter. Instead, he smirked. "Narcissus," Mortis said directly. The sense shook as it looked at Mortis very closely. "I don't know you," Narcissus said. Right now, Narcissus felt a bit surprised and annoyed. How did this mere immortal king learn of its name? And even more, how did this mere immortal king dare to utter its name? Usually, Narcissus would have simply eliminated this disrespectful beast, but somehow, Narcissus felt like he would be committing a mistake. For some reason, this small immortal king felt enigmatic to Narcissus. It was like Narcissus couldn't see through it. So, you haven't noticed? Mortis asked with a smirk. If Narcissus had a human face, he would be furrowing his brows right now. What was this immortal king talking about? What couldn't it notice? Suddenly, Narcissus became shocked. How was this possible? Narcissus had inspected this beast with its level 6 law of the soul, and it had seen no issues. However, just now, the fluctuations of a spirit and a will aura appeared. This was not a beast. This was a human. Of course, Narcissus wasn't stupid, and it knew that this beast had purposefully revealed his spirit. But why? Narcissus didn't know this beast, no human. Surprised, Mortis asked with a smirk. That's the power of a law I recently comprehended, but you don't need to worry. There are only 2 other people in this world that know this law, and you are not enemies with either of them. Who? Narcissus asked. Your teacher and Gravis, the black demon that passed through here a couple of years ago, Mortis said. Narcissus' mind calmed down. This human knew of teacher. This truly meant that they were not enemies. Additionally, this human was right. Narcissus still remembered that human in the form of a beast that had foolishly passed through its domain. If it hadn't seen that human several times in Ark's clearing, it would have directly killed him. Narcissus' body was gigantic, and since it had once been raised in Ark's clearing, its body even stretched into Ark's clearing. It was one of the very few living beings that knew where Ark's clearing was actually located in the world. Everyone only traveled there with an emblem. Very few actually knew where it was located. Narcissus had seen how Gravis had taught several classes of young beasts, and it had also listened in on some conversations Gravis had had with some other beings in the clearing. Gravis hadn't known Narcissus, but Narcissus had known him. It was understandable that Narcissus' teacher knew this enigmatic, unknown law. After all, not even Narcissus was able to see through its teacher's origin. Narcissus was already millions of years old, and it was probably the second oldest being that existed after its big brother. However, the teacher had always been there. He had never changed, and he had never left the clearing. He had only continued to gather new members and simply taught them some things. This had happened when Narcissus was born, and it hadn't changed even until now. It was like no time had passed for its teacher. This meant that its teacher was probably immeasurably ancient. So, it was understandable that its teacher knew this law. However, that human Gravis also knew that law. It had noticed that Gravis had an insanely powerful battle strength, but it was still in the realm of an immortal king. Being able to fight many levels above oneself was one thing, but being able to comprehend a law that an existence millions of years old didn't even know existed was an entirely different thing. However, most shocking of all was that this unknown human in front of it also knew this law. Narcissus had no idea who that was. Yet, he knew teacher and he knew Gravis. He even knew his name. Who was that? Who are you? Narcissus directly asked. Its interest had been piqued in a big way. Mortis chuckled a bit, but his chuckle was empty. There was no mirth behind it. I could be said to also be part of your teacher's clearing, but I have only recently joined. My name is Mortis, and in a sense you can see me as Gravis' partner for that grand plan of his. Narcissus was still unsure of Mortis' origins, but it didn't feel any falsehood from him. Do you know of Gravis' plan? Mortis asked. I have listened in on several conversations. So yes, I know, Narcissus answered. Perfect, Mortis said with a smirk. That will save us some time. You want my cooperation? Narcissus asked. We do, Mortis said. After all, you are the ruler over the border. Without your permission, we can't start with it. Teacher has already agreed, Narcissus said. My opinion on this matter is irrelevant. If he says that it's okay, it's okay. However, I will not protect you. Sure, but that's only for the greater implementation, not for the specifics, Mortis said, ignoring the comment about not receiving protection. What specifics? Law fruits, Mortis said. Narcissus remained silent for a while. Dangerous, Narcissus said after a while. What's the problem? Mortis asked. You will get something equally as great. On top of that, the foundation of your camp is solid. What's so dangerous about that? You misunderstood, Narcissus said. Dangerous for you, not for us. Mortis scoffed. What? You think I haven't realized the danger? Mortis asked. Of course I'm not so stupid that I would go with those to the All-Matter sect. We are 2 people now, so we are not bound to one location. The Life sect, Narcissus commented. Exactly, Mortis said. Narcissus remained silent for a while. I'm fine with it, but there must be fitting compensation, Narcissus said. Of course, Mortis said. Was that what you wanted to ask me? Narcissus asked. Yes, Mortis answered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some laws to comprehend. If you have any questions, you probably won't have any issues in contacting my partner or me. Mortis passed through the opening in the root network and entered the beast territory. Meanwhile, Narcissus continued looking at Mortis with intrigue. This human felt very special. The entire time Narcissus talked to him, it felt like it couldn't oppose Mortis. It was like Mortis was in full control over everything, even though Narcissus could have killed Mortis with a casual movement of its roots. Additionally, Mortis had been able to hide his spirit from Narcissus, a being that knew the level 6 law of the soul. Not even immortal emperors could do that. How had Mortis been able to hide his spirit? The law of perceived reality. Perceived reality around Mortis changed when he willed it. As soon as anyone didn't question their own judgment, they wouldn't know what they were seeing. Of course, there were some limitations. If Narcissus hadn't been so certain of its own abilities to see through beings, this wouldn't have worked. It simply had cast a cursory glance at Mortis. After not seeing anything out of the ordinary, it had ignored him again. That was until Mortis asked it if it hadn't noticed. At that point, Narcissus had taken a closer look, and then Narcissus had seen the truth. It wasn't Mortis that had purposefully shown himself. It was Narcissus' uncertainty over its own senses that made it realize the truth. Its perceived reality had been that it was able to see through everything, and Mortis had accommodated it. Yet, as soon as its perceived reality came into even the slightest bit of question, it saw physical reality, which had not changed. I just talked with Narcissus and it agreed to our plan, Mortis transmitted to Gravis. They could talk with each other from any distance. Oh, cool, Gravis transmitted with surprise. It sure was helpful to have another one of himself who could take off some work from Gravis. Then, Mortis told Gravis about the effects of the law of perceived reality, and Gravis took a deep breath. That was risky, Gravis transmitted. It didn't know you, and if it thought that a human tried to pass it in disguise, you wouldn't even have been able to explain yourself. You would just have died. Since when have you become such a pussy? Mortis asked with disdain. This is cultivation. We are constantly in life-threatening danger. Great. But the problem here is that your death will also majorly affect my life. Gravis answered. Sucks to be you, I guess, Mortis answered with a smirk. Gravis only groaned. Several years passed. Gravis unleashed a gray slash that shot forward with incredible speeds. As it passed over the lake, reality seemed to bend around it. It was like physical reality was being broken down. Gravis had just unleashed his newest attack with a lot of power and watched it shooting over the lake with a smile. Finally, Gravis could use the law of perceived reality as an actual attack. Finally, he could create powerful weapon techniques. Bang! The slash hit something hard and vanished. Ark had created a formation array for Gravis to practice in. Like this, his attacks wouldn't damage the clearing. I can still make it even better, Gravis thought with a glow in his eyes. Right now, it's only composed of the law of perceived reality, but I can probably add even more laws. More years passed. Shing! The same attack was unleashed over the lake, but it was slightly different. At first glance, it didn't seem any different from the previous ones. But there was one difference. A slight glow of white fire could be seen on it. This was the deep wood element, but not the entirety of it. Gravis had incorporated the law of deep woods destruction into his slash. Like this, his attack, which only corroded the reality around the enemy, would also eat away at the enemy's soul. Using the law of perceived reality with a physical attack would make the target go through an incredible number of different realities. Their mind would relive their life again and again, but always from different perspectives. In one life, they would see themselves from the eyes of a close one. In another life, they would see themselves from the eyes of a rival. In another life, they would see themselves from the eyes of their master. Many different perspectives would be fused together to create many different images of the same person. In the best-case scenario, the enemy wouldn't recognize themselves and physical reality anymore. They would lose themselves and would stop being themselves. In the worst-case scenario, they wouldn't receive any damage. The effectiveness of this attack entirely depended on the personality and will of the opponent. It could completely destroy their will, but it could also be nearly useless. However, no matter which case happened, the enemy would feel exhausted, and their concentration would receive a significant hit. After going through many lifetimes in a moment, their mind would feel incredibly exhausted, which made it harder for them to fight and would also make them more susceptible to the normal effects of the law of perceived reality. However, all of this was only true before the most recent change. Now, the enemy's soul would definitely be injured no matter what happened. The law of deep woods destruction ensured that. In short, the law of deep woods destruction was perfectly compatible with the effects of the physical attack of perceived reality. It was like these laws were made for each other. Sadly, incorporating a battle law of an element into an attack based on the law of perceived reality was difficult. These laws were from completely different categories, and they weren't on the same level. This was why it took Gravis several years to create this attack. Funnily enough, this physical attack had no effect on the physical body of the opponent. It was a physical attack that attacked the soul and will of a being. Gravis had thought about incorporating some actual physical battle laws into the attack, like the law of storm cutting or Inferno's explosion. Sadly, the more laws Gravis added, the more difficult it became to create and execute the attack. Going a bit for the soul and going a bit for the body was stupid. Getting through the opponent's armor and soul defense was the biggest hurdle, and if Gravis divided the power of his attack onto two different dimensions, it might break neither of them. So, Gravis decided to fully focus on a soul attack. There's still one more law I want to add, Gravis thought. Initially, Gravis wanted to add the law of divine lightning, but the amount of energy required to add an entire element, and a level 6 one at that, was not worth it. He had also thought about adding the law of lightning speed, but the speed of the attack was already pretty fast thanks to Gravis' powerful physical body and the speed of his void lightning. I already spent 500 years trying to create this slash, and it will take much longer to add another law. If I had the time, I would add more and more laws, but I don't have it, sadly. Anyway, one more should still be possible. 5,000 years passed. Another slash shot over the lake, and it looked just like the other ones at first glance. Yet, there was one slight difference if one looked closer. The different realities appeared far more real than before. Finally, Gravis shouted with a bright smile. What law had Gravis added? The law of Shadow's illusion. Wasn't that law just perfect for this attack? The concept of illusions was closely related to perceived realities. After all, illusions were not real and didn't exist in physical reality, just like perceived reality. Perceived reality wasn't real, and it also didn't exist in physical reality. The law of Shadow's illusion made the different realities that much more real. Maybe the opponent wouldn't even know if they returned to physical reality. Maybe they would believe in being in another life and just wait for it to end, just like with the previous ones. Like that, Gravis could maybe even just walk up to the opponent and end their life without any resistance. The enemy will go through lifetimes in a matter of seconds, and in the best case, they will forget who they are. Isn't this just like reincarnation? Gravis thought with a smile. So, let's call this attack Samsara. Gravis felt proud that his naming sense had improved, but he quickly had to sigh. Man, creating weapon techniques is really hard. After 5,500 years, I only managed to incorporate 2 additional battle laws. A third one might actually take me 50,000 years at this rate. I don't have that kind of time, Gravis thought. Gravis spent another year perfecting the execution of his attack. Being able to do it once and being able to do it every time was a huge difference. Gravis had to be able to use this attack consistently. I wonder, do I even need weapon techniques for the different elements? Probably not. Every element can already incorporate its own battle laws without any issue, and I can simply infuse them into my weapon if necessary. However, there is still something I can create. Gravis remembered when Stella had killed that spy from Underworld. Stella had unveiled a kind of wheel, and she had activated 3 powerful elements in one technique. This meant that the elements could combine with each other in a single attack. If Gravis could incorporate all 9 elements in a single attack with all their battle laws, how powerful would that be? Wonder how long it took the 9 Elements sect to create that weapon technique. Sure enough, the foundation of a peak sect is terrifying, Gravis thought. Gravis couldn't imagine how long it would take him to combine all 9 elements in such a flexible manner. Could something like this be completed in a single lifetime in this higher world? It doesn't make much sense to create attacks for each element, but I should still create one for magma. Although calling it an attack might be incorrect. I have divine lightning now, and its destructive power is far higher than magma. However, magma should be a great element for defense. Maybe I could create a weapon technique that allows me to infuse a shield with magma? The fact that I would only use my shield for this specific technique would also not require the shield to be a world weapon. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked at the clouds. Although I would still need a ton of ore. Right now, I don't have the ore to create a good shield. Additionally, my shields would quickly break one after the other. I need the hard complex law. Speaking of, how has the soft pure law still not appeared in my mind? Over 5,000 years have passed. Mortis should be done by now. Gravis hadn't asked how Mortis was doing all this time since he didn't want to interrupt his law comprehension. Being interrupted was annoying. How's it going with the soft pure law? Gravis asked. Busy, Mortis answered directly. Gravis furrowed his brows. That answer felt somewhat evasive to Gravis. Busy with what? Being imprisoned. Gravis blinked a couple of times. What did you do? I killed some beasts, Mortis answered. Gravis narrowed his eyes inside Ark's clearing. How many? A couple, Mortis answered after a pause. How many? Gravis asked again. I don't know. I didn't count, Mortis answered with annoyance. Like maybe 40 or so. Gravis furrowed his brows. And they are probably all immortal kings? Gravis asked. Most of them, yes, Mortis answered. Why? Because they interrupted my law comprehension or didn't allow me to trade for their resources, Mortis answered. You know that we need to go to multiple different places to comprehend the soft pure law, and most of them just stopped me and said that this was their territory. So I killed them, Mortis said. Gravis scoffed. What? Are you the opposer? Is your solution to everything just killing? What's wrong about that? Mortis asked in annoyance. Your father managed to become powerful this way. It's a proven method. Yes, but back then, the concept of karmic luck either didn't exist, or father had a normal amount of karmic luck. Instead, in your case, if you manage to anger even one powerful person, the chances are high that this person would want to kill you, Gravis explained. So? Then I just wasn't powerful enough, Mortis said coldly. If I die, I die. You gotta give yourself enough time to become powerful, Gravis shouted angrily. You can't expect a rabbit to walk into a crocodile's mouth and then saying that it wasn't powerful enough. No, it wasn't that the rabbit wasn't powerful enough, but that the rabbit wasn't smart enough. Are you calling me stupid? Mortis asked with a freezing and threatening tone. No, but you're acting stupid, Gravis shouted. You are part of me, and I know that you are definitely not stupid, but your idiotic pride that says that giving even a small inch means being inferior makes you do stupid things. How often has it happened that I underestimated others? Remember Byron? Remember Morris? Remember Narcissus? You are part of me, and I'm very susceptible to overestimating my own power. That was you, not me, Mortis said. Yes, that was me, not you. Gravis shouted back. So, learn from my mistakes so that you don't commit them. Mortis actually agreed with Gravis. He knew that he had fucked up big time, but he didn't want to admit it in front of the perceived weaker version of himself. Mortis wanted to show Gravis that his way was better to become powerful, but now Mortis was stuck in the shitty prison while Gravis had never been in prison all his life. Mortis wasn't allowed to kill beasts. He wasn't allowed to leave this place. He wasn't allowed to summon any laws to comprehend them. Mortis was just stuck sitting there, doing absolutely nothing. Had it been worth it? No. If Mortis had just decided to ignore some beasts, he would have already finished the soft pure law. Imprisonment was a horrible punishment for cultivators. After all, they were doomed to be stuck on their current realm and comprehension while watching their longevity shrink and shrink. It was basically damaging their future potential by taking away time. Gravis and Mortis argued for over 10 more minutes. Gravis was always on the aggressive side, while Mortis was on the defensive side. He knew that he had committed a mistake, but he just couldn't admit it to his perceived weaker self. Gravis knew very well what Mortis was thinking. After all, Gravis was the blueprint for Mortis. Are you so weak that you can't even admit that you have made a mistake? Gravis asked. Don't you dare call me weak, Mortis shouted. Your battle strength is powerful, but what about your personality? Will you forever be stuck in your way without questioning yourself? Do you believe that conviction in your belief is a strength instead of a weakness? Gravis asked. Mortis didn't immediately answer. What's the problem? Gravis asked, having calmed down by now. You won't be injured by admitting a mistake. Your battle strength won't decrease. The only thing that will happen is that you have admitted a mistake. The pain of jumping over your stupid pride will transform into motivation to never make such a stupid mistake again. Admitting a mistake is growth, not regression, Gravis said with conviction. Mortis remained silent for a while. He knew that Gravis was right, but it was so very hard to admit his mistakes. If it were anyone else, Mortis wouldn't find it difficult. He would simply say nonchalantly that he had committed a mistake. But in front of Gravis? In front of the version of himself that was supposed to be a weaker version without any courage to face danger? Wouldn't he be admitting that the other Gravis was the superior one? Gravis noticed that Mortis still didn't answer and sighed. Advantages and disadvantages, Mortis, Gravis said. Then Mortis' eyes shone. Yes, so what if he was weaker in this category compared to Gravis? Specifically, this weakness allowed him to be superior to Gravis in other regards. Mortis was still more powerful than Gravis in battle strength, and wasn't battle strength the most important? Power was everything, after all. Mortis was still the more powerful version of Gravis. It was just that, in some very specific situations, his mindset was not as effective. Fine, Mortis said finally. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have killed so many beasts. Gravis smiled brightly. No problem. Now, do you need any help? No, Mortis said, making Gravis furrow his brows again. My sentence is 5,000 years long, and I already finished 3,500 of those. 1,500 years isn't so long, and it might be better to just finish it instead of trying anything. In the beginning, Gravis had thought that Mortis had become stubborn again, but he realized that Mortis was actually doing the smart thing. The old him would not have accepted such a humiliation, but the new him was thinking about the long term. Of course, a single conversation won't fundamentally change Mortis, but it would allow him to slowly change himself over time. All right, Gravis said. I'm done with my weapon techniques. Do you want me to finish the soft pure law? No, I want to finish it, Mortis answered. How about you go visit Stella in the meantime? Like this, I won't have to wait for you. Gravis scratched his chin in thought and shrugged. Sure, why not? With that, the conversation between Mortis and Gravis ended. Gravis quickly went to Ark and talked to him for a while. However, shortly before Gravis left Ark's clearing, he remembered something. The problem with my lightning is resolved now that Mortis is here, right? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. So, I can try the emotional laws, right? Ark nodded again. You can, but it's difficult for you to find the necessary law comprehension areas, Ark said. Are they that important? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. Ark nodded again. There is only one law comprehension area for each law, Ark said. This means that they are not only rare but unique in all the world. This makes them incredibly valuable. Gravis sighed. This means that I should wait. If I want to get to them earlier, I would need to either pay a ridiculous sum of money or join a peak sect. It would be better to just wait until I become unparalleled in this world. That would be easier, Ark said. Fine, Gravis said. It's not like I'm going to run out of laws to comprehend anytime soon. It doesn't really make a difference if I comprehend them now or later. With that said, Gravis left Ark's clearing and traveled towards the Nine Elements sect. It was time to meet Stella again. It has been over 40,000 years. Gravis exited Ark's clearing and traveled to the Nine Elements sect. Since he had become quite a bit stronger, he finished the journey in just a couple of days. Even more, Gravis no longer needed to avoid any gatherings of cultivators. Yes, cities and important locations had beast crystals, but as long as Gravis kept his law of perceived reality active in his surroundings, no one would notice if the beast crystals shone. Gravis couldn't control the beast crystals, but he could control the perception of everyone around them. How many beasts straight up entered a big city? Nearly none. These beast crystals only existed as a precaution, but they very rarely started shining. After all, nearly all the beasts would be killed on the front lines. Because of that, nobody really paid attention to the beast crystals. As soon as they started shining, they could pay attention to them, but as long as they remained inactive, nobody cared. Thus, Gravis could easily influence everyone's perception. As long as no immortal emperor looked with intense concentration at the beast crystals, constantly questioning their own perception, he wouldn't be spotted. And immortal emperors probably had better things to do. So, after just a couple of days, Gravis arrived in front of the Nine Elements sect. For the first time, Gravis actually saw the headquarters of the Nine Elements sect, and it was just as impressive as he had imagined. The different, luxurious buildings of the sect shone in all the different colors and were built on different flying mountains. The mountains were anchored to the ground by gigantic chains several kilometers wide. These chains had been created with immortal emperor materials, which would elicit respect out of anyone that saw them. Every inch was bursting with formation arrays that created a beautiful array of colors that shone throughout all the sect and surroundings. However, that was not the most impressive thing. Around the Nine Elements sect were 9 law comprehension areas, each one corresponding to one of the pure level 3 elements. Even more surprising was the fact that a ton of weaker cultivators stood inside the law comprehension areas, comprehending the laws. There weren't even any guards, and these people had no insignia from the Nine Elements sect. This meant that anyone was free to just look at them if they wanted. They were basically public property. Obviously, such a concentrated area with different law comprehension areas couldn't have possibly been created by nature. This meant that all these law comprehension areas were artificial. Heavy floating mountains, chains that are created with way too powerful materials, a ton of formation arrays just to make the surroundings look more beautiful, and 9 law comprehension areas close to each other that everyone can look at. The Nine Elements sect is oozing money, power, and pride, Gravis thought. What a waste of energy, Gravis thought with a sigh and a shake of his head. They are probably burning through 1,000,000 immortal stones per day just to keep everything going. However, none of these things actually increase their defense. It's simply a display of vanity. As soon as Gravis saw the Nine Elements sect, his impression of them fell several levels. Didn't they know that all of this was unnecessary? Only weak people filled with vanity would be interested in these kinds of displays. Although this display would attract a lot of new disciples. Even if these new disciples were mentally weak, the Nine Elements sect could fix their mindset. Gravis furrowed his brows. Yet, I doubt that they would do that. The law comprehension areas would already be enough, but they even have these formation arrays. Even worse are the chains. None of these weak people would even recognize the materials of the chains. In this world where humans are going crazy for materials, this sect is wasting so many of them just to display power. These chains could simply be broken down and sold to the powerful elders, increasing their power even more. This means that someone in the upper echelon doesn't want these chains to vanish. They are either one of the most powerful people in the sect or a ton of people with high standing. This sect is definitely not a wonderland. The more they want to appear like a wonderland, the more obvious it is that this isn't one, Gravis thought. Stella probably had to deal with a ton of people in her life that put respect above everything else. Such a beautiful woman like Stella probably had to deal with many suitors that just oozed prestige and money. Yet, Stella is obviously not interested in these kinds of people. Gravis took out the emblem that Stella had given to him before they parted ways. This emblem would ensure that they would be able to meet again. After all, not everyone could see the Holy Maiden of the Nine Elements sect. Gravis' spirit sense encompassed the entire Nine Elements sect. This was incredibly rude and invasive, but no one noticed. The law of perceived reality also hid Gravis' spirit sense. Of course, Gravis was still cautious. If his spirit sense touched a major circulation immortal emperor, they might notice him. Because of that, Gravis didn't stretch his spirit sense into the core palace of the Nine Elements sect. Gravis found a lot of cultivators that had gathered in front of the main entrance of the sect. Their cultivation ranged from unity to the law comprehension realm. This was probably an area where new disciples could register for the entrance exams of the Nine Elements sect. Surprisingly, there were fewer cultivators of these realms inside the sect than outside the main entrance. This showed that the Nine Elements sect only accepted the best of the best. Over 99% of these disciples would probably be disqualified. Even more surprising was the fact that the Nine Elements sect had more Immortals and Immortal Kings in their sect than all the lower cultivators inside and outside the sect combined. It was practically teeming with Immortals and Immortal Kings. Judging by the number of Immortals and Immortal Kings, Immortals are probably average disciples while Immortal Kings count as elite disciples. I can even see a couple Immortal Emperors, and many of them are dealing with a ton of organization. Immortal Emperors are probably the elders and basic decision-makers of the Nine Elements sect. After that, Gravis inspected the formation arrays. Most of them were only there to make the sect appear grander, but there were also actually useful ones. Gravis didn't know much about formation arrays, but as soon as the formation arrays became active, they gave off law fluctuations. Gravis knew a ton of laws, and based on these law fluctuations, he could extrapolate what these formation arrays were roughly doing. Interesting, Gravis thought. One of these formation arrays stops the usage of every kind of teleportation, including emblems. Gravis took out his emblem from Arc and inspected it. Sure enough, not even the Nine Elements sect can do anything against the heaven of this world. My emblem still works. Pretty sure Arc made this emblem with the level 6 law of space, which has been integrated into the major law of primordial force, which has been integrated into the law of the dead world, which has been integrated into the law of the true world. This basically gives this emblem a power of a level 8 law. Even more, if Arc has the law of the true world as his avatar, this emblem would actually have the power of a level 9 law. Gravis took a deep breath. Level 9 law. I just barely comprehended 2 level 5 laws, and I'm holding something in my hand with the power of a level 9 law. Arc sure is unimaginably powerful. Level 9 laws should be laws that divine gods are comprehending. Gravis also found something else. No one could look into the Nine Elements sect with their spirit sense. However, Gravis' spirit sense was working with the law of perceived reality, and the law of perceived reality had the law of freedom inside it. Therefore, his spirit sense wasn't impeded in any way. Gravis just didn't want to look into the core of the Nine Elements sect. However, Gravis found something very peculiar outside the Nine Elements sect. A couple thousand kilometers in front of the Nine Elements sect, inside a small cultivation town, Gravis saw the house of a nascent nourishing realm cultivator. This house didn't seem different from any other house, and it acted as a tavern. However, when Gravis' spirit sense entered the house, the bartender showed a tiny reaction to Gravis' spirit sense. Usually, feeling the spirit sense of anyone wasn't really special. Everyone could do it. However, Gravis was the only one that knew that he had hidden his spirit sense. This meant that the person that felt his spirit sense wasn't aware of the fact that he wasn't supposed to feel the spirit sense. So, he reacted like any cultivator and just looked at Gravis for a short moment to see who was looking at him. Gravis furrowed his brows. This was obviously a nascent, nourishing cultivator. Everything about him was on that level. However, only major circulation immortal emperors were supposed to be able to feel Gravis' spirit sense, and even more, only when they paid close attention. The bartender perfectly acted like an ordinary cultivator, but precisely that told Gravis that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. This is a major circulation immortal emperor that hides just outside the 9 Elements sect as a nascent nourishing cultivator. He probably knows the law of humility just like Cyril. This is the only explanation I can come up with for his ability to hide from my inspection. As soon as Gravis saw the bartender react, he didn't dare to inspect the underground of his tavern. Looking into the bar was expected, but if someone of comparable power also lived below the bar, Gravis' power would be noticed. I can only think of one reason for all of this, Gravis thought. This is an important location for Underworld. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Underworld is a loose organization similar to a black market, mercenary army, and an assassination organization. They shouldn't care about loyalty for the members that don't know the really important information. This means that they and I are not enemies. I was simply a target of a squad and killed them. I should come into contact with Underworld. If the Peak sects try anything underhanded when I discuss my grand plan with one of them, Underworld might be able to help me, Gravis thought. Well, let's meet them. Xing. Gravis teleported away and appeared in front of the tavern. Then he entered like a normal guest. Gravis saw a couple of nascent nourishing cultivators sitting around. He even saw some loose law comprehension realm cultivators, and there was even a Peak Immortal. The Peak Immortal acted like the owner while the bartender was only an employee. However, the bartender was the one truly in control. Welcome! The bartender shouted with enthusiasm. Do you want to drink something? First one's on the house. Gravis chuckled a bit and walked closer to the bar. Then he simply sat down in one seat. I think you don't want our conversation to reach the ears of the other guests. Gravis transmitted to the bartender. The bartender looked confused. Is there something, sir? We already paid our protection fee. Gravis had to chuckle. Extorting protection fee from a major circulation immortal emperor. Sure. Now, before we begin talking for real, let me first establish something, Gravis said calmly. The entire 9 Elements sect is obviously in my spirit senses range. So, if I wanted to do anything untoward to you, I wouldn't be sitting here. The bartender only looked with a genuinely confused expression at Gravis. One had to say that he was very good at acting. You are at least a major circulation immortal emperor in hiding, and below us is probably a stronghold of Underworld, Gravis said. The bartender looked afraid as he stepped back in shock. Underworld? I assure you that our fine establishment has nothing to do with Underworld. Only an idiot would create a stronghold so close to the 9 Elements sect. The bartender sounded genuinely scared and shocked. Of course, everything was being said via voice transmission. Gravis only smirked. I am absolutely certain that you are at least at the major circulation immortal emperor realm. Gravis transmitted again, but this time, he used his law of honesty. The bartender seemed to calm down as he sighed. But at the same time, another voice transmission appeared in Gravis' head. Quite interesting. The cold and emotionless voice of the bartender appeared in Gravis' head. If you hadn't proven that you didn't want to go against us, you would have already died. I hadn't thought that someone would use the law of honesty to uncover us. Quite creative, I must say. Gravis only smiled. So, what do you want? The bartender asked. I'm planning to talk with some Peak sects about something quite big, and I'm afraid that they might go against me if they disagree. So, I want to protect my life, Gravis transmitted. We are talking about some high-quality goods here. The bartender transmitted as he cheerfully served another customer. For that, I need to know what you have planned. You don't need to tell me the details, but since you already know the law of honesty, you can tell me if it involves Underworld or not. It won't damage Underworld, but Underworld might be tangentially affected. However, it won't make a big difference. Instead, my negotiation has something to do with the beasts. Gravis transmitted with his law of honesty. The bartender inspected Gravis very thoroughly, and then he uncovered why Gravis was so careful. However, Gravis had already expected to be exposed. I see. Yes, someone with a beast body should have a chance to negotiate with the beasts. The bartender transmitted. He wasn't surprised when Gravis' expression didn't change. Gravis seemed to be quite smart, and by appearing here like this, he probably didn't mind being exposed by Underworld. Gravis had been in such a situation before. Back when Gravis was a lord, he had met Steer. Steer could have killed him with a thought, and Gravis could have killed Steer with a thought. Both of them had the life of the other in their hand, ensuring the safety of both of them. However, the bartender was incredibly shocked deep inside. After he knew that Gravis had a beast body, he noticed that nearly all the beast crystals in the town were shining. However, nobody cared, and nobody looked at them. It was like they didn't exist. This made the bartender realize that Gravis was someone extraordinary. This might be big money. By the way, Gravis transmitted. I was once the target of a squad from Underworld, and you know what happened to them since I am still here. I hope this won't be an issue. Not at all. The bartender transmitted directly. Most of our members are freelancers. They take up the mission, and if the mission fails, we simply ask for more money from the contractor and send in a stronger team. I guess the contractor didn't pay for you to be exterminated. I killed the contractor, Gravis transmitted. There you go. No problem. The bartender transmitted. So, can I purchase your wares now? Gravis asked. How do you want to escape from a peak sect? The bartender asked. An emblem that teleports me close to the front lines, but not directly into them, Gravis said. So, you don't want protection but something that allows you to flee. That's easier to accomplish. You probably want the emblem to be powerful enough to ignore the formation arrays. The bartender asked. Yes, that would be great, Gravis transmitted. He couldn't use Ark's emblem since Ark said that the emblem wouldn't work when Gravis was in danger. Otherwise, Gravis would have a trump card to fall back on while tempering himself, making it harder to increase his will aura. However, I have to warn you, the bartender transmitted. The emblem you're asking for only works for every sect except for the Primordial Force sect. The Primordial Force sect is the hegemon over gravity, time, and space, and not even we can create an emblem that allows you to flee from them. That's not a problem, Gravis transmitted. So, how much for one? 50 million. The bartender transmitted. Gravis took a hidden, deep breath. That was a lot of money. However, since you have amused me quite a bit, I will give you a discount. 30 million. The bartender transmitted. Gravis smiled. Then, thank you very much. Here's your drink, the bartender said with a smile as he put some wine on the counter. Gravis smiled and chugged the wine. No poison could affect him, so he didn't care. As soon as Gravis downed the drink, something appeared in his stomach. It was a kind of emblem, but not the one Gravis ordered. This one was black and had the crest of 2 snakes on it. Gravis quickly retrieved the emblem into his spirit space and inspected it thoroughly. There were no law fluctuations, and someone else couldn't intrude into Gravis' spirit like this. This meant that this emblem couldn't be dangerous. That's the token that gives you the discount, the bartender transmitted. This stronghold is not a marketplace, but a defensive stronghold that accepts assassination missions. See it as insurance for the eventuality that the peak sects might become rowdy. Gravis realized that probably several immortal emperors were currently below him. That was a powerful striking force. At the same time, Gravis received some directions that told him where to go. Thank you very much, Gravis said with a smile. The wine was good. Always a pleasure to hear that, the bartender said with a bright smile. As said previously, this one's on the house. Do visit us again in the future. While Gravis and the bartender were talking politely, the sole immortal in the tavern looked with furrowed brows at both of them. Why is Master directly trading with someone? He is supposed to be hidden at all cost, and I'm normally the one making the trades. Who is this person that he can trade directly with Master? The immortal thought. After some small talk, Gravis left the tavern and teleported away. Interesting, the bartender thought with a smile. Truly interesting. After leaving the tavern, Gravis made a short stop at Ark's clearing to do something and teleported a couple of times more until he arrived in a cultivation city. Gravis entered a restaurant and sat down at an empty seat on the 3rd floor. We're very sorry, but we need to see your registration as a member of the city before we can serve you, an immortal said politely as he arrived in front of Gravis. The immortal put a space ring on the table. This was normal since everyone wanted to keep their identification hidden. They didn't want to be a victim of identity theft. Because of that, the identification would always be put into space rings so that only the ones with physical contact with the space ring could see it. Gravis put the emblem and 30 million immortal stones into the space ring. At the same time, he informed the waiter what he was here to buy. The waiter looked into the space ring and nodded. Thank you very much. Now, what would you like to order? Gravis touched the space ring and acted like he was retrieving something, but everything inside the space ring had already vanished. The waiter appeared calm, but deep inside, he was shocked beyond belief. Only the true seniors of Underworld could give out these tokens. This was an important customer. The waiter gave Gravis directions of what he was supposed to order, and Gravis complied as he said the order out loud. The waiter nodded with a smile and returned around 20 minutes later with some cooked meat. Immortals didn't need to eat, but good food still tasted wonderful. Gravis ate it and was quite surprised at how good the food actually was. Well, he guessed that the food had to be good so that their disguise appeared authentic. After eating the food, Gravis acted like he was paying and left. He had already gotten the emblem that he had asked for while eating the meat. Just like the previous emblem, this one also appeared when Gravis had finished the food. Hiding goods inside food and drinks. That's quite peculiar and interesting, Gravis thought. No wonder Underworld is still hidden. They actually avoid having a lot of physical locations where their members could gather. Instead, some shops simply sell these goods in normal restaurants. I always thought that some hidden entrance might lead to some underground cave or something. I mean, the previous stronghold probably had something like this, but not this one. Also, if someone actually put their identification into the space ring, the waiter would know that the customer was just here to eat. Underworld definitely is quite organized and smart. Gravis returned to the 9 Elements sect with his new emblem in his spirit space. This should make things easier. After arriving near the 9 Elements sect again, Gravis contacted the bartender. The trade has been finished. Thank you again for the discount, he transmitted. Nice to do business with you, the bartender answered. Let's hope this isn't the last time Underworld comes into contact with you. Oh, I don't think this will be the last time, Gravis answered. Trading with you is much easier than trading with the Peak sects. Gravis and the bartender exchanged some pleasantries until Gravis was finally ready to enter the 9 Elements sect. Gravis took a deep breath. It's been over 40,000 years. I hope that situation from back then is in the past. I'm still uncertain if Stella is willing to travel with me, but I hope she will. To be honest, Gravis was quite nervous. Stella had already taken up an irreplaceable space in his heart, and he would feel horrible if she rejected him. Gravis was only this nervous when he was about to fight someone extremely powerful. I wonder how strong you have become. I have only focused on level 4 laws for these years. You probably already know more level 5 laws than I. How powerful has your will aura become? Which realm have you reached? Gravis thought. Gravis wanted to see Stella immediately, but he couldn't. Stella was probably inside the core palace, and he couldn't look inside without risking his life. It was better to go the official way. Gravis came to the main entrance of the 9 Elements sect and kept his law of perceived reality active. It was important that no one noticed the beast crystals. It was risky, but Gravis had a couple of assurances if things went south. He didn't come here unprepared. He knew exactly how dangerous coming here was for him. Gravis landed in front of the main entrance and looked at a peak immortal that stood guard there. As Gravis walked up to the guard looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. He couldn't feel Gravis' realm, which meant that he was an immortal king. Halt! The guard shouted. However, His shout also sounded not as forceful as one might think. There was some politeness hidden behind it. "What brings you to the Nine Elements sect?" he asked. The guard knew that Gravis wasn't one of these disciples that wanted to take part in the entrance exams. After all, this was an immortal king. "Hello," Gravis said politely with a smile. Then he summoned Stella's emblem. "I'm here to meet a friend. This is her emblem." The guard looked at the emblem and took a deep breath. This was the emblem of the Holy Maiden. This was an important guest. "Please wait here. I need to ask an elder for permission since this is beyond my authority," the guard said politely. The people waiting outside saw how respectful the guard was and became shocked. This same guard had treated them like they didn't exist. But he was so humble in front of this young man. Who was this young man? The guard stretched out his hand to ask for the emblem, and Gravis put it into his hand. Then the guard flew into the sect. Teleportation was blocked inside the Nine Elements sect. After all, it would be devastating if an enemy army teleported right into the middle of their sect. While the guard flew away, a second guard replaced him at the gate. The second guard only stood at the gate stoically while waiting for the first one to come back. The first guard flew for a couple of seconds until he arrived in front of an elder. The elder had the appearance of a young man with blonde hair, but that didn't mean that he was young. After all, cultivators could control their looks. "Greetings, elder," the guard said with a bow. "What is it?" the elder asked neutrally. The guard showed the emblem to the elder, and he inspected it. After a while, his eyebrows furrowed as he took the emblem. "Who gave this to you?" he asked. "An immortal king is standing outside the gate. He said that he is here to meet a friend. He showed this emblem as proof," the guard reported. The elder nodded. "The Holy Maiden has forbidden anyone from visiting, regardless of who they are," the elder said. "Tell him that and thank him for returning the token to us." The guard looked with an uncertain expression at the elder. "But elder, isn't this token dash? Are you disobeying an order?" the elder asked coldly. The guard shook in fear. "No, of course not. I will do as you commanded," the guard said with a bow. "Good, then go," the elder said coldly. The guard quickly left and flew back to the entrance. Then, he looked at Gravis, who only looked at him with a neutral expression. The guard really didn't want to do this, but these were his orders. "I'm sorry, but the Holy Maiden doesn't accept any visitors right now. However, we are thanking you deeply for returning the token to us," the guard said. Gravis' expression remained neutral. Obviously, he had heard everything that had been said. However, he couldn't let them know. Deep inside, Gravis became furious. If Stella truly didn't want to meet anyone, the token would have been returned to him. However, they kept the token. Something was going on. Either the elder was corrupt or something happened to Stella. However, what was Gravis supposed to do? The only proof of his identity as Stella's friend had been taken from him. "Is there a way to meet the Holy Maiden?" Gravis asked calmly. The guard was surprised that Gravis remained this calm. Didn't Gravis realize what had just happened? Did he believe that he could return anytime soon? "You can join the sect," the guard said without certainty. "You can probably see her from time to time if you are lucky." "Is there another way?" Gravis asked. The guard became more nervous. There was one other way, but the guard was certain that the elder wouldn't want him to inform Gravis of it. "I'm sorry, but there is no other way," the guard said. Gravis furrowed his brows. That was troublesome. However, some seconds later, a voice transmission arrived, but it wasn't from the guard. It was from another guard. "In 350 years, there will be a grand tournament," the unknown guard transmitted to Gravis. "The prize is a chance to meet the Holy Maiden and ask for her hand." Gravis' expression didn't change, but he nodded at the guard in front of him. Obviously, this was meant for the hidden guard. After that, Gravis turned around and left. The elder couldn't check the contents of voice transmissions, but he could probably feel the fluctuations of a voice transmission as long as the realm of the sender was much lower than his. Gravis was certain that the guard in front of him had asked one of his friends for help to inform Gravis. Like this, the elder would only be able to see that the guard spoke with one of his colleagues. The guard was quite smart. After teleporting a couple of times, Gravis narrowed his eyes coldly. This is beyond suspicious, Gravis thought. First, an elder is intercepting my request to see Stella, and now there is suddenly a tournament with a chance to marry Stella as a prize. Something is definitely going on. This means that the elder isn't corrupt, but that the sect is suppressing Stella. The death of her teacher has probably severely affected Stella's standing. Someone else that had some beef with Stella's teacher has probably taken over, and they intend to get rid of Stella in a covert manner. They're probably planning to force her to marry some genius from another peak sect to strengthen their alliance. Stella would then probably leave for the other sect. Like this, the 9 Elements sect would get some incredible benefits while freeing up the spot for the Holy Maiden. Stella would never do something like this, which means that she is forced. Even more, this might not even have been the first time. It's very possible that this has happened before, but she was able to postpone it. Gravis quickly listened in on a couple of conversations in the Cultivation towns, and sure enough, after some minutes, Gravis found out some interesting information. So that's how, Gravis thought. These tournaments have happened before, but Stella said that she would only marry someone that has a greater battle strength than her. The other peak sects have not sent their truly supreme geniuses, which allowed Stella to win every fight against every suitor. The supreme geniuses are probably not interested in a partner. Gravis' eyes shone coldly. However, how long will that keep going? How long until a truly powerful disciple appears? How long until the 9 Elements sect will weaken Stella with some poison? At some point, they will run out of patience. From what I've heard, Stella is a peak immortal king right now. She probably had to rush her cultivation so that no other immortal king has the realm advantage over her. Gravis sneered. However, the 9 Elements sect made a horrible mistake. They even allowed the public to enter the tournament. People would think that the 9 Elements sect is so generous that they would even allow an unknown cultivator to have a chance to receive the Holy Maiden's hand. Of course, they know exactly that no free cultivator could keep up with the resources, weapon techniques, and laws of the other peak sects. This is only a publicity stunt. Gravis' eyes narrowed. 9 Elements sect, you have disappointed me. Sure enough, you're not different from the sect alliance. Politics, vanity, deceit, nothing of value. Gravis turned back to the 9 Elements sect with rage. A tournament where only immortal kings can enter? That's not even a challenge. And in the future I will sort you out, 9 Elements sect. I'll kill whomever is behind these orders. Gravis hadn't been so angry in a very long time, and he was sure that it wasn't because of Mortis. The 9 Elements sect dared to suppress Stella? The 9 Elements sect was suppressing the person Gravis loved. Gravis wanted freedom more than anything else, and Stella also knew the law of freedom. Suppressing Gravis or his loved ones was one of the worst things that someone could do in Gravis' mind. However, Gravis was still clear-headed enough to make rational decisions. He wouldn't eliminate the entire sect just because some people with a high status made some horrible decisions. Gravis would only take revenge on those that actually supported this idiotic decision. I feel quite a bit of anger coming from you. Mortis' voice suddenly appeared in Gravis' mind. That's a nice change of pace for once. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Your comments are not helping right now, Gravis answered. What happened? Mortis asked neutrally. Gravis told Mortis everything about what had just happened and his guesses. You won't mind if I make the 9 Elements sect our enemy? Gravis asked after telling Mortis everything. No, Mortis answered directly. You obviously have a good enough reason for it. Just because I prefer Joyce doesn't mean that I dislike Stella. She is still one of the very few beings that I would consider a friend. If you didn't take revenge, I would be the one that would. Gravis was relieved when he heard Mortis' words. Gravis didn't want to implicate Mortis because of his conflict. He wasn't like Mortis, who simply didn't care that much about how his actions affected others. Hearing Mortis' support only strengthened Gravis' resolve. I need to plan everything out, Gravis thought. When I win the tournament, the 9 Elements sect will surely try to twist facts to avoid handing Stella over to me. This means I need to have a way to flee with Stella from the headquarters of the Nine Elements sect. Luckily, I bought that one emblem from Underworld. Without it, this would be much harder. Gravis scratched his chin as he thought. The first hurdle will be to appear close to Stella without being noticed. This means that I need to appear more normal. Being able to win against the strongest geniuses in the world with a 4-level difference would be too conspicuous. I should increase my realm first. The late major circulation Immortal King realm sounds just perfect. I still have 350 years left, which is more than enough. Seems like it's time to pay another visit to the beast territory. A cold gleam appeared in Gravis' eyes. However, this time, it's not for tempering, but for corpses. Gravis teleported away and directly journeyed to the beast territory. It only took him a couple of days. Just like previous times, Gravis entered the beast territory via the underground. When he met Narcissus again, Gravis exchanged some pleasantries with him and informed him of why Gravis was here. Narcissus didn't mind, but he told Gravis that he shouldn't go against the beast territory in the future. Right now, Gravis was about to consume peak Immortal Kings, and every peak Immortal King was important. Usually, it didn't matter. After all, only other beasts would consume these peak Immortal Kings, and these other beasts were still in the beast's camp. However, Gravis was a human, and every peak Immortal King that died to him would be lost. This gave Gravis pause as he slightly altered his plan. "Cyril," Gravis said as he summoned his life ring. "Yes, Master," Cyril answered. "Go and collect information about high-level sects. The beasts are kind enough that they are willing to allow me to consume some of their beasts, and it's only right that I should equalize the losses of both sides," Gravis said. "Understood, Master. What kind of high-level sect are you searching for?" Cyril asked respectfully. "The most important criterion is the personality of the sect master. You should know by now what kind of people I absolutely despise. The next most important criterion is that they should be from the 9 Elements sect's faction. The last criterion is their realm. They need to be a peak Immortal King. When you found a fitting sect, inform me," Gravis ordered. "Yes, Master," Cyril answered. Cyril had already proven to be quite useful to Gravis, but his true worth would only appear when Gravis went through with his grand plan. Cyril was a master in espionage and assassination. He was like a silent, hidden blade that was ready to strike. Gravis put the life ring away and informed Narcissus of his intention. Narcissus said that this was a fair exchange and that everything was fine. Gravis didn't owe the beasts anything like this. Gravis had planned to consume 2 peak Immortal Kings in the beast territory, but that had changed. Now he would only consume 1. After entering the beast territory, Gravis quickly searched for some peak Immortal Kings. However, he didn't directly choose the first one. While he was already here, he could also search for expensive or... After all, Gravis needed some powerful weapons. Because of that, Gravis was searching for a peak Immortal King that had a metal affinity. Beasts with metal affinities always cultivated near some high-grade or... Took about a day, but Gravis found his target. It was a kind of steel falcon that sat on top of a mountain of or... For levels, huh? Gravis thought. The last time I was here, for levels were very difficult to surmount. But now, they are basically nothing. This is not tempering. Gravis quickly declared his challenge and waited for all the trees to move away. It was important to give the trees enough time to retreat. After all, they were also cultivators, basically. After the trees had left the vicinity, Gravis took out his world weapon. He didn't need to keep it hidden inside the beast territory since beasts were not really great at forging. Not even Narcissus would recognize a world weapon. The falcon screeched and transformed its body into tough steel. It obviously knew several battle laws related to defense. Its level 5 law had something to do with wings. Gravis wasn't entirely sure. The only thing he was sure of was that the falcon was very, very fast, nearly too fast for Gravis to react. The falcon had amazing defense and ridiculous speed. Killing something like that would have been very challenging for Gravis in the past. However, now everything was different. The falcon hadn't expected Gravis to be able to react in time. After all, Gravis was 4 levels lower than it, and it specialized in speed. If Gravis had warned the falcon of his power, it wouldn't have attacked him this directly. Yet, just as stated previously, this was not tempering. There was no reason for Gravis to warn the falcon. Bzzzzz. Gravis' saber crackled violently with divine lightning as he slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was gigantic as it destroyed thousands of kilometers of the surroundings. This was Lightning Crescent with divine lightning. This attack was not a joke. The sound of wind could be heard as the vacuum was filled again. The falcon was dead, and Gravis absorbed its energy. At the same time, Gravis looked over to the Ore Mountain and saw that its surface had liquefied. His lightning crescent had been powerful enough to liquefy a considerable portion of the mountain, but not powerful enough to completely destroy the matter of the mountain. This demonstrated that the mountain was of incredible quality. This material should be at the peak Immortal King realm, Gravis thought as he looked at the mountain. Not a crazy good help against immortal emperors, but more than enough for all immortal kings. With Gravis' law of perceived reality, he manipulated the surroundings as he simply pocketed the entire mountain. No beast in the surroundings would notice that the mountain had vanished. They just wouldn't pay any attention to this area. Gravis immediately entered the earth to find a good place to reach the next realm, and after some minutes, Gravis became a late major circulation immortal king. One had to remember that a peak immortal king had a ton of energy, more than enough to make Gravis jump 2 levels. Wait, but then why did he want a second peak immortal king? Hadn't he already reached his goal? The answer was obvious. Gravis obviously wouldn't enter the 9 Elements sect with his actual body. In fact, this same body of Gravis was already a copy. A second one was currently sitting in Ark's clearing. Gravis broke Ark's emblem and returned to the clearing. Then, he handed over the emblem to his other body. The other body then broke the emblem and went back to the beast territory. This other body would travel back to the human territory while waiting for Cyril to contact him. A couple of weeks later, Cyril contacted Gravis again. "I found a suitable target, Master," Cyril said. "Tell me about the sect," Gravis answered. "The sect is called the Holy Judgment Sect, Master. They are a sect of weapon cultivators that use the brilliance element for their support. Most of the element-related sects are affiliated with the 9 Elements sect, and this is one of them." "What about the sect's philosophy?" Gravis asked. "They act kind and righteous, but in reality, their rules are draconian. They strictly control the movement and actions of their disciples, stopping them from ever betraying them. Apparently, when the sect had implemented stricter rules in the past, a lot of disciples had left the sect, weakening it immensely. However, instead of lessening the restrictions of the rules, they doubled down. Anyone that enters the Holy Judgment Sect is bound by a formation array in their mind, which allows the sect elders and sect master to kill any disciple from a distance," Cyril explained. "How did you find this sect?" Gravis asked. "I entered a couple of assassination strongholds of Underworld and checked the missions, Master. Some of the disciples that managed to escape this restriction by paying a ton of money to the Life Sect to destroy the formation arrays in their mind pooled their resources to request a hit on the upper echelon of the Holy Judgment Sect," Cyril explained. Gravis' eyes gleamed. He needed some money right now. "What's the reward?" 100 million immortal stones for the sect master and 10 million for every elder. The elders also act as vice-sect masters, which means that there are 5 vice-sect masters in total. All of them are in the late major circulation Immortal King realm. If you kill everyone, you can earn 150 million immortal stones, Master. Gravis nodded. "Meet up with me, Cyril." "Yes, Master," Cyril said. Gravis directly went to the location of the Holy Judgment Sect and inspected their sect. He wanted to see everything for himself. With his law of perceived reality, it wasn't difficult for Gravis to hide his spirit sense from everyone below the Immortal Emperor realm. When Gravis arrived, he saw a bright and friendly sect. Everyone was talking politely and with a kind voice with everyone else. However, Gravis was able to see through the facade of the weaker cultivators. They were only putting up a front. In reality, they felt afraid and stifled. Gravis also saw the bottles filled with small parts of spirits, surrounded by a gigantic formation array. Sure enough, Everything that Cyril said checked out. After seeing everything he wanted, Gravis went to the Nine Elements sect. However, he wasn't going there to visit it. No, he wanted to visit someone else. You said that your stronghold also acts as an assassination stronghold, right? Gravis asked the bartender of Underworld. Yes. Would you like to request a hit? The bartender asked. The opposite. I would like to accept a mission, Gravis said. The bartender was pleasantly surprised. No problem. Any missions you are interested in. Killing the upper echelon of the Holy Judgment sect, Gravis answered. The bartender inspected Gravis. Gravis was just a late major circulation Immortal King, and he was intending on taking on 1 peak Immortal King and 5 late major circulation Immortal Kings in the confines of their very home. That would be very difficult to achieve. However, the bartender didn't care. It was Gravis' decision. All right, the bartender answered. I put you down for the mission. You have 100 years to accomplish it. Please pay 10% of the mission reward as a contracting fee. If you are successful, you will get the contracting fee back. This was important since missions would be locked as soon as someone accepted one. Everyone in the world could accept the missions. They didn't need to be part of Underworld. This restriction was put in place to stop the sects from blocking their own missions. Like this, they would be required to pay a ton of money to Underworld every century. Missions like this were worth a lot of money, and a sect would slowly succumb to such an insane expenditure. I will be done in less than a week, Gravis answered evenly as he paid the 10 million immortal stones. That was nearly all of his money, but not for long. Quite a boast, the bartender answered. I hope you can back that up. See you later, Gravis said, directly ending the conversation. The bartender looked with amusement at Gravis as he left. Obviously, all of this had been done via voice transmission. While Gravis and the bartender had been talking about the death of a high-rank sect, the bartender was happily serving customers. Gravis went back to the Holy Judgment sect. When he arrived, he saw that Cyril was already waiting for him. Master, Cyril said with a bow. Late major circulation Immortal King, Gravis said. Can you do it? Yes, Master, Cyril answered. Will the assassination serve as tempering for you? Gravis asked. Yes, Master, Cyril answered. Good, Gravis said with a nod. Then wait near the southwest of the Holy Judgment sect. I will lure an elder out and you can directly assassinate them. After you've finished the assassination, inform me. I will quickly return. You have to hide until then since the sect master will come very quickly. Yes, Master, Cyril said. However, one could hear a slight trembling inside his voice. This would be Cyril's first tempering experience since he had become Gravis' servant. Cyril tempered himself by assassinating cultivators more powerful than him. If the cultivator survived the first strike, Cyril would undoubtedly die, creating a powerful feeling of pressure and nervousness. It was all or nothing for Cyril. Gravis teleported a couple of times to the southwest and found a law comprehension area with 3 different battle laws for the brilliance element. All of these battle laws were level 4 laws, which made them quite important. There were some disciples inside the law comprehension area, and it was overlooked by someone at the mid-major circulation Immortal King realm. This person was obviously also a part of the upper echelon. Gravis checked out the person's aura and compared it to the small pieces of the souls inside the gigantic formation array. His soul was not part of them. Gravis took out his saber. Bang! Then, Gravis charged forward and hit the formation array that protected the law comprehension areas with all of his physical power. The formation array shook violently, but it still held. Obviously, Gravis wanted to make it seem like someone was attacking them. Gravis had already changed his appearance and released the Inferno element around him while unleashing several battle laws of the Inferno element. This would cloud his own aura and make it seem like he was an Inferno element weapon cultivator. The Overseer retrieved his weapon and quickly spotted Gravis. When he felt Gravis' realm, his face whitened, and he quickly informed the sect that a late major circulation Immortal King was attacking them. Gravis infused his saber with all of the Inferno-related laws and unleashed a powerful strike. He had already reforged a normal saber to allow it to absorb the Inferno element. Bang! CRK. A violent explosion occurred, but it wasn't enough to break the formation array. It only cracked. This was an important law comprehension area, and the formation array had to be strong enough to buy some time for the sect's upper echelon to arrive. Bong! 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 Crack! After 3 more attacks, the formation array broke, and Gravis charged in. "I'm finished, Master," Cyril transmitted to Gravis with urgency. "One of the elders is dead." When Gravis heard that, he knew that he didn't need to act anymore. Gravis unleashed his will aura, and everyone was suppressed. Bang! Then, several bolts of punishment lightning left Gravis' hand as he annihilated everyone inside here. Sure, some innocent disciples were among the people present, but Gravis' identity was more important than sparing innocent lives. Gravis immediately left and teleported a couple of times. He had to return to Cyril. After some seconds, Gravis saw with his spirit sense what was happening. Cyril was bombarded by attacks from several powerful cultivators. They constantly shone brilliance into the surroundings, making it difficult for Cyril to escape. Cyril was already heavily injured, and he would die in less than a second. Boop! As long as Cyril was inside Gravis' spirit sense's range, he could summon Cyril directly into the life ring. The sect master and elders saw that Cyril had vanished into thin air and looked with shock at his old location. Gravis activated his will aura and suppressed all of them. The sect master was just 2 levels above Gravis. He was helpless in front of him. Bang! Gravis unleashed some bolts of divine lightning, killing everyone present. He explicitly used divine lightning to make it seem like a powerful immortal emperor had become angry at the sect. After all, no immortal king could possibly know a level 6 law. Even if the 9 Elements sect employed someone that had the level 6 law of time, which was doubtful, they wouldn't be able to see Gravis' realm. They would only see that someone in disguise had unleashed a level 6 law. Gravis quickly pocketed all the wealth that the dead sect master and elders had dropped after their death. Then, Gravis retrieved an emblem and directly broke it. Bang! Gravis vanished. This had been the emblem that he had bought for 30 million immortal stones from Underworld. Why? Well, Xing. Just 2 seconds later, a major circulation immortal emperor from the 9 Elements sect arrived. They had to protect their sects, and if they couldn't, they had to take revenge. The immortal emperor inspected the surroundings and felt the familiar fluctuations of the emblem Gravis had activated. The immortal emperor gritted his teeth. "Underworld," he said quietly to himself with seething rage. "What do you mean redacted?" A young man with black hair shouted. He wore black robes, and his aura was hidden. "As I've said, the name of the person that accepted the mission is redacted," a young girl with white hair said nervously. She appeared fearful and nervous in front of this person. "How can it be reacted? Do you know who I am?" The man shouted with rage as his hand slammed on the table. The table that had been made out of Immortal King materials was pulverized in the process. "I am sorry," the girl said with a quivering voice. "I can't do anything about it. Sir needs to go to the assassination stronghold that came into contact with the mission taker to investigate." "I'm a senior judge," the man shouted in anger, making the girl flinch. "I'm the highest-ranked person for investigations in Underworld. I'm personally looking into this case since the circumstances around the mission have been suspicious. I have the highest form of clearance in Underworld, except for the elders." "Sir, I'm really sorry, but I just can't tell you," the girl said with fear. "None of us know who accepted the mission. You can only find the answer from the assassination stronghold that came into contact with the mission taker." The man gritted his teeth. He had never been so humiliated. He had been in Underworld for over 150,000 years, and he had climbed to the highest position for internal affairs. He was the person that assigned the tasks to everyone else when something didn't seem right with a mission. Underworld had several agreements with the peak sects, and these agreements had to be upheld. However, some greedy individuals might try to go against these agreements because of profit. They might give Underworld cleverly disguised fake currency or give wrong information to Underworld regarding a mission, which would end with people of Underworld dying. This person was at the highest rank of the investigation department. Additionally, a lesser-known fact, he was also a double agent of the Nine Elements sect. Someone had killed the upper echelon of a high-tier sect under the Nine Elements sect's banner. Because of that, this hidden ace of the Nine Elements sect, this double agent, became active. He had to find the person that accepted this mission and inform the Nine Elements sect. However, he, who had the highest authority, couldn't find the information in the central archives. Intelligence and information were some of the most important things for Underworld. The entire survival of the organization hinged on being able to keep secrets. After all, if the Peak sects found out the locations of the major strongholds and the headquarters, Underworld might be eradicated. Because of that, information was stored in 3 differently ranked locations. The lowest rank was the local stronghold. Everything that happened in this stronghold would be archived locally, so that the investigation department could verify the information. The next higher-ranked information hub was the Central Archives. The Central Archives gathered all the information of the continent they were on in one spot. There were 5 such archives, each corresponding to one area that one Peak sect ruled over. Someone like this senior judge never bothered to go to the local strongholds. His clearance was incredibly high, and he always visited the Central Archives. He could access everything in the Central Archives. Right now, this senior judge was in the Central Archive responsible for the area that the Nine Elements sect ruled over. However, this Central Archive didn't have the information. Someone had definitely messed up. It was mandatory to give the information to the Central Archives. They had to have the information. The senior judge swore that he would kill whoever broke these rules. After he found out which stronghold gave out this assassination mission, he would kill the master of that stronghold. This person had broken the rules of Underworld. Also, it made the senior judge's work more bothersome, which was probably the bigger reason for his anger. "Fine!" the man shouted as he narrowed his eyes. "Which stronghold gave out the mission?" "Let me look, sir," the girl said as she interacted with the formation array. After 2 seconds, for whatever reason, the girl started crying. The man looked with annoyance at the girl for several seconds. "So? Spit it out," he said. "It's," she said as she stuttered. "Speak in clear words," the man shouted. I, the girl stammered. It's redacted. How can that also be redacted?" The guy immediately shouted as the room shook. This was a late minor circulation Immortal Emperor, and his aura couldn't be underestimated. "Are you trying to provoke me?" The girl broke down in tears as she fell to her knees. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she stammered as she begged in tears. The senior judge became even more enraged. That the name of the mission taker was redacted could be assigned to a fuck-up, but the fact that the stronghold was also redacted held an entirely different meaning. The reason for that was that the name of the mission taker was provided by the stronghold, while the name of the stronghold was provided by the Central Archives. The Central Archives saw where the transmission came from and assigned the name of the stronghold to that piece of information. The senior judge had been in Underworld for more than a day, obviously, and he knew exactly what this meant. An insurance stronghold, he thought as he gritted his teeth. That's the only explanation that would make sense. All the information from insurance strongholds gets directly transferred to the hive mind instead of the Central Archives. The hive mind then deletes all the information that's confidential and sends it to the relevant Central Archives. The Central Archives don't have the information. Even if I search the spirits of everyone in this place, I won't find anything relevant. Additionally, the insurance strongholds are the 3rd highest ranked secret in Underworld, just behind the location of the headquarters and the keeper's identity. Not even I can find out the location of insurance strongholds. The senior judge thought with frustration. I can't find out anything here. I can't even go to the local stronghold since I don't know where it is. The man thought with frustration. This means I can only go to the hive mind. Stop crying and stand up, the man shouted at the crying girl. Killing you is not worth getting investigated over. The girl slowly calmed down as she followed the man's orders. She stood up, but her body was still shaking in fear. If you find out anything relevant to this mission, inform me. You know how to find me, the man said. Why yes, sir, the girl said. Xing. Then the senior judge directly teleported away. After arriving at a secluded location, the man narrowed his eyes as he took out his insignia that showed that he was a senior judge. For some seconds, he looked at it with narrowed eyes. It's a risk, but I have been a perfect member of Underworld for over 150,000 years. The chances of failure should be low. I never went to the hive mind. Seems like today will be my first time, the guy thought. The hive mind was inside the headquarters of Underworld. Thus, nearly no one knew where it was. However, going there was easier than finding it. The highest members of Underworld could use their insignia to directly teleport to the hive mind. The insignia worked just like Ark's emblem. Why was the headquarters of Underworld so important? Because this was the location of the elders that made all the major decisions in Underworld. There were no soldiers or clerks in there. The entire headquarters had less than 10 people inside it, but these 10 people were the absolute core of Underworld. If they died, Underworld would cease to exist. The headquarters was also the location of the Keeper. The Keeper was the person that controlled access to the most powerful treasures, most powerful pieces of information, and the entire wealth of Underworld. He was the controller of everything. If Underworld were a sect, this person would be the sect master or ancestor of the sect. He was the person in charge. The entire hive mind was operated by this one person. No one had access to the hive mind other than him. What exactly was the hive mind? It was the spirit of the Keeper. All the information from Underworld would be sent to the central archives, and they sent everything to the Keeper. So, if someone wanted to sneak into the hive mind, they would need to sneak into the Keeper's spirit. Of course, something like that was impossible. This meant that if this senior judge wanted to access the hive mind, he would need to teleport to the headquarters and talk with the Keeper directly. Someone like the Keeper was an unfathomable existence, probably on the same level as an ancestor from a peak sect. I need to prepare several things to not elicit suspicion, the senior judge thought. There are several suspicious pieces of information about this mission. I don't even need to lie. I'm fully in my right to investigate this mission. The senior judge nodded. Then, he broke off a part of his spirit and put it in the insignia. After that, he cut his finger and infused the insignia with his blood. Lastly, he created several formation arrays. Xing. And after several minutes, the senior judge vanished. He had gone to the headquarters of Underworld, and he would never come out again. Gravis waited for a couple of days until everything calmed down. The upper echelon of a high-tier sect had been killed, and this was something significant. Something like this happened very rarely in this world. After a couple of days, Gravis went back to the Nine Elements sect. It was impossible for the Nine Elements sect to find out that he had been the one that attacked the high-tier sect. Sure enough, even when Gravis came close to the area of the Nine Elements sect, nothing happened. After disguising himself with the law of perceived reality, he entered the tavern of Underworld and ordered a drink. It seems like I have underestimated your background, the bartender transmitted to Gravis as he cheerfully served Gravis some wine. Gravis drank the cup and did some superficial small talk with the bartender. Oh, Gravis transmitted back. The Nine Elements sect found traces of divine lightning in the Holy Judgment sect. The bartender transmitted. It seems like you have a powerful and mysterious person behind you. Cultivators that know a level 6 law are rare and extremely powerful. Was this also the reason why you weren't afraid when you confronted me? Has your teacher always protected you in secret? Gravis only grinned. I won't elaborate, he transmitted back. It doesn't matter, the bartender transmitted. If your teacher were hostile to Underworld, this stronghold would have already ceased to exist. My guess is that they will soon ascend and want to help you gather resources for the future when they are no longer there. Quite thoughtful. As I've said, I won't elaborate, Gravis transmitted back. Fine, keep your secrets, the bartender transmitted with some amusement. Gravis finished the wine, and before he knew it, 160 million immortal stones had already appeared inside his spirit space. Sure enough, the wine he had just drunk was worth a lot of money. I want 3 more of the emblems I bought recently, Gravis transmitted. You know where you can get them, the bartender transmitted. I do, but can I? Gravis transmitted with a silent smirk. Quite sharp, the bartender answered. Yes, these are high-quality goods, and you can't just buy them even if you have the money. I wanted to make you travel for nothing, but it seems like you have seen through my trick. Here's your egg salad, the bartender shouted cheerfully as he put a plate filled with egg salad in front of Gravis. Thanks, Gravis said. Then he ate the egg salad, but it tasted very bland. It seemed like this was the bartender's way of taking revenge for Gravis ruining his fun. After eating the egg salad, Gravis left the tavern and teleported away. Inside his spirit space was another emblem. Obviously, this emblem was the authorization for purchasing the 3 other emblems. Sadly, Gravis didn't get a discount this time. This meant that Gravis would have to pay a total of 150 million immortal stones for the 3 emblems. That was the entire reward money for the mission. However, Gravis also earned around 60 million from the remains of the sect master and the 5 elders of the Holy Judgment sect. He also received quite a lot of peak Immortal King or. This meant that Gravis now had over 100 million immortal stones again, which should be enough for his plans. Gravis went to the restaurant again, but this time he had to wait for 2 hours for his food. They probably had to run several security checks for such a high-value trade. However, in the end, Gravis got his 3 emblems and left the restaurant again. Why did Gravis buy 3? Because he wanted to elicit the least amount of suspicion as possible from the 9 Elements sect. If the 9 Elements sect was fine with Gravis taking away their Holy Maiden the official way, everything would be fine. In that case, Gravis wouldn't need these emblems. However, if the 9 Elements sect tried to find a way to deny Gravis, he would need to flee with Stella. Sure, Gravis could pull Stella into his life ring, but if he unveiled that he also had a life ring, the life sect would also begin searching for Gravis. Offending one peak sect was one thing. This would only be a personal enmity. However, if he offended 2 of them at once, 4 of the peak sects might become involved. The only sect that would not involve itself would be the purest sect due to their xenophobic and arrogant personality. Obviously, if Gravis retrieved Stella by force, Gravis couldn't stay in the northern continent anymore. Major circulation immortal emperors would search for him, and Gravis wasn't powerful enough to hide from them if they really put their minds to finding him. As long as they didn't pay any attention to him, everything would be fine, but as soon as they actively searched for him, his law of perceived reality would become useless. The All-Matter sect obviously had a very close relationship with the 9 Elements sect since both of them were on the northern continent. The All-Matter sect would help the 9 Elements sect in searching for Gravis. The Primordial Force sect in the western continent wouldn't get involved, but if they accidentally found Gravis, they might still hand him over. Gravis wouldn't even try to enter the eastern continent. The Purist sect was, just as the name implied, very pure and didn't accept anyone else without a very good reason. Every person not of the Purist sect would be put under intense scrutiny if they wanted to enter the eastern continent. This only left Gravis with the southern continent, which was under the rule of the Life sect. The Life sect already knew that Gravis had a beast body, and they didn't mind. On top of that, they knew a little bit about his battle strength. The Life sect would keep Gravis' location a secret from the other sects as long as he proved useful. So, if Gravis used the Life ring, his only safe place in the human world would be compromised. If he used it, Gravis would have no other choice but to retreat to the beast territory and stay there until he became nearly unrivaled in the world. Obviously, Gravis didn't like that. He was a human and he liked to stay among humans. Additionally, Stella would probably also want to live among humans. But wait, then Gravis would only need 2 emblems. So why did he buy 3? If one put themselves into the position of the 9 Elements sect, what would one do in such a situation? Imagine one wouldn't be able to find Gravis or the Holy Maiden anywhere. How would one get Gravis or the Holy Maiden to show themselves? Use something to force them out of hiding, something that either one of them needed desperately. What would one use? Liam, Stella's brother. The 9 Elements sect knew that Stella and Liam were very close, so if they took Liam hostage, they would have a chance of pulling Stella out of hiding. Gravis obviously had already anticipated something like that. Because of that, If the Nine Elements sect didn't keep their word, Gravis would not only flee with Stella but also with Liam. That's why Gravis needed 3 emblems. Everything's prepared. I'm now at the late major circulation Immortal King realm, and I have 3 emblems. I have a second body in Ark's clearing that's also in the late major circulation Immortal King realm. So even if this body dies here, I won't die. All my valuables except for 1 saber and the 3 emblems are with my body in Ark's clearing. However, I want to avoid that this body dies. Fleeing with the emblems from Underworld is still in the realm of something normal, but if this body dies, I would be at immense risk. If the 9 Elements sect has a way to check if my spirit died, they would know that I am still alive, and this would throw up uncomfortable questions. Additionally, even if they didn't have such a way, if I were spotted by anyone, they would still realize that I'm still alive. People are afraid of death, and if they think that I hide some secret about true immortality or something, all humans in the world will try to hunt me down. Anyway, now that I have more, I can create a shield and create a defensive weapon technique for my shield by using the law of magma. I need to hide my insane battle strength as much as possible, which means that I need to hide a lot of my powers behind powerful weapon techniques. After finishing his thought, Gravis broke Ark's emblem in a hidden location and waited for the tournament to begin. 350 years passed by in a flash. Gravis traveled to the north of the 9 Elements sect. The tournament would be held in a gigantic arena, 50,000 kilometers wide at the north of the 9 Elements sect. This arena was reserved explicitly for fights amongst major circulation Immortal Kings and peak Immortal Kings. Sadly, even though the 9 Elements sect had shown a lot of splendor with their incredibly expensive chains, the arena was nothing more than a big crater without any life. Not even the 9 Elements sect could waste so many resources to fill such an arena with powerful materials. Sure enough, the tournament was popular. Gravis already saw over 10,000 peak Immortal Kings before the arena. How long would a tournament even take if so many people fought? Gravis noticed a mid-minor circulation Immortal Emperor standing to the side of the crowd, wearing the typical robes of the 9 Elements sect. The robe had the colors of all the elements, and for some reason all the different colors didn't clash with each other. Gravis arrived in front of the Immortal Emperor under the scrutinizing gazes of the other Immortal Kings. Nearly all of them scoffed in disdain when they felt that Gravis was only a late major circulation Immortal King. What chances could someone so weak have? The Immortal Emperor looked at Gravis, but he was so bored and annoyed that he didn't even inspect Gravis. He simply pointed to the others. Gravis took it as a sign that he should go with the others and complied. After walking over to the others, a wide, empty area formed around Gravis. Apparently, none of the Immortal Kings wanted to associate with this late major circulation Immortal King. This reminded Gravis of the time he joined the entrance exam for the elemental guilds in the lower world. Back then, such an empty area had also formed around him. However, the reasons couldn't be any different. Usually, these Immortal Kings weren't so arrogant that they wouldn't even acknowledge a late major circulation Immortal King, but this situation was different from usual. Why was Gravis here? To gain fame, obviously. He had to know that he was weaker than anyone else but still decided to come here. He probably wanted to boast to his friends that he had taken part in the tournament for the Holy Maiden's Hand. What a poser! Gravis inspected the different Immortal Kings with his hidden spirit sense and noticed something peculiar. There's no one from the high-rank sects or peak sects, Gravis thought. This means that this is probably some kind of preliminary tournament for cultivators that are not associated with any powerful sect. There will probably be a second one with the best from this tournament and the high-ranking sects. It took a couple of days until everything started. During that time, Gravis heard tons of people talking bad about him behind his back. However, Gravis didn't care. He could kill all these Immortal Kings with a thought. The opinions of ants were irrelevant. All right, everyone pay attention, the Immortal Emperor said. All the Immortal Kings stopped what they were doing and looked at the Immortal Emperor. Having so many people fight takes way too long, the Immortal Emperor said with annoyance. Because of that, I will immediately disqualify everyone that will have 0 chance in the actual tournament. The Immortal Kings listened closely but were confused. How could the Immortal Emperor judge their battle strength? Anyone that doesn't have a will aura on the level of an immortal emperor, get out, the immortal emperor said. Silence. A will aura on the level of an immortal emperor. That wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible. Sir, this Criteriach, one immortal king spoke up, but some sort of force threw him into the horizon. Obviously, the immortal emperor was not patient. You can either leave with some dignity or leave like that person, the immortal emperor said. But Sir H, the same thing repeated itself. You have 5 seconds, the immortal emperor said. The ones that didn't fulfill the requirement shook and left in droves. From the nearly 15,000 peak immortal kings, only around 6,000 remained. Around 150 people were thrown into the horizon. Apparently, some people thought that they could stay hidden in the crowd. The immortal emperor looked at the gathered people and frowned. Still too many, he said. The immortal kings shook. What would it be this time? Anyone that doesn't know a level 5 law? Get out. Nobody moved. The immortal emperor's frown deepened. I will repeat myself. Anyone that doesn't have a level 5 law? Get out. If you partake in the tournament, and I don't see you using one, I will kill you for wasting my time. But Sir Xing. This time, the person wasn't thrown into the distance but killed directly. Don't waste my time, the immortal emperor said coldly. Immediately, a ton of immortal kings left. Many peak immortal kings already knew level 5 laws, but it wasn't common. From the 6,000 immortal kings, around 5,000 left. Now, there were only 1,000 left. In other higher worlds, finding immortal kings that knew level 5 laws was incredibly rare. These would normally be the most powerful geniuses in the world. However, in this world, 1,000 immortal kings that weren't even associated with any powerful sect had already comprehended level 5 laws, and these people were only a small part of the world. This was truly the most powerful higher world in the cosmos. Even some people without any influential background were as powerful as the peak geniuses in other higher worlds. The immortal emperor seemed to be fine with that number and finally started to inspect the different candidates. He had to check if someone had snuck past him. His spirit sense went over every immortal king, but it halted when it came to Gravis. The other immortal kings sneered. Finally, this fame-seeking idiot would get what he deserved. With the immortal emperor's temperament, Gravis wouldn't be able to leave alive. When the immortal emperor saw Gravis, he nearly attacked him. A late major circulation immortal emperor? What is this nonsense? However, when the immortal emperor inspected Gravis' will aura, he became shocked. Gravis' will aura was just as powerful as his. This meant that Gravis had the will aura of a late minor circulation immortal emperor. That was beyond impressive. Because of that, the immortal emperor decided to let Gravis stay. The reason why the will aura of every participant had to be on the level of an immortal emperor's was because of the level suppression. There were 2 levels between peak immortal king and early minor circulation immortal emperor. This meant that anyone with the will aura of a peak immortal king would be suppressed by over 60%. There was no way one could win in a fight like that. There were also 2 levels between late major circulation immortal king and peak immortal king. However, since Gravis' will aura was 2 levels higher than his opponents, the level suppression would be perfectly nullified. Effectively, Gravis' will aura was just as powerful as everyone else. This gave him a fighting chance in the tournament. The only issue was that Gravis' physical strength and energy would be much lower, but the immortal emperor knew that someone with such a powerful will aura had to have an outstanding battle strength. All right, everything looks fine, the immortal emperor said. The immortal kings felt shocked. What about that guy? One immortal king asked as he pointed at Gravis. What about him? The immortal emperor asked with annoyance. He's only a late major circulation immortal king, the immortal king said. Gravis didn't care. It was like the guy didn't even exist to him. So? The immortal emperor asked. But, and the poor guy was thrown into the horizon. Anyone else interested in wasting my time? The immortal emperor asked. Everyone else remained silent. However, deep inside, all of them felt like this was unfair. Why was this weak late major circulation immortal king allowed to participate? Was his daddy in the 9 Elements sect? You and you, the Immortal Emperor said as he pointed at Gravis and at a red-haired man. Go fight. The Immortal King that had been pointed out sneered at Gravis. It seemed like he was the one that got the rewarding task of showing this fame-seeker what true power was. Gravis flew over to the arena, and the Immortal King followed. Start, the Immortal Emperor said before they even settled down. It seemed like he was rather impatient. Do you Rieger-hum? Silence. The eyes of the Immortal Kings widened in shock while the Immortal Emperor's eyes shone. Gravis would hide his battle strength, but only to a certain extent. Because of that, he still unleashed a level 4 law. However, with Gravis' will aura, this level 4 law showed a tremendous effect. It was the level 4 law of major suppression. The law of major suppression had been upgraded to the power of a level 5 law thanks to the law of perceived reality, but Gravis kept it at level 4. Sadly, since Mortis wasn't here, Gravis couldn't use the power of his avatar. But that didn't matter. The level 4 law of major suppression still had an amazing effect. In fact, the Immortal King was suppressed by over 60%. Yet, the speed and power of the Immortal King were still leagues above a normal late major circulation Immortal Kings. After all, his body and energy were 16 times as powerful. Of course, if Gravis also activated the law of apathy, the law of control, the law of death, and the law of the dead world, this poor guy wouldn't even be able to lift a finger, but Gravis didn't want to overdo it. He had to appear amazing but normal. The Immortal King took a deep breath. It seems like Xing. Gravis used the law of lightning speed and lightning's power to shoot forward with a lot of speed. At the same time, he retrieved the saber that he carried on his back. Usually, Gravis kept his weapons in his spirit space, but this time he carried a saber and a shield on his back. After all, he had to appear normal, and weapon cultivators always carried their weapons on their bodies. The guy had let down his guard, and Gravis stopped just a meter in front of him, his saber on the Immortal King's neck. Gravis' speed was impressive. The Immortal Emperor realized that this guy might actually be able to fight 2 levels above himself. That was a rare and valuable genius. How was he not part of a sect yet? The Immortal King looked with shock at Gravis. You lost, Gravis said, his first words since arriving here. Kid! The Immortal Emperor shouted from outside the arena. Do you want to join my 9 Elements sect? No, thank you, Senior, Gravis said evenly. The Immortal Kings were shocked. An Immortal Emperor had invited Gravis personally, but he declined. What gall? Why not? The Immortal Emperor asked. Let me counter that question with a question of my own, Gravis said with a polite smile. Would I get better benefits if I joined the 9 Elements sect after winning this tournament? The Immortal Kings felt that Gravis was arrogant. Winning? He wished. He had only won because his enemy had taken him lightly. Meanwhile, the Immortal Emperor smiled for the first time. Oh, I see. Yes, you would, he said. Gravis had only asked a question. But the Immortal Emperor immediately assigned an intent to Gravis' question. In the Immortal Emperor's mind, Gravis wanted to win the tournament to directly join the 9 Elements sect with a higher standing. He sure was smart. Because of that, the Immortal Emperor stopped questioning Gravis and let the tournament continue. Obviously, Gravis wouldn't join the 9 Elements sect. The other Immortal Kings still ignored Gravis while the fights continued. Most of the fights were intense and took several minutes. One had to remember that Immortal Kings moved with insane speeds. A fight that took a couple of minutes was already incredibly long for Immortal Kings. Fortunately, thanks to the Immortal Emperor's impatient mindset, the fights were constantly happening without any downtime. Because of that, in only a single day, over 500 fights had been finished. Now, there were only around 600 Immortal Kings left. The second round of fighting commenced immediately, and Gravis was the first again. However, this fight was very similar to the first one. Apparently, this Immortal King had also taken Gravis lightly. He had sworn that he wouldn't make the same mistake, but as soon as he entered the arena, he just couldn't help himself. He just felt so confident and sure of himself. It was like he was in full control. Of course, this was the effect of Gravis' law of control and safety. The Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to notice these laws, and Gravis wanted to appear as low-key as possible. He decided that he would win his first couple of fights like this, making it appear like the enemy had underestimated him. Instead of seeing Gravis' power, the other Immortal Kings only grew angrier. This guy had such insane luck. 2 Immortal Kings in a row had taken him lightly. They felt that it was unfair that Gravis was still in the tournament. They had to fight with everything they got, while Gravis got 2 easy victories. This was so unfair. It took around half a day for the second round to end, and the third one began. Gravis was the first one again, but just like the previous 2 times, the Immortal King just couldn't take him seriously. He just couldn't help underestimating Gravis. Because of that, this fight also ended very quickly. The Immortal Kings were seething in anger. What was this dog's hit luck? Did he suck heaven's dick or something? Nearly all the Immortal Kings felt bloodlust as they saw Gravis return to them. They would humiliate him thoroughly to vent their anger. This weakling didn't deserve to stand amongst them. The third round of fighting only took 6 hours. Now, only 153 Immortal Kings were left. From the initial 16,000, less than 1% were left. The area felt barren now. Kid, don't stress your luck, the Immortal Emperor transmitted to Gravis. Your previous opponents took you lightly, but that won't continue. Leave now while you still can. Your result in this tournament is already impressive and can grant you amazing benefits in the 9 Elements sect. Don't ruin it with a loss. Obviously, the Immortal Emperor wanted to stop Gravis from humiliating himself. I haven't even truly fought yet, Gravis answered with a voice transmission. I want to show what I really got. The Immortal Emperor frowned, but he had to agree with Gravis. It was possible that Gravis had far more power hidden away. The 4th round began, and Gravis was the first one yet again. However, this time Gravis didn't use his law of control and safety. Now, it was time to show that he was actually powerful. Gravis used his law of suppression and then clashed with the opponent. As soon as the first actual clash happened, the Immortal Kings felt shocked. Gravis was pushing the Immortal King back. Gravis had to have amazing physical power. In fact, Gravis was holding his physical power back. One had to remember that Gravis had a beast body. A beast's body was about as powerful as the body of an average cultivator 4 levels above the beast. If Gravis actually unleashed his true physical power, the Immortal King would be thrown into the horizon. Because of that, Gravis decided to only show that his body was able to jump 2 levels. Stella had a comparably powerful body, which proved that this was possible for a human. However, with only that, the clash would have been equal. Yet, Gravis had won the clash. That was because of his law of suppression. The fight continued for a couple of seconds, with Gravis always taking the initiative. He never stopped his barrage of attacks. After a while, his opponent used his level 5 law. However, Gravis didn't unleash his law of magma in return. Instead, he unveiled that he knew the major law of the elements by using several different elements. The Immortal Emperor almost couldn't control himself. This guy was so powerful, and he even knew the major law of the elements. He was perfect for the 9 Elements sect. They had to recruit him. After Gravis showed his major law of the elements, the fight quickly ended. Gravis unleashed the law of Shadow's darkness, Shadow movement, and Shadow's subtlety. In an instant, Gravis had already appeared behind the Immortal King and lightly stabbed his saber into the opponent's neck. The opponent wouldn't die like this, but it would be obvious that Gravis had won the fight. Silence. All the anger of the Immortal Kings vanished. This late major circulation Immortal King was insanely powerful. The eyes of the Immortal Emperor shone with greed. He knew that he would be rewarded handsomely if he recruited such a genius. This was a hidden diamond. With such a battle strength, this Immortal King could directly enter the ranks of the core disciples. The Immortal Emperor immediately contacted one of the Vice-Sect Masters, and the Vice-Sect Master also started watching Gravis. A Vice-Sect Master was already in the major circulation Immortal Emperor realm, but Gravis kept his law of perceived reality active at all times. As long as no one suspected that he was a beast, they wouldn't be able to see his beast body. Of course, nobody suspected that Gravis was a beast. After all, his will aura was incredibly powerful, and he obviously had a spirit. They didn't even think of the possibility that Gravis might be a beast. The Vice Sect Master wanted to see how far Gravis could go before he would recruit him. So, the tournament continued. The rounds took less and less time, and in just a short few hours the next round started. Only around 70 Immortal Kings remained. This was less than half. Why? Because sometimes a contestant accidentally killed their opponent. This would disqualify them immediately. The humans would not waste these rare talents for a simple tournament. After all, they still had to contend with the beasts. The next round started, and when Gravis saw his opponent, he took out his saber. Bzzz. Some punishment lightning appeared as Gravis slightly reforged his saber. The two watching Immortal Emperors were elated. This guy also knew matter laws and could forge. In the next fight, Gravis used his law of Storm's pressure, Storm's power, Storm's efficiency, and Storm's mass to create a restrictive field around the opponent. Then Gravis infused his saber with the laws of Frost's infusion, Frost's concentration, Frost's power, and Frost's efficiency. Lastly, he used the laws of Lightning's speed and Lightning's power to elevate his speed. With everything put together, Gravis had now the speed advantage over his opponent. Additionally, his saber was now also more powerful. The opponent barely blocked Gravis' attacks, but he saw that his own sword was quivering dangerously. If this continued, his sword would break, and with it, his avatar. So, the opponent conceded. So many elemental battle laws. The Vice Sect Master thought. He might actually have a chance at becoming the Holy Son of the Nine Elements sect. The Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the Nine Elements sect was the cultivator with the most powerful battle strength. There was only one Holy Son or Holy Daughter present in the Nine Elements sect. Their Holy Daughter would soon leave, which meant that the spot would be opened. Finding an unaffiliated cultivator with so many elemental laws that was so powerful that he could directly become the Holy Son of the sect was far beyond ordinary. It was even far beyond very rare. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Immortal Emperors had very long lives. They had to recruit Gravis, no matter what. The round quickly finished, and only 30 cultivators were left. That's enough, the Immortal Emperor spoke. We don't have to eliminate everyone. We only need to reduce the number of participants to below 50 for the actual tournament. Congratulations to everyone. You qualified for the real tournament, the Immortal Emperor said with a smile. The Immortal Kings were elated. Every fight had been difficult, and they could finally relax. They did it. You are also all cordially invited into the Nine Elements sect as elite disciples, the Immortal Emperor said with a smile. The Immortal Kings were shocked and elated. They could directly become elite disciples. Most of the candidates had joined specifically for that reason. They weren't interested in the Holy Daughter's hand. They were interested in directly becoming elite disciples. Like this, they wouldn't need to slowly climb the ladder. Nearly all of them accepted the invitation happily. A lot of the Immortal Kings also wanted to get to know Gravis, but he ignored them. Now, the Immortal Kings regretted their earlier disregard for Gravis. If they had been nice, would Gravis acknowledge them? Sadly, the lives of cultivators were often filled with regret, and this was just one of these situations. They simply had to deal with the consequences. We want to invite you as a Holy Son candidate, the Immortal Emperor spoke to Gravis. The Immortal Kings were shocked when they heard that. A Holy Son candidate? These people were the absolute peak geniuses of the entire world. They were about to witness history in the making. Is that something you can decide? Gravis asked. No, but I can, an unknown voice said. Xing. Someone new arrived beside the Immortal Emperor of the Nine Elements sect. The Immortal Emperor immediately bowed to the second person. The new person was an old man with white hair. He had a long beard, and his eyes were kind. If one didn't know any better, one would assume that this was a very kind grandpa. Gravis immediately noticed why this old man seemed so approachable. The law of empathy, Gravis thought. So, it's not a coincidence that Stella knows the law of empathy. A second person from the Nine Elements sect also knows it, which probably means that the law comprehension area for the law of empathy is under the control of the Nine Elements sect. With whom do I have the pleasure? Gravis asked with a polite smile. I'm Vice Sect Master Li, the old man said with a smile. I have seen your battles, and I am willing to invite you as a Holy Sun candidate. The surrounding immortal kings became shocked. A Vice Sect Master of the Nine Elements sect. This meant that this person was a major circulation immortal emperor. Except for the ancestors and sect masters of the other peak sects, this was one of the most powerful people in the world. What an honor to see one with their own eyes. I thank you deeply for your invitation, Gravis said politely. But I first want to finish the tournament before I decide if I want to join or not. The old man sighed. Young man, I don't think that's a very good idea. Why not? Gravis asked. Because the actual tournament will have geniuses from other peak sects, the old man explained. Even among the candidates here, there are two with a will aura at the level of a mid-minor circulation immortal emperor. If you fight them, even with your law of major suppression, you won't be able to suppress your opponent. At that point, you will inevitably lose. I don't doubt that you can fight 2 levels above yourself, but you can't forget that there is no one left in this tournament that can't also fight 1 level above themselves. In essence, you would need to jump 3 levels. Gravis nodded. However, I still want to try. If I lose, I lose. I see no problem with that. Losing is part of becoming more powerful. The immortal kings and the immortal emperor were surprised. It was not easy to admit something like that. All of them were geniuses, and which genius didn't have some arrogance and pride in their bones? Usually, these geniuses built their powers on victory upon victory. Many of them couldn't even imagine losing, and losing would also be a major humiliation for them. However, this peak genius didn't mind losing. This was a rare disposition. The old man nodded inwardly with praise but didn't show it. Instead, he showed a bitter smile. You might not mind losing, but that doesn't mean that others won't mind, he explained. Gravis nodded again with a smile. I know, but what others mind doesn't have any bearing on me. I am I. They are they. Now, many others understood the truth. It wasn't that Gravis wasn't prideful, but that Gravis was so incredibly prideful that he saw everyone else's opinions as irrelevant. The immortal kings didn't feel good about what Gravis had just said. They were also geniuses, but Gravis didn't even treat them as humans. To him, their opinions were irrelevant. Many of them took that as a provocation. Sure enough, geniuses have their own pride. The old man thought with a sigh. That mindset is excellent for a solo cultivator, but you need to change it if you want to join us, the old man said. You are no longer alone now. From now on, the opinions of your fellow sect members are also important. Gravis only smiled. I'm not part of the Nine Elements sect yet, he said. The old man furrowed his brows, but Gravis continued speaking. Also, who says that I'm going to lose? The old man slightly shook his head while the immortal emperor looked with a dissatisfied expression at Gravis. I have seen your power, and I'm telling you that you're not powerful enough. I have seen what you can do, and while you are indeed incredibly powerful, you lack in your realm. So, you believe you have seen my full power? Gravis asked with a smirk. The immortal kings took a deep breath. Yes, Gravis was powerful, but this was a vice sect master of one of the most powerful sects in the world. How big must his guts be to smirk at the vice sect master? The vice sect master also narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying that you haven't shown your full power yet? The vice sect master asked. The immortal kings could only shake their heads. Gravis had fought against plenty of geniuses already, and some of the fights had also taken some time. His display was already good enough to become a Holy Sun candidate. How more could he have stowed away? Then, let me ask you a question, Gravis said with a smirk. If I truly fought with my full power, answering this question will be very easy for you. In fact, everyone here could answer this question. The vice sect master became interested, but he wasn't born yesterday. This question could be a trick. And how am I supposed to know if you are not lying? Gravis' smirk widened. Whoop! Gravis suddenly summoned an immortal stone under the puzzled gazes of everyone else. Then he consumed the immortal stone. After that, Gravis smirked as he looked at the vice sect master. I just consumed an immortal stone, he said. The immortal kings became confused at that. Yes, he did. So what's this got to do with anything? However, the immortal emperor looked with furrowed eyes at Gravis. Lastly, the old man looked with shining eyes at Gravis. Who would have thought that you have comprehended the law of honesty? The vice sect master said. The immortal emperor nodded. Since his and Gravis' will auras had the same power, he couldn't be sure which law Gravis had used just now. So it had been the law of honesty, huh? The eyes of the immortal kings widened in understanding. So that was why he had just consumed an immortal stone. If you have seen my full power, answering the following question will be very easy, Gravis said again with his law of honesty. Fine, the vice sect master said. If I can't answer your question, you are allowed to participate in the actual tournament. However, don't underestimate me. I have lived for a long time, and I have learned more things than nearly anyone. All right? Gravis said with a smirk. Here goes. Name one of my level 5 laws, Gravis said. Silence. Slowly, the eyes of the immortal kings widened in surprise. They couldn't answer the question. But how was that possible? Everyone had fought with their full power, and that also included their level 5 laws. Yet, they couldn't remember Gravis' level 5 law. Why? Because he had never used it. The immortal kings took a deep breath in shock. Gravis had won against so many of them, and he hadn't even used his most powerful law. He was far more powerful than they had thought. The immortal emperor felt like things were going out of control. He also couldn't answer the question. The expression of the old man didn't change. Silence. Ha 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 ha! The old man suddenly started laughing loudly. Well done, young man. You managed to pull one over this old man. Gravis bowed slightly with a smirk. I apologize, he said. Fine, the old man said with a smile and conviction. You can fight in the main tournament. After that, the vice sect master teleported away. Come back here in 10 years, the immortal emperor said. I will take you to the 9 Elements sect for the main tournament when the time arrives. Meanwhile, everyone else that has joined the 9 Elements sect, follow me to the 9 Elements sect. Gravis and the few immortal kings that didn't accept the 9 Elements sect's invitation nodded and teleported away. The others followed the immortal emperor into the 9 Elements sect. After a couple of hours of introducing the new elite disciples to the 9 Elements sect, the immortal emperor left. After some seconds, he appeared near the previous vice sect master again. Senior, are you sure you want to allow the talented youngster to take part in the tournament? He asked. If he loses and we accept him as a Holy Son candidate anyway, the other peak sects will believe that our standards have fallen. I'm certain, said the old man calmly. The immortal emperor felt a bit uncomfortable, but he wanted to know more answers. Why are you certain, senior? He asked. The vice sect master turned around to the immortal emperor and looked at him. The immortal emperor felt a shiver run down his spine. The old man didn't seem kind anymore. In fact, he felt cold and apathetic now. This vice sect master was mainly responsible for diplomacy and negotiations with other peak sects. Why? Because his law of empathy allowed him to perfectly mask his cold and ruthless personality. In truth, he was one of the most ruthless vice sect masters in any peak sect. Angering him was tantamount to suicide. You've not realized? He asked coldly. The immortal emperor quickly shook his head. The old man turned back to the window. He said one of his level 5 laws. This means he has more than one. The immortal emperor's eyes widened. For the next 10 years, Gravis prepared himself even more. There was something else that he needed. After doing what he had planned, Gravis waited for the 10 years to be over. Now everything is hinging on this tournament, Gravis thought. The tournament will be held inside the central palace of the 9 Elements sect, and I need to be ready for everything. Let's hope that the 9 Elements sect doesn't go back on their word. Gravis waited near the arena where the preliminary tournament had been held. 10 years passed by in a flash, and some of the people had already gathered. The immortal emperor arrived punctually, But what surprised Gravis was the fact that there was no one else accompanying him. Gravis looked around and noticed that only 6 contestants had gathered. Gravis guessed that the other contestants were no longer interested in the tournament. After all, they had only joined the tournament to prove themselves to the 9 Elements sect. Now that they were elite disciples already, they didn't need to participate in the tournament anymore. Their goal had been accomplished. "Everyone's here," the Immortal Emperor said. "Follow me," he ordered. The participants bowed in politeness and followed the elder. All of them flew to the 9 Elements sect and directly entered it. They didn't even go through the entrance but simply flew over the high walls. Usually, something like this would be met with lethal retaliation, but nobody stopped them since an elder was with them. Gravis had already seen the inside of the 9 Elements sect, but the others hadn't. The other participants looked with amazement at the wonderland beneath their feet. It was like they had entered paradise. Some of them even regretted that they had declined the invitation from the 9 Elements sect. How powerful would they become if they could cultivate here? "Look, all these people are flying," a disciple of the 9 Elements sect said as he pointed at the group. "So?" Another disciple to the side said, "Immortal kings are allowed to fly in the sect. Instead of envying others, you should work harder on yourself," she said. "But I'm only in the nascent nourishing realm," the disciple said helplessly. "Then hurry up," the other disciple said. "I'm trying." After flying over the 9 Elements sect, the elder and the contestants landed at the entrance of the central palace. Another elder was guarding the entrance, and she nodded at the elder that escorted the contestants. The elder nodded back and gestured for the contestants to follow him. From now on, they would no longer fly. Flying in the outside of the sect and flying in the central palace were entirely different concepts. Not even elders were allowed to fly in the central palace. They slowly walked along the humongous corridors, which were filled with valuable treasures. The walls were filled with portraits, and every portrait showed a previous sect master. There were thousands. Immortal emperors could live for 250,000 years, but even if every sect master had only been a sect master for 100,000 years, these thousands of pictures would already show how ancient the 9 Elements sect was. The 9 Elements sect had a history that had probably stretched for hundreds of millions of years. This was already beyond impressive. Why? Because becoming a peak sect was easier than staying a peak sect for such a long time. One single fuck-up in these long years could have destroyed the 9 Elements sect. Yet, the sect had always been a peak sect. Near the end of the corridor, Gravis looked at a specific portrait. He knew the person in the portrait. It showed a red-haired woman with a proud demeanor. This was Stella's teacher, the previous ancestor of the 9 Elements sect. Sadly, she had died when she had interfered with Stella's tribulation. Behind the portrait were 2 more, but they were the last ones in the corridor. A middle-aged man with blue hair was in the next picture, and a young woman with blue hair was in the last one. These had all been sect masters before, Gravis thought. Before Stella's teacher became the ancestor of the 9 Elements sect, she has been the sect master. This means that the next portrait is of the sect master of the time when Stella's teacher had still been alive. After Stella's teacher died, the current sect master probably broke through the peak Immortal Emperor realm and became the current ancestor. The last picture of the blue-haired lady should be the current sect master. Gravis looked back at the corridor again. Over 80% of the past sect masters have either blue or red hair. The remaining ones have hair colors that correspond to other elements, but they are definitely in the minority. Stella mainly used the Inferno element in her fight against me, and she has red hair. Her teacher also had red hair. Yet, the newest sect master and ancestor have blue hair. Does this mean that there is some kind of faction rivalry in the 9 Elements sect? Is this the reason why Stella is in so much trouble right now? The blue-haired people are probably most comfortable with the Frost element, and the Frost element is the opposite of the Inferno element. If all of this is faction-based and not individual-based, it would explain why Stella is having difficulties right now. However, I'm not certain who's currently involved in this idiotic decision regarding Stella. The ancestor is only responsible for protecting the sect from life-threatening danger and cultivation. The sect master should be responsible for dealing with all the political affairs and decision-making. Lastly, the old sect master probably chooses the new one. Therefore, it's possible that the current ancestor has nothing to do with Stella's situation since he had been chosen by Stella's teacher. However, the current sect master is definitely involved. Gravis now had a better idea about who was involved with Stella's current situation. If the 9 Elements sect decided to be stubborn idiots, he would now know who his enemies would be. However, that was a big if. Gravis had proven to be very capable. And when he won the tournament, there was a genuine possibility that Gravis could ask for Stella's hand. As long as the 9 Elements sect remained honest, there wouldn't be an issue. However, Gravis also knew that it wasn't even certain that Stella wanted to see him. It could be that she wouldn't want to get involved with him due to their situation back then. Yes, Gravis had only done that to help Stella. But was that enough to offset the horrible actions he had done to achieve his result? Gravis wasn't nervous about the 9 Elements sect, but he was nervous about Stella. Yet, if Stella didn't want to have anything to do with Gravis, Gravis would lose in the tournament on purpose. However, he would need to meet Stella before that, or he wouldn't know if she was still interested in him or not. Gravis had not paid any attention while thinking, but the group had arrived in front of some gigantic gates. The gates were opening slowly, and after some seconds, Gravis saw the hall behind it. The hall was gigantic. According to logic, this hall shouldn't fit inside the palace since it was many times bigger. However, Gravis wasn't surprised. This was simply the effect of a formation array that used the level 6 law of space. The 9 Elements sect might not currently have someone that knew the law, but they probably had had someone in the past. As long as they took care of the formation array, they could use it indefinitely. Yet Gravis was still shocked by one thing. The entire hall was built with major circulation Immortal Emperor materials. That was absolutely insane. The chains below the sect couldn't even compare to this hall. It seems like some sect master in the past wanted to immortalize themselves in this sect by building this huge hall. "Please wait here," the elder said. A many kilometers wide arena was in the middle of the hall, and the contestants were supposed to wait at its edge. "These will be your opponents in the tournament," the elder said as he gestured to the other side of the arena. On the other side of the arena, they could see 16 young men. Wait, only 16? The participants had expected more people. Gravis inspected the people and noticed several things. First of all, they were all peak immortal kings. Second of all, 6 of them had will auras on the level of a mid-minor circulation immortal emperor. Third of all, the same 6 people wore the uniforms of 3 peak sects, the All-Matter sect, the Primordial Force sect, and the Life sect. The Purist sect was absent. The other 10 people were from several high-profile sects, but there was never more than 1 person per sect. The peak sects were the only ones with 2 slots each. Lastly, there was no one from the 9 Elements sect. Either the people of the 9 Elements sect would arrive later, or they wouldn't partake in the tournament. Gravis guessed the latter. Gravis was already quite certain that the 9 Elements sect wanted to use Stella to gain some advantages from some other peak sect. Because of that, Gravis guessed that the 9 Elements sect wouldn't take part in the tournament. After all, if one of their own won, what were they supposed to do, marry Stella to someone of their own sect? That wouldn't be useful to the sect. The people from the sects didn't pay any attention to Gravis' group. Well, everyone except for one. One young man with gray armor glanced at Gravis with surprise and shock. "Fancy meeting you here, Gravis," he transmitted to Gravis. "Hey Zern, you're also here." Gravis answered, equally surprised. This was someone that Gravis had met in Ark's clearing. He was part of the All-Matter sect, and he was also one of the main reasons why Gravis had targeted the All-Matter sect with his grand plan. Zern was supposed to be his inside man, who would make sure that everything went smoothly. "I would have never thought that you would be here," Zern transmitted to Gravis. "Why not?" Gravis answered with a laugh. "Well, first of all, you have a beast dash." Suddenly Zern's eyes widened, and he looked at the corner of the hall. Every corner had a beast crystal. Zern saw the beast crystals shining red, and panic appeared in his eyes. Then he looked around at everyone else with shock and confusion. Why was no one noticing that the beast crystals were shining red? The bright, red light wasn't subtle. It nearly illuminated the entire hall. It was impossible to not notice something like that. Surprised? Gravis asked with a voice transmission. Zern looked with surprise at Gravis, while the other disciples from the sects looked confused at Zern. What was up with that guy? Had he become nervous because of the tournament? How has no one noticed the beast crystals? He asked. Secret, Gravis transmitted to Zern. However, it has something to do with a law I know. Zern took a deep breath. That's really impressive, Gravis. If anyone knew that someone with a beast body was able to enter the central palace of the Nine Elements sect, they would start fearing that all the beasts could infiltrate them. However, no one would even believe such a thing. Gravis had to chuckle. Zern and Gravis continued talking for a while. It was nice to see a familiar face among all these strangers. Some minutes later, one of the doors opened, and several people entered. All of them wore the uniform of the Nine Elements sect. There were 3 in total, and Gravis couldn't feel the power of any one of them. This meant that all of them were at least in the major circulation Immortal Emperor realm. Even more, Gravis knew 2 of those people. In the middle of the 3 people was a woman with blue hair. Gravis had never met her, but he had seen her picture in the hallway. This was the current sect master of the Nine Elements sect. The woman smiled politely at the candidates, but her smile seemed frosty. There was no happiness or kindness behind that smile. It was like a being without emotion was trying to be polite. The sect master should be a late major circulation Immortal Emperor, and the other 2 should be vice sect masters, which means that they are probably at the mid-major circulation Immortal Emperor realm. Quite a powerful lineup, Gravis thought. The other person Gravis recognized was the vice sect master that had invited him into the sect. His smile actually felt genuine. Gravis bowed politely, just like everyone else. After the greetings were over, Gravis saw the sect master looking intently at him. It was like she was inspecting him with her spirit sense. Gravis felt a bit nervous, but he knew that he wasn't in danger. As long as she didn't suspect that Gravis was a beast, she wouldn't notice. After a while, she looked away again. Welcome, everyone, to the tournament, the old vice sect master said. The other one was a young man and remained silent besides the sect master. The esteemed sect master will decide who will fight who. Right now, we have 22 contestants, and we will continue with 1 versus 1 matches until only 3 remain. When 3 candidates remain, we will let the 3 candidates fight in an everyone versus everyone match, the vice sect master explained. The participants nodded. Stella isn't here, Gravis thought nervously. How am I supposed to know what I should do if she isn't here? I need to lure her out somehow. The vice sect master stepped back and bowed politely to the sect master. Sect master, if you may, he said. The sect master nodded. You and you, the sect master said politely as everyone's spirits were moved to 2 people. One of them was a person from a high-rank sect, while another was from the unaffiliated cultivators. The 2 participants entered the arena as they waited for the signal to start. The old vice sect master also stepped into the arena. Apparently, he would be acting as a referee, and he would also make sure that no participants would die. The occasional death in the preliminary tournament wasn't bad, which was why the elder hadn't cared about that. However, here it was essential to protect the disciples. After all, this was a gathering of elites. Begin! The 2 participants immediately started battling each other, but just after a couple of seconds, everyone was already clear on who the victor would be. The unaffiliated participant fought bravely, but he just couldn't compete with the powerful weapon techniques of his opponent. After all, the opponent came from a powerful sect with powerful weapon techniques. These sects had millions of years to perfect their weapon techniques, while the unaffiliated cultivators could only create their own or buy mediocre ones with a ton of money. Gravis still couldn't even imagine creating something as intricate and complex as the weapon technique that Stella had shown him back then. Creating such a powerful weapon technique required time more than anything else, and Gravis just hadn't had enough time. After 30 seconds, the fight ended. The unaffiliated cultivator conceded when he realized that he was running out of energy. The cultivator then had to leave the hall. Only the participants and the upper echelon of the Nine-Element sect were allowed here. However, when the cultivator was close to leaving the central palace, another elder came up to him and offered him a spot as an elite disciple again. After the cultivator saw the gulf between him and the sects, he realized that he could never reach the top of the world without joining one. Therefore, the disciple that had rejected the invitation previously accepted it this time. Gravis saw all of this with his spirit sense and was quite impressed. The Nine-Elements sect shows these prideful cultivators the difference between a sect and an unaffiliated cultivator. Like this, they can pull even these prideful people that value freedom into their sect. You and you, the sect master said. Another unaffiliated cultivator and another one from a high-rank sect stepped forward. Sadly, this fight was an even bigger massacre than the previous one. The fight didn't even take 10 seconds. You and you. A third unaffiliated cultivator was called out. I think they want to clean up the trash before they start the actual tournament, Gravis thought. These unaffiliated cultivators really aren't that powerful. This fight was much closer, but in the end, the one from the sect barely won. The sect master looked at the young vice sect master beside her for a second, and the vice sect master nodded. After that, the vice sect master personally escorted the cultivator to the outside. The other participants didn't dare to follow them with their spirit sense, but Gravis had no reservation. No one would notice as long as he didn't include the vice sect master in his spirit sense. Just as I've thought, Gravis thought. The vice sect master is inviting this cultivator as a core disciple. Obviously, the guy accepted. Apparently, that cultivator had caught the eye of the sect master. It was rare for an unaffiliated cultivator to put up such a good fight against a powerful disciple from a high-rank sect. If they taught him correctly, this new disciple would be able to run over all the supreme geniuses of the high-rank sect. That was what a core disciple was supposed to be. A peak sect was a peak sect because they had the most powerful and most talented people. A core disciple was supposed to be stronger than any genius outside a peak sect. Now, only 3 unaffiliated cultivators were left, and these 3 were different from the other 3. 2 of these 3 had will auras on the level of a mid-minor circulation immortal emperor. That was amazing even for peak sect standards. The third one was Gravis. You and you. One of the remaining unaffiliated cultivators was sent against another cultivator from a high-rank sect. The fight was very close, but thanks to the difference in will aura, the unaffiliated cultivator won barely. This was the first time that an unaffiliated cultivator won their fight. He's worse, Gravis thought. He won his fight, but if his will aura hadn't suppressed his opponents, this would have been a massacre. The previous disciple was better. The disciple from the high-rank sect left dejectedly under the ridiculing gazes of the other disciples. Losing against an unaffiliated cultivator? Trash. You and you. The last unaffiliated cultivator was called forth, and he was also up against a disciple from a high-rank sect. However, this fight was nothing like the previous ones. This was a one-sided beatdown. However, it was the unaffiliated cultivator that violently beat up the disciple of the high-rank sect. This guy can definitely fight 2 levels above himself, Gravis thought. Even without an edge in will aura, he would still have a small shot. Except for Stella, this is the person with the most powerful battle strength I have seen fighting in this world up to now. Even the sect master was looking at this unaffiliated cultivator with slightly shining eyes. You and you. Everyone looked at Gravis. However, all the participants' eyes widened in shock. Only the unaffiliated cultivators and the upper echelon of the Nine-Element sect remained calm. A late major circulation immortal king? None of the sect disciples had even deigned to take a look at their unaffiliated opponents. Yet, when it was Gravis' turn to fight, they finally noticed his cultivation. Was this a joke? Why was such a weak cultivator here? Gravis entered the arena under the shocked eyes of the onlookers. His opponent also quickly entered. The expression of his opponent could be guessed with ease. He looked with disdain at Gravis. Fighting someone like this was beneath him. He could fight 1 level above himself, but he was supposed to fight 2 levels below himself now? What a humiliation. BZZ. A small punishment lightning bolt appeared on Gravis' saber for a brief moment. The other participants scoffed. Why was this guy already showing his element? Didn't he know that this would give his opponent valuable intelligence about his fighting style? Only the remaining unaffiliated cultivators and the upper echelon of the Nine Elements sect knew what had happened. Gravis had reforged his saber just now. However, it had been so fast that they hadn't seen what exactly Gravis had done. I don't know what dog's hit luck you must have had to get here, but it ends today, Gravis' opponent said with disdain. Gravis didn't answer and just took out his saber. Don't take your opponent lightly, the old vice sect master in the arena transmitted to Gravis. You've had easy opponents up to now, but this is a genius from a high-rank sect. He is far more powerful than your previous opponents. The sect master was kind enough to give you the weakest person from the high-rank sect so that you don't humiliate yourself. However, even if he is the weakest, he is still far more powerful than any opponent you have ever faced. Vice sect master, Gravis transmitted. Have you seen my first 3 fights in the preliminary tournament? No. But what does that have to do with anything? I won my first 3 fights in just a second because my opponent didn't take me seriously. Guess how this fight is going to go? Gravis answered. This is not a beginner, the vice sect master answered. He won't make that kind of rookie mistake, won't he? Gravis thought. Sadly, it's not up to him. The vice sect master was frustrated that Gravis wasn't listening to him. Begin, he shouted. Suddenly, some weird kinds of fluctuations appeared in the air. The other participants were confused. What kind of fluctuations were these? The vice sect masters were also confused. What was that? They had never felt anything quite like it. However, the sect master's eyes widened. She knew these kinds of fluctuations. Their current holy maiden had also shown these kinds of fluctuations previously. The sect master didn't know what law it was that created these fluctuations, but she knew that their holy maiden also knew this law. Sadly, the holy maiden had never told them what kind of law this was. Yet nothing really happened. These fluctuations traveled throughout the central palace, but the opponent didn't seem different. Gravis also didn't seem more powerful. What was the point of these fluctuations? Obviously, this was the law of freedom. Gravis didn't need the law of freedom for anything right now. He hadn't even unleashed it for the fight. No, this was a signal for Stella. Gravis had to lure Stella here, and this was the best way. No one should be able to understand the purpose of these fluctuations. Because of that, even if Stella arrived, no one would become suspicious. After all, it was natural to be curious about something like this. That should alert her, Gravis thought. Now, I only have to wait. Gravis' opponent also furrowed his brows in confusion. What was the point of these fluctuations? At the same time, Gravis activated his law of control and safety to elevate his opponent's confidence. Even if his opponent didn't want to, he now underestimated Gravis severely. The less conspicuous I am, the better. Suddenly, Gravis activated his will aura with its full force and also included the law of major suppression. Bang! The opponent's spirit was shocked. He hadn't been ready for such an insanely strong attack on his will aura. Bang! Gravis accelerated to his full speed with his different lightning laws and the law of time. In an instant, he appeared in front of his opponent. The opponent couldn't react since his spirit was still under shock. Xing! Gravis bisected his opponent horizontally at his waist with his saber. Bang! Then, Gravis kicked the torso of his opponent. Bang! The guy hit the edge of the arena with his back and fell to the ground. The other participants took a deep breath through their teeth. If Gravis had beheaded this disciple, he would be dead now. However, after calming down, they sneered again. What an idiot! He could have ended the fight by simply putting his saber on the neck of his opponent. But now, his opponent can simply heal himself and continue battling. They thought. Gravis' opponent glared with rage as his torso began levitating. Then, his legs started to regrow with incredible speed. Obviously, he knew the body growth laws. Splat! Yet, when he wanted to step on his newly regenerated legs, he fell over again as blood continued pouring out. Everyone's eyes widened. Why hadn't the guy's legs healed? They had stopped healing after his waist had regenerated. The guy looked with shock at his missing lower body, and then he noticed something horrifying. His body was aging. His hair fell out as his muscles vanished. His skin started to cling to his bones as it started to split all over his body. "I'm out of life energy?" he thought with shock and terror. In shock, he extended his right arm towards Gravis, but his arm was falling apart. He was dying. Cling. The vice sect master rushed over to the disciple and lightly tapped the body of the cultivator. When he did that, a black mist left the guy's body. Cling. Another tap and the life energy of Gravis' opponent was refilled to 10% of his total. The 9 Elements sect knew all the elements, and the vice sect master also knew several battle laws that increased the healing effects of his healing elements. However, the poor guy still couldn't make a coherent thought. He had been about to die. Something like this was always terrifying. Gravis left the arena under the shocked gazes of everyone else. He had used one of his new weapon techniques that he had created in the past 300 years. What laws did this weapon technique have? Shadows, poisoning, and time. Combining 2 laws didn't take that long, especially when it didn't involve something as complex as the law of perceived reality. This weapon technique simply infused the opponent with the shadow element and spread with insane speeds across the opponent's entire body thanks to the law of time. Gravis' opponent quickly calmed down. After all, he had been in his fair share of tempering experiences. He gritted his teeth as he hit the ground with his fist. What a humiliation! Why had he become so careless? He looked at the other disciples from the sects, and his heart stopped. Disgust, rage, hatred. He had feared that his colleagues would ridicule him, but now, he wished that they had ridiculed him. They hated him. He had not only humiliated himself but every high-rank sect in existence. Losing against an opponent on one's level was one thing, but being killed in a single attack by someone 2 levels below oneself was an incredible humiliation. He had humiliated every single sect disciple here. For that, everyone hated him. They wished that they could kill him for what he had done. Something like this was deserving of death. The disciple looked away with horror. His face became white as his lips quivered. What had he done? Aya! Boom! The disciple suddenly exploded as his entire body was consumed by fire. Everyone looked with shock at the dead disciple. But then, they sneered. Weakling! He couldn't even face his problems and killed himself. They thought. Yes, the disciple had been too ashamed to stay alive. Usually, people with powerful will auras wouldn't commit suicide. But in this case, his powerful will aura did the opposite. He had valued respect and his own power above everything else, and when he had lost everything, his will aura pushed him to commit suicide. He had been afraid of death, but he also had enough willpower to go through with it. After all, in his mind, this was the correct thing to do. Gravis was also surprised. Dude, I didn't want you to die, Gravis thought. Xing. The belongings of the dead disciple vanished as the young vice sect master gathered them. Inform the Raging Fire sect of what has happened here and bring his belongings to them, the sect master said coldly. The vice sect master bowed and vanished. You and you, the sect master said as she called out 2 new opponents. Apparently, she wouldn't comment on what had happened here. Gravis saw cold disdain in the sect master's eyes. Sure enough, just like everyone else, she despises weaklings. Gravis had already left the arena, and the next 2 opponents entered it. It was 1 disciple of a high-rank sect and 1 disciple of a peak sect. There were no unaffiliated cultivators left that hadn't already fought, which meant that the sect disciples now had to fight amongst themselves. The battle was completely one-sided. The disciple of the peak sect completely dominated his opponent with his superior will aura and weapon techniques. It just took 2 seconds for the fight to end. The same thing repeated itself 3 more times. Peak disciples were fighting high-rank disciples, and the battles were always one-sided. After these battles were over, only 2 disciples hadn't fought each other. One of them was Zern, and another one was a peak disciple from the Primordial Force sect. The fight went on for multiple minutes, but Zern lost. However, Gravis only raised an eyebrow. Zern hasn't used all of his equipment. The All-Matter sect is all about equipment. He should have won if he had gone all out. Surprised, Zern transmitted to Gravis with amusement as he passed him on his way out. Yes, Gravis answered. I'm only here to make up the numbers. I'm not supposed to win this tournament. I'm only here to make a show and leave, he explained. Internal arrangements? Gravis asked. Yes, the winner of this tournament is already set in stone. The other disciple from the All-Matter sect is supposed to win this tournament, and even if there are more powerful disciples present, they will simply act like they are weaker after showing their power. The All-Matter sect paid off everyone else. Is that so? Gravis asked. Yes. Anyway, I have to go. See you later. Zern transmitted with a smile. See you later, Gravis answered. Like this, the first round was over and 11 people remained. Everyone gets 2 hours to regenerate their energy, the old Vice Sect Master said. After that, the second round will start. The participants nodded politely and relaxed. Some of them were completely exhausted. Gravis simply waited. Time passed, but after only 90 minutes, something happened. The doors of the hall opened as everyone looked over. Then, their eyes widened with shock. The Holy Maiden. However, the other peak disciples simply glanced at her. They were not supposed to win her hand in this tournament. The Holy Sun candidate of the All-Matter sect would win this tournament. The sect master looked with furrowed brows at Stella. Why was she here? Wasn't she completely against this entire marriage thing? She hadn't appeared for any of the previous tournaments. However, the sect master quickly remembered the fluctuations that Gravis had released in his fight. So that's why, the sect master thought. Gravis saw Stella, and his nervousness peaked. What would be her decision? Was she still hung up on what had happened in the past? Was she past it? Was she past it but still didn't want to have anything to do with Gravis? Gravis only felt this nervous when he knew that he was about to meet mortal danger. Gravis looked at Stella. Stella looked at Gravis. And Stella's eyes showed deep fear as she looked at him. Gravis' heart stopped. Gravis' world broke down. It's over, he thought. Stella feels genuine fear towards me. My past actions are still fresh in her mind. She hates me. The fear in Stella's eyes hurt Gravis deep inside. The one person he loved feared him. Suddenly, Gravis saw Stella's eyes darting to the corner of the hall, and her eyes widened in shock. Then, she looked around the room at the others. By now, her expression had changed to an aloof one. However, in the end, her eyes returned to Gravis. The fear was gone. Instead, only confusion was left. Gravis was also confused by Stella's actions, but then he realized. So, she knows, Gravis thought. She has always known. I should have realized. However, Gravis' nervousness vanished as relief washed over him. She knows that I have a beast body. That was why she was afraid. She wasn't afraid of me but for me. Of course her teacher would have informed her. I never told her of my beast body, but her teacher would have definitely noticed. She probably informed Stella of my beast body. Gravis almost couldn't stop himself from smiling. Another big worry of his had been that Stella would deny him as soon as she heard that he had a beast body. After all, humans were not normally attracted to beasts. Yet, since Stella had known from the very beginning, it meant that everything between them had been genuine. The sect master was the only one that noticed Stella's imperceptible actions. Stella had camouflaged her actions very well, but the sect master knew her very closely. After all, the sect master had acted as Stella's aunt for thousands of years. Even if no one noticed, she would notice. However, the only thing that she had noticed was the look that she had thrown Gravis. She hadn't noticed that Stella had also looked at the beast crystals. After all, why would she look at the beast crystals? There was no point. She fears this cultivator? The sect master thought. She's the 9 Elements sect's holy maiden, even if that won't persist. Her battle strength is amazing. However, she still showed fear in front of this unaffiliated cultivator. Why? Then, the sect master remembered something, and everything clicked for her. Stella has once told me about someone she loves. She has also told me that this person has once battled her to a draw while being 4 levels below her. Originally, I didn't believe her, but her reaction was too genuine just now. The sect master stealthily looked at Gravis. Is this him? Is this the person with that ridiculous battle strength? Now everything makes sense. He isn't here to join the 9 Elements sect but to win the Holy Maiden's hand. The sect master covertly frowned, but no one noticed. However, if his battle strength is real, he might actually win this tournament. Yet, the sect master's expression quickly changed to a hidden smirk. Gravis looked away from Stella to not elicit any suspicion. However, he had already contacted Stella. The moment of truth had arrived. Stella, don't answer. The sect master can feel when you send a voice transmission to me, but she can't feel mine thanks to a new law I know, Gravis transmitted. His nervousness was apparent in his voice transmission. Stella didn't react. Stella, my problem is resolved. From now on, I will forever be myself. I told you that I will come and find you when the problem is solved, and that time is now. Gravis transmitted with conviction. For every day in the past over 40,000 years, I have missed you. I wanted to see your smile every day. I wanted to hear your voice every day. I want to be together with you, always. Stella, I love you. Stella didn't react. However, my past actions have been horrible, and I can understand if you don't want to be with me. I know that there is a high chance that you don't want to see me again. Yet, even if you don't want to be with me, I will repay you for what I have done in the past. I have a surefire way to get out of here with you and Liam. I know that Liam also needs to escape, or you will never be truly free. Even if the sect master does her best to stop us, she won't succeed. I'm sure of it. So, Stella, I want to hear your answer. If you want to escape this place with Liam, do something with the hair on your left side. If you want to stay, do something with the hair on your right side, Gravis said. Stella walked over to the sect master and stopped beside her. Then, she coldly looked at all the participants. After some seconds of silence, she snorted in disdain. Then, she threw her hair back with her hand in a gesture of disdain. Obviously, all these gathered cultivators were not up to her standards. She was the Holy Maiden. It was the hair on her left side. All right, Gravis transmitted with more conviction than he wanted. He couldn't control his excitement. However, it still wasn't clear if Stella only wanted to escape or if she genuinely accepted Gravis. I will transfer something to your spirit, Gravis transmitted. Then, Gravis' spirit sense came into contact with Stella. Allowing others to access one's spirit meant handing them a blade while one was unarmed. If the spirit was open to someone else, the other person could destroy them. That was why no one traded while their spirits were connected. No one would play with their life like this. However, Stella didn't resist. In a moment, 2 things appeared in Stella's spirit. These are 2 emblems from Underworld, Gravis transmitted. When you crush them, they will teleport you close to the front lines. The formation array in this place isn't able to stop them. Call Liam over and give one to him. I will try the official route, but if everything else fails, we will crush the emblems at the same time. Even if the sect master follows us, I have a surefire way to escape with the 3 of us. Stella remained silent, but Gravis knew that she had heard him. Why are you here? The sect master asked with a kind voice. I have felt something familiar previously. I came to watch, she said curtly with an emotionless voice. She was showing openly that she didn't like the sect master. Then watch. One of these young men will be your husband in the future, the sect master said kindly. However, these kind words were not meant to reassure Stella, but to put her under pressure. The sect master was showing her power. Stella didn't react. She didn't want to talk with her ex-aunt. Every feeling of kinship that she had felt in the past had died. However, the knowing look in the sect master's eyes scared her. Had she noticed? Everyone waited in silence as the remaining 30 minutes of the pause passed. You and you, the sect master said. The less powerful one of the remaining unaffiliated cultivators entered the arena. Then, one of the 3 remaining disciples from the high-rank sects also entered. The tournament was about to continue. The fight took a couple of minutes, but surprisingly, the unaffiliated cultivator lost. He had the edge in regards to will aura, but not all the disciples of the high-rank sect were equally powerful. This one was more powerful than the previous opponent of the unaffiliated cultivator. However, the unaffiliated cultivator didn't lose heart. He had managed to win against someone of the high-rank sects previously. This meant that he could get a good offer. The unaffiliated cultivator left together with the young vice-sect master. Gravis watched, but he couldn't help smirking when he saw what happened. The unaffiliated cultivator was not offered a spot as a core disciple. Even though he had won a battle against someone from a high-rank sect, that was only due to his will aura. His battle strength was not as high as the cultivator that had been offered a core disciple spot previously. However, this disciple was offered a spot as an elite disciple with a free pass for the core disciple exams. Usually, elite disciples would need to pay some contribution points to take part in the core disciple exams. Yet, for this one, this exam would be free. The unaffiliated cultivator felt disappointed at the offer, but he accepted it in the end. He had declined the previous offer to get a better one after showing his power, and he had got one, even if it wasn't what he had wished for. He had really wanted a spot as a core disciple. This was the best he could get, sadly. Yet, he at least got a free pass for the core disciple exams. The only difference between directly being offered a core disciple spot and this offer was time. As long as he trained some more, he would become a core disciple for sure. However, what the disciple didn't know was that winning the core disciple exams was very, very difficult. Many elite disciples already had power close to the core disciples, but they had to wait for the exams. The previous cultivator directly entered, even though he was currently weaker than every single core disciple. Yet, with time and resources, that would be fixed. Sadly, this disciple had a very small chance of becoming a core disciple. He needed to become more powerful than every single disciple of any high-rank sect. This offer of the exams being free to him was worthless in reality. He wouldn't win anyway. It was a promise without any actual use. Unfortunately, the cultivator didn't know that. You, the powerful unaffiliated cultivator, entered the arena. His opponent, a disciple from one of the peak sects. One had to know that all of these peak sect disciples, except for that one Holy Sun candidate from the All Matter sect, were core disciples. They were truly powerful. However, the unaffiliated cultivator was also very powerful. Previously, he had rolled over his opponent. The fight began and it was brutal. This was the longest fight by far, nearly taking an hour. The peak sect disciple gave everything. He refused to lose to an unaffiliated cultivator. In the end, the peak sect disciple even used several hidden trump cards. Not many cultivators used their life-saving powers in such a tournament. However, this one had to, since he refused to lose to an unaffiliated cultivator. In the end, the peak sect disciple barely won. However, everyone knew that the unaffiliated cultivator would have won if it weren't for the peak sect disciple going absolutely all out. The unaffiliated cultivator frowned, but he didn't care that much. He had shown his power. Then, he left with the young vice-sect master. He was offered a spot as a core disciple immediately. However, he also got several advantages that the other guy hadn't received. He already had the power of a genuine core disciple of a peak sect without any guidance from any powerful sect. This was an incredibly valuable seedling. The 9 Elements sect intended to forge this new core disciple into a Holy Sun candidate. It would take a lot of time and lots of resources, but the chances were definitely there. It was worth the investment. What was the unaffiliated cultivator's decision? He accepted. Why would he decline? He wasn't some proud guy that valued his own freedom above everything else. No, he wanted power. He had worked his ass off all for this day. He had remained in the Immortal King realm for nearly 2 tribulations just to get the best offer possible. And it had paid off. He didn't immediately become a Holy Sun candidate, but he would become one in the future. Now, Gravis was the only unaffiliated cultivator left in the tournament. 3 were left of the high-rank sects, and 5 were left of the peak sects. In the beginning, the disciples of the peak sect had made up less than 30% of the participants, but now they made up 55%. The other disciples of the peak sects didn't look down on the peak sect disciple that had gone all out. This unaffiliated cultivator was genuinely powerful. They weren't even sure if they would have won. You. And then it was Gravis' turn. His opponent, a disciple from a high-rank sect. Everyone was still looking at him with disdain. After all, he had only won because his opponent had underestimated him. It wouldn't happen a second time. And it didn't. After all, Gravis didn't want to appear too conspicuous. Being underestimated once was okay. But twice would be suspicious. So the fight started. The fight took many minutes. Gravis had to appear weak and act like he was going all out against his opponent. Gravis was even pushed back. His opponent obviously had taken some treasures in the past that increased his physical power. These treasures were very valuable, but high-rank sects were wealthy enough to buy them for their most powerful disciples. Gravis appeared to be on the losing end for a long while, but the upper echelon of the 9 Elements sect noticed something peculiar. He still hadn't used his level 5 law. Gravis had been able to go up against a disciple of a high-rank sect with a 2-level difference for such a long time without using his level 5 law. By now, the other 2 high-rank sect disciples no longer underestimated Gravis. Gravis was genuinely terrifying. His battle strength was probably the most terrifying of everyone present, except for the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect. Man, this is so annoying, Gravis thought. After several minutes of fighting, Gravis took out his shield for the first time. His opponent had even forgotten that Gravis even had a shield since he had never used it. It had always remained on his back. In their next clash, the disciple was ready for the shield to block his attack. However, it was the saber that blocked his attack. The disciple was taken by surprise as the shield suddenly grew bigger in his vision. One should never forget that a shield was also a weapon. Ever been hit by a shield? It wasn't any different than being hit by a massive brick. It was a genuine weapon, especially when it suddenly exploded with magma. Gravis' level 5 law showed itself for the first time, and it turned the tide. The opponent's body was mutilated by the sudden expansion of magma. However, Gravis hadn't won yet. His opponent could still heal. Suddenly, Gravis pointed his shield at the disciple that had been thrown into the distance. Shing! 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 3 spikes shot out of the shield and buried themselves in the disciple's body. These spikes were filled with the shadow element and its respective battle laws. Just like the previous opponent, this one was also beginning to age as his life energy was used up. The old Vice Sect Master got involved and healed the disciple. The fight was over. However, this disciple didn't receive the same treatment as the previous one. The other disciples noticed that Gravis was genuinely powerful. Losing against him, even with a 2-level advantage, was not something shameful. So, he knows the level 5 law of magma, the old Vice Sect Master transmitted to the other 2. He really is perfect for the 9 Elements sect. If nothing goes wrong, he will become the future Holy Sun, the young Vice Sect Master transmitted to the other 2. Why don't you let everything play out and continue watching? Things might not develop as you'd expect, the Sect Master transmitted with a knowing tone. The other 2 were surprised. What did their Sect Master mean? The Sect Master didn't elaborate further as she only smirked quietly to herself. When Stella saw the Sect Master's smirk, her body shook, but she suppressed it. Did the Sect Master know? How much did she know? The tournament continued. The next battle was the last high-rank sect disciple that hadn't fought yet against a peak sect disciple. It was obvious who won. Lastly, 2 disciples from the peak sects fought each other. The opponent that Zern had lost against an opponent from the life sect. However, none of them had gone all out. It was more of an exhibition match. The Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect got a free pass since the number of contestants had been odd. No one raised an objection. Then, another pause happened for everyone to regenerate themselves. While waiting for his next match, Gravis noticed several times that the Sect Master smirked at him knowingly. This was obviously a power play and signal for Gravis. Stella became terrified. The Sect Master knew. Yet, how much did she know? However, While Stella was terrified, Gravis was calm. I've already won. You just don't know it yet, Gravis thought. Yet, the sect master thought the same thing. Stella seemed proud on the outside, but she was fearful on the inside. She had known the sect master for a long time, and she knew that the sect master enjoyed being in control. Whenever she was in control, she showed it to everyone. However, she would never show what her actual hand was. She obviously knew something, but no one could guess what her actual plan was. You. And like this, the next round started. It was Gravis versus the last remaining high-rank sect disciple. Gravis frowned slightly. She obviously knows something about me, but she is still sending me against someone from a high-rank sect instead of someone from a peak sect. What's her plan? Gravis fought with his opponent, and it took around 5 minutes before a winner could be seen. In the end, it seemed like Gravis had barely won. With that, all the high-rank sect disciples had vanished. The last high-rank sect disciple didn't feel bad about losing to Gravis. Gravis was genuinely powerful, and he felt like he had lost honestly against Gravis. He thanked Gravis for the match and left the palace. Not everyone in this world is an arrogant ass, Gravis thought with a smile. The next match was between two peak sect disciples, and the match took over 10 minutes. However, the match lacked a certain feeling of desperation and conviction. It was more like a casual sparring match between them. Yet, even such a casual sparring match was already beyond any disciple from a high-rank sect. The one from the life sect lost in the end and left with a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't take that loss seriously. The last match was between the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect and the remaining member of the life sect. Surprisingly, the disciple from the life sect conceded without even fighting. What was even the point of fighting? He had been paid to let the All Matter sect win, and on top of that, even if he tried to fight the Holy Sun candidate, he would lose anyway. The power of different peak sects was distributed over different cultivation realms. At the peak Immortal Emperor realm, every peak sect was about equally powerful. Maybe the purest sect was a slight bit more powerful, but there wasn't much difference. However, before one reached the absolute peak of the world, there were two sects that stood out in terms of individual power. One was obviously the purest sect, while the other was the All Matter sect. Why were the people of the All Matter sect so powerful in these cultivation realms? Materials. The All Matter sect was all about equipment, and as long as they had access to higher-ranked materials, they could create equipment out of them. This was the same thing that Gravis was doing. Gravis always created weapons out of or a couple of levels above his actual realm. The All Matter sect could obviously do the same thing, and they also had a lot of when one reached the peak of the world, there were no more stronger materials left. Peak Immortal Emperors could only create equipment with Peak Immortal Emperor rank materials, but before that, there were always more powerful materials. A Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect would have mighty equipment. So, because of all these reasons, the disciple of the Life sect simply conceded without a fight. And with that, only 3 people were left. One was a disciple of the Primordial Force sect. One was the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect. One was Gravis. When the old Vice sect master saw that Gravis was still in the tournament, he almost couldn't believe it. What Holy Sun candidate? Gravis could just directly become their Holy Sun. By now, a lot of people had forgotten that Gravis was actually 2 levels below the other contestants. Yet, he had managed to beat so many peak geniuses with a level disadvantage. Gravis could directly become their Holy Sun after Stella left. The 2 Vice sect masters became excited when they realized that they were about to welcome a nearly peerless cultivator into their sect. However, the sect master only smirked knowingly. She knew that Gravis would not join the 9 Elements sect. What's such a genius worth when they didn't belong to one's own sect? Nothing. The next match will be an everyone versus everyone match, the old Vice sect master announced. That's not necessary, the disciple of the Primordial Force sect said. I concede. There's no point in fighting against the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect. Everyone that had been put up against the Holy Sun candidate had given up, but no one was surprised. Even if the other disciples hadn't been paid off, he would have still won in a fight. This was also a big reason why every other member of the peak sex accepted the bribe. They would lose anyway, so why not make some extra money while losing? The main reason why everyone was paid off, even though it was really not necessary, was to keep the trump card of the Holy Sun candidate secret. One shouldn't forget that winning the tournament didn't mean that one had won the last fight. No, there was one more opponent after winning the tournament. That was Stella. Stella had postponed the whole marriage business by stating that she would only consider someone with a higher battle strength than herself. This meant that the winner of the tournament would need to fight a holy daughter of a peak sect on the same level. One could imagine how difficult that was. Even worse, Stella always fought with everything she had. It was like her life was on the line. In the first couple of tournaments, the other sects had sent some powerful cultivators, but Stella had always barely won. Even worse, with every win, Stella became even more powerful. It was like she was tempering herself. Yet, how could that be? These were not life and death fights, but Stella still managed to become more powerful. Even worse, even her will aura had increased from these fights. Something like that shouldn't be possible. Sadly, what the others didn't know was that taking away the freedom of someone that knew the law of freedom was not much different from killing them. If Stella lost, she would lose all her freedom. This was enough pressure to temper her will aura. When Gravis had first gotten the law of freedom, it had appeared rather underwhelming. Yes, it was useful to ignore every kind of suppression, but was that enough? But then, Gravis also managed to comprehend the level 6 law of divine lightning thanks to his law of freedom. Then, Gravis received the ability to ignore help from others. Help from others would no longer negatively impact his will aura. Lastly, Stella demonstrated that the law of freedom could also be used to temper oneself in a different way. In short, the law of freedom helped in cultivating one's will aura in multiple ways. And you? The old vice sect master asked Gravis. I intend to fight, Gravis said. The two vice sect masters furrowed their brows. Did Gravis honestly think that he had a chance? Fine. Then regenerate your energy over the next 2 hours. In 2 hours, the finals will start, the vice sect master said. Gravis sat down and closed his eyes. He was acting like he was regenerating his energy. After around an hour, something happened. I would like to invite my brother to watch, Stella said to the sect master. Only the upper echelon of the sect was allowed to watch this tournament. Liam was a core disciple, but his standing was still not high enough to watch this tournament. The sect master smiled kindly. The entire decision was on her. If she said no, Liam wouldn't be allowed to come here. Stella was nervous, and Gravis covertly paid attention to their discussion. No participant dared to stretch their spirit sense to the upper echelon. Something like this would be disrespectful. Of course, Gravis didn't care. They wouldn't notice his spirit sense anyway as long as he manipulated it correctly. Wonder what her plan is, Gravis thought as he glanced at the sect master. Sure. You can call him, the sect master said with a kind smile. Stella was shocked that the sect master had agreed so readily. Why would the sect master allow something like that when she obviously knew that something was going on with Gravis? If Stella had needed to convince the sect master, she would have felt calmer. However, the sect master immediately agreed without even putting up a fight. What was her assurance? Had she done something to Liam? Thank you, sect master, Stella said. After that, Stella left the hall in search of her brother. 10 minutes later, she came back with him. During their entire walk, they were under the scrutiny of the sect master's spirit sense. Even more, the sect master was not hiding her spirit sense. She was basically telling the two of them that they shouldn't think about doing anything funny. Because of that, Stella had only been able to talk with Liam. As soon as she sent a voice transmission, the sect master would feel it. Liam was confused when Stella told him that an interesting match would take place. Why would he care? However, he saw the hidden urgency in Stella's gaze. Because of that, he came with her. Stella was pulling Liam on the arm while going into the hall, an action that wasn't suitable for the holy maiden of a peak sect. It was more like a child. Liam also became confused, but Stella purposefully grabbed his arm with a lot of power. In addition, her hand was shaking. The shaking intensified when they just opened the door. Liam realized that this was a signal to him. Liam guessed that he should probably not show any outward reaction to anything when entering. After entering, he looked around the room and spotted Gravis. Liam's body shook. Luckily, Liam had been warned by Stella. The shaking of his body was only internal, and one couldn't see anything on the outside. Another interesting thing was that Liam didn't show any fear in his eyes, and he also didn't glance at the corner of the halls. This meant that Liam didn't know that Gravis had a beast body. Stella had kept this secret of mine from her brother, Gravis thought. His heart was warming at the fact that Stella kept his secret safe even from the closest person in her life. This was an incredible show of trust. Liam glanced at Gravis, but his eyes only had a complex mix of emotions inside them. Surprise, a bit of wonder, a bit of hope, and a bit of rage. Liam had no idea what he should think of Gravis. On one hand, Gravis had done something horrible to his sister. On the other hand, Gravis had solved Stella's issue with her will aura. Under normal circumstances, Liam would still hate Gravis, but it was difficult to feel hatred towards Gravis now. Why? Because Liam knew that Gravis was here to help them escape. Would a monster risk their life and pay so many immortal stones for these emblems just to save the two of them? Liam had already received his emblem when Stella had grabbed his arm. If Gravis had only been ready to save Stella, Liam could still rationalize hating him. After all, Stella cared about Liam, and Liam knew that. If Gravis wanted to use Stella like everyone else, he would have ignored Liam. Yet, he had also spent 50 million immortal stones for him, a person that hated Gravis. Gravis was not a kind person, and Liam knew that. Gravis wouldn't save anyone that hated and despised him. However, for Stella, Gravis was even willing to make such a sacrifice for Stella, all so that she could feel happy. Gravis and Liam didn't like each other, but Gravis still helped Liam just for Stella. Because of that, it was difficult for Liam to hate Gravis right now. Liam and Stella stopped beside the sect master and looked at the people gathered. Liam had known about this tournament, but he had not expected Gravis to be here. However, to him, even though he hadn't expected Gravis to be in the tournament, if Gravis took part, it wasn't surprising that he was in the finals. If Gravis took part in this tournament, there would be no one that could stop him in the same realm. Yet, when Liam saw Gravis' opponent, he still became nervous. Liam knew Gravis' battle strength very well, but there was a gigantic issue with Gravis' opponent. Winning against this opponent didn't require someone to have a great battle strength. In fact, it was basically impossible. If Gravis were at the same level as the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect, he could win, but not with a level disadvantage. The last minutes passed, and it was finally time for the fight. Gravis and the Holy Sun candidate entered the arena, and the signal to begin had been given. Yet, the two of them didn't directly fight. Instead, they were only looking at each other. A normal onlooker might be confused, but the upper echelon of the Nine Elements sect knew what was going on. Gravis and his opponent were conversing with their spirits. "Why do you want to marry Stella?" Gravis asked. "The same reason why everyone wants to marry her," the Holy Sun candidate answered emotionlessly. He had never shown any kind of emotion ever since he had entered the hall. It was like he was an emotionless iceberg. "And that reason is?" Gravis asked. "You don't know?" the Holy Sun candidate asked without any surprise. "Although, now that I think about it, you don't belong to any sect. So, it actually makes sense that you don't know. Could you explain?" Gravis asked. "Fine," the Holy Sun candidate answered. "Take this as a show of respect from my side for making it this far. You are very powerful, and if you were a peak immortal king, you might even win against me. I don't like to make enemies since making enemies is stupid. So, let me explain. The Holy Maiden knows the law of empathy. The law of empathy can build a connection between two people. With dual cultivation, the connection will be strengthened significantly." "You mean sex, right?" Gravis asked. "Yes, I mean sex, but we call it dual cultivation," the Holy Sun candidate answered emotionlessly. The connection that the law of empathy can produce in dual cultivation allows the partner to comprehend the laws of the partner that knows the law of empathy. Gravis' eyes widened. That was possible? Of course, one session isn't nearly enough. You need to stay in dual cultivation for thousands of years to comprehend all the laws of your partner, but it basically has the same effect as staying in a law comprehension area for every single one of their laws at the same time, he explained. But don't you have access to basically all the law comprehension areas? Gravis asked in confusion. It doesn't sound that would be worth it for you. It wouldn't be, the Holy Sun candidate answered. However, my all-matter sect has control over the secret zone that allows someone to comprehend the law of apathy. I know the law of apathy, and with the law of apathy, cultivating with someone with the law of empathy becomes very worth it. So that's why he is always emotionless, Gravis thought. He knows the law of apathy and probably completely follows it. He is similar to Mortis but not completely the same. Mortis still has other emotions like rage and pride, even if they are not the most positive ones. However, this guy is completely emotionless. What does the law of apathy do? Gravis asked. The law of empathy builds a connection and transfers parts of the laws to the partner. The Holy Sun candidate explained. You can see these little law snippets as something that the owner can easily recover quickly. However, with the law of apathy, I can pull on that connection. I can pull more and more snippets out of my partner and vastly speed up the process. It wouldn't even take 10,000 years to comprehend all the laws of the Holy Maiden of the Nine Elements sect. Gravis frowned. And what happens to the Holy Maiden then? She will lose about half her comprehension of the majority of her laws. She only needs to spend something like 50,000 to 100,000 years to regain them. Obviously, she will be of no use to me anymore after that. Gravis felt a chill run down his spine. The Holy Sun candidate continued emotionlessly. However, she is an incredibly talented cultivator, and women often hold grudges for a long time. We obviously can't allow her to escape, or a peak immortal emperor might one day charge into the all-matter sect and kill everyone. Therefore, we have to pull the problem out by its roots. The Holy Sun candidate finished coldly. Gravis' insides were on the verge of exploding right now, but he appeared terrifyingly calm on the outside. So, in short, you will strip Stella of most of her laws and then kill her. Is that it? Yes. The Holy Sun candidate answered. Why would you care? You are not part of a sect, and you don't know her. Power is everything, and killing other cultivators is normal. This is no different than just killing her. To a certain extent, Gravis had to agree with the Holy Sun candidate. This wasn't much different from simply killing any other cultivator. Cultivators constantly killed each other, and doing something like that wasn't that despicable. Death is death, after all. However, Gravis loved Stella. Just because cultivators constantly killed each other didn't mean that Gravis had to sit on the sideline and allow everyone to kill his loved ones just because he had killed cultivators in the past. They were humans, not beasts. Emotions of belonging, love, and kinship were what made a human a human. Sure, there were also emotions like arrogance, hate, greed, and so on, but humans were complex to begin with. So, in short, Gravis saw not much problem with the action in itself but with the chosen target of the action. One should never forget that Gravis was not a kind and friendly person. However, he was fiercely protective of his loved ones. This guy wanted to force himself on Gravis' loved one for thousands of years and then kill her. Gravis' eyes shone coldly. Everything's ready. Stella and Liam have the emblem. I don't need to hold back anymore. After the two of them finished their conversation, Gravis charged forward. This time, he was even far faster than before. Gravis used the fastest speed he could muster, which was far faster than anyone else in the tournament. The eyes of the Vice-Sect Masters opened widely when they saw his speed. Gravis had been holding back against his previous opponents. Gravis released his will aura. On top of that, he used his law of major suppression. However, the law of major suppression was different now. During the earlier fights, Gravis had only used it with the power of a level 4 law, but now he was strengthening it with the law of perceived reality. This gave Gravis' law of major suppression the power of a level 5 law. The opponent was suppressed by 30%. One had to remember that he had a will aura on par with a mid-minor circulation immortal emperor. The Holy Sun candidate narrowed his eyes and took out 2 sabers. Apparently, that was his choice of weapon, pure offense. However, Gravis activated his laws of Storm's pressure, Storm's power, Storm's efficiency, and Storm's mass to harden the surroundings. It was becoming hard for the Holy Sun candidate to move, but his eyes didn't show panic. Then, Gravis used the laws of graphite's gravity, graphite's mass, and graphite's efficiency. By now, the opponent narrowed his eyes. He was taking Gravis very seriously right now. Then, Gravis used his laws of Frost's cold, Frost's penetration, Frost's efficiency, and Frost's power to freeze the insides of his opponent. With all of these suppressive forces stacked together, the Holy Sun candidate was so slow that he couldn't even block Gravis' attack anymore. The Vice Sect Masters looked with shock at Gravis. So many laws. Gravis' saber hit the opponent's chest. Shing! Clank! Gravis' saber shook violently like it had hit something incredibly hard. Bang! The Holy Sun candidate was shot into the wall of the arena as a cloud of dust exploded. Gravis furrowed his brows. Clink! The sound of metal boots could be heard as a black, shiny foot came out of the cloud of dust. The dust cloud was blown away, and Gravis' opponent was revealed. Black. His entire body was encased in black armor. Gravis narrowed his eyes, and the sect master smirked. This armor has been created with the hard complex material law. In addition, it has been made out of low minor circulation immortal emperor rank materials. That armor is no joke. Quite impressive, the Holy Sun candidate said calmly. If you weren't fighting a Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect, you would have already won. To think that you are 2 levels below me and still force me to unveil my armor is beyond impressive. Sadly for you, your realm is just too low to get through this armor, he said calmly as he stopped in the middle of the arena. Then, he lifted his arm to demonstrate his armor. If you were at the same level as I, you would need to unleash an attack on the level of a level 6 law to get through this. This means that every element that isn't your avatar would be useless. However, the Holy Sun candidate said calmly, I will definitely survive a strike, and that's all I need. Even if you break this armor, I can simply summon a second set. Originally, I intended to use this armor only against the Holy Maiden of the 9 Elements sect, but you forced me to summon it early. Very impressive. Then he shook his head. Sadly, you are 2 levels below me. If you want to break through this armor, you need something with the power of a level 6.5 law. This means that you would need to use your strongest weapon technique with your avatar to get through this. That costs a ton of energy, but it should still be possible. Of course, that doesn't really matter, he said. After all, I have 20 sets. Even if you are faster than me, I can easily outlast you. Concede. The Holy Sun candidate ordered. I don't want to humiliate you. You have shown enough power as is. Gravis' eyes shone slightly. 20 sets? Do you have the authority and money to buy so much, or? He asked. No, the Holy Sun candidate said. At most, I can buy around 4, and that would already consume most of my wealth. So, where did you get so many from? Gravis asked. It was rather obvious to him where the Holy Sun candidate got these sets of armor, but he wanted to hear the real reason from him. After all, the reason might change Gravis' plan. The All Matter sect, obviously, the Holy Sun candidate said. We have already lost 2 of our strongest core disciples to the Holy Maiden in the last tournaments. So, for this one we went all out. I will take the Holy Maiden away today. Sure enough, it was the All Matter sect. Gravis thought as he narrowed his eyes. This makes things different. Originally, I wanted to work together with the All Matter sect with my grand plan, but that has changed now. If it were only him, I wouldn't care. After all, he's just a single person, and his actions don't reflect the entire sect. However, since his entire sect is behind him, it means that he wants to take Stella away with borrowed power. There is no issue with borrowed power inherently, but it depends on what kind of borrowed power it is and for what it is used. The All Matter sect is willing to throw pride and self-respect away to get Stella. Seems like the upper echelon of the All Matter sect isn't any different from the upper echelon of the 9 Elements sect. Both of these organizations are schemers and politicians. The individual isn't important. Only the sect is important. I hate that mindset, Gravis thought. However, he is right. I can't break through his armor in the traditional way. Even a lightning crescent with divine lightning might not completely kill him. This armor is 4 levels above me. There are only 2 attacks that can break him: mortality with divine lightning and samsara. I don't want to show that I know divine lightning already. That would be too conspicuous. Well, time to test samsara. Bzzz. Gravis reforged his saber. Still not giving up? Gravis' opponent asked. You know, I actually don't have anything against you, Gravis said. You have treated me with respect and have explained several things to me. Under normal circumstances, we could even become friends, even with our different mindsets. However, Gravis said with conviction as he narrowed his eyes, you've chosen the wrong target. You honestly believe you can win? The guy asked. Do you plan to use a soul attack? You do know that there are formation arrays on my armor that also protect my soul, right? I obviously wouldn't overlook such a glaring weakness. Gravis took a deep breath. Anyway, thanks for explaining everything, Gravis said. Then he lifted his saber. The Vice Sect Masters looked with confusion at Gravis' saber. Stella and Liam looked with intrigue at Gravis' lifted saber. They knew that Gravis didn't utter empty boasts. He had something he could rely on. The Sect Master only smirked. This was her trump card. Even if Gravis could battle 4 levels above himself, he wouldn't be able to exhaust the wealth of the All-Matter sect. It was simply impossible for him to create an attack that was powerful enough to win in a single shot. Power gathered on Gravis' saber as his opponent only watched. He wanted to see what Gravis could do. Suddenly, Stella's eyes widened. That's the law of freedom, but how? She thought. Why do I feel the law of freedom in his saber? Also, isn't that also the law of suppression and the law of danger? Then it hit her. Wait, is there an overarching law for all these situational laws? What kind of law would that even be? These laws have nearly nothing in common with each other. Then, Gravis slashed down. Cree. A gray crescent was released, and it made an ear-grating sound. It was like an insanely fast piece of metal was cutting through gravel as it was ground to nothingness. This was the sound of perceived reality clashing with physical reality. Perceived reality was cutting through physical reality. Many pictures appeared inside the slash as it moved forward. It was like a different form of reality could be seen in these pictures. For the instant that the slash existed, many people felt drawn in. The slash looked wondrous. It was like it had impossibly many possibilities and opportunities inside it. Suddenly, the Holy Sun candidate felt his body shake. Death. He felt death approaching him. But how? How could an attack from such a weak cultivator cut through his armor? Took a long time to describe, but everything happened in an instant. Before the Holy Sun candidate could even react, the slash hit him. Samsara ignored everything physical. In its reality, the enemy didn't wear any armor. The enemy didn't even have a physical body. Only things that could come into contact with ethereal things mattered. And humans had such a thing. The spirit. Everything else didn't matter. Samsara went past everything and directly hit the Holy Sun candidate's spirit. Time seemingly stopped. That's your little brother, a graceful woman said. What's happening? The Holy Sun candidate thought. Is that my mother? Yay! I have a little brother. The Holy Sun candidate shouted. Wait, I didn't say that. Why do I sound female? Then, the vision changed as the Holy Sun candidate saw a tiny child in the adult woman's arm. That's my mother, and that baby, it's me, he thought with shock. Hey, little bro! The Holy Sun candidate seemingly shouted. He was in the body of his big sister, and he saw the moment of his birth. Years passed. The Holy Sun candidate saw himself growing up, and he looked different than he remembered. In his past, he had always seen himself as someone prideful and powerful. Yet, in his sister's eyes, this boy looked adorable, cute, and innocent. Is this really me? More years passed. Save me, little bro! the Holy Sun candidate seemingly shouted with his female voice. In front of them were raiders. Right now, the past version of the Holy Sun candidate was on an excursion, and he wouldn't return for 5 more days. The Holy Sun candidate felt the reality of his sister's demise. The raiders forced themselves upon her multiple times and then killed her. "Little bro," she said with tears as a blade came down upon her. "Be happy." Cut. The cold heart of the Holy Sun candidate felt emotions for the first time in an eternity. Then, a new image appeared. This time, he was looking at the newborn version of himself from the viewpoint of his mother. He looked adorable and helpless. This time, as he grew up, he saw himself differently again. In his mother's vision, he looked troubled. The sister didn't see the issues with her brother, but the mother noticed the problem with her son. He held some kind of apathy and pain inside. In her vision, he appeared like a hurt and angry teenager. "Why didn't you just stay and become a farmer?" were the last words of his mother after she went through the same torment as the Holy Sun candidate's sister. Then she also died. The next vision was of his father. This time, as the Holy Sun candidate grew older, he appeared disrespectful and cold. He also had slight cracks in his appearance. In his father's mind, his son was broken and had to be fixed. His father died as he tried to defend himself against the raiders. "You've abandoned your family for glory," he shouted to himself in rage before he died. The next vision was of one of the Holy Sun candidate's previous friends. The next one was from another friend. The next one was from an enemy. The next one was from one of his previous masters. The visions just didn't stop, and they became longer and longer as the cultivators also became more powerful. After all, the cultivators could live longer. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" This was what the Holy Sun candidate had shouted to himself for years now. He just couldn't take it anymore. He saw himself making several decisions he had regretted without being able to change them. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The visions continued. After the 30th one, he started to doubt himself. "Who am I? Is this person really me?" All the different visions affected him. He had been in these visions for far too long, and without the ability to do what he wanted, he started doubting his very existence. What would he have done? Yet, he saw himself do several things. Have I really done that? Why would I do that? His thinking became slower and slower. It was like he just couldn't think as fast anymore. It was like his spirit was becoming smaller and weaker. This was the effect of having one's spirit destroyed. It usually happened instantaneously, but these realities slipped by with such insane speeds that the instantaneous destruction of the Holy Sun candidate's spirit by the law of deep woods destruction played out over millennia upon millennia. Who am I? What am I? Who am I? Who am? Who? And then he stopped thinking. He didn't exist anymore. Gravis keeled over and fell on one knee. He was breathing heavily. I'm back, he thought. Fuck. I didn't know samsara would pull me into the same visions as my opponent, he thought with shock and terror. Luckily, the laws of Shadow's illusion and deep woods destruction didn't affect me. Yes, Gravis had seen everything that the Holy Sun candidate had seen. However, the impact was not nearly as strong for Gravis as for the Holy Sun candidate. First of all, Gravis was an onlooker. Watching the life of someone else was like watching a very, very long performance. It didn't have anything to do with him. That made it far easier for Gravis to stay himself. Second of all, Gravis wasn't affected by the law of Shadow's illusion. This made the visions appear far less clear. It was like there was a constant haze over everything. One could liken it to a dream, and it just didn't feel real to Gravis. After all, perceived reality wasn't physical reality. Third of all, Gravis' spirit wasn't attacked by the law of deep woods destruction. This meant that he was not losing his faculties over time. His spirit still had the power of a late major circulation immortal emperor. This allowed him to stay more clear-headed. 1,324 years, Gravis thought. Just a short 100 years of his life already amounted to 1,324 years of illusions. Without the law of deep woods destruction, the visions would have been far longer. I don't know how old he is currently, but if he had made it all the way, we might have seen visions for over 1,000,000 years. Thunk! The Holy Sun candidate fell over, dead. Gravis looked over with complex emotions in his eyes. Cutter, huh? He thought. Your father was a farmer, but he liked cutting wood as a hobby. He thought that you could learn from him and become a woodcutter. Therefore, he called you Cutter. Huh. Your life was truly tragic. You already had issues with bonding with others when you were young, but that was only exacerbated when your family died. You cut off all your emotions since you never wanted to feel pain again, finally becoming who you are today. I might have only seen your first 100 years several times, but it still feels I've known you for a lifetime. It kind of feels like I killed an old acquaintance. One couldn't help feeling for someone after seeing them live their life for over 1,000 years. Gravis also felt horrible for Cutter's dead family. He went through the same things as Cutter's family did, and it was horrifying. Gravis had felt utterly helpless in that situation, but he kept telling himself that this was his attack and that all of this wasn't real. With Gravis' will aura, he managed to get through everything without any damage. He only felt slightly mentally drained. Silence. The entire hall fell into silence as Cutter's dead body fell over. His belongings were already strewn around him. Gravis narrowed his eyes at Cutter's corpse. Even if I feel for you, I don't regret killing you. You wanted to force yourself upon Stella and kill her. Even if you have been formed into who you are today by your surroundings, it doesn't justify what you wanted to do to Stella. I need to be careful of using this attack. If someone had lived with nearly no regret, they wouldn't break easily. They wouldn't dissociate with themselves since the character they are watching would do the same thing as them. In that case, I would need to go through the entirety of my enemy's life. I can deal with a couple thousand years, but if it becomes even longer, my personality might change. I might become very similar to my enemy. Then, wouldn't the opponent have one? However, samsara truly is terrifying. I'm not even sure if someone 5 levels above me can resist it. As soon as I hit, the fight will basically be over as long as they are not some saint that lives completely without regret. Yet, every time I use it, I will be pulled in. However, there was a slight glint in Gravis' eyes. Samsara has disadvantages, but funnily enough, these disadvantages also bring some certain advantages with them. My will aura has grown a slight bit more powerful. After all, I was facing the danger of losing myself. Additionally, going through someone else's life multiple times from different viewpoints gives me more insight into the emotional laws. I'm certain that I learned quite a bit about the law of empathy just now. Lastly, I'm also certain that samsara's effects can be weakened by mastering more emotional laws. The law of apathy allowed me to dissociate from Cutter's life to some extent. If I also know the law of empathy, I can probably live through these visions for a lot longer without any aftereffects. If I comprehend the law of emotions, I can basically ignore all of these aftereffects. Then it wouldn't matter how long the visions are. My emotions will be stable beyond comparison, and it would just be like reading a long story. I wouldn't need to face the danger of losing myself. However, for now, I need to be careful against whom I use samsara. But everything actually makes sense. The law of perceived reality can help me understand the emotional laws with samsara. When I master the emotional law, I can probably use it to learn more about life. After all, emotions are a big part of life. The law of the dead world also helps in comprehending the laws of life to some extent since everything is basically made out of different materials. At the peak of the categories help me with learning different categories. That's probably also how divine gods can gain insights into the laws of perceived reality. At that point, the situational laws no longer need different situations to be comprehended. Anyway, off to save Stella. Gravis stood up as he stretched his body. It felt weird to be back inside his own body for a short time, but he quickly acclimated to his body again. Gravis looked around and noticed the expression of the other people in the hall. Shock. Everyone was shocked. One single attack had directly killed the Holy Sun candidate. How? Wait, he was dead? How were they supposed to explain this to the All Matter sect? Their allies' Holy Sun candidate had died in their headquarters in their own tournament. They were supposed to save his life. However, the most shocked person out of all was the sect master. She had bet everything on the fact that Gravis couldn't win against the Holy Sun candidate. After all, how was he supposed to get through that armor? All her plans were destroyed. Yet, she quickly calmed down as she narrowed her eyes. A ton of ideas, schemes, and plans went through her eyes, one after the other. She was a very scheming person, and her superb ability to quickly come up with complex plans was one of the main reasons why she managed to become the sect master. "Now I understand," the sect master said coldly, claiming the attention of everyone in the hall. The sect master slowly stood up from her throne as she looked with cold eyes at Gravis. "No wonder you didn't mind killing the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect. Everyone else wouldn't dare to kill a Holy Sun candidate inside the very headquarters of another peak sect. This can only mean one thing. You didn't come here with pure intentions. You didn't come to claim the hand of the Holy Maiden. You didn't come to win the tournament. No, you came here to damage the alliance of the peak sects. Killing someone in my very house will inevitably damage the relations between the Nine Elements sect and the All Matter sect. And why?" The sect master's eyes narrowed with cold hatred. "Because you come from Underworld." The eyes of everyone opened in shock. They still couldn't get over the fact that the Holy Sun candidate of their allied peak sect had died. But the sect master's words brought clarity back to their minds. Everything made sense. Yes, Gravis had been sent here by Underworld to damage the relations of the peak sect. Like this, Underworld would have an easier time developing in the regions under them. The sect master released her will aura, and everything was locked down. Even Gravis couldn't move anymore. After all, without his avatar Mortis, Gravis' law of perceived reality could only exhibit the power of a level 5 law. The will aura of such a powerful immortal emperor was far beyond the ability of the law of freedom, which had been boosted to the power of a level 5 law. "First, I deal with you," the sect master said as she slowly pointed towards Gravis. "And then, I deal with Underworld. This will not go unpunished." The will aura of the sect master suppressed the entire hall, including Stella and Liam. Sure enough, she had the fitting power for her position. However, Gravis' eyes only shone. Obviously, he had expected something like this. Shing! Shing! 2 attacks were suddenly unleashed by the sect master, but they didn't target Gravis. Gravis didn't feel his law of danger shouting, which meant that he was not in danger. Because of that, he didn't react. Bang! Bang! Gravis' saber and shield were destroyed by the sect master. "With your avatar destroyed, you won't be able to flee, no matter what you do," she said. Then she smirked. "Did you believe that I would give you a chance to use whatever trump card you had prepared for this occasion? Ha, it doesn't matter. Even if you can still unleash your trump card, with your avatar destroyed, you have essentially become a cripple. Now I will take my time and siphon out all the knowledge in your head. For your affront to the mighty Nine Elements sect, you will live a life worse than death until the end of your days. I hope you have made your amends." "She thinks my avatar is in my weapons," Gravis thought with a sly grin. "You think I'm from Underworld?" Gravis asked with a voice transmission to everyone at once. He couldn't move his body, but the sect master didn't suppress his spirit. She could have if she wanted to, but she wanted to hear Gravis plead for his life. "There is no point in denying," she said coldly. "Ha ha!" Gravis laughed briefly without any mirth. "Then, tell me, if I were from Underworld, would I do something like this?" Shing! Suddenly, a new person appeared in the hall. The sect master and the vice-sect master hadn't noticed this person at all. They knew one way that could summon a living being directly, and all of them looked at Gravis. No life ring. If Gravis had summoned that person with a life ring, he would have needed to actually summon the ring first. This person looked very similar to Gravis, but he had white hair and white, cross-shaped eyes. It was Mortis. Who said that Mortis wasn't with Gravis? But wait, wasn't Mortis currently imprisoned? Yes, he was, but he was also here. After the preliminary tournament, Gravis had gone to the beast territory to get a clone of Mortis. By his calculations, Gravis should have had enough absorbed energy for Mortis to also make a clone. Yet, when Gravis arrived, he felt half of his energy vanish. Mortis was Gravis' avatar, but he also needed energy, just like every other cultivator. This meant that Gravis now needed double the amount of energy to reach the next realm. When Gravis realized this, he gnashed his teeth and absorbed 50 million immortal stones. He needed one of Mortis' copies. Cost quite a bit, but Gravis got his Mortis clone. Ever since then, Mortis had been inside Gravis' spirit space. Others couldn't enter Gravis' spirit space, but since Mortis was lightning just like Gravis, he could easily enter and stay there. Sadly, as long as Mortis was not beside Gravis on the outside, Gravis couldn't use the power of his avatar. However, now Mortis was here and he stood beside Gravis. The sect master and vice-sect masters looked at Mortis in shock. He hadn't come out of a life ring, so where had he come from? In an instant, while everyone was shocked, Gravis' spirit stretched to the suppressed Stella and Liam. With Mortis beside him, Gravis' law of freedom had the power of a level 6 law, enough to resist any immortal emperor. Gravis immediately requested access to Stella's and Liam's spirit space. Stella accepted without any issue, and Liam also knew that he couldn't be stubborn now. He had to trust Gravis. After that, Gravis pulled out the 2 emblems from Underworld in their spirit spaces out and put them into their hands. Gravis summoned his own emblem and smirked at the sect master. Crack, crack, crack. Gravis used his spirit to move Stella's and Liam's hands to crack the emblems. The sect master exploded with anger, and she shot a violent icicle of powerful frost at Gravis with insane speeds. However, Gravis, Stella, and Liam had already vanished. The sect master's mind went wild. She remembered Gravis' words. Then, tell me, if I were from Underworld, would I do something like this? Yes, that's exactly what someone from Underworld would do. The sect master's aura became fiery red and unstable. This was a sign that she knew the law of rage and that it had been triggered. This mere immortal king had played her. How dare he? Underworld. The sect master hadn't been certain that Gravis had come from Underworld before, but now, she was certain. She knew these emblems. Only an organization like Underworld would sell or give these kinds of emblems to unknown cultivators. Underworld. The sect master gnashed her teeth. This time, Underworld had gone too far. They would pay. Suddenly, the sect master's violent eyes turned to the old vice-sect master. In an instant, the old vice-sect master felt death had come. She knows, he thought with terror. In that instant, the vice-sect master retrieved an emblem and wanted to crush it. Bang! However, the sect master wouldn't fall for that trick again. She immediately pushed it away with her laws. You have gone too far this time, the sect master said with venom and hatred. He's not from Underworld, the vice-sect master said with rage, panic, and frustration. You're lying even now, the sect master shouted, her voice nearly becoming shrill. The vice-sect master's emotions were going wild. Yes, he was from Underworld, but this had nothing to do with them. Yet, the sect master was adamant about killing him. He hadn't done anything. You'll pay for that, the vice-sect master thought. However, these thoughts weren't targeted at the sect master but at Gravis. In his mind, Gravis had framed Underworld. This wasn't just some minor conflict. In the sect master's mind, Underworld had completely gone against the All-Matter sect and the 9 Elements sect. This meant war. Die! Bang! The vice-sect master felt a powerful attack coming at him, and in the end, he had no other choice. Just when the attack hit the vice-sect master, he exploded by himself thanks to a formation array that had been cast on his body by Underworld. This was the sign for Underworld that the 9 Elements sect would go to war with them. Underworld had been warned of the 9 Elements sect's intentions. The vice-sect master had timed his explosion just right, making it appear like he had died to the sect master's attack. The sect master hadn't noticed that Underworld had already been informed of her intentions, and she would pay a heavy price for that. Stan! The sect master shouted. Xing. Yes, sect master? A new person said. He had just teleported inside the 9 Elements sect, which should be impossible. Even the sect master couldn't teleport. This person was a stalwart, young man with earthen brown hair. His tone towards the sect master was neutral. He was not respectful but also not dismissive. He also didn't bow. This person obviously had a high status. The Holy Maiden, her brother, and an attacker from Underworld have killed the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect and have fled with an escape emblem from Underworld. The sect master informed him. Her tone was surprisingly neutral, even though her anger and hatred were close to exploding. Obviously, she also had to take this person seriously. Sten lifted both of his eyebrows with surprise. That guy killed a Holy Sun candidate in the central palace of the 9 Elements sect and managed to flee with 2 people alive? That sure was an impressive performance. Track them down. Kill the attacker from Underworld and the Holy Maiden's brother. Bring the Holy Maiden back. Her condition doesn't matter as long as she is still alive. The sect master quickly ordered. Sten nodded. Sure, he said, but instead of leaving, he looked with interest at the hall. To think that Underworld managed to make emblems that can crack my formation arrays. Seems like there is now a 4th person in this world that knows the level 6 law of space, Sten thought. After that, Sten teleported away in the blink of an eye. His teleportation speed was so incredibly fast that not even an immortal emperor could react. It was many, many times faster than the teleportation speed of anyone else. This could only mean that this person knew the level 6 law of space, and even more, the level 6 law of space was his avatar. His speed of teleportation was ridiculously fast, and he was also a late major circulation immortal emperor, which meant that his spirit sense was also ridiculously wide. This was one of the current ascenders of the 9 Elements sect. The only reason why this person hadn't left the world was that he wanted to comprehend even more laws before ascending. He could reach the peak immortal emperor realm and ascend in less than an hour if he wanted. Sten teleported over 20 times per second, which was insane. Teleporting oneself 1 time nearly took a whole second, which was also why people very rarely teleported while fighting. Yet, 20 times in a second was incredibly fast, and every time he teleported, he moved for millions upon millions of kilometers. Even worse, with the level 6 law of space, Sten could track where the emblem from Underworld had deposited Gravis, Stella, and Liam. Near the front lines, eh? Sten thought calmly. Give me 5 minutes. Gravis, Stella, and Liam appeared in the middle of nowhere. Gravis! Stella shouted with urgency, panic, longing, and fear. She knew that they had not nearly reached safety yet. The sect master was sure to send that one ascender with the level 6 law of space after them. No time. Trust me. Gravis transmitted to both of them at once. Pack. Gravis threw his life ring to Stella, who caught it immediately. Liam. Into the ring. Gravis ordered. Liam didn't say anything and simply entered the ring at the same time as Gravis. I am the owner of the ring, which means I can still spread my spirit sense to the outside and communicate with you. Gravis transmitted to Stella from inside the ring. You know the law of primordial force, and your realm is higher than mine. You are faster with teleportation. Immediately teleport to this spot. Gravis transmitted. At the same time, Stella received the image of a map. There was a marked spot at exactly the edge of the front lines where humans and beasts met. Stella grew nervous. If they went there, they wouldn't be beyond the spirit sense of that terrifying ascender. Even more, the beast territory was just before them. They would get killed by an avalanche of beasts. However, she trusted Gravis fully, and she immediately started teleporting. All of this had not even taken a second. Communication with voice transmission was nearly instantaneous, and cultivators on their levels could think very quickly. Xing! 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 Stella made one teleportation after the other with urgency. In less than a minute, they saw an army of cultivators and fortifications made out of formation arrays. There were so many formation arrays that it was insane. In fact, the 9 Elements sect's headquarters couldn't compare to this region. These were the front lines, and they ensured that humanity continued to survive. 80% of the humans' resources went to the front lines, and they were absolutely packed with fortifications and soldiers. Stella could even already feel the shockwaves of fighting. Beasts and humans were in constant conflict all over the entire front lines. Humans invaded the beast territory in order to kill as many beasts as possible. If they relaxed for even a couple of years, there would be so many beasts that they could attack the fortifications. The humans would still be able to defend themselves against such an assault, but they would be using more resources than they would have saved up in 100 years. If this happened a couple of times, the saved-up resources of humanity would be ground to dust, severely weakening the fortifications. That was why the front lines were under constant battle. It was a literal meat grinder that worked at 100% of its capacity. The front lines stretched over a gigantic territory, but it was nothing compared to the entire beast territory or human territory. Thousands of cultivators and beasts died every hour on the front lines, and it was the primary way to temper oneself as a human or beast. Constant, unstoppable fighting. When Gravis saw the front lines, he truly understood how this higher world could have become so powerful. In the middle world, only the weaker beasts had constantly fought. Everyone else had waited on the defensive lines. The strong beasts only saw fights every couple of years. But here, absolutely everyone was going crazy. Any cultivator that had lived their life in peace, after they came here, would realize that their world was not as safe as they thought. If any one of these front lines fell, an apocalyptic army of beasts would swallow the land, killing every human they saw, mortal and cultivator alike. These front lines instilled a sense of urgency in everyone's spirit. Their world was constantly on the brink of destruction. Stella continued teleporting and came to the formation arrays. Her emblem on her chest that showed that she was the Holy Maiden of the 9 Elements sect shone, and the formation arrays let her pass. If anyone with a weaker status had come here, they would have been annihilated by the formation arrays. After all, they had to register first. This was another reason why Gravis had let Stella teleport to the front line. No one would have the guts to stop the Holy Maiden of a peak sect. Sure enough, some guards on standby looked at the rapidly passing Stella with wonder. The Holy Maiden of the 9 Elements sect, they said with respect and awe. Yes, she comes here from time to time, said a peak immortal king from beside the guard. Even the Holy Maiden tempers herself in the front lines? The guard asked. Yes, why not? It's a great place for tempering, the peak immortal king said. The peak immortal king didn't seem very respectful when he talked about Stella. In fact, he was talking about her like they were on the same level. Anyone that didn't know the intricacies of the war between humans and beasts would be shocked. That was the Holy Maiden. However, one had to know one thing. The leaders of the front lines didn't belong to the peak sects. In fact, they belonged to the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance represented the entirety of humanity, and they were led by the 5 peak sects. However, that didn't mean that someone had to belong to the peak sects to make it big here. In fact, many of the most powerful cultivators in the world belonged to the Human Alliance directly. They spent day and night at the front lines, continually fighting beasts. They only fought and never involved themselves in the conflicts between humans. The higher officers all had will auras at least 2 levels above their level without exception, and there were thousands of them. Holy Sons and Holy Maidens? The Human Alliance had over 20 similarly powerful and talented cultivators on the front lines. These were the soldiers and warriors that protected humanity. Their battle strength was insane, and they didn't care about honor and status. No, they only cared about power. Why did they care about power? Because they wanted to protect their home. The gathered soldiers on the front lines could flatten all 5 peak sects at once if the peak sects didn't have their ascenders and ancestors. This was the true power of humanity. Stella continued teleporting urgently to the front line, and she was quickly attacked by several immortal king beasts. Fighting was constant. Bang! 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 Stella released 3 bolts of burning lightning and annihilated the beasts instantly. This was the level 5 law of punishment inferno. Xing! Suddenly, Gravis appeared beside Stella. Then, he transformed into his beast form instantaneously and grabbed Stella's body. Stella saw Gravis' beast form for the first time, and she became afraid for a second. However, when she felt that Gravis was still careful when pulling her with him, she relaxed. This was still Gravis. Even if he looked like a black demon, he was still Gravis. Graphite movement. Gravis transmitted to Stella. Gravis pulled Stella and himself down with the law of graphite's gravity. Xing. And both of them passed through the earth. Luckily, Stella also knew the law of graphite's movement. Stella's face whitened as Gravis' eyes narrowed. He's here, Stella thought with terror. There you are, Sten transmitted. He had already arrived. The three of them hadn't even left for 3 minutes. Thanks to the law of graphite's gravity, Stella and Gravis shot into the earth with insane speeds. You think that will stop me? Sten transmitted with a calm smirk. Xing. Gravis immediately stopped. Sten was just in front of him below the ground. Their speeds were not even in the same world. The difference was too vast. Hand over the holy maiden, and I will make your death swift, Sten said calmly. Stella's body shook. No, we've been so close, she thought. However, Gravis only smirked. You're dead, and you don't even know it, Gravis said with a slight laugh. Sten was quite surprised. What give you such fuck? Boom. Gravis threw himself in front of Stella and summoned his repaired shield in front of him. The shield broke instantly and Gravis' scales also broke. However, luckily that was enough. After all, this attack hadn't been aimed at them. No, it was aimed at the wave of roots that came towards Sten. I was missing the level 6 law of space, Narcissus transmitted to Gravis. This human is perfect. Ah, what is this? Who are you? Sten shouted as a tsunami of roots attacked him. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the roots glowed with calm, cyan flames. Sten was still able to defend himself after roughly 5 strikes, but his expression became blank after being struck for the 10th time. The roots hit Sten 2 more times to make sure that Sten couldn't escape. Finally, some roots calmly enveloped Sten in a cocoon. The cocoon slowly moved into the distance, and Sten couldn't be felt anymore. Gravis took a deep breath. That's the ancestral wood element, the level 6 law equivalent to deep wood, Gravis thought. Narcissus is incredibly powerful. Stella was frozen in terror and shock. What was this? This being felt incomparably powerful. In fact, this being felt even more powerful than her teacher. Yet, how was this possible? Her teacher had been a peak immortal emperor. How could this being be even more powerful? Sten, someone with a level 6 law that could put up a fight against even an ancestor, was utterly helpless in front of this being. This hadn't even been a fight, and now they stood in front of this being alone. What would happen to them? See, Gravis said with a chipper tone. I didn't disappoint you, did I? He asked. No, you didn't, Narcissus answered. Yet I also saved your life. Therefore, I will take this as repayment for saving your life. No problem, Gravis said with a wide smile. Stella felt the being's senses stretch to her. Is that your lover? Narcissus asked. Hopefully, Gravis answered in embarrassment. She doesn't have any flowers or roots. I don't get your taste, Narcissus said. Anyway, I would advise you to travel towards the east, along my domain. For obvious reasons, I can't let normal humans enter. It's already a favor from my side that I didn't immediately kill her. Sure, thanks, Narcissus, Gravis said. Meanwhile, Stella was shocked. Gravis knew this impossibly powerful being? What? It's been over 10 minutes, Sect Master, the young Vice Sect Master said with a worried look on his face. I know that, the Sect Master snapped. What do you want me to do about it? I also don't know what's going on. The Vice Sect Master frowned. He had been a Vice Sect Master for quite a while, and the Sect Master had been his fellow Vice Sect Master just 50,000 years ago. The Vice Sect Master also knew the previous 2 Sect Masters. And in his opinion, their current Sect Master was the worst out of these 3 by far. The other 2 had always remained calm, but their current Sect Master constantly lost her temper. Not only that, but she was also always acting like she had everything under control when, in reality, she definitely didn't. However, what could he do? The Sect Master was appointed by the current ancestor, and the current ancestor had family ties with the current Sect Master. So, Even if the vice sect master didn't believe that the current sect master was deserving of her position, the only option he had left was to deal with it. Check his spirit vial, the vice sect master said neutrally. The sect master furrowed her brows. You think he's dead? She asked. Why else wouldn't he have returned by now? The vice sect master asked. In this time, he could have nearly gone around the world. Either he died, or he betrayed us. Impossible! The sect master shouted. There is no one in this world that can stop Sten from leaving. He knows the level 6 law of space. So, he has betrayed us? The vice sect master asked. Also impossible, the sect master shouted. Sten has everything in the 9 Elements sect. He has nearly no obligations, and he can visit any law comprehension area he wants for as long as he wants. Then it shouldn't be a problem for you to check his soul vial, the vice sect master said. The sect master frowned. The current attitude of her vice sect master wasn't appreciated by her. However, he had a point. The sect master stretched her spirit sense into an area where only she and the ancestor had access. This was the chamber where the soul vials of the most important members of the 9 Elements sect were located. Only vice sect masters and higher would have the honor to leave a small part of their spirit in this hall. Soul vials were flasks that kept a small part of a cultivator's spirit. The lower world had something similar, but back then, leaving a part of one's spirit somewhere else would weaken them slightly. Of course, with the power of immortal emperors, leaving a tiny part of their spirit behind wouldn't affect them at all. This tiny part of their spirit wasn't even 0.00001% of their total. Exchanging this tiny bit to allow the sect to keep track of their status was worth it. After all, if someone died, they would want the sect to take revenge for them. The sect master looked at the soul vials. One of them was already empty. This one had belonged to the old vice sect master that she had killed earlier. The sect master looked at Sten's soul vial, and her brows furrowed. The small part of his spirit was still there. If he had died, his spirit would have dissipated. However, there was something else. The other spirits in the other soul vials slightly moved around and showed a certain liveliness. They were like gently burning flames. Yet Sten's spirit was a sphere. It was still there, but it didn't move. There were no undulations and no fluctuations. It just lifelessly levitated in the middle of the soul vial. The sect master's face turned white in the great hall. The vice sect master noticed her change in expression and sighed. His will has been destroyed, the sect master whispered with shock, all her rage gone. The vice sect master knew what this meant. If a living being was lacking a will, it wouldn't be a living being anymore. One could liken it to a perfectly intact person that was still alive. Their organs were still working, and their body still generated life energy. Yet, their brain and mind just didn't work anymore. In short, one could liken the dissipation of a will to brain death. The vice sect master was intensely shocked deep down, but he suppressed it. It was crucial to quickly find a solution. He couldn't be distracted now. The sect master clenched her fists in frustration. What was going on? How could Sten die? Then the sect master took a deep breath. Uncle, she transmitted. Something happened. Is the 9 Elements sect in danger of being destroyed? The ancestor asked neutrally with a voice transmission. The sect master took a deep breath again. Sten has been killed. Is the 9 Elements sect in danger of being destroyed? The ancestor asked again. The sect master's shoulders shook slightly. No, she transmitted. Then don't disturb me, the ancestor said. I told you when I gave you this position that you have the responsibility to guide the 9 Elements sect. You are the highest instance of authority and responsibility in the sect. You can't always come crying to me if something doesn't go your way. The sect master's body shook, but she didn't dare to disagree. I don't know what happened, the ancestor said with a slightly annoyed tone. But as far as I know you, I can tell that this situation has something to do with you. I told you back then that you need to destroy this prideful and scheming self of yours. Cooperation is always better than suppression. The sect master didn't answer, but the ancestor knew that he had hit the nail on its head when he saw the sect master's reaction. Don't do anything hasty, Evaluate all your options. Don't jump the sword as soon as something doesn't go your way. You are not in the position of sect master to satisfy your own vanity but to guide the 9 elements sect into a brighter tomorrow. Hirius was a better candidate for the position of sect master, and you know that. Yet, I have chosen you because you are my niece. I have abandoned duty for my family, but I also saw your bright mind and talent. I believed that you would have been able to grow with more responsibility. Take this situation as the last warning. Your methods have provoked something that even managed to kill Sten. Tell me, would what you have gained be worth the sacrifice of Sten? The sect master grimaced. What would she have gained? She would have gained closer cooperation with the All-Matter sect, but that had been in the past. As soon as their holy son candidate had died, their cooperation had been weakened significantly. Additionally, even if this had resulted in more favorable trades with the All-Matter sect, it would never have been worth the sacrifice of one of their most powerful cultivators. The sacrifice was nowhere near enough for such a small profit. The only positive thing that could have come out of this was that the sect master's grandson would have become the holy son of the 9 elements sect. That was also the initial reason for the sect master to go against Stella. Yet, would that have helped the 9 elements sect? No. It would have only helped her and her grandson. In short, the sect master had exchanged an ascender for a more favorable position for her grandson. It was not worth it. The ancestor noticed the subtle changes in the sect master and sighed with regret. I will repeat myself. Take this as the last warning. Adapt to your position and deal with the situation. If necessary, bow your head. You are not living for yourself or your family anymore, but for the 9 elements sect. The previous ancestor has given me the position of sect master back then, and now, I feel like I have disappointed her by handing this position over to you. Prove to me that I have not made a mistake. Fix yourself. The connection was cut. The last sentence had been shouted in the sect master's spirit with quite some conviction and anger. The sect master's body shook. This was the one person that she couldn't talk back to. Her uncle had helped her throughout her life, and he had always taught her that cooperation was better than suppression. She was now above everyone else, but she was still below her uncle. The sect master started thinking about how to solve the problem. Yet, just a couple seconds later, her fist started to shake in anger again. The frustration of being reprimanded by her uncle mixed with the rage of her plan failing, and the fact that Underworld had gone against them. You want me to deal with the situation? She shouted to herself in her mind with rage. If there is no Underworld, there is no situation. Summon the Holy Guards. In the young vice-sect master's Hirius mind, calling the Holy Guards was a normal action. After all, if they wanted to talk and negotiate with Underworld, it was important to demonstrate the 9 element sect's power. However, he harbored suspicions. Do you intend to negotiate with Underworld? He asked. The sect master's eyes gleamed. Yes, she said. The vice-sect master nodded. 70% of the Holy Guard are currently on the front lines. The remaining 30% should be enough as a show of force. That's not enough, the sect master said. Call the others back. Excuse me? Hirius asked with shock. Could you repeat that? Call the others back, the sect master ordered. Why? He asked with furrowed brows, his voice deep. The sect master didn't appreciate being questioned by some mere vice-sect master. We need a bigger force. Sten has already died, and I won't let another person die. We need to be careful when dealing with Underworld, she said with a bit of rage in her voice. The vice-sect master's eyes narrowed, but the words of the sect master appeared fine to him. It was maybe a bit much to call the entire Holy Guard, but such an action was still okay given the circumstance. Fine, Hirius said. I will trust your judgment as the sect master. It's your duty to lead the sect into a brighter tomorrow. After all, you wouldn't make such a big decision based on emotion. The sect master's rage exploded inside her mind, but her face didn't show anything. She didn't answer. Hirius looked at her for some seconds and then took out a token. This token had 5 insignias on its edges, and in the middle one could see 2 crossed swords. This was an identity and messaging token for the Human Alliance. Hirius contacted the representatives of the other peak sects and explained his situation. When the others heard that the Nine Elements sect was about to pull back over 20 early major circulation immortal emperors from the front lines, they all started disagreeing with fervor. Hirius was very apologetic during his conversation with the other representatives. It was understandable that the others disagreed this vehemently. After all, a lot of the peak sects sent their weaker disciples to some weaker places at the front lines. There were places in the front lines where only immortals or law comprehension realm cultivators fought. The beasts weren't endless, and they also wanted to train their weaker beasts, just like the humans wanted to train their weaker disciples. Because of that, some places in the front lines only saw cultivators and beasts of lower realms. However, these places were looked after by powerful immortal emperors. They were there as insurance that the beasts didn't break this unspoken agreement. So, when they heard that the Nine Elements sect would pull back a ton of these protectors, they understandably became quite angry. In the end, Hirius had to agree that the disciples of the Nine Elements sect would all gather on 2 battlefields. The other disciples would leave these battlefields and would take care of the remaining ones. The other sects would send their remaining powerful immortal emperors to take care of these battlefields. However, the battlefields with the Nine Elements sect's disciples would remain without protection. And if the beasts reached the fortifications, the Nine Elements sect would also need to repay the resources that were lost. The front lines shuffled silently, but the beasts weren't stupid. They had fought against the humans for who knew how many years. Even beasts would learn a lot about strategy and warfare under these circumstances. So, the beasts noticed this peculiarity and also silently changed some things. Some immortal beasts quietly made their way to the law comprehension battlefields of the Nine Elements sect. Sadly, no human noticed. After all, the front lines of the humans had changed, which meant that they were in the light. Meanwhile, the beasts were in the shadows since just calling some additional immortal beasts and keeping them hidden was impossible to notice. The humans had no clue what was about to happen. After some hours, the Holy Guard gathered in front of the central palace of the Nine Elements sect. 33 people at the early major circulation immortal emperor realm stood in one spot. The sect master came out of the central palace, and everyone bowed politely. "Today, we deal with Underworld," she announced. When the Holy Guards heard the sect master, their reactions were mixed. Some were excited, some were worried, some were skeptical, some were confused. However, the sect master had made her orders, and they had to follow. Their position wasn't high enough to question the sect master. In addition, they saw Hirius standing slightly behind the sect master. This gave the Holy Guards some reassurance. If Hirius agreed, there was probably a good reason to gather all of them. The sect master made a speech and gave a censored version of the events that had happened in the central palace. When the Holy Guards heard that someone from Underworld had infiltrated the central palace, they became shocked. Yet, their shock only grew when they heard that this same person also killed a Holy Son candidate of the All Matter sect. That wasn't even all. Apparently, that person from Underworld also killed a vice sect master and abducted their holy maiden. Underworld had gone too far this time. Now, the hearts of the Holy Guard were united. One should never forget that this sect master was an intelligent, scheming, and manipulative individual. Her words were convincing, and no one except for Hirius doubted them. A map of all the nearby strongholds of Underworld appeared in the Holy Guard's minds. The Nine Elements sect had silently collected nearly all the locations of Underworld. They had all of them, except for one, the Insurance Stronghold. After the sect master was finished with her speech, most of the Holy Guards scattered. They would destroy all the strongholds simultaneously. When Hirius heard the orders of the sect master near the end, his face whitened. That was not an order to negotiate. That was an order to go to war. However, before Hirius could say anything, the overpowering will aura of the sect master suppressed him. He could only stand there dumbly as the sect master left with about half of the Holy Guards. After everyone left, Hirius regained control over himself, and his fists clenched in frustration. "I need to call all the Ascenders. She is going to destroy the entire Nine Elements sect at this rate. She's absolutely insane." The sect master was on her way to search for the insurance stronghold personally, but something happened that she hadn't anticipated. Just some seconds after they had left the Nine Elements sect, 10 people appeared in front of the sect master. All of them wore black robes and wore black masks that hid their auras. "What is the meaning of this?" the leader asked. He purposefully released his aura to show that he was a mid-major circulation immortal emperor. If Gravis were here, he would notice that this was the bartender he had traded with previously. The sect master only looked coldly at him. "Underworld has killed a vice-sect master and an ascender of our Nine Elements sect. Today you will pay. Kill everyone." The people of Underworld fell back in fear as the Holy Guards charged forward. They couldn't fight against such a force. Meanwhile, the sect master personally charged at the leader. So, the signal was actually true and not just some attempt to gain revenge for being discovered. The leader whispered to himself. Underworld wasn't stupid. They knew that there was a chance that their spy had involuntarily outed himself. After he saw his death, he might have felt aggrieved, which could have led him to send the signal just to obtain revenge. It was necessary to check the validity of such an important signal. It turned out the signal was valid, but the reason for this entire war still confused the leader. The leader had no idea what the sect master was talking about. They had never sent anyone to do these things, but that wasn't important now. The Nine Elements sect declared war on them, and they had to deal with that first. Any words would only fall on deaf ears. The leader released his will aura, which was just as powerful as the sect master's, even though he was a level lower than her. Then they clashed. The leader could easily fight a level above oneself, but his opponent was a sect master. Which sect master couldn't fight a level above themselves? Ah! Suddenly, a painful shout was heard. The sect master's teeth gnashed in fury. Someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and they had killed one of her holy guards. Yet that was only the beginning. In an instant, 10 more people appeared behind the holy guards. 8 more holy guards died. Underworld had received the signal, and they had been prepared. Usually, an insurance stronghold wasn't powerful enough to go against such a force, but they had been forewarned. So, they had gathered 50% of the force of the insurance strongholds in the neighboring territories. Half of the holy guards were in the different strongholds across the Nine Elements sect's territory, which severely weakened their force. Because of that, this gathered force from Underworld was powerful enough to deal with the forces of the Nine Elements sect. Underworld wouldn't lose much. Even more, the other strongholds in the Nine Elements sect's territory had been evacuated immediately. The other holy guards would only find empty and abandoned places without any valuables. No holy guard would find anything of worth, and they wouldn't be able to find an enemy. In essence, they were wasting their time. The leader was losing the fight against the sect master quickly, but he was only there to buy some time. As soon as the other holy guards were dealt with by the leaders of the other insurance strongholds, they would gang up on the sect master. The holy guards died very quickly, and after just some seconds only 5 were left. And that's when it happened. An apocalyptic will aura spread over the entire battlefield, freezing everything. A man appeared. He looked middle-aged and he had blue hair. This was the ancestor of the Nine Elements sect. The people from Underworld felt their faces whiten. An ancestor? Why would an ancestor become active? The holy guards felt elated. Meanwhile, the face of the sect master also whitened, just like the faces of the people from Underworld. How did Hirius manage to contact my uncle? Only I know how to contact uncle. This wasn't supposed to happen. The war had just started, but it already ended. In front of the ancestor, no one present could resist. No one had expected the ancestor of the Nine Elements sect to appear like this. Usually, the ancestors only involved themselves when something significant happened to the beasts or if a peak sect was about to be eradicated. Of course, these situations happen very, very rarely. Underworld couldn't have threatened the survival of the Nine Elements sect. The Nine Elements sect still had some ascenders and their ancestor. If Underworld decided to attack the headquarters of the Nine Elements sect, they would only be digging their own grave. So why was the ancestor here? However, there was something even more surprising. The bartender from Underworld noticed that the sect master of the Nine Elements sect was not happy at all that her ancestor had arrived. Normally, she should be ecstatic, but she wasn't. Things are not as simple as I've thought, the bartender thought. The ancestor looked at the frozen battle and sighed heavily. Why must humanity fight amongst itself like this? He said with regret. In the face of the beast apocalypse, some humans still want to gain greater status and follow greed. When the bartender heard that, his rage exploded. You say that after your sect has declared war on Underworld unprovoked. I wonder, if this battle went according to the Nine Elements sect's plan, would you still have lamented about the state of humanity? He asked coldly. The ancestor slowly shook his head. I had no idea that my niece would decide to attack Underworld, the ancestor said. If I had known, I would have never allowed it. Then, something shocking happened. The ancestor bowed apologetically. The bartender's eyebrows shot up in shock. This has been a severe error in judgment from my sect. I hereby apologize, and I will take our losses as a deserved punishment, he said. Everyone became shocked. One had to know that basically no one had died from Underworld, but around a third of the Holy Guards had died. Usually, someone would see this and would want to ask for reparations. Yet, the ancestor was willing to accept the loss and say that everything was a mistake. He didn't even attempt to get an explanation out of Underworld. The remaining Holy Guards were shocked and horrified. Their friends had just died, and the ancestor was doing nothing? Everyone, the ancestor said. I think there has been a monumental misunderstanding. At that time, 3 new people appeared near the frozen battlefield. One was Hirius, while the other 2 were ascenders from the Nine Elements sect. When the sect master saw Hirius, her anger exploded. Sadly, the ancestor was especially suppressing the sect master. Everyone else was able to communicate normally, but not the sect master. The sect master had already done enough damage. Hirius and the 2 ascenders stopped behind the ancestor, but they still threw a cold and hateful look at the sect master. The people from Underworld also noticed this. They hadn't thought that the entire upper echelon of the Nine Elements sect would be so against their sect master. Hirius, the ancestor said. Yes, ancestor, Hirius said with respect. Hirius had always held deep respect towards the ancestor. When dealing with such critical situations that threaten the unity of mankind, seeking one's own profits and advantages won't help, the ancestor said. Because of that, it is imperative that you recount the events that have led up to this situation with pure honesty. Even if the Nine Elements sect will be implicated even more, it is important to resolve this issue as purely as possible. Yes, ancestor, Hirius said with respect. A couple of years after our current sect master took up her position, the Holy Maiden of the Nine Elements sect started to be restricted more and more. The present people were a bit surprised that Hirius started telling the story from such a distant spot in the past. Had the seeds of discord been sown that far back? When Hirius came to the part where Stella was fully suppressed and forced into marriage, the ancestor's body quietly tensed in anger. The personal disciple of his deceased teacher was treated like this? He had no idea. How was he supposed to look his dead teacher in the eyes in the afterlife? About 10 years ago, the latest tournament took place, and someone peculiar joined the tournament. Now, Hirius was focusing the story entirely on Gravis. The bartender immediately recognized Gravis, and his anger exploded. Gravis had said that whatever he was doing would only marginally involve Underworld. Yet, his actions had obviously provoked an all-out war. Gravis had lied. Sadly, in truth, one could only say that Gravis had also been a victim of bad luck. Initially, he had only intended to flee with Stella with that emblem. It had never been his goal to put the Nine Elements sect against Underworld. Unfortunately, things often didn't go as planned. As the bartender heard more, he became angrier and angrier. What a fool the bartender had been. He had seen that Gravis had a beast body, but he had still foolishly believed that Gravis was part of humanity. But that was impossible. After all, who would gain the most out of a conflict between the Nine Elements sect and Underworld? The beasts. Gravis was an agent of the beasts that had been sent here to weaken humanity. And even worse, he had succeeded. "Excuse me, but I must interrupt with an imperative piece of information," the bartender said, stopping Hirius. "Yes?" the ancestor asked. "I know this person, and there is something you must know about him." "He has a beast body," the bartender said with seriousness. Everyone became shocked. "Impossible," Hirius said. "Our sect is filled with beast crystals. We would have noticed." "No," the bartender said. "He has some kind of law that manipulates his surroundings. From what I have seen, as long as you don't analyze him with incredible scrutiny, you won't notice his true body." The bartender then proceeded to tell them all his interactions with Gravis. After the bartender had seen the honesty that the ancestor had put forward, the bartender reciprocated this honesty and even told everyone about the mission of killing the upper echelon of the Holy Judgment sect. Then a discussion broke out. How could some immortal king hide his beast body from such powerful immortal emperors? That was impossible. However, the bartender felt a foreboding feeling. He had to finish this conversation as quickly as possible, and thus he decided to do something very risky. "I swear upon heaven that I have not lied," the bartender shouted. Silence. Everyone looked in shock at the bartender. Swearing upon heaven was not simple. If there was even the slightest inaccuracy, the bartender would die. Even if he just lightly misspoke or remembered something not clear enough, he would die. Swearing upon heaven was very dangerous because the oath had to be perfect. If the bartender didn't perfectly recount everything, he would die. Seconds passed, and the bartender stayed alive. Then, everyone narrowed their eyes. This meant that the bartender had spoken the truth. "Everyone," the ancestor said, "we must pause the conversation. We are all humans, and for now we must put our differences aside for humanity. We must travel to the front lines and check up on the beasts. After the beasts have been handled, we will resume our conversation." The ancestor looked at the soldiers from both sides. "The soldiers can scatter. This time we can't put pride before our survival. This time, us older cultivators must become active." Then, the ancestor turned to the 3 mid-major circulation immortal emperors from Underworld. "Friends, I would ask you to follow me to the front lines." The 3 of them nodded. "Humanity comes first," the bartender said. "Well said," the ancestor answered. After that, the ancestor pulled them with him as he rushed towards the front lines, including the sect master. The entire story had not been told yet, and her punishment could also not be decided yet. After a couple of minutes, the 5 of them arrived at the front lines. Bang! 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 And they were greeted by several powerful beasts banging on the fortifications. 2 battlefields had been completely annihilated. No humans had survived. Everyone's heart sank. The ancestor quickly checked up on the fortification and saw that over 50,000 years of gathered resources had been used up to keep the formation array running. This was not good. "You 3 take the left battlefield," the ancestor said. The 3 nodded and shot away. Meanwhile, the ancestor's body was surrounded by the frost element as he charged into the battlefield before him. "These beasts must die." Boom! Violent explosions of destruction swept through the entire battlefield, and thousands of beasts died. However, the battlefield was massive, and taking care of every beast would take a while. How did the beasts react to these violent explosions? They continued attacking. The mission of these beasts was to damage humanity as much as possible, and they had long come to terms that they would not return alive. They were beasts in the Immortal King realm, but they also had the weakest battle strength. Their realm was powerful enough to severely drain the fortifications, but they wouldn't have a future in this world. These beasts were willing to sacrifice their life to create a brighter future for their side. Beasts didn't have any feelings of familial love, but they had fierce loyalty towards their tribe and organization. The ancestor needed nearly a full minute to clear the battlefield, but in the end, nearly 1,000,000 beasts had died. However, this was not a victory in the ancestor's mind. He had noticed that the battle strength of these beasts was horrible, but he still killed so many beasts. That would at least count for something, right? Sadly, no. In fact, it was even worse than nothing. There were always weaker members amongst humans and beasts, and what was the destiny of these weaker members? To serve as tempering for their enemy. By killing so many untalented beasts, the ancestor had consumed a gigantic source of tempering for the humans. The average battle strength of the beasts had increased, which meant that it would be difficult for weaker cultivators to temper themselves. This meant that the death ratio of humanity would rise since the average enemy was now more powerful than before. Beasts and humans with weaker battle strength were a liability. They only served to make the opponent stronger. However, one couldn't just kill the weak members of their tribe. If they did, their unity would be broken. It was imperative to give everyone a chance to become more powerful. Today, the beasts had won. They had consumed a ton of resources from the human side, but that wasn't their biggest victory. Their biggest victory was the fact that the beasts had eradicated 2 entire battlefields of talented youngsters. Among these talented youngsters, there had at least been 20 future immortal emperors. Sadly, these geniuses would now never have the chance to grow. All of these youngsters had been from the 9 Elements sect, which meant that the future power of the 9 Elements sect would now be compromised. In the next 300,000 years, the number of immortal emperors in the 9 Elements sect would reduce by quite a bit. The ancestor sighed as he realized all of this. The agent of the beasts has accomplished his mission. The ancestor met up with the 3 people from Underworld, who had also cleared the battlefield. They had also realized the problem. After that, everyone returned to their previous spot, where Hirius and the 2 Ascenders were still waiting. The ancestor reported everything to Hirius, and Hirius grimaced. This wasn't good. They now had to find a way to pull in even more talented, unaffiliated cultivators to supplement their ranks. Yet, that would cost resources, and it was also the 9 Elements sect's duty to refill the used-up resources of their 2 battlefields on the front lines. They simply didn't have the resources. The sect master's decisions had crippled the 9 Elements sect. They had lost over 10 early major circulation immortal emperors. They had lost an ascender. They had lost over 20% of their talented youngsters. They had lost an insane amount of resources. All of these things were the result of the sect master's decisions. Everyone was silent. "We will encourage more of our agents to help in the front lines," the bartender suddenly said. The ancestor and Hirius looked with surprise at him. "We are all humans," the bartender said. "And even if we often don't see eye to eye, humanity must be secure. If humanity doesn't exist, Underworld doesn't exist. Therefore, we will extend a helping hand." The ancestor bowed politely. "I thank you deeply. Right now, the 9 Elements sect is not in the position to decline such an offer." The bartender nodded. At the side, Hirius' eyes shone with awe as he looked at the ancestor. The ancestor had arrived when Underworld and the 9 Elements sect were in an all-out war. Yet, in just some mere minutes, the ancestor not only managed to stop the war without any bad feelings, but he had also secured the help of Underworld. That was an insane turnaround. "Hirius, please continue the story," the ancestor said. "Yes, ancestor," Hirius said with deep respect. Hirius continued with his tale. When Hirius arrived at the time when the Holy Sun candidate of the All Matter sect had been killed, everyone was already beyond shocked. What kind of insane battle strength was this? He had killed a Holy Sun candidate in a single strike while being at a 2-level disadvantage? Was something like that even in the realm of possible? When the 3 people from Underworld heard about how Gravis escaped, they finally understood why the 9 Elements sect had thought that he came from Underworld. Yet, the 9 Elements sect's actions had still been too drastic. They should have negotiated with Underworld, not directly declare war on them. That was on the sect master. The fact that the other vice-sect master had been a spy from Underworld was overlooked. Most humans would act like this was an affront to them while conveniently forgetting that they also had spies in someone else's territory. However, to the gathered people, the existence of a spy was not of relevance right now. "And that's when I contacted Nyron," Hirius said, looking at one of the Ascenders. "And he told me that he would contact you, ancestor." The ancestor nodded. "This time luck has blessed us," he said. Niren had, perchance, arrived to learn a law that I was currently comprehending. That was about 350 years ago. If Niren hadn't been in the same law comprehension area as me, he couldn't have reached me. 350 years ago. If Gravis were here, he would notice that this was around the time when he had decided to take part in the tournament. What a convenient coincidence, right? Hirius finished his tale, and everyone had to release a collective sigh. The misunderstanding this time had been severe and had run deep. The 9 Elements sect had been weakened severely. Humanity became weaker. Does anyone know the name of this beast? The ancestor asked. Silence. No one knows his name? The ancestor asked with surprise. They had all interacted with Gravis so much, but no one knew his name? That was quite surprising. The ancestor sighed again. I must speak with the highest commander, the ancestor said. The others thought that this was only natural. This was not a simple situation. Who was the highest commander? The highest commander was the cultivator that had been appointed by the Human Alliance as the commander over the entire human frontline. One could call him the leader of humanity, but that was not entirely correct. He had full control over the front lines, and with it, control over the most powerful force of humanity, but he wasn't allowed to involve himself in sect politics as long as he didn't have the agreement of the sects. Please wait here, the ancestor said. I will return shortly. After that, the ancestor left with the suppressed sect master in tow. She had never gotten the chance to utter even a single word. An hour passed. Then the ancestor returned. Alone. Hirius, the 2 ascenders, and the 3 people of Underworld looked at the ancestor. They wanted to know the result of the conversation with the highest commander. I have 3 pieces of news, the ancestor said. First of all, Underworld's help in the front lines is accepted and appreciated. The members of Underworld will not be prosecuted for the next 300,000 years at the front lines. The bartender's eyes shone. Underworld was seen as a half-enemy to humanity, which meant that every member of Underworld would be killed on the front lines. When the bartender offered to help with the front lines, he didn't mean that they would openly send a force. No, he meant that they would increase the rewards for missions on the front lines so that more unaffiliated cultivators would join. However, that was no longer a problem. For the next 300,000 years, Underworld could openly support the front lines. That was great news for Underworld. Everyone wanted to temper themselves on the front lines since it was by far the best place for tempering. An insane number of members from Underworld would flock to this opportunity to temper themselves in the front lines. Second, the previous sect master of the 9 Elements sect has been enslaved by a slave ring, the ancestor said with a heavy sigh. Even if his niece had fucked up big time, she was still his niece. She will serve the rest of her natural life on the front lines of humanity. It was either that or death. Everyone present nodded. That was a fair punishment. Third, by contacting the Life sect, we have finally found out the details of this beast that started all of this, the ancestor said. He is a previous ascender called Gravis, and he has appeared in a small territory to the north. The Life sect had believed him to think of himself as a human, but they had been mistaken. This beast called Gravis is now marked as a threatening enemy of humanity. The Frontlines and all the peak sects must use their full power to destroy him as soon as he appears anywhere in the world. It is the duty of every human in this world to kill Gravis. Gravis must die. Stella was still in shock as she watched the gigantic network of roots right in front of her. This was a plant, right? Yet, how powerful did a plant have to be to kill an ascender this easily? This plant even had to be more powerful than a normal ancestor, which was crazy. She had no idea that the beasts had someone with such an insane power. She was even more shocked that Gravis actually knew that plant. How could Gravis even build a connection with such a powerful plant? They had nothing in common, and there was a massive gap in power. According to her understanding, beasts and plants generally didn't talk with beings much weaker than them. This is Narcissus, Gravis said to Stella with a smile as he introduced the root network. He keeps watch over the underground of the beast territory. He keeps watch over everything? Stella asked. The underground, yes. He has quite a sizable body, Gravis said with a nod. Wait, so you mean like, everything? She asked. Gravis nodded. Stella's eyes widened. A plant could become this huge? No wonder no human ever returned from an underground excursion to the beast territory. They had to pass through this ridiculously powerful being. Anyway, Gravis said, for now we are out of danger. I think it would be better to talk to Liam for a while. You two probably hadn't had enough time to chat with each other openly in the Nine Elements sect. You can also come to some decisions on how to continue on from here. Gravis, Stella said with a worried voice. That can wait, Gravis said, interrupting her. Talk to Liam for now. We can talk about everything else when I brought you all far away from here. Stella still seemed like she wanted to say something, but she also understood that Gravis had a point. So, in the end, she nodded and entered the life ring. Liam was probably dying to know what was currently going on. He was probably still under the assumption that they were fleeing from the Nine Elements sect. Gravis put the life ring away and traveled towards the east, along the route network. Whoop! However, Mortis suddenly appeared beside him. You're quite worried, Mortis commented. Gravis laughed bitterly and nodded. How couldn't I be? The person I want to be with for the rest of my life still hasn't made her stance clear. I don't know if we will ever talk to each other again after this. Right now, I'm on the cusp of losing someone I love dearly, and I'm more than worried. I don't want to lose Stella, but I also don't want to force her to stay with me. It's her decision. How troublesome, Mortis said with a sarcastic voice. All of this is needlessly complicated. That's also why I prefer Joyce. According to what I have seen and heard, I only need to be more powerful than Joyce to secure a relationship with her. That's far easier. You are you and I am I, Gravis said. We are no longer the same person that shares the same spirit. I prefer Stella. Mortis uttered, unimpressed. That's not the reason why I came out anyway. Since my other body is still imprisoned, I'll take this time to finish the soft pure law. You don't need the power of your avatar in the near future, which gives me more time to comprehend laws. However, I don't want you to slack off if Stella decides to be with you, Mortis said in a slightly threatening tone. Currently, I'm the only one working on our battle strength, while you've been busy saving your little princess. I don't want you to spend the next thousands of years just being all lovey-dovey with her. I hate carrying dead weight, Mortis said coldly. Dead weight, huh? Gravis said with a smirk. I wonder what would happen if I used samsara on you. Not even I am certain if I can resist its effects, but you will be under the additional effects of the Shadow's illusion law and the Deep Woods destruction law. Mortis narrowed his eyes at Gravis. Gravis only smirked. Don't call me dead weight when my battle strength is currently more powerful than yours. Is such a double-edged attack like samsara something you can truly add to your battle strength? Mortis asked emotionlessly. I don't know, can I? Gravis asked with a smirk. Both of them thought about how a fight would go between them. The result was complicated. Far too complicated. The fight would be so immensely complex with so many thoughts to consider. Gravis was immune to lightning, which was Mortis' most powerful weapon, but Mortis could also stop Gravis from using divine lightning. Even more, Mortis could attack Gravis' spirit with divine lightning. Then, there was the thought of samsara and their will auras. Both of them could also suppress the other with the several different laws of frost, storm, and graphite. Neither Gravis nor Mortis had any clue of how a fight between them would go. There were too many connections and counters between them. It was a complete unknown. Fine, Mortis said after some seconds. I won't call you dead weight for the time being, but I still want you to get back to comprehending laws in the near future. I was planning on doing that anyway, Gravis said. We currently only know 2 level 5 laws, which is not nearly enough for our realm. There are probably even holy sons and holy daughters that know 2 level 5 laws. For the first time in a long while, the powers of our laws are at the cusp of being weaker than our opponents. We can't have that. Good, Mortis said with a nod. Xing. Mortis teleported away without another word. He wanted to get back to comprehending the soft pure law. While Gravis was traveling towards the east, the 9 Elements sect and underworld were dealing with each other. Sadly, Gravis had no way of knowing of what was actually happening. No one was around to ask except for Narcissus, and Narcissus also wouldn't know. Gravis also couldn't just come out and ask around. After all, it could be that powerful immortal emperors were constantly keeping watch over the borders, just waiting for Gravis to appear. Even with his law of perceived reality, he couldn't hide from such scrutinizing eyes. It would also be a risk for Stella to scout for information. She was probably also being hunted by the whole world right now. Mortis didn't care. That only left Liam, but that could wait. It wasn't even certain if Stella and Liam would stay with him. Gravis didn't care about Liam, but he knew that wherever Stella would go, Liam would follow. Moving underground was far harder than just teleporting above the ground. After all, Gravis' spirit sense was severely blocked by all the forces in the earth. Gravis traveled for many days. Neither Liam nor Stella had tried to contact him during this time. If they wanted, they could leave the life ring. Gravis guessed that the two of them were probably fiercely discussing their future plans. After around 12 days, Gravis stopped. His brows furrowed as his spirit noticed something just 2 kilometers in front of him. It was water. A lot of water. Seems like I've arrived at the northeastern river that separates the northern continent from the eastern one, Gravis thought. This place should be far enough from the 9 Elements sect. Gravis used his spirit to create an open space in the underground. Then he retrieved his life ring nervously. Well, now's a good time. I wonder what Stella's decision is. Gravis' spirit sense encompassed the life ring, showing to Stella and Liam that he was currently in there. Stella and Liam were currently just sitting in front of each other, probably talking with voice transmissions. We should be safe, Gravis said. I'm just in front of the northeastern river. Whatever happens outside shouldn't include this region. We'll come out in a second, Stella said. Then, she looked at Liam with a knowing look and nodded. Liam nodded back. After that, both of them left the life ring and appeared in the small underground room. This far down, the temperature and gravity were still far more powerful than on the surface, but Gravis wasn't so deep down that they couldn't resist. It was just a bit uncomfortable for them. Gravis sat at one side while Liam and Stella sat on the other side by side. For some seconds, everyone only looked at each other. Then Stella sighed. Gravis' heart began racing. Gravis, she said slowly, I need to know everything about you. Liam nodded on the side. I know that you have saved both of us, and we are immensely grateful. But there are too many unknowns about you, Stella said. For example, you know this powerful plant, which brings up several questions about your affiliation with the beasts. You also have a beast body, and we don't know where you got it from. I know that you trust me, but I want you to also trust Liam, Stella said as she gestured to Liam. Liam is my closest person, and I don't want to keep secrets from him. If you want us to stay in contact, you need to trust my brother too, Stella finished. Gravis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Trusting Stella was easy, but trusting Liam? Difficult. Liam and Gravis weren't close, and if he told the humans Gravis secrets, it would become very dangerous. Maybe even people from Ark's clearing would want to target him. After all, Gravis knew a lot about the highest world, which was the next world that every ascender would go to. They would want to know everything about the highest world, and they would also want to know the secrets of the highest world. Some people might even believe that Gravis had things from the highest world with him, and that was actually the case. Even more, they would know that Gravis could make world weapons, which would put an even bigger target on Gravis' back. Maybe a powerful ascender or ancestor of the All-Matter sect would want to kill him. Maybe some other sect coveted Gravis' world weapon to sell it. Maybe even the beasts would become interested. In that case, Gravis could go nowhere in this world. Telling Liam everything would put Gravis in a lot of danger. Sure, maybe Liam would keep everything a secret, but what if Stella accidentally died? What then? Would Liam still keep Gravis' secrets? Maybe he would fault Gravis for Stella's death, and unveiling all his secrets would be the best way to take revenge. It was risky. Gravis waited for some seconds as he deliberated. He also looked at Stella during this time, but he couldn't read her thoughts. Was Gravis willing to take such a risk for a chance to be with Stella? Was he willing to put his life on the line for her? What is there even to think about? Gravis thought suddenly. Haven't I already put my life on the line? Haven't I already probably offended the entire world? Gravis took another deep breath. Fine, Gravis said. I will share everything with you too. Stella's expression relaxed. She knew that someone like Gravis probably had world-shaking secrets. Otherwise, his battle strength wouldn't be so powerful. The fact that Gravis was willing to share these secrets also with Liam showed how important she was to him, and she appreciated it. Liam only furrowed his brows. I will not tell anyone else of your secrets, Liam said. Even if we two don't see eye to eye, I want my sister to be happy. I might betray your trust, but I won't betray my sister's trust. Stella put a hand on Liam's shoulder. She knew that Liam disliked Gravis immensely. However, for her, he was willing to work together with Gravis. That was also not something easy to do. Both of them were making sacrifices for Stella, and she felt happy. She also felt a bit guilty, but she knew that there was basically no other way. It was impossible to like everyone. Stella and Liam turned to Gravis. Gravis nodded. I was born in the highest world, which is the world above this one. The first sentence was already a shock to Stella and Liam. The highest world? Gravis was from an even higher world. Gravis told them about his life in the highest world and about his background. One shock after the other hit Stella and Liam. Gravis' background was as powerful as it got. However, the more Gravis told his story, the less believable it seemed. A person that could fight the most powerful heaven? As Gravis told his story, Liam and Stella became skeptical. Was Gravis really telling the truth? However, they didn't interrupt him. No matter how unbelievable his story was, they wanted to hear the entire thing. Even if it was fiction, it was still interesting to hear about it. Another thing that made them doubt Gravis' words was when Gravis told them about his elemental synchronicity. Gravis hadn't shown that ability before. Did he truly have this ability? After that came Gravis' tale of the lower world. While listening to Gravis' experiences in the lower world, even Liam felt bad for him. Not being able to get close to anyone while being surrounded by good people. It was depressing. However, this also made Gravis' story even more unbelievable. After all, wasn't he intending to come close to Stella? Then, did he intend to kill Stella by being close to her? It made no sense. When Gravis told them about Gorn's death, they felt even worse for him. Accidentally killing the only person close to oneself was one of the most horrible things one could go through. Just the guilt alone might kill someone. The next surprising part was Wendy's death at Gravis' hands. Gravis had to choose between power and going against his own will and emotions. He didn't want to kill Wendy, but he had to. This was an intense conflict that obviously left scars in Gravis' mindset back then. He might have recovered by now, but Stella and Liam knew exactly how something like that could affect someone. After all, they had lived for over 100,000 years. They knew that there was a high chance that Gravis would suppress his emotions. He had felt too many horrible feelings in too short of an amount of time. A teenager couldn't get through these experiences without being changed severely. And, sure enough, they noticed that the Gravis in the story became colder and colder. He became cold, bitter, cynical, and emotionless. However, the biggest surprise came when Gravis told them that his spirit had been adapted to destruction lightning instead of energy. How was something like that even possible? It made no sense. They both knew a ton of laws and they knew how a spirit worked. They also knew that the elements had temperaments. The only reason why cultivators could adapt their spirits to energy was that energy was basically devoid of any temperament. It adapted to any situation, always cooperating. Destruction lightning would fill Gravis' mind with a different temperament and will. Someone couldn't survive that. Not even they could do that, and they were peak immortal kings. They wouldn't even know how to combine lightning with a spirit. It just wasn't possible. It was against the very laws and principles of the world. That was the first time Stella interrupted Gravis. You should know that we can't believe something like that, she said with furrowed brows. I know, Gravis said. By now, he also knew far more about the world than back then, and he also realized that something like this should be absolutely impossible. I can prove it, Gravis said. How? Liam asked. Summon some punishment lightning, Gravis said. Liam furrowed his brows, but he did so. A small ball of punishment lightning appeared on his hand. Bzz. Stella's and Liam's eyes widened as the ball flew over to Gravis. Liam had lost control over his lightning. You can summon more if you want, Gravis said. Liam did just that and used up 50% of his energy to create punishment lightning. Bzz. And that bolt also flew over to Gravis. After that, both bolts entered Gravis. It was like they had vanished into nothingness. One should never forget that it was impossible to absorb such a destructive element as punishment lightning. It would immediately explode if it hit a cultivator's body, even if that cultivator had summoned the lightning. It was no longer in the form of energy, which made it unabsorbable. But that's impossible, Liam shouted in absolute shock. You can test me however you want, Gravis said. You can also use a weapon technique with lightning. Nothing will change. Liam shook his head violently while Stella only watched without being able to react. This was too shocking. A wheel appeared in front of Liam, the weapon technique of the 9 Elements sect. Liam touched the violet orb in the wheel, and a powerful bolt of punishment lightning appeared. After that, Liam infused his sword with the bolt and aimed at Gravis' arm. Gravis stretched out his arm for him. Then, Liam struck. Clank! Liam obviously didn't strike with his full power, which meant that his physical power wasn't enough to get through Gravis' powerful defense. However, the most shocking thing was that the lightning didn't explode. It just vanished. How? Liam asked in shock. He couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. Now, can I continue? Gravis asked. Liam and Stella still needed time to recover. All of this was reality bending. It was like one walked through a field, and a random apple from an apple tree fell towards the sky. It wasn't possible. This had been the most unbelievable part of Gravis' story, and Gravis had just proven that he hadn't lied. This meant that the other parts of his story were most likely also authentic. Liam and Stella quickly evaluated the earlier parts of the story with more seriousness. If that was true, then the person in front of them was the son of one of the 2 most powerful beings in existence. Ancestors didn't even count as ants. Gravis saw that the 2 of them had recovered and nodded. I noticed that Ion was still close to me, and I reached out to him. Gravis' story continued. Gravis continued, and when he told them how he had lost his elemental synchronicity, another mystery made sense. They had never seen this ability on Gravis, which had confused them. So, it was because he had lost it after adapting to lightning. Was that worth it? Both Stella and Liam thought that it wasn't worth it. Such an ability would make it so much easier to comprehend laws. Nothing much of note happened until Gravis talked about the Heavens Trial in the lower world. Gravis' description of what a Heavens Trial was fit perfectly to some of the 9 Elements sect's secret areas. A lot of people died while entering them, but the ones that survived became far more powerful. So, it was to refine several cultivators into a smaller batch of more powerful cultivators. When they heard about Gravis' trials, they could really feel how petty this lower heaven was. Then, Gravis told them about the promise between him and Joyce. Liam furrowed his brows while Stella felt nervous. As far as they knew, Gravis wasn't someone that broke promises easily. So, why was he chasing Stella? Just wait until I'm done. That promise has resolved itself, Gravis said. The next surprising thing was the fact that Gravis' energy and spirit had been pushed too far. Stella and Liam knew what this meant. Even if Gravis achieved unity, nascent nourishing would be incredibly difficult to reach. On top of that, to become an immortal, one needed to have everything on the same level. It should be impossible for Gravis to reach the immortal realm like this. However, Liam noticed something. Didn't Gravis have a beast body? He had completely forgotten about that while listening to him. Yet, Liam wanted to let Gravis finish his tale. The next surprising thing was Gravis' fight with the lower heaven. By now, none of them believed that it had been a mistake to throw away his elemental synchronicity. That lower heaven knew punishment lightning. That's a level 3 law. How could anyone in the Unity realm survive against that without a severe realm advantage? If Gravis had kept his elemental synchronicity, he would have died against the lower heaven. Now, Stella and Liam could also put a face to this omnipresent and omnipotent concept of heaven. So, it was also just a being like everyone else. When Gravis told them that his father told him to enter a natural world to get a beast body, everything made sense. That's why Gravis said that he was a human, even though he had a beast body. He truly was a human. He only entered a beast body to fix the issue with his weak physical strength. When they heard that Gravis entered the body of an electric eel, they had to chuckle. It was too ironic. Then, Gravis told them how he had achieved a lightning body and what abilities he had received. Gravis demonstrated his ability to create another one of himself, shocking the two of them even more. How did that even work? Gravis continued his story, and the next pause appeared when he told them about the requirement to reach the nascent nourishing realm in a natural world. Silence. That was horrible. Did this mean that Gravis was supposed to have sex with a beast and father children? For a human, such a thought was terrifying. Eventually, Gravis told them about his children. It was difficult for Stella to wrap her head around the fact that Gravis had 3 beasts as children. It was surreal. Stella asked several questions about Gravis' children, and he answered them. Gravis loved his children dearly, and that hadn't changed one bit. Even if they were worlds apart right now, they were still his children, and he loved them dearly. It was difficult for Stella to accept that, but there had been no other choice. If he had been forced to have children, loving and supporting them was the least he could do. For a long time, no big surprises appeared. The next surprising thing was Gravis' effect on the ultimates of the middle world. He had only been at the nascent nourishing realm, but he had influenced the peak powers of this world. This sounded familiar to the two of them. Hadn't Gravis also influenced the 9 Elements sect severely while only being an immortal king? By now, Stella and Liam also saw how Gravis had reached such a ridiculous battle strength. Not only had he pushed his will aura to ridiculous levels each time, but he also had an energy, spirit, and physical body advantage over basically everyone. There were some treasures to increase these centers of power, but they were expensive. Stella had received a lot of them, which made all of her centers of power be 1 level higher than basically everyone else's. Just Gravis' energy, spirit, and body already put his battle strength 1 level higher. Then came Gravis' affinity towards lightning and his scales. They also increased his power by another level. The remaining 3 level jumps were made up of laws, will aura, and creativity. By putting it like this, it sounded far easier than it actually was. A ton of Gravis fights were basically just suicide. Tempering was one thing, but Gravis had gone into fights that were just ridiculously dangerous. Then came Gravis' fight against the Middle Heaven. When they heard about the power of the Middle Heaven, they became severely shocked. This battle strength was insane. Even more, it had Divine Lightning, a level 6 law. Knowing a level 6 law as an early minor circulation immortal was beyond ridiculous. When Gravis told them about his sacrifices, they felt for him. This had truly been the lowest point in his life. And that was when he comprehended the law of freedom. Stella knew how difficult it was to comprehend the law of freedom. Gravis had guided her towards it, but Gravis had comprehended it all on his own. Gravis had experienced the peak of suppression and managed to come out of it. Stella had gone through something horrible to comprehend freedom, but her situation couldn't be compared to Gravis. If put into Gravis' situation, Stella would have effectively handed over the life of her teacher and her brother. It was a terrifying thought. Stella and Liam also finally got to know what one needed to comprehend to reach the peak. The law of the dead world, the law of life, the law of emotions, the law of perceived reality. All of these laws were unknown in the world. The All-Matter sect might know the law of the dead world, but the other 3 were completely unknown. The 9 Elements sect believed that the elemental laws stopped at the major mixed elemental law. Then, a new tier of elemental laws appeared. However, who would have thought that the mixed elemental law could be combined with the law of primordial force and the law of matter to create an even more powerful law? And then there were the other 3 laws. There truly was a long way to go. When Liam heard that Gravis chose the law of freedom over the law of the dead world as his avatar, he found it stupid. Gravis had passed such a powerful law. Yet Stella agreed. Liam didn't know the law of freedom, but Stella knew it. As soon as one achieved freedom, one wouldn't want to give it away anymore. Then came Gravis' return to the highest world and his break. When Gravis told them about world weapons, their eyes widened in recognition. They knew that some powerful ascenders and ancestors had peculiar weapons that were worth as much as an entire high-rank sect. So these were world weapons. And Gravis could make these? Liam and Stella immediately became interested. Gravis told them how to make world weapons and that it required the law of the dead world. This surprised the two of them. They weren't surprised that it needed the law, but that this meant that the All-Matter sect knew about the existence of this law without telling the other peak sects. Something like this should be public knowledge for the entirety of humanity. They could outfit all the humans with world weapons. After all, comprehending the law wasn't difficult for them. They were immortal kings and they already knew level 5 laws. Learning a level 4 law wasn't that hard. Even Stella had the necessary laws to comprehend the law of the dead world right now. She just didn't comprehend it because she hadn't known that it even existed. When Gravis told them about how much money he made, they took sharp breaths through their teeth. Gravis made nearly 200 million immortal stones in only 100 years as an early minor circulation immortal. That was a terrifying speed of money, even for their standards. A new peak immortal king only needed 1 billion immortal stones to become an immortal emperor. This meant if Gravis had worked for 500 years as an early minor circulation immortal, he could have earned enough to become an immortal emperor after reaching the peak immortal king realm. Even more, if he had worked for 700 years, he would have earned enough to reach the immortal emperor realm from the early minor circulation immortal realm. Just imagine working for only 700 years as an early minor circulation immortal to earn enough to become an immortal emperor. That was insane. That was when Gravis told them about the virtualization arrays. The concept of a virtualization array was eye-opening to Stella and Liam. A portable law comprehension area that one could activate in their room, and it was even better than a natural law comprehension area. That was ridiculously useful. However, when they heard about the prices, they took another sharp breath. Expensive. Truly expensive. Level 3 laws already cost 10 million immortal stones for only 100 years. Level 4 laws would cost 100 million immortal stones for only 100 years. Level 5 laws? 1 billion. Just renting a virtualization array for a level 5 law for 100 years could create an immortal emperor. And how long did it take to comprehend a level 5 law? Long. If these virtualization arrays existed in this world, and if Stella were still the Holy Maiden, the 9 Elements sect still wouldn't dare to give her access to something like that. It was simply far too expensive. The 9 Elements sect could probably create at least 2 major circulation immortal emperors for the money it would have taken to fully teach Stella a level 5 law via virtualization array. It was definitely not worth the money. Gravis continued his story, and when he came to Jake and how he had hit on Xianxia, Stella found it cute and giggled. Stella had never met Xianxia, but she already liked her just from what Gravis had said about her. Xianxia's personality truly sounded cute in Stella's mind. However, it was still shocking to know that Gravis basically had an insanely powerful immortal emperor as a son-in-law. The appearance of the Black Magnate was also surprising. However, it was also depressing. When one understood everything, nothing was new anymore, and when one could do everything, nothing had value anymore. Only when one could lose something did it truly have any value. Stella and Liam had learned a lot from Gravis' story, but this was something that they might have wished they hadn't learned. Knowing that one's goal would only lead to nothingness was more than depressing. The very thing everyone strived for ended in the loss of happiness. Everyone believed that power equaled happiness, but that was only true to some extent. Supreme power led to nothingness. This gave Stella and Liam a lot to think about, and Gravis had to pause his narration. The Black Magnate's words had hit them hard. Stella and Liam had chased power without thinking about it. Being powerful meant safety and freedom, which meant happiness. However, being supremely powerful also seemingly made it impossible to feel happiness. A week passed. Stella and Liam were only thinking, But no matter how much they thought, it only appeared worse. That was until Stella realized that she could simply set a new goal. She managed to realize this thanks to her law of freedom and thanks to what Gravis had said about his mother. Gravis' mother was still able to feel happy, right? So, it wasn't impossible after all. They simply had to change their goal. Sadly, changing one's life goal wasn't easy at all. One could compare it to being in a bad relationship. One loved their partner very much, but being with their partner was also horrible. One knew that one had to leave. Yet it was so difficult. The love was still there. Telling someone to simply change their life goal after hearing the black magnate's words was like telling the person in the bad relationship to just stop loving the other person. It wasn't that simple. After a week, Liam and Stella knew the theoretical answer, but putting it into practice was difficult. Something like that couldn't be achieved in a single week. Gravis had managed to change his goal pretty quickly back then, thanks to his mindset. He had chased power for a while, but that had stopped in the middle world. He had chased happiness all the time, and that hadn't changed. Happiness and freedom had always been higher on his priority list than power. That was why the black magnate's words hadn't hit him as hard. After the week was up, Gravis continued his narration. After a couple more minutes of explaining, Gravis told them that he couldn't unveil the full contents of the conversation between his father and the highest heaven. He told them that he wanted to tell them but couldn't, because, if he did, all three of them would die at the highest heaven's hand since the secret touched the greatest taboo of the highest heaven. Gravis was only able to know because of his father. Gravis could only tell them that it had something to do with cultivation at the highest level, but even while vaguely describing it in this way, Gravis felt a feeling of danger. Any wrong step on the topic of the brand and Gravis would be killed. Yet, surprisingly, Stella and Liam also felt an apocalyptic feeling of danger. They had never felt anything even remotely this intense. It was like the entire world was about to be destroyed. It was like the very universe concentrated all of its senses on the three of them and threatening them. This was a sign from the highest heaven. If it wanted its intents to remain secret, nobody would be able to feel this feeling of danger. The highest heaven was releasing this feeling of danger on purpose. Do not look into this topic, was what this feeling was telling them. Stop, Stella said with a white face. Stop talking about it, please. The feeling of foreboding and danger was just too intense. For Gravis, it was normal to be under the thumb of the highest heaven, but this was something new to Stella and Liam. This feeling of pressure was far too much. Now you know why I can't tell you this particular secret, Gravis explained. Yes, it's fine, Stella said quickly and nervously. Even if they hadn't believed Gravis up to this point, this apocalyptic feeling of danger couldn't be faked. It was out of this world. It was unreal. This is the most taboo subject in existence, and you must not look into this, even in your thoughts or on your own, Gravis warned. Yes, I won't, Stella said with panic. Liam also made it very clear that he wouldn't even think about it. They had to forget it. They had to forget that it even existed. After this huge shock, Gravis continued with the remainder of his story. By now, Stella also knew what problem Gravis was referring to back then. Gravis had said that there was a huge problem that had to be solved before he could contact Stella again. Now, Stella knew that the problem was the divine lightning in Gravis' mind. She had no idea how Gravis had solved this problem. It sounded unsolvable. When Gravis came to the time when he met Stella for the first time, Stella found it unreal. She could now see what Gravis had gone through before she met him. Back then, she had thought Gravis to be insane to fight her. However, everything was different now. After hearing Gravis' story, she understood that his decision was only natural. It was normal to jump multiple levels for Gravis. When she met that weak immortal back then, she had had no idea how deep his power was. He had gone through literal world-ending apocalypses. What had she gone through? A hard time in the 9 Elements sect. They couldn't be prepared. One was the favored child of a peak sect. One was a literal world-ender. They weren't even close to being on the same level. One was a powerful person. The other was the apocalypse itself. Gravis skipped the next parts of his story since Stella and Liam were there themselves. Stella and Liam also heard about Heaven was showing itself this openly in this world. However, they also held some mixed feelings about this. Ark sounded friendly and approachable, but Ark was bound to fight Gravis to the death eventually. Wasn't this also tragic? However, a heavy silence came over the room when Gravis touched on a specific topic. Stella was perfectly compatible with Gravis. Stella knew the law of freedom, and she didn't like being controlled. Yet, being perfectly compatible was like they were meant for each other. This meant that one could rationalize that it wasn't her decision to love or like Gravis. It was destiny. She was supposed to feel close to him, and she had no choice in that matter. It just didn't feel real. However, Gravis continued his story since there wasn't much left. Gravis told them about how he met Narcissus, and finally, Gravis came to the part with his first fight 5 levels above himself. To Stella and Liam, it felt unreal that someone could jump 5 levels. Yet, when they heard how Gravis ended the fight, they became nervous. Even Liam was very invested by now. Gravis had been confronted with his problem. When Gravis told them how he had solved the issue, their eyes widened. Wait, there was a second, different Gravis in this world? Finally, Stella and Liam also heard about how the promise with Joyce had been resolved and felt that it was resolved adequately. One could say this was the best resolution possible. And that's when I came to get you, Gravis said to Stella, ending his tale. It had been a long one. So, Gravis said after some seconds. Now that you know, do you want to go to Ark's clearing? Gravis asked. I think it would be better to talk there. Stella and Liam looked at each other in wonder. It was one thing to hear about such a powerful being like Heaven and hearing about its place of residence, but it was something completely different from actually going there and meeting them. They now had the chance to meet one of these peak beings from Gravis' fantastical tale. Stella looked back and nodded. Xing. Xing. Suddenly, 2 emblems appeared in front of Liam and Stella out of nowhere. They looked with surprise at them. They obviously didn't come from Gravis since they hadn't felt his spirit move. I knew that you were watching, Ark, Gravis said with a smile. Then Gravis pointed at the emblems. Ark just sent them to you. It means he is fine with you coming to him. Even if there is no place left in the world where you can go to, you will still be welcome in Ark's clearing. Stella and Liam still looked in wonder at the emblems. Let's go, Gravis said as he took out his own emblem. I also told Mortis to meet you. He was annoyed that I interrupted his law comprehension, but he knows that it's important to me for you to meet him. Don't take it personally if Mortis is a bit direct with his choice of words. Stella and Liam looked at each other again. Xing. Gravis broke the emblem. After that, Liam and Stella also broke their emblems nervously. They were about to meet the most powerful being in this world. Everyone would be nervous. The 3 of them arrived in a tranquil clearing. Stella and Liam immediately noticed the powerful concentration of energy in the atmosphere. It was far denser than the density of energy in the human territory. Only the headquarters of the peak sects could compare thanks to all their formation arrays that gathered energy. Stella and Liam also noticed several beasts and humans talking to each other just a couple of kilometers away. In this clearing, there was no difference between humans and beasts. Everyone was just getting along as friends. After fighting beasts for their entire lives, Stella and Liam found this surreal and strange. The perception of having a mortal enemy didn't exist in this clearing. However, their spirit senses immediately locked onto a single person. He was bigger than average, and he had 5 eyes. His hair was blonde, and the world seemed to revolve around him. Yet one thing was different. Gravis had told them that Ark was very friendly and kind, so how come they couldn't see anything of that on him? Right now, Ark looked with narrowed eyes at Gravis. Gravis looked back with a raised eyebrow. Mortal, doth thou have any idea about the number of lives that had been ended by the hands of thine actions? Ark's powerful voice reverberated in the small part of the clearing. Liam and Stella felt the sheer power of the world gathering around Ark, and they felt that the world was angry. Gravis had to chuckle a bit. Why do you talk so weird? Ark only glared at Gravis as the atmosphere intensified. Then he lifted a hand and pointed at Gravis. Mortal, thine actions have gone against the holy decree of heaven, and thou must pay the just price. Stella and Liam became confused and fearful. Heaven was angry. Gravis chuckled a bit. Daddy! Ark's breaking his promise. Gravis shouted like an aggrieved child. The world immediately calmed down as the apocalyptic forces vanished into thin air. Dude! Chill out! Ark suddenly shouted in his normal voice as he took a step back. It was just a prank. No need to involve your father. Gravis immediately broke out into loud laughter. Oh man, you should have seen your face, he shouted in hysterics. Ark released a sigh but then also started to laugh loudly. They were just messing around. Stella and Liam were still taken aback. They hadn't truly met Ark yet, which still made them nervous. After all, this was heaven. This was the very god of this world. Yet, right now, he appeared just like a normal teenager as he laughed with Gravis. At that time, Stella and Liam also noticed someone else near Ark. He also had blonde hair and he was rather tall. However, he only had 2 eyes in comparison to Ark. What was surprising was that neither Stella nor Liam could feel his power. This meant that he was either a mortal or a powerful immortal emperor, and based on the aura of immortality around him, he was probably the latter. That guy also noticed Stella and Liam, and his eyes focused on Stella. The Holy Maiden of the 9 Elements sect, he commented dryly. Who would have thought that you would ever appear here? He shot a glance at the laughing Gravis. Ever since he appeared, more unrelated beings have arrived in Teacher's Clearing. The world is changing. If it is for the better or for worse remains to be seen. Stella and Liam felt that the words of this man were deeply profound. The fuck are you talking about? Gravis asked as he turned to him. This was the oldest brother in the clearing. Don't correlate some minor actions with a change in the world, Gravis said. What? Did you want to impress Stella with your words? Is that why you said that bullshit? The man looked with neutral eyes at Gravis. Okay, then how about the fact that your actions have resulted in the deaths of around 15 major circulation immortal emperors? He asked. Stella and Liam took a deep breath through their teeth. How many? What had happened in the world? Hey, that's not my fault, all right? Gravis answered with furrowed brows. I'm only responsible for the death of one of them, which is the ascender from the 9 Elements sect. The man blinked, unimpressed. That might be true, but your presence has exacerbated the polluted mind of the sect master of the 9 Elements sect. Gravis groaned and rolled his eyes. Excuse me, Stella said as she approached the man. What has happened outside? The man looked at Stella, and Stella felt like he was able to see through all her secrets. At that moment, she felt his power. Sky. It was like the sky. His power encompassed everything as he looked down on the world. Stella became shocked. That person felt just as powerful as that root network. Yet, she didn't know this person. She had met nearly all of the ancestors and ascenders of the other peak sects, but she didn't recognize this man. However, he also felt distinctly human, which meant that he probably also was human. After you left, the man said, the sect master killed a vice sect master for being a spy of Underworld. Stella and Liam became shocked yet again. Couldn't have been Hirius, which meant that it was the older vice sect master. He was a spy? After second brother killed that ascender, the sect master of the 9 Elements sect became enraged and gathered the entire Holy Guard to go to war with Underworld. Stella gulped deeply. That was bad. However, Underworld had already been warned, and 11 Holy Guards died before the ancestor of the 9 Elements sect became involved. The war ended, and with the glib tongue of the ancestor, a cooperation between Underworld and the 9 Elements sect had been achieved. The man looked at Stella again. By the way, that person that made your life so difficult in the 9 Elements sect, the sect master, has been put under the effects of a slave ring. She will stay at the front lines of the war against the beasts for the remainder of her natural life. Stella looked towards the ground. She wasn't sure how she should feel right now. She deserved it. Liam interjected with some anger. I would have wished for her death, but I guess this is the next best option. Stella sighed. Liam was right, but there was also a certain feeling of loss in Stella's heart. Of course, she didn't mourn the loss of her cruel aunt, but maybe the loss of the aunt she had known in the past. In her heart, Stella still had held some hope that the kind aunt of her memories would return. Sadly, she never did, and she never would in the future. All in all, the man said as he looked at Gravis, I would say that's a job well done. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. I didn't hear any sarcasm. There wasn't any, the man said. The loss of so many talented and powerful cultivators is bad in the short run, but good in the long run. The humans have become too powerful recently, making it harder for the beasts to survive. This short war weakened the humans, which should give the beasts some time to recover. It also means that I don't have to get involved again, the man said. Stella and Liam furrowed their brows. This man was talking like he wanted the beasts to win the war. Yet wasn't he human? Shouldn't the beasts be his enemies? I see your questioning gaze, the man said to Stella and Liam. I do not want the beasts to win the war, he said. I want the war to continue. Why? Stella asked. Gravis already knew the answer. The fiercer the war, the better the cultivators. Because that's my job, he said. Your job? Stella asked. Who could give you a Joe Dash? And then, she looked at Ark. Ark smiled and slightly waved at her. Hello, he sang. By now, Ark no longer appeared intimidating. In fact, he appeared very approachable, kind, and friendly. Why? Stella asked. Why would you want the war to continue? So many more people and beasts will die. Stella realized that she had just asked an important and powerful question. No one alive knew why the beasts and humans even fought. It had been like this for eons. Now, she had asked about the origin and reason for this war. What was the answer? What would heaven say? Because I want to help people become powerful, Ark said directly. Silence. That's it, Stella asked. She had thought that there would be a deeper reason. Well, that's not everything, Ark said. It also brings some excitement into this world. And it's fun to watch. Stella thought about Ark's answer. Fun to watch? That obviously wasn't enough reason to keep this war going. But his first reason was already a pretty good one. The war truly helped cultivators to become more powerful. Yet Stella had expected more. This reason felt a bit simple. Some seconds of silence passed. Gravis, the man said suddenly. Gravis was a bit surprised that this illustrious senior brother wanted something from him. Yes, everyone in the world thinks that you are a beast, and you have been declared an enemy of humanity, the man said. Stella felt like a heavy punch had hit her. This was all because of her. She knew what it meant to be the enemy of all of humanity. Gravis could never show himself in the human territories again. And why? It was all because of her. If she had been stronger, Gravis wouldn't have needed to save her. Okay, Gravis said without surprise. So, Stella and Liam were surprised that Gravis was taking this development so well. However, after thinking about what they have heard from Gravis past, this really didn't seem to be that bad in comparison. Didn't you have some grand plan? The man asked. Yes, but it seems like I can't go through with it now, Gravis said. It requires the cooperation of at least one peak sect. If that's all, then you can still proceed with your plan, the man said. Stella, Liam, and Gravis were all confused. Didn't this man just say that Gravis was the enemy of humanity? How would any peak sect dare to cooperate with him? And which sect would cooperate with me now? Gravis asked. My sect, the man said. The three of them looked with surprise at this person. His sect? So, this mysterious person was part of a peak sect. Stella quickly went through all the different ancestors and ascenders she had met in the past. None of them fit this person. However, there was one peak sect that Stella had never gone to. The purest sect, Stella said. The man nodded. I'm the ancestor of the purest sect, he said. The purest sect. The purest sect was always very isolated and xenophobic. They didn't allow anyone to enter their territory, and they rarely talked with the other peak sects. The purest sect nearly never involved itself with human affairs. The other four peak sects wanted to get the cooperation of the purest sect. After all, the other four were working together very closely, while the purest sect only did their own thing. Sadly, no matter what they did, the purist sect wouldn't talk or cooperate with the other peak sects as long as it didn't involve something of massive importance. It even went so far that the highest commander of humanity didn't control the Eastern Front. The only thing that the purist sect did was to take care of the Eastern Front and both of their adjacent rivers. Even the strategic maps in the important command centers of humanity just had the eastern quarter of the world blackened out. There was no point in looking at the Eastern Front. The purist sect was easily dealing with the beasts, and from what humanity was able to extrapolate by several clues regarding the beasts' movements, the purist sect was doing an outstanding job. From what humanity saw, the Eastern Front was basically the most stable front out of all of them. The purist sect even had enough leftover forces to completely control their adjacent rivers. Even the primordial force sect to the west couldn't deal with both of their rivers. Yet, the purist sect did it easily. The purist sect almost seemed mysterious and otherworldly. One had to remember that it definitely wasn't easy to deal with the beasts. After all, a peak sect wasn't enough. 60% of the human forces fighting at the front line directly belonged to the human alliance. Only the remaining 40% were made up of the various sects. Yet, the Eastern Front was handled entirely by the purist sect. This was also the main reason why the human alliance didn't force their cooperation on the purist sect. They didn't want to provoke a sleeping giant. Just let it sleep and do its job. Wait, Gravis said. So, the purist sect would be willing to support my plan? Yes, the man said. But wouldn't my location be leaked? Even if the purist sect is very isolated, some people are bound to have heard of me and might report it to the other peak sects. At that point, they will demand the purist sect to hand me over. I don't think that you would be willing to offend 4 peak sects just so that my plan works, Gravis said. You're right, the ancestor of the purist sect said. I wouldn't. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Then, why do you offer to help? Because no one will notice you, the man said. Gravis' brows furrowed in skepticism. And how's that supposed to work? I need to be in contact with humans constantly. Yes, but I can choose which humans you come into contact with, the man said. Gravis' eyes shone. So, the purist sect is willing to be an intermediary for me? No, the man said. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. Could you maybe talk in full sentences? Do you always need me to ask for clarification before you explain more? Gravis asked with annoyance. The man looked evenly at Gravis. Underworld will act as an intermediary, he said. Wait, what? Gravis asked. Can you even speak for Underworld in this matter? Yes, because I'm also the leader of Underworld. Silence. Stella and Liam felt like their reality was crumbling. The disease of humanity, Underworld, was actually being led by the purist sect. A peak sect was Underworld? That's not possible, Stella interjected. If Underworld is part of the purist sect, this secret would have long since been exposed. No, the man said. Underworld is mainly a mercenary organization and trading hub. It is spread over the entirety of the world. Only the headquarters are in the purist sect. The leadership of Underworld is the leadership of the purist sect. The elders and disciples don't know about the connection. Stella and Liam had long gotten used to becoming shocked today. One of the most hidden secrets of the world, the location of Underworld's headquarters, had just been exposed in front of them. Underworld's headquarters was actually at the very center of the purist sect. No wonder no one had ever been able to release the secret of Underworld's location. If someone powerful wanted to hurt Underworld, they would immediately be teleported into the very center of the purist sect. Not only would an entire peak sect surround them, but even the entire eastern continent would become their enemy. This also explained why Underworld had never been eradicated before. If the humans wanted to eradicate Underworld, they would need to eradicate the purist sect. Could they even survive such a loss? The beasts would immediately overwhelm humanity after such an insane conflict. Why are you telling us this? Liam asked. Aren't you afraid that we might leak this secret? No, the man said. What makes you so sure? Liam asked. Because Underworld's job is to weaken humanity so that they don't overwhelm the beasts. Liam and Stella took a deep breath. Without Underworld, humanity will eventually overwhelm the beasts, and that will weaken the future potential of this world severely. This concerns the very future and purpose of this world, and its creator won't just look on as his world is being destroyed. The man finished. Liam looked over at Ark. Ark winked at him. Liam's body shivered. So, do you accept? The man asked Gravis. Gravis scratched his chin. Yes, I think I will, he said. Good, the man said with a nod. Your actions will help the purest sect and underworld to become stronger, which, in turn, will help us to keep the war going. Gravis nodded. Yep. Do you want to talk about the details right now? The man asked. Gravis looked at Stella. No, not right now, Gravis said. I have time now, and I want to talk to someone else first. Fine, the man said. You can ask teacher to contact me when you're ready. Xing. And the man was gone. Gravis also hadn't known about these things, and he looked at Ark. So, you have quasi-heavenborn, Gravis said. Ark chuckled a bit. Kind of. How many know of your real identity? Gravis asked. Everyone that's currently present, Exer and Narcissus, Ark said. I guess Exer was that guy just now? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. How powerful is Exer? Gravis asked. He's not bad, Ark answered. He's without a doubt the most powerful being in this world besides me, obviously. Then Ark sighed. Sadly, he must leave in the next 50,000 years. His longevity is running out. It's actually rather sad. If there were star gods in this world, Exer would be able to fight them equally, giving him another 200,000 years in this world. Gravis' eyes shone. I guess that's a 3-level jump, right? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. Yes. Exer has reached the limit of battle strength with a normal, human constitution that is realistically achievable with an immortal emperor's longevity. Gravis nodded. After that, Stella and Liam also talked to Ark for a while. Their nervousness had completely vanished by now as they talked to Ark as friends. Ark had an amazing ability to put people at ease. After some hours, Stella went over to Gravis nervously. Gravis also looked nervously at Stella. Can we talk somewhere private? She asked. Gravis' heart began beating rapidly. Sure. Stella and Gravis went to the other side of the lake to be alone. Gravis was beyond nervous right now. He had tried his best, and he had been as honest as possible. However, there were still 2 issues. One issue was what he had done to Stella in the past. The other issue was what he had told Stella about being very compatible with him. Stella knew the law of freedom, and she could fully decide to do whatever she wanted. That could lead to her proving to herself that she could also ignore something like predetermined compatibility. Gravis took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. He had to calm down. So, what did you want to talk about? Gravis asked, realizing that this question was unnecessary. Stella looked at Gravis with a complicated look, which made Gravis' nervousness rise. Then, she slowly walked over and kissed him. Gravis almost couldn't move due to shock, but his insides felt like they were about to explode. Elation, skepticism, happiness, and love mingled. For a second, Gravis couldn't believe that this was reality. He had never been in a true relationship, and he had longed for Stella for so long. Were his dreams finally about to come true? Stella stopped as she looked at Gravis, aggrieved. Her face was slightly reddened from embarrassment. I feel awkward when you don't reciprocate, she said cutely. This pulled Gravis back to reality, and he immediately swept Stella up in a deep kiss. Nervousness and skepticism vanished from Gravis, being as only happiness remained, uncontaminated by other emotions. Love. The love he had felt for Stella only became stronger. They were finally together, and Gravis could let down all his guards. He didn't have to be careful. He didn't have to fear that she would die. He didn't have to fear that she would stop him from becoming more powerful. He didn't have to fear that they would part ways again. He didn't have to fear anything. He could completely let himself go in the moment. After a minute, the two parted again, but nothing was as it had been before. A deep connection had been established between them, and both of them felt this connection deeply. The two of them only looked at each other for a while, and Gravis' body started to shake. Pack. Then, Gravis pulled Stella into a tight embrace, seemingly afraid that he would lose her. "I was so scared," Gravis said with a shaky voice. "I feared that you wouldn't want to see me again after what I have done. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that everything would work out, but I never fully believed it." Stella's law of empathy could feel Gravis' pain right now, and it felt overwhelming. Gravis had truly been terrified. Such a powerful and scary world-ender was feeling this terrified just because of the possibility that he might lose his loved one. Was Gravis a good person? In Stella's mind, he was the best person. "I'm here now," Stella said quietly, "and I won't leave again." For some time, the two of them just stood there, embracing each other. Some hours passed. Stella and Gravis had long stopped embracing each other. Right now, they were only talking. Stella was curled up beside Gravis, just leaning on his shoulder with her head as she looked at the lake with a peaceful gaze filled with bliss. Gravis' arm was put around Stella as he carefully stroked her shoulder. Stella looked at the lake, but Gravis looked at Stella. He just couldn't stop looking at her. It was mesmerizing. "What made you decide to be with me?" Gravis asked. Stella looked at Gravis from slightly below him. Gravis thought that Stella's expression was so cute at the moment. "When I saw you in the Great Hall," Stella said. "That early?" Gravis asked. "Emicham," Stella muttered quietly. "Then what about your apprehensive expression when you asked me to tell you my story?" Gravis asked. "That was for Liam, not for me," Stella said. "For Liam?" Gravis asked. Stella nodded. "You two are the most important people in my life, and I don't want you guys to hate each other. When we were in your life ring, Liam and I talked. I was telling him that I would be with you." Then Stella had to chuckle slightly. Obviously, he was very against that. Not only is he still hung up about that situation from back then, but it's also difficult for him to accept you due to your body. To him, it was like I was in a relationship with a beast. After a long time of talking, I managed to convince Liam that he would approve of us as long as you told us all your secrets. Not only would this prove that you would be willing to compromise your safety for me, but we too would also be able to see what kind of person you truly are. And, who knew? After you were finished telling your story, Liam didn't seem that apprehensive anymore, Stella said with a smile. He has only seen your actions but didn't realize what led up to these actions. Hearing your story allowed him to see how you have become what you are now. I'm pretty sure that Liam is no longer against you. I think he now genuinely feels for you and what you have gone through. Stella chuckled a bit. Sadly, he's too proud to make the first step. Stella looked into Gravis' eyes. When you have the time, could you try becoming closer with Liam? That would be really important to me, she said slowly and quietly. Gravis nodded. I think we have gotten off on the wrong foot, Gravis said. The first time Liam saw me was when I nearly killed you. The second time he saw me, that situation happened. It's natural that my image in his mind is about as horrible as it gets. I'm happy to hear that, Stella said. Then she looked back at the lake again. And about that situation from back then, Gravis' heart became a bit more nervous. I've had a lot of time to think, Stella said. The law of freedom is truly rare, and basically no one knows it. Would I have been able to comprehend the law of freedom without going through this pain? Probably not, Stella said. It was also the only solution to the issue with my will aura back then. Even more, after I heard how you have comprehended the law of freedom, I feel like I had it easier. So, in short, I don't regret what has happened in the past, Stella said as she looked into Gravis' eyes again. If I could rewrite my past, I wouldn't change that incident. Yes, it was horrible, and yes, I felt a lot of pain, but in the long run, it has helped me. Without that situation, I wouldn't know where I would be. Stella leaned her head more on Gravis' shoulder and closed her eyes. And right now, I'm happy with where I am. Gravis felt his heart warming. How could Stella be this perfect? How was something like that even possible? What had he done to deserve such a perfect woman? Gravis, Stella said as she looked up at him, her face being bright red. Gravis felt that the feeling of the atmosphere changed. From peace and tranquility, it changed to something more passionate. Yes, Gravis asked. We are together now, right? Stella asked. Yes, Gravis answered. So, shouldn't we take the last step? Stella asked nervously. Gravis blinked a couple of times as he tried to remain calm. If you want, Gravis said. Stella nodded, and her red face radiated conviction. Yes, Gravis smiled peacefully, but inside himself, a fire was raging. I love you, Stella, Gravis said. I love you too, Gravis, Stella said with her red face. Two immortal kings at the center of the world, inside a quiet and peaceful clearing, surrounded by nothing but calm, finally became one. In the center of the world, two people experienced true love for the first time in their lives. After around 51,500 years, Gravis finally experienced how it felt to be with someone he truly loved. On the other side of the clearing, Ark smiled happily as he created a formation array around Gravis and Stella. When was the last time he had felt true love? Daddy, why don't you allow me to cultivate? Up in the highest world, a 10-year-old girl sat in a massive hall in front of a middle-aged man with black hair. The man with black hair was the opposer, and the child in front of him was his youngest daughter, Artemis. When Gravis had discovered new love, the opposer and his wife had felt their old love being rekindled. When Artemis had heard about cultivation from her friends, she had felt it to be wondrous. People could fly around. People could completely reshape the entire world. She also wanted to do this. Artemis, her father said. He tried his best to make his voice as soft as possible. He didn't want to scare her or suppress her with his authority. I love you, and you know that I only want the best for you, the opposer said with difficulty. Artemis didn't react. Her father told her so often that he loved her that this statement had no impact on her. But cultivation is not as easy as you imagine, the opposer said. Cultivation doesn't lead to happiness. It can help you in securing happiness, but you first need to go through a black sea of pain and despair before you can truly find happiness. Xing, a white screen that showed images from a village, was summoned in front of Artemis. Do you see them? The opposer asked. These are mortals, and they are truly happy. Artemis saw several adults working together, and whenever the husbands looked at their wives, a long and deep connection between them could be felt. You want to be happy, right? The opposer asked. Yes, Artemis said without any hesitation. But I also want to see more of the world. I want to become powerful and understand the world. I don't just want to spend the rest of my life in this city. The opposer sighed. Why was raising this child so much harder than raising all the other ones? In the past, he could just have directly shown them that they didn't need any power to be happy. But now, everything had become more difficult. The opposer had changed, and he was trying his best to be as good of a father as he could be. Artemis didn't call him father but daddy. Artemis wasn't surprised when her father told her that he loved her. Artemis wasn't even a little bit nervous in front of her father. As a young child, Artemis felt all of this to be natural. This was just normal, right? I have told you what your big brother had to go through, the opposer said, referring to Gravis. He had accidentally killed his only friend in the lower world. He had to decide between power and happiness. He had to stay alone for so many years, and even when he made friends, he had to separate from them. Even now, over 50,000 years later for him, he still hasn't met his earliest friends again. If you step on the path of cultivation, the world will become your enemy. At that point, you can't increase your power and be happy at the same time. As soon as you step on the path of cultivation, happiness has to wait until you are powerful enough to protect this happiness. Right now, no one is threatening your happiness. If you want to search for happiness, no one will stop you. Are you truly willing to spend your entire life among blood and destruction, just to be able to search for the very thing you can already have right now? The opposer finished. Artemis frowned. So that's a no, right? She asked. The opposer sighed again. It's not that easy to make such a choice, he said. Right now, you are only 10, and you're not able to make such a long-lasting decision. I'm grown up already, Artemis shouted, aggrieved. Some seconds of silence passed in which the opposer looked with a complicated expression at his daughter, while his daughter looked with narrowed eyes at her father. How about this? When you're 15, you can decide what path you want to choose, the opposer said. 15? Artemis asked in shock. That's so long. 5 years for a 10-year-old child might as well be as long as their entire life for them. She had to wait for her entire life? Yes, that's the best compromise I can come up with, the opposer said. I can't believe you're doing this, Artemis shouted as tears gathered in her eyes. Why don't you just say no? At least you would be honest. You're stupid, Daddy. I hate you, Artemis shouted before she ran out of the room. Silence. The opposer only sighed. Why is this suddenly so hard? He asked himself. It's because you now truly care for our children. A voice appeared as the opposer's wife appeared beside him. She had an expression of tranquil pride on her face. She had known her husband for so long, and finally he was showing progress. The way her husband had raised their newest child was like night and day in comparison to their last ones. She was so proud of her husband. Even after living for so long, he was still able to change for the better. I'm trying my best, but decisions I would have been sure of in the past are now filled with uncertainty, the opposer said to his wife. That's normal, his wife said. That only means that you realize the weight of your decisions. You no longer directly decide what is right but question your decisions. Give her some time, she said, referring to Artemis. The opposer only sighed. Boom! Suddenly, a massive mountain of God's stones appeared in the room. Anyway, the opposer's wife said with an excited smirk. Look at all the money I made today. The opposer looked at the mountain of God's stones. That's great, honey, he said, demotivated. His wife nodded twice in pride. Could you be a deer and throw it into the God's stone ocean? Sure. Whoop. And the mountain was gone. It was dumped into the God's stone ocean, the place where the economistress stored her wealth. She sat down close to her husband with a proud smile. How's Gravis doing? She asked. Still at it, he said. Still? She asked. That should be 1,500 years by now. How can they be at it for so long? Don't act like we haven't managed longer before, the opposer said as he looked his wife in the eyes. She only giggled. True, but it's still impressive. Well, the opposer said, at least he's getting some laws from it. Bang! His wife lightly punched him in the shoulder. A light punch that could have distributed a divine god over millions of kilometers. Hey! She shouted with a frown. Just let him experience love. You don't always have to think about his laws. Give your son some slack once in a while. The opposer sighed again, something he had been doing quite frequently in the last couple of years. Yes, honey, he said, demotivated. His wife only nodded with a proud smile. Good. Now, do you want to hear about what I have planned for tomorrow? She asked. Yes, honey, the opposer said. Bang! Another punch. Take this seriously. Stop! Gravis shouted, out of breath. What's up? Stella asked, equally out of breath. I need to do something else, Gravis said. I can't do this all the time. Stella looked with a sad expression at Gravis. Do you not enjoy it? Gravis' inner fire was immediately stoked again after seeing her cute expression. But he kept himself in check. No, that's definitely not it, he nearly shouted. I love you, and I definitely enjoy my time with you. But I also have to think of my cultivation. Stella's brows furrowed. Hey, don't act like I'm not handing you any laws right here. Gravis nodded quickly. Yes, I know, but that's not it. Mortis is already finished with the soft pure law, and he has been for the last 2,000 years. He already contacted me and told me that he will focus on the body composition laws. When I heard that, I focused on comprehending your body composition laws, and I already made a lot of progress, but I can't only focus on your laws. Yes, your 2 level 5 laws of punishment, Inferno and Frostfire are still immensely useful for me, but what after that? I need to set up my plan for the future, Gravis explained. Stella frowned. You're talking like you're only with me for my laws. Gravis' insides immediately shook in nervousness. No, no, Gravis quickly said nervously. I'm not Dash, however. Gravis stopped when he saw Stella giggling. Then, Gravis sighed and also had to laugh at himself. I understand, Gravis, Stella said as she summoned a new set of robes. At the same time, she was also fixing Gravis' hair so that he didn't look so disheveled. Gravis also summoned a new shirt and pants. So, you finally are ready to build the Gravitas trading firm? Huh? Stella asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, I've wanted to do that for a really long time by now. Yes, this was Gravis' grand plan that he had come up with so many years ago. Gravis needed resources and access to law comprehension areas if he wanted to become more powerful. Having a home would also help. So, Gravis decided to create something that he was uniquely qualified for. A trading hub between beasts and humans. Beasts had an overabundance of materials and law comprehension fruits. Humans had technology, immortal stones, formation arrays, weapon techniques, and so on. It was essentially an exchange between resources and intelligence. It sounded logical, and everyone with even the slightest mind for business would have thought about creating something like this. So, had it been done before? No. Why not? Because it simply wasn't possible. So many humans with a mind for business had wanted to create something like that. Some of them even got the support of a peak sect. After all, peak sects would be very interested in the wealth of the beast territory. The problem was the beasts. No human had ever gotten the permission of the beasts. The beasts knew that humans were very shrewd and scheming creatures, which was why they intrinsically didn't trust even a single word any human said. So, even if the human told the whole truth and genuinely acted in good faith, the beasts still didn't trust them. Yet what about Gravis? Gravis had a beast body, and Gravis knew exactly how he should talk with beasts and how he should talk with humans. Additionally, Gravis' battle strength alone would win him a ton of respect from the beast side. Lastly, Gravis had gotten permission to go ahead with his plan from Ark, which also included permission from Narcissus. Narcissus was one of the most powerful beings in this world, and he definitely had the power to represent the entire beast territory. With Narcissus' permission, the beast side had been handled. So, Gravis only had to get the permission of the humans. Gravis had decided to go to the All-Matter sect back then for permissions. Why? Because the main trading goods from the beast side would be ore, and the All-Matter sect basically had a monopoly over all the ore in the world. If Gravis' actions resulted in another peak sect getting a ton of ore, the All-Matter sect would feel like its monopoly was under attack. This would quickly pull the ire of the All-Matter sect towards Gravis, and some immortal emperors might appear to kill him. Yet, if he directly went to the one with the monopoly, no one else would mind very much. After all, the All-Matter sect already had full control over the ore. The prices would still stay the same, but there would be more ore to go around. For the other sects, it would make no difference. Gravis had also planned on trading these law comprehension fruits, but he wouldn't have sold them to the All-Matter sect. Law comprehension fruits would basically allow someone to comprehend a powerful law in no time at all once. They couldn't consume them all the time since that would weaken their abilities for comprehending laws, but only once was already incredible. Imagine every genius in every sect getting enough to comprehend laws. The holy sons and holy daughters would jump from 2 level 5 laws to 3 level 5 laws. The holy son and holy daughter candidates and core disciples would jump from 1 level 5 law to 2 level 5 laws. That would be incredible. Sadly, level 6 law comprehension fruits were probably off the table. The number of level 6 laws decided the stability of this world. The same thing was true for the core formation arrays and weapon techniques of humans. These things secured the survival of humanity, and humans would never give them to the beasts. In short, the two sides would exchange things to increase the power of their talented youngsters but wouldn't exchange things that were very interesting for the peak powers of a peak sect. Yet, trading these law comprehension fruits was still risky. If any peak sect that wasn't in direct contact with Gravis heard about these fruits, they would either strong-arm themselves into a trade agreement or would directly kill the Gravitas. After all, humans also had each other as enemies and rivals, and they wouldn't allow another peak sect to become powerful enough to rule over them all. At some point, The entire representative force of humanity would trade with the beasts via the gravitas. Was that a good thing? No, definitely not. If the entire humanity had access to the gravitas, not a single peak sect would be able to get a hand up over the other peak sects. The peak sects would quickly form an agreement, and Gravis wouldn't only have one peak sect as a trading partner, but all of them. This meant that every potential human customer in the world worked together. This meant that they could be much more forceful in trades and demand lower prices. At some point, either the beasts wouldn't accept these prices anymore, or Gravis wouldn't make a profit anymore. So, the gravitas would go bankrupt. Because of that, Gravis had never intended to trade the law comprehension fruits easily. However, now everything was different. Gravis had completely offended the entire human world except for the purist sect and underworld. His old plan of going to the all-matter sect didn't work anymore. Originally, Gravis had already decided to abandon his plan. Without the help of a peak sect, no matter where Gravis decided to create the gravitas, a peak sect would find it and destroy it. Yet Exer had come to the rescue. Even though Gravis had offended all of humanity, Underworld and the purist sect would still trade with him. This new development was even better than the original plan since Gravis could also directly trade the law comprehension fruits. The only two ways the other peak sects could get involved in this trade would be either via Underworld or via the purist sect. Obviously, both ways wouldn't work for the peak sects. The peak sects couldn't allow Underworld to gain even more power over them, and they simply would see the door slammed into their face when they went to the purist sect. Underworld and the purist sect were cut off from the other peak sects. As long as Gravis traded with them, there would be no danger of humanity uniting against him. Like this horrible concept of a union wouldn't become a reality. Gravis couldn't allow the peak sects to unionize. Gravis had everything already planned out. First, purchase some weapon forging techniques from the humans with immortal stones. Second, sell these weapon forging techniques to the beasts for ore and law comprehension fruits. Third, sell these ores and law comprehension fruits to humans for immortal stones. Then, everything would repeat itself from the beginning. This plan required some initial capital, but after that, basically everything would pay for itself. Gravis would only need to look on as Cyril, Stella, and Liam sold the stuff. Of course, his employees wouldn't do this for free. Every employee of his would get to keep 10% of any trade. The profit margin was far, far more than just a mere 10%, which was why Gravis could be so generous with his pay. All of his employees would earn a ton of money by only talking to some people and beasts. Of course, Gravis couldn't let Liam and Stella trade with the beasts. After all, they were humans. Yet it was something different with Cyril. Cyril was also a human, but he was under the control of Gravis' life ring. As long as he let the beasts feel his mind, they would be able to see that he was fiercely loyal to Gravis, who basically counted as a beast in the beasts' minds. Even better, the profit margin was so absolutely gigantic that, even when Gravis sold the wares for a multiple of their purchasing price, the beasts and humans would still feel like they would be making a bargain. The beasts would see the effect that weapons and armor would have on their front lines. The humans would get supremely expensive ores for weapons. The weapon was the most important thing for weapon cultivators, and there was never enough or to go around. Of course, explaining Gravis' business strategy was far easier than putting it into practice. There were a lot of minor details that could break one's back if one didn't know what they were doing. However, who was Gravis, or more accurately, who were Gravis' parents? The opposer and the economistress. The opposer definitely wouldn't be a help with running a business, but the economistress, who could run a business better than her? Gravis had learned a ton about how to run a business from his mother when he had originally created the Gravitas in Opposer City. Gravis would have no problems with making the business flourish. Gravis couldn't stop smirking as he saw that his plan was about to become a reality. Ha! I can already hear the inner thoughts of all the unaffiliated cultivators. Why would I run a business when I can just kill a cultivator for all their wealth? Others work their asses off while I just take money. Gravis' smirk only widened as he imagined how these thoughts rushed through some random cultivator's mind. Well, you have to kill and search for victims while I literally have to do nothing. All the money will come towards me by itself. Your plundering Tao can't compare to my business Tao. You look excited. Stella said from the side with a giggle. Then she came closer and straightened Gravis' clothing with care. Gravis leaned down and kissed Stella with enthusiasm. Stella was a bit surprised but not against it. Ever since I came to this world, I saw that my wealth was never enough, Gravis said. I always got a huge influx of money and then saw all of it go away. From today onward, this will no longer be the case. Stella giggled a bit as she put her head on Gravis' chest. My man, the businessman, she said jokingly. Gravis' insides were getting excited again as he heard how Stella referred to him as her man. Yes, he was her man, and he was about to get a big promotion. Just wait. I will buy you all the shoes and jewelry you want. You never have to look with envy at our neighbors. Gravis had to snicker at his own jokes in his head. Let's go get Liam, Gravis said. He probably already misses you. Stella became a bit red in the face as she remembered that Liam knew exactly what they were doing. Xing. Gravis and Stella teleported over to the central part of Ark's clearing. In front of them was a clearing filled with humans and beasts. All of them were talking and drinking with each other. In one of the groups, Gravis could see Liam. Liam smiled and laughed while joking with a mixed group of humans and beasts. Seeing Liam smile like this was weird to Gravis. Gravis had never seen Liam smile and joke around. However, Gravis also always only met Liam in situations where no one could laugh and smile. Gravis had never seen when Liam was just casually being himself. When Liam saw Stella, he smiled brightly, but his smile vanished when he saw Gravis. Instead, he had a complex look on his face for a second before it morphed into cold neutrality. Gravis had to sigh. He had noticed that Liam's expression of rejection was not how he felt deep down. However, Liam was too proud to admit that he had misjudged Gravis. Stella and Liam hugged and talked to each other for a while. After a couple of minutes, Gravis stepped forward. Liam, Gravis said. Yes, Liam asked with a cold and neutral voice. I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot, Gravis said. Liam narrowed his eyes. I know that you still harbor resentment towards me, and I don't expect you to like me or anything. However, I want to help you in releasing that resentment, Gravis explained. Liam's brows furrowed. Then Gravis leaned forward and pointed at his cheek. Come on, punch me, Gravis said. Release all your pent-up bang. And Gravis was gone. Everyone looked with shock at the body being shot into the distance. Fuck, Liam said as he wildly shook his right hand. Right now, his right hand had several broken bones and was bleeding profusely. How is his face that hard? How am I supposed to release my anger by injuring myself? Stella looked with a complex expression at Liam, not sure what to feel. On one side, she was happy that Gravis was willing to let Liam release his pent-up anger. But on the other side, seeing it fail like this could also count as some form of ironic humor. Xing. So, you feel better? Gravis asked. Uninjured. Liam looked at Gravis' uninjured body and frowned. Was this a trap? He asked. No, Gravis said. You do know that I can't release my anger like this? Liam asked with a cold voice. I know that now, Gravis said with a nod. I simply forgot that I have hard scales. Liam only frowned, not answering. Come with me for a bit. Let's talk privately, Gravis said as he put an arm around Liam's shoulder. Liam's anger nearly exploded as Gravis touched him. But for Stella, he kept himself in check. The others looked on with interested eyes. They saw Gravis and Liam whispering amongst themselves a couple of meters away. The noise around them was cancelled. Why don't you just use voice transmissions if you don't want to be heard? While they were talking, Gravis was constantly smirking. Liam only looked at him neutrally. If one had seen Gravis' life, one would see that this situation was very similar to something that had happened to Gravis in the past. Many years back, in the lower world, in the entrance exams of the proxy elemental guilds, hadn't something like that happened too? Back then, a young boy with black hair and cold, emotionless eyes was talking to an elder while everyone looked on. This current situation reflected this memory, but with switched places. This time, Gravis was the seemingly older and more approachable person, while Liam was seemingly the younger, stubborn person. After a while, Liam's frown deepened, and he started to think. Xing. And then, Liam teleported away. Gravis returned to the group and smiled at Stella. "What did you two talk about?" she asked. "I basically told him to get over himself, but in a diplomatic manner. I highlighted some stuff from my past where I was similarly acting to him right now. His inherent dislike towards me immediately moved him to not be like me. He teleported away to think. The situation between us should become better now. He still won't be my friend, but we can at least live with each other." Stella smiled and placed a quick kiss on Gravis' lips. "Thanks. That means a lot to me. You're the best," she said cutely. Gravis nodded with a smile. Gravis' life felt so different now. Ever since he had united with Stella, he just couldn't stop smiling anymore. After such a long time of searching for happiness, Gravis finally got it. Gravis was finally happy. His goal of happiness was finally achieved. Now, he only needed to reach his goal of freedom. "Hey Ark, can you call Xer over? It's time we get started." "That's not necessary," Ark answered. "Xing." A token appeared in front of Gravis. "As soon as you reach an isolated place in the eastern continent, crush this token. Xer will quickly arrive and talk about the specifics." Gravis nodded. "Thanks, Ark." Ark smiled. "Wish you luck." "Is that a joke?" Gravis asked. "Yes," Ark said with a slight chuckle. Gravis rolled his eyes. Then, Gravis and Stella waited for Liam's return. They wanted to give him enough time to think about his current situation. In the meantime, Gravis and Stella talked to some beings in the clearing. Gravis and Stella had to deal with a lot of insinuating comments and jokes made at their expense. After all, making someone embarrassed was always fun. A couple hours later, Liam returned. This time, he didn't have a cold expression but a relatively neutral one. However, he still shot Gravis a couple of complex looks. To Liam, the situation between him and Gravis still felt a bit awkward. Luckily, Gravis was good in conversations and could reduce the awkwardness to a minimum. After talking for a bit more, the three of them set off. Xing. All three of them broke their emblems as they returned to the hot and uncomfortable underground room that Gravis had dug out. Gravis quickly put the two of them into his life ring and transformed into his beast form. After that, he passed through Narcissus barrier and entered the beast territory. Traveling across the river in the human territory would be risky. After all, the Purist sect controlled that river, and Gravis didn't know how their defenses were set up. It was far easier and safer to go through the beast territory. After a couple of hours, Gravis reached the barrier to the eastern continent. Gravis dug into the ground again and officially entered the eastern continent. After around a day, Gravis came out of the ground. He had no map of this part of the world, which meant that he had no idea where he would come out. Crack! Gravis' head came out of the ground, and he saw a mortal woman that had just dropped a vase in shock when she saw the head coming out of her basement. Gravis looked around and noticed that he had appeared in a mortal village. Perfect! The mortal woman quickly lost the focus in her eyes as she looked around in confusion. Manipulating the perception and memories of a mortal was not hard for Gravis. After that, he made himself basically invisible and left the ground. He was already back in his human form and manipulated perceived reality in such a way that he appeared like a proud weapon cultivator in case anyone saw through his law of shadow subtlety. Lastly, Gravis searched for some isolated forest and broke Xer's token. Xing. Xer arrived around half a minute later. "You're ready?" Xer asked. Gravis nodded. "So, why did you want to talk here?" "I want to show you the location of your shop directly. I don't like to waste time," Xer said. Gravis' eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Oh, you already found a good location?" Xer nodded. "Narcissus and I have dug out an underground cave for you with 2 long tunnels. One of them leads into a big city while the other one goes directly into the beast territory. However, you should build something that makes it impossible to see the other tunnel. After all, not many people will know that you are trading with beasts." Gravis nodded a couple of times. "Sure, sounds great," he said. Xer gestured to a direction with his head and teleported away. Gravis followed him. After around an hour, Exer and Gravis arrived at their destination. It was directly at the front lines, near the coast of the northeastern river. However, there was something surprising about this location. It was very different from the normal front lines. The most obvious difference was the fact that no one fought here. There were no humans and no beasts in this location, even though it was directly at the front lines. The other difference was the gigantic wall of roots that seemingly split the world in two. Gravis inspected the wall of roots for a bit and noticed that this was Narcissus. "How come you're showing yourself above ground, Narcissus?" Gravis asked. "I'm acting like a neutral immortal emperor plant," Narcissus answered. "I won't let beasts pass through, and I won't let humans survive in this location." Gravis had a complex expression on his face. "But wouldn't the humans still be careful? Have you forgotten who I am?" Exer asked. "I said I investigated this random but powerful plant myself and noticed that its intentions of neutrality were pure. I came into an agreement with it. It would not let any beasts pass through this territory. But in exchange, we have to leave it alone. As the ancestor of the purest sect, no one doubts my words." Gravis nodded. That was already far better than anything he could have accomplished. Gravis was glad that he had two of the most powerful beings in the world supporting his trading firm. Exer teleported again, and Gravis followed. Around 50,000 kilometers below the surface, a cave had been dug out. It was around 100 meters wide and a kilometer long. At the long ends of the cave, two tunnels stretched into the distance. The tunnel leading to the beast territory was millions of kilometers long, while the tunnel leading to the human territory was very short. In fact, it was only 2 kilometers long. Gravis was a bit confused as the tunnel to the human territory ended in a dead end. "I will send one of my underworld elders to you later," Exer explained. "We don't want the location of the trading firm to become public knowledge, or people might find out your relationship with the beasts. My elder will build a teleportation formation array that leads to a bustling city. He will also place spirit isolating formation arrays so that people can't just look through your trading firm to see the other side or look into the ground around the cave." Gravis nodded. "I guess since the elder hasn't been here yet, he also shouldn't know about the beasts?" Gravis asked. "No, he knows," Exer said. "However, he wants to ask you several questions personally before he creates the formation arrays. I don't like to force my elders to do anything they don't agree with. Just answer his questions honestly, and there shouldn't be a problem." Gravis nodded again. "All right. So, should I build the building first?" "Go ahead." Gravis turned to the middle of the cave with a smirk. The plan for his building had been created long ago. He only needed to slightly alter the blueprint for the new environment. Gravis used the law of graphite's creation to create the materials he wanted. As long as he didn't create powerful materials, he could basically create whatever he wanted. His building didn't need to be made out of powerful immortal emperor or immortal king materials. Law comprehension materials were more than enough. After creating the materials, Gravis began to forge them with his lightning and fused them. Why make a building out of many parts when you can simply make the building a single block? After some minutes, the building was finished, and Gravis nodded with pride. The building perfectly stretched across the entire width of the underground cave, not leaving any open spots. The side facing the human side was made out of powerful and clear glass. Windows and glass doors had a professional feel to them, and Gravis liked them. In the middle of the building was a thick wall made out of peak immortal king materials. Even if Gravis thought that this was a waste, he still had to make the wall powerful enough to bear several formation arrays. But wait, where did Gravis get all this powerful peak immortal king or from? Remember that, or Mountain Gravis got after killing that beast before he went to the Holy Judgment sect? Gravis had gathered the mountain of or that the beast had protected, and the wall was made out of the or mountain. Behind the wall, at the side facing the beast territory, was basically nothing. Beasts didn't care about a nice-looking building. They only wanted to trade. The only things at the beast side were a couple of holes at the side. In the future, Gravis would put the wares into the holes so that the beasts could look at them. Xing. Gravis summoned Stella and Liam out of his life ring and grandly pointed at the new building. "Welcome to the Gravitas." Stella and Liam inspected the building with curious eyes. "It looks professional," Stella said. Liam nodded. When Gravis was around, he didn't talk much. Gravis smiled widely. 10% of every trade goes to you, he says. Liam frowned. "Only 10%? He asked. "We will be dealing with big customers," Gravis said as he smiled at Liam. "Every trade will go into the tens of millions immortal stones. Just by talking a little bit, you can earn a couple million immortal stones, and that's it. You don't even need to do anything else. We don't even need multiple people on one side. You can simply decide amongst yourself who is going to deal with the customers while the other one does whatever they want." Liam still wasn't happy. "But you will be earning much more," he said. Gravis rolled his eyes. "You are only officially an employee. You are still basically my brother-in-law, so I will obviously give you money when you need it." Liam looked at Stella and saw that she didn't even react when Gravis called Liam brother-in-law. This meant that Stella was all in on Gravis, and Liam had to sigh. "Fine," he said. "Oh, wait a sec," Gravis said. "Xing." Gravis suddenly took out Ark's emblem and broke it, vanishing instantly. Stella and Liam furrowed their brows. "Xing." However, Gravis returned in just a couple of seconds. "Mortis just arrived in Ark's clearing, and I had to give him my life ring so that he could get your last colleague, Cyril," Gravis said. Stella and Liam had heard about Mortis and Cyril, but they hadn't met them yet. They didn't really care about Cyril since he was basically just Gravis' slave, but they wanted to meet Mortis. However, it would take a while for Mortis to arrive with Cyril, so Gravis decided to begin teaching Stella and Liam about how to conduct business. Liam and Stella knew some of the concepts, but they had never truly traded with anyone. Why would they? The Nine Elements sect had always given them everything they needed. Gravis showed them around and quickly transmitted a ton of concepts about how to conduct business into their minds. The spirits of immortal kings were supremely powerful, and learning something like this was easy for them. How could learning a bit about trade compare to high-level laws? Business was complex to mortals but easy to immortals. It only took 2 hours until Liam and Stella basically knew everything there was to know about running a business and dealing with customers. "I will do the initial trade," Gravis said. "After all, we need to use my remaining 100 million immortal stones well to give the Gravitas a good start." Liam huffed. Did Gravis think that Liam couldn't deal with customers? Stella didn't mind. She wanted to see how Gravis dealt with a customer. Then they waited. Xing. A day later, someone teleported into the underground cave from the beast side. It was a black demon with white scales, making it pure white, which was a bit contradictory to its species name. Liam and Stella looked over and furrowed their brows. This was Mortis. Mortis also looked at Liam and Stella. His gaze lingered much longer on Stella. Mortis was made with Gravis as a blueprint, which meant that he also held some attraction towards Stella. This had only become worse after Gravis was constantly sending these warm, lovey-dovey feelings to him. It was already hard enough to comprehend laws under this emotional assault. For the past 2,000 years, Mortis had been fully focused on comprehending the major body composition laws. He knew the composition of his own body and the composition of Gravis' body, but not the composition of a normal body. Because of that, Mortis had captured many different immortal beasts and experimented on their bodies. Mortis didn't have any reservations when it came to experimenting on weaker beings. Yes, Mortis was a very fairness-oriented individual, but one first had to be seen as an actual being in his eyes to receive that fairness. Humans didn't care about the ants they stepped on while walking through a field. Yet, weren't these ants also living beings? Sure they were, but no one cared. They were too far beneath one to be considered as living beings. The same was true for Mortis in regards to anything multiple levels below him. Gravis was not a good person, but in comparison to Mortis, he was a saint. While Mortis looked at Stella, a feeling of rage appeared in his heart. He wasn't jealous or envious of Gravis. That was not why he became angry. No, he became angry because Stella was the reason why he was constantly assaulted by these distracting feelings from Gravis. Mortis didn't want to feel these feelings of love since he saw them as a weakness. Emotions were a weakness and had to be suppressed. However, when Mortis saw Stella, these loving feelings still appeared in his heart. Because of that, Mortis drowned out these loving feelings with anger and hatred. Gravis also felt the anger and hate and didn't resist them. Mortis had kept himself emotionless while Gravis had his 3,500 years of fun, and Gravis wanted to repay Mortis for that. If Mortis could deal with 3,500 years of being assaulted by Gravis feelings, Gravis could at least deal with a couple of minutes of Mortis feelings. Gravis kept himself at the side. He didn't want to, but he felt incredible anger and hatred right now. In that state, Gravis might say something wrong. So he decided to remain silent for a while. This was how Mortis felt when he saw Liam and Stella. Yet, how did Stella and Liam feel when they saw Mortis? This is not Gravis. Both of them thought at the same time. They knew about Mortis' origins, which made them believe that he would be similar to Gravis, even when Gravis assured them that Mortis wasn't really similar to him. However, as soon as they saw Mortis, they didn't feel anything familiar. Right now, Liam felt like he was looking at a furious beast on the front lines. This didn't feel like a meeting between strangers, acquaintances, or friends. This felt like a meeting between enemies on a battlefield. Liam immediately became wary of Mortis. How did Stella feel? Stella knew the level 3 law of empathy, at least in the past. After uniting with Gravis, her law of empathy reached the power of a level 5 law. Stella now knew the level 5 law of empathy, and the law of empathy allowed Stella to feel the hidden conflict of emotions in Mortis. She felt a complex mix of love, resentment, hatred, anger, pride, and even pain. Yes, there was a slight feeling of pain in Mortis' heart. Mortis himself didn't even know about it, but Stella felt it. In Stella's mind, Mortis seemed like an angry teenager that went through a ton of horrible situations, becoming bitter and hate-filled in the process. However, even though Stella could empathize with Mortis, Mortis was still an angry, cold-blooded, and hate-filled being. She didn't have the luxury to feel bad for him. There is a core of good inside him, but everything is drowned out by anger and hate. This core of good has been completely lost, and I don't think it can ever be uncovered. He is a very dangerous individual. A single wrong word might provoke him into killing anyone. He's unsavable. Usually, Mortis was very neutral with his feelings. This wasn't how Mortis was normally. Normally, he didn't feel anger, hate, pain, or anything. It was just after seeing Stella with his own eyes that Mortis became filled with anger and hate. After all, he had to drown out this feeling of love. Because of that, Liam and Stella got the wrong impression of him. Xing. Cyril appeared in the cave, and Mortis teleported the life ring to Gravis. After that, he went back to the beast territory without a word. The less he interacted with Liam, and especially Stella, the better. Stella and Liam looked at the tunnel that led to the beast territory for a while. "Is this what you would have become if you had lost to your lightning?" Stella asked. Gravis nodded wordlessly. Stella took a shaky breath. She still remembered how Gravis had told her that he might change in the future if he failed. He also told her that she should consider him dead if that happened. It was hard to believe something like that. After all, how much could someone change in such a relatively short amount of time? Yet, when Stella saw Mortis, she saw it with her own eyes. This was not Gravis. If Gravis had really become Mortis, he truly could be considered dead. Stella had underestimated the danger Gravis had been under. After all, Gravis would have still been Gravis, right? But now, she saw the true extent of the danger Gravis had been under. "Master," Cyril said respectfully. Gravis nodded. "We need to wait for a while." Cyril bowed. "Yes, Master." "Sorry," Gravis said with furrowed brows to Stella and Liam. "You know about the connection between Mortis and me. Currently, thanks to Mortis, I can't control my emotions. I will wait near the edge of the cave until everything is over. You can get acquainted with Cyril in the meantime." With that said, Gravis left the vicinity of Stella, Liam, and Cyril as he closed his eyes and sat down at the edge of the cave. Stella looked at him with a pained look. She had the law of freedom, and she knew how much Gravis valued freedom. Yet, Gravis didn't even have freedom over his own emotions. Wasn't something like this one of the worst forms of suppression? Gravis couldn't even be himself. It didn't take long for Mortis to calm down. Mortis was someone that liked to remain emotionless so that he could make the optimal, unbiased decisions possible. Because of that, all the rage and hatred vanished in less than an hour. Gravis sighed and returned to Stella and Liam. The three of them talked for a couple of hours more. By now, Liam was no longer as taciturn in front of Gravis as before. It seemed like he was slowly warming up to him. Xing. Then someone new appeared in the cave. Exer had left long ago, making this person the fourth human in the cave. The three of them looked over. The person was dressed entirely in black. They even wore a black hood and black mask to hide everything about themselves. The three of them couldn't even feel the aura of that person. They could only guess that this person was probably a woman, based on her stature. Stella and Liam became a bit nervous. Only assassins and thieves that wanted to stay hidden dressed like this since they didn't want to be discovered. However, the two of them had also already heard from Gravis that an elder from Underworld would come later to set up some formation arrays. This was probably that elder, but they couldn't be sure. "You're the elder from Underworld?" Gravis asked with a polite smile. The elder turned her head to Gravis and looked at him. "To think that I would be helping a beast in setting up a formation array," she said coldly. "The world is truly changing. Exer should have informed you that I don't consider myself a beast," Gravis said. He didn't take the comment lightly, but it was important to be diplomatic right now. As long as the elder didn't go overboard, everything was fine. "You even dare to speak the name of our keeper this openly. If it hadn't been him that had sent me here, I would have killed you for disrespecting him," she said. Gravis' friendly expression slowly turned to a neutral one. He had given her 2 chances to remain polite, but she didn't follow. Well, then there was no reason for him to be polite either. "My relationship with Exer doesn't concern you," Gravis said. "If he doesn't like how I address him, he can say that himself. I don't think that someone of his caliber needs someone else to speak up for him." The two of them shared a look for a couple of seconds. "I may have overstepped my boundaries," the elder said, surprising the three of them. "It's fine," Gravis said, smiling politely again. The elder had acknowledged her mistake, and something like that was worthy of respect. "So, I've heard you wanted to ask me a couple of questions first?" Gravis asked. The elder looked around the cave some more. Then, she looked back at Gravis. "The only reason why I'm even considering to help you is that you know the law of honesty. Without that law, I can't be sure of your intentions." "I do know the law of honesty," Gravis said. "However, my will aura is currently on the level of an early major circulation immortal emperors. If you want to check my answer, you need to have a more powerful will aura." The elder huffed. "Don't concern yourself with my power. It's more than enough to check if your answers are honest or not." Gravis nodded. He believed that the elder was telling the truth. After all, this was probably one of the vice sect masters or maybe even the sect master of the purist sect. This person was probably at least a mid-major circulation immortal emperor. "Then go ahead. Ask your questions. I will use my law of honesty for every answer," Gravis said. The elder looked at Gravis for a couple more seconds before she spoke. "Do you consider yourself a beast or a human?" she asked. "Human," Gravis said with his law of honesty. The elder remained silent for a couple more seconds. "On which side of the war are you on?" she asked. "Neither," Gravis answered. "I don't care about the war. I don't care who wins or who loses. I only care about myself and the people close to me." "Do you consider yourself part of the human camp?" "No." "Do you consider yourself part of the beast camp?" "No." "Do you consider yourself part of the plant camp?" "I don't really differentiate between beasts and plants. So no." "What is your goal in creating a trading firm that trades with both beasts and humans?" "Earning money." This made the elder halt for some seconds. Was this truly the entire reason? Gravis had no other reason than to just make money? She had expected that Gravis maybe wanted to manipulate the market so that the power of the beasts increased more than the power of humans. One had to remember that only Narcissus and Exer knew the true purpose of Underworld. The other members had no idea that Underworld only existed to make humanity weaker. In their eyes, they were still part of the human camp. Is earning money the entire reason for creating this trading firm? She asked. Yes. Money gives me access to law comprehension areas, weapons, formation arrays, and realm increases. In short, money is power, Gravis answered. So, your intentions are entirely selfish? Yes, as long as you include taking care of my close people as selfish, Gravis answered. The three of them couldn't see it, but they felt like the elder was narrowing her eyes. Then why should I help you? The elder asked with a colder tone than before. Because, even though my intentions are selfish, my actions will benefit the beasts and humans. My intentions don't matter in this case, Gravis said. And you expect me to help you, even though your intentions are selfish? The elder asked. No, Gravis said, shocking the elder. Gravis had used his law of honesty with every answer, including this one. Gravis was honestly not expecting her to help. Exer said he doesn't like forcing people. This means it's your decision if you want to help me or not. If you don't want to help, I'm not expecting you to help. We are currently strangers to each other. And I'm not someone that thinks that strangers owe me anything. The elder fell into thought. She had believed that she was in a position of power since Gravis was reliant on her formation arrays. Yet, Gravis just said that he honestly didn't need her help. It was entirely her decision. What if I don't help? She asked. That makes it a bit harder to create my trading firm. But not by much, Gravis answered. I'll just destroy the human side of my trading firm and use this place entirely for beasts. The formation arrays that you would place only serve two purposes. Keeping the humans and beasts separate from each other so that they don't come into contact with each other, and keeping this location a secret from humanity. As long as there are no humans here, the first purpose is irrelevant. And as long as I create another building somewhere else that only serves humans, I wouldn't need to hide this location. The only inconvenience would be to get the wares from point A to point B, but I can assure you that as long as no mid-major circulation Immortal Emperor tries to stop the transport, I have nothing to fear. And as you are well aware, all of the cultivators on that level in this continent should be part of the upper echelon of the Purist sect, and therefore also be part of Underworld. Exer supports my plan, and he is the keeper of Underworld. Therefore, cultivators on that level in this continent have no reason to go against me. Gravis finished. Silence. Half a minute of silence. The elder was thinking deeply about the words that Gravis had said. Gravis was right. He wasn't reliant on the elder's help. His trading firm would succeed regardless. The elder's help would only make it more convenient. Fine, the elder said after a while. But I want to get paid. Like I said, strangers don't owe me anything, Gravis said. Therefore, I was expecting to pay you. However, depending on the price, I might have to delay the payment. My initial investment into the market has to be as big as possible. The elder remained silent for 5 seconds as she thought about it. Promise me with your law of honesty that you will pay me as long as we agree on a price. It doesn't have to be immediately, but I want you to make an honest effort to pay for my service, she said. No problem, Gravis said with a nod. I promise you. The elder also nodded. Good. What do you need? The elder and Gravis talked for half an hour about what formation arrays should be set up at which places. The elder became quite surprised when Gravis said that he didn't want any access points. The elder informed Gravis that he needed access points. Otherwise, he would also be stopped by his own formation arrays. Gravis quickly demonstrated his law of freedom by passing through a test formation array the elder had set up. The elder felt like her world was breaking down. How could someone just pass through her formation arrays like this? This simply wasn't possible. Yet, she couldn't disagree with what she was seeing. Apparently, for some reason, Gravis was immune to her formation arrays. She had never seen anything like it, but the proof was before her eyes. So, she could only accept Gravis' request of not making any access points. Without Mortis, Gravis' law of freedom only had the power of a level 5 law, which shouldn't be enough to ignore powers at the level of Immortal Emperors. These formation arrays definitely were on the levels of immortal emperors. So why was he able to ignore these formation arrays? Simple. The formation arrays didn't have a will on them. Without a will, the power of the formation array didn't matter in front of the law of freedom. The elder completely isolated both sides of the gravitas, making it impossible for anyone to break them in an instant. Spirit senses were blocked, as well as movement with laws like graphite's earth movement. The only way to look to the other side or outside would be by breaking the formation array. As said previously, the formation arrays couldn't be broken in an instant. It would require multiple attacks from major circulation immortal emperors. This would give Gravis enough time to react. Even more, Narcissus was basically surrounding them. If someone was able to break the formation array, they had to be powerful enough to even interest Narcissus. At that point, Narcissus would simply consume them. All of this had been set up for the human guests. Gravis didn't need to protect himself against the beasts since they would simply follow the orders of their higher-ups. As long as nothing out of the ordinary happened, they wouldn't care. Dealing with beasts was far easier than dealing with humans. All the formation arrays were set up in a couple of hours. Gravis watched the elder while she set the formation arrays up, but he couldn't understand the process. He felt a couple of familiar laws, but the elder was using them in such a way that it basically seemed illogical to Gravis. Sure enough, setting up formation arrays isn't easy, Gravis thought. I thought I would be able to guess some of the processes since I also infuse my weapons with formation arrays, but apparently, there is a huge difference in how they function. After the elder was done, she called over Exer. The elder could set up all the formation arrays alone, except for one. The formation array that was responsible for teleporting the human customers to this place. In order to keep this place a secret, one needed the level 6 law of space, and the elder didn't know that law. Only Exer knew it, and Exer had to help while setting this formation array up. Exer quickly arrived and infused the level 6 law of space into both formation arrays here and in the city. This wasn't the first time he had done that, and it wasn't very difficult. Exer quickly left after he was done without a word. All the formation arrays activated at the same time. According to the elder, a peak immortal king would need to constantly put their energy into the formation arrays to keep them running. If no one was there, they would need immortal stones. In order to keep them running, it basically required nearly the entire passive energy regeneration of a peak immortal king. That was quite a lot of energy. In terms of immortal stones, one would need to put in 100,000 immortal stones per day if no one used their energy manually. That was a lot. However, when Gravis heard the price of the formation arrays themselves, his heart nearly stopped. How much? 30 billion. Not 30 million, but 30 billion. Gravis barely had 100 million immortal stones. That wasn't even 1%. Gravis asked why the formation arrays were that expensive. This formation array needs to resist major circulation immortal emperors for a while, the elder said, referring to the one that isolated the space. This means that it basically needs to be on the same level as a major circulation immortal emperor. 30 billion immortal stones is on the lower side in regards to what a cultivator needs to become a major circulation immortal emperor. Gravis couldn't argue with that. The reason why the formation arrays were so expensive was simply that they were very powerful. These were formation arrays that P16 used. Gravis had to take a deep breath as he felt the weight of debt on his shoulders. That was a tremendous amount of money. However, Gravis also knew that he was basically sitting on a gold mine. 30 billion immortal stones should be possible. Gravis said to the elder that he would do his best to repay her before she left. Then, Gravis looked at the Gravitas trading firm. Everything's set up, Gravis said. We are ready to open. Are you excited? Stella asked as she hugged Gravis' arm. Not really, Gravis said. It's not my first time opening a business, and the weight of debt is crushing me. Stella frowned. Why can't you just be excited about something? She asked with a pout. I'm excited about you, Gravis said with a smirk at Stella. Ugh! Liam gagged from the side. Stella had to giggle at Gravis' joke and punched his shoulder jokingly. You're bad. Whenever Gravis talked with Stella, he just felt so calm and at peace. It was like he was living in a dream. Whenever Gravis looked at her, he felt like he was looking at a long-lost part of himself. It was like Stella was the most important thing in existence. Whenever Gravis looked at her, it was like he knew everything that went through her mind. Stella became a bit red in the face as Gravis continued to stare at her with a kind smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked shyly. "I just think I finally truly understand who you are," Gravis said calmly. Boom! Stella felt the waves of a new law coming out of Gravis and hugged him. "Finally!" she shouted in excitement. Gravis didn't become as excited. To him, it felt like it was only natural. Gravis had just comprehended the level 3 law of empathy. Gravis had already gained a lot of insights into the law of empathy. Samsara had given him insights, and his love for Stella had also given him insights. Lastly, Stella's law of empathy had also given Gravis some insights into the law of empathy. It was only natural that Gravis comprehended the law of empathy. The law wasn't very powerful, but it signified a major step in Gravis' cultivation. Gravis now knew 2 laws of the overarching law of emotions, the law of empathy and the law of apathy. Even more, Gravis wouldn't feel like he was taking advantage of Stella anymore. Now, Gravis could also share his own laws with her. Gravis and Stella kissed, deeply in love, while Liam looked away with disgust. This was his sister. He didn't need to see that. While Gravis was in the spring of his life, someone else in a different location was frowning. "Just kill me!" a terrified and rage-filled being shouted. Yet, the white beast in front of it didn't care as it continued to comprehend the body of the beast in front of him. The white beast suddenly frowned. "The law of empathy, huh?" Mortis thought. Mortis looked at the half-dead snake in front of him and used the law. Rage, hatred, terror, fear, helplessness, suppression. Useless, but it brings me a step closer to achieving actual freedom, Mortis thought. Seems like Gravis isn't dead weight after all. At least he's useful for something. The feelings Mortis had received from the snake didn't matter to him. This weak being could feel whatever it wanted. His feelings were irrelevant to Mortis' goals. Mortis simply continued to experiment on the snake as if nothing had changed. After Gravis had his fill of looking at Stella, he turned back to the gravitas with burning eyes. "It's time to make some money," Gravis said with a wide smile. Stella giggled a bit as Liam only rolled his eyes. "It was only money. Who cares?" "I will now commence with the first phase of my plan," Gravis said. "For the first phase, I don't need you, Cyril. I will take care of the beasts personally." "Yes, master," Cyril said. "Just watch and learn," Gravis said. "Yes, master." Gravis went to the beast side of the gravitas and waited at the entrance. Whoop! Gravis transformed into his beast body. Since he had to deal with beasts, using his beast body was better. Liam was on the other side, and he didn't have the luxury of knowing the law of freedom. This meant that he sadly couldn't look at the other side. "Narcissus," Gravis said. "Yes," Narcissus asked. Sure enough, Narcissus was everywhere, even here. "The gravitas is now open," Gravis said. "For the first couple of customers, I'll have to trouble you. After all, the beasts don't know about the gravitas yet." "And why should I do that?" Narcissus asked. "You want the beasts to become more powerful, right?" Gravis asked. "It's also in your own interest to send them here." Some seconds of silence passed. "What do you intend to sell them?" Narcissus asked. "It's not really selling," Gravis said with a smirk. "I will forge equipment for the beasts with whichever or they bring. Plate armor, metallic claws, metallic teeth, tail blade extensions, spikes, whatever is useful in a fight. I will forge for them. The payment will simply be the or they bring. If they bring enough for 2 sets, I will give them 1 set and keep the remainder for myself," Gravis explained. "I don't think the beasts will be interested," Narcissus answered. "Beasts are not really interested in external power. And that's why a human is on average more powerful than a beast." Narcissus, Gravis said. "Could you imagine fighting against a human if they don't have a weapon or armor? You can't strip the enemy of their equipment, but you can create your own equipment. Won't this cancel out the advantage of humans?" Narcissus thought about these words for a bit. You are correct in your logic, but that doesn't change the mindset of the beasts. Gravis only smirked. That's because no one is cheating yet, Gravis said. What do you mean? Imagine a tournament among beasts, Gravis said. The prize is something valuable like a couple thousand years in a level 5 law comprehension area. There is a clear favorite amongst the participants, but suddenly, one unknown beast wins by relying on armor and weapons forged with ore. Everyone will become enraged since they believe that this beast has cheated. Yet they can't change the results. The one that relied on external power has won, and that win allows them to increase their intrinsic power by comprehending an additional law. In that sense, a momentary reliance on external power increased their intrinsic power. So, after this tournament, the winner doesn't even have to rely on armor or weapons anymore. They would win on their own regardless. Then, the next tournament rolls around, and even though most beasts are against relying on external power, a couple of them have been swayed. So now there are 3 with armor and weapons. This continues, and, at some point, every beast has to rely on armor or weapons if they want to get these juicy rewards. Gravis lifted his right index finger. And the most important thing is that the beasts have not become weaker but stronger. So, in the end, the beasts become more powerful and I get more customers. Win-win, right? Gravis finished. Narcissus thought about Gravis' words for a while. You humans truly have an impressive ability to look far into the future, Narcissus admitted. Fine, Narcissus said. I will send a couple of beasts. Gravis nodded. Thanks. If you want to see the greatest result, I would advise you to find beasts with a metal affinity. Beasts with a metal affinity like to fight in close combat the most, and equipment makes the biggest difference with them. Fire and water affinity are also good. Okay, Narcissus said. Gravis nodded with a smile and then simply waited. A week passed. Stella was talking with Liam on the human side when she looked towards the beast side. I think our first customer arrived, she said. Liam didn't really care. In front of Gravis, a 10-meter-tall silver tiger was pulling a long mountain of or behind him with his tail. This was what created this grating noise. Oh, Gravis thought. Yes, the entrance to the beast territory is a bit too thin. This could make it troublesome to pull these or mountains into the tunnel. Well, luckily, this tiger has a metal affinity, and he simply changed the shape of the ore mountain into a long cylinder. Bang! As the tiger reached the actual cave, he pulled the ore out of the tunnel and let it hit the ground in front of him. The tiger looked around but only saw 2 beings, Cyril and Gravis. When he saw Cyril, he snorted with disgust. However, he had been told that he should simply ignore the human. So the tiger looked at Gravis. I'm here to test the effectiveness of your so-called armor and weapons, the tiger said neutrally. He didn't talk respectfully but also not disrespectfully to Gravis. The tiger was a peak immortal king. The only reason why the tiger was talking to Gravis at all was that Gravis was a black demon, and black demons were always very powerful. So, even if Gravis was 2 levels below him, the tiger still treated him like he was on the same level. Gravis inspected the ore, and his eyes shone. Early minor circulation immortal emperor ore, and so much of it, Gravis thought. Beasts sure are rich. How much was this long cylinder of or worth? Too much. Hundreds of millions of immortal stones. Gravis smirked. Sure, he said neutrally. Being polite to beasts would only damage one's own reputation. What do you want? Gravis asked. Nearly every human customer would see such a comment as a passive-aggressive taunt. Luckily, beasts like talking without anything unnecessary added. Glug, glug. The tiger shrunk until he was only 4 meters long. Then, a part of the ore mountain behind him began to liquefy. In nearly an instant, the ore enveloped him. The ore hardened again, and now, the tiger was completely encased in powerful, makeshift metal armor. Is your armor better than this? The tiger asked neutrally. Yes, it is, Gravis said. Show me. Create a 2 by 2 meter wide, thin plate, Gravis said. Beasts didn't know what meters were, But since Gravis was talking with the tiger via voice transmission, the concept immediately got translated into words the tiger understood. The tiger looked to the side and created a metal plate according to Gravis specifications. "I'm going to create a plate with the same size by using the ore you brought," Gravis said. The tiger nodded. Bang! 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 3 bolts of divine lightning hit the mountain to liquefy a part of it. The tiger's eyes widened when he felt that this was divine lightning. How? Gravis was 4 levels below the power of the ore, which meant that he needed to use a ton of energy and divine lightning to manipulate and liquefy the ore. Punishment lightning wasn't enough. If this were a human customer, Gravis would have never used divine lightning in front of them. However, when beasts saw someone with such a powerful law, they wouldn't think about how they could obtain it but would respect the beast due to its power. This ore was already the limit of what Gravis could use. An additional level higher, and Gravis wouldn't even be able to melt it. After some minutes, Gravis created an identical plate and put it beside the other one. The 2 plates leaned at the edge of the cave, beside each other. "Attack my plate, then attack yours. Increase the power after each second attack. Then you can feel the difference," Gravis said. The tiger became interested and did as he was told. Bang! He lightly attacked Gravis' plate with his claws, but that casual attack was already very powerful. The plate didn't bend or break. The tiger was surprised and did the same to his own plate. Xianxia. Part of the plate cracked, but it wasn't a crack that someone expected to see out of metal. When one said that metal cracked, they generally thought about a crevice or crack going across the surface. However, one had to remember that the tiger hadn't tempered and purified the ore. This meant that the ore was acting more like a stone than metal. So, there was no crack in the plate, but a part of it fell off like someone had hammered a pickaxe into a mountain. The plate was still there, but it had lost a part of itself. The tiger noticed the difference, and his eyes shone. Bang! He attacked Gravis' plate again. Nothing happened. Crack! Another huge chunk of the tiger's plate was broken off. Boom! Gravis' plate vibrated, but it was still fine. The tiger became even more interested when he saw the vibration of the plate. The tiger had a metal affinity, and he had been around metal its entire life. Yet he had never seen metal vibrate like this. Crack! With the next attack, his own metal plate broke into 2 pieces. "You can continue attacking my plate," Gravis said with a smirk. "If you manage to break it, I'll give it to you for free." The tiger looked at Gravis for a short moment and continued attacking Gravis' plate. Bang! 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 "How is this so hard?" the tiger thought with disbelief. The tiger even transformed into his metal form and used his full power. Of course, it didn't use any laws. These were simply physical attacks. Sadly, even after 5 minutes, it managed to only create some minor dents in the plate. The tiger looked at his own claws that had nearly been ground into nothing. Then he looked at Gravis in wonder. Interested, Gravis asked with a smirk, "What can you create with the ore I brought?" The tiger asked directly. Gravis' smirk widened. "Anything you can imagine," Gravis said. Then Gravis gave the tiger a rundown of everything he could imagine for the tiger. Powerful armor, sharp claw extensions, tail whips, hip spikes, defensive horns, and many more things. The tiger's eyes burned. "What do you want in exchange?" he asked. "However much ore I use on you, I want from your ore mountain as payment," Gravis explained. The tiger looked at the ore mountain he brought. That's it? The tiger had a ton of that stuff, and he really didn't need this entire thing. This black demon was about to transform him into a bringer of death, and he only wanted some of his metal? "I agree," the tiger said. "So, what do you want?" Gravis asked. "All of it." Gravis' eyes transformed into crescents as his smirk widened even more. "No problem. Until next time." Clank, clank, clank. Metallic footsteps could be heard as a tiger, literally armored to the teeth, walked away with the remainder of his ore mountain. No fur could be seen on the tiger anymore as everything was hidden behind an imposing set of armor. Beside Gravis was a 2x2x2 meter cube of metal. This tiger had been a rich customer. "That's so much," Stella said with surprise as she arrived beside Gravis, looking at the metal. Gravis nodded. Yep. Just with one customer. You already earned over 500 million immortal stones. Stella exclaimed with wonder. This ability to make money was simply too terrifying. Not really, Gravis said. After all, I won't sell this cube of metal. You won't? Stella asked with surprise. Why? Protection and... Gravis answered. Stella became confused. Gravis gestured to the cube. I will use up all of this for equipment for all four of us, Gravis said. What? So much? Stella shouted in shock. Gravis nodded. Of course. After all, I want you all to be as powerful as possible in the case that something unforeseen happens. Additionally, when you wear your equipment while talking to customers, they will be even more impressed. A first impression is important, after all. Stella couldn't really argue against that, but she still felt like this was too much to accept. That was so much money. However, Gravis ignored her protests as he directly started to forge equipment for Stella. After a lot of back and forth, Stella accepted her new armor, which looked far too imposing for her taste. She liked modest appearances more. Well, Gravis is already my man, so I might as well follow his example for a bit, Stella thought. The armor looked cold, bloodthirsty, and imposing, but in her eyes, it only shone with the calm light of Gravis' love. This was something that Gravis had created for her. Stella put the armor on, and it fit her perfectly. Her movement also wasn't impaired. Even more, she had seen how Gravis had used some of his scales to create an inner armor and some gases to create a layer between the outer and inner armor. If an attack wasn't powerful enough, the gases would simply remain inside the armor, but if an incredibly powerful attack hit the armor, the explosion of the gases would reduce the damage of the attack significantly. Of course, the armor wouldn't be able to resist another attack with such power since the layer of gases would have already escaped. But that was already more than enough. In short, this set of armor would boost the passive defense of a fighter by a lot and even had a one-time use of blocking a very powerful attack. This armor was a literal lifesaver. Even more, with all of Gravis' core battle laws, the passive defense of the armor was almost as powerful as armor that had been created with the level 5 law of hard complex materials. On top of that, Gravis gave her 5 full sets. Gravis also created several weapons for Stella. Stella was now also armored to the teeth, just like the tiger. As Gravis looked at Stella, he couldn't contain his smirk. The kind Stella was nowhere to be seen. Now, Gravis could only see a bloodthirsty war goddess. This was his war goddess. While Stella continued to look at her equipment with wonder, Gravis forged equipment for Cyril. Cyril almost couldn't believe it. He was just a servant to his master, but his master even gave him this costly set of equipment. 10,000 more years, Cyril, Gravis said. In 10,000 years, I will remove the effects of the life ring. Until then, you will help me with the gravitas. However, I'm also not opposed if you decide to work for me after the effect of the life ring has worn off. This servant is unworthy, master, Cyril said as he fell to his knees. Gravis only smirked. Could you bring Liam over here, dear? Gravis said to Stella. Stella was taken out of her reverie, and she felt warmth flowing through her heart. Gravis was even willing to give Liam such a valuable present. Yes, Stella said with excitement and cute happiness in her voice. While Stella was getting Liam, Gravis was quickly creating his own armor and weapons. Finally, he had enough metal to create several sets of armor and weapons for himself. Stella returned after a few minutes with a stunned Liam. When Liam had seen Stella, he almost couldn't recognize her. Stella had left looking like herself but had returned a couple of minutes later, looking like a war goddess. Yet, Liam's shock only increased when he saw the armored black demon and the armored Cyril in front of him. The three of them looked at Liam. It's your turn now, Gravis said with a smirk behind his helmet. Liam quickly recovered as he looked coldly at Gravis. I've not fallen so low that I need to rely on your goodwill, he said. You are my employee, and I want my employees to reflect my skills as a forger, Gravis said directly. If you don't want it, see it as borrowing it until the gravitas eventually closes. You can look at it as your work uniform, Gravis said. Lastly, it also keeps your identities secret. Liam snorted. Fine. Stella saw that Gravis simply used this reason to convince Liam to accept the gift and felt happy that she chose such a thoughtful man for herself. Just like Gravis always thought in disbelief how Stella could be so perfect, Stella also often thought in disbelief how Gravis could be so perfect. In a weird sense, both of them felt a bit unworthy of the other. However, they truly loved each other with all their heart. Gravis quickly created several sets for Liam, who begrudgingly accepted them. After that, all the ore had been used up. Gravis had created over 20 sets of armor and a ton of weapons for everyone. In just a couple of minutes, the impression that the gravitas would give a new customer went through an earth-shattering change. If a new human customer arrived before this incident, they would simply believe that this was some exclusive shop. However, now they would think that this was some kind of elite, powerful, underground organization. After all, being able to equip all of their employees with such impressive equipment showed how powerful and wealthy such an organization had to be. After getting familiar with their new uniforms, everyone returned to their posts and waited for new customers. Right now, the customers were rare, but all of this would change with time. Gravis looked towards the tunnel from the beast's side with a hidden smile. The next customer has come. It was a turtle with a metal affinity, and Gravis gave it the same demonstration as he gave the tiger. After a couple of minutes, the turtle left, nearly looking the same as before. It didn't need much armor. Something for its legs and head was enough. However, the biggest change was hidden. Parts of its shell had been modified to hold explosive spears. There was also a thick armor at its belly. At first glance, one would only see a turtle wearing a helmet and boots, but the most significant changes would only truly show themselves in a fight. A day later, the next customer arrived, and they also left happily. A month passed, and Gravis had served over 15 customers by now. The customers all had different levels of power, ranging from the early Immortal realm to the very peak of the Immortal King realm. There was even one Immortal Emperor that had arrived, but Gravis had to send them away. Creating equipment at the same level as the Immortal Emperor wouldn't be that effective, and Gravis preferred the quality of his reputation more than the quantity. Sadly, Gravis didn't have the power to create suitable equipment for the Immortal Emperor. All the metal that Gravis had gathered was already transported to the human side of the gravitas, where parts of it were displayed in some cases. The bulk of the metal was kept in Stella's spirit space. Another 2 months passed, and by now around one beast customer arrived per day. Gravis now had a ton of different kinds of ore in the gravitas, and he felt like it was time to get some human customers. Gravis fished out a token Xer had given him. I think I have enough ore to make a worthwhile trade. Do you want to send individual customers? Or do you want to purchase the or wholesale for your 2 organizations? Gravis asked. What do you have? Xer asked neutrally. Gravis told Xer about all the ore he had on hand now. Beasts sure are wealthy, Xer said. I will send someone to purchase all of it at 70% of the market price. That's fine, Gravis said. After all, Underworld also had to make a profit. Like this, Gravis had exchanged some hours of his time for hundreds of millions of immortal stones. This truly was a terrifying ability to make money. Sure enough, creating a business was the way to become rich. A couple of days later, the envoy from Underworld arrived. Compared to the elder that set up the formation arrays, this envoy didn't shroud themselves in mystery. They were a peak immortal king with the appearance of a young girl with silver hair. When she arrived, she saw one person standing in front of a building, clad in imposing, black armor. She had a good eye and could immediately see how expensive the equipment was, which surprised her. This probably had to be the boss of this mysterious shop. No sane person would gift their employees such a ridiculously expensive set of equipment. Hello, I'm an envoy from Underworld, she said with a polite smile and polite bow. I have been sent here to exchange immortal stones for all the ore you currently possess. You must be the boss, Gravis, right? She asked. Sorry to disappoint you, miss, but I'm not Gravis, Liam said with a polite tone. Gravis had always only seen the cold, prideful, and arrogant side of Liam, but that was to be expected with the dynamic between the two of them. In truth, Liam was a very approachable and friendly person. "Oh, sorry," the girl apologized. "Will you be the one that will look over the exchange?" Liam nodded. Bang! A huge part of the cave was filled with ore. Stella had handed all the ore over to him. They came to the agreement that Liam would take over the human side for the foreseeable future. The girl looked over all the different ores with wonder and checked the quantity. Yes, the quantity checked out. Whoop! The girl pocketed all the ore. "Thank you kindly." Bang! A mountain of immortal stones appeared in the cave. "Please count the immortal stones, sir," the girl said politely. Liam's spirit sense encompassed the immortal stones. The girl couldn't see it, but Liam took a deep, shocked breath when he saw so many immortal stones. When had he ever seen so many immortal stones in one place? Even more, he got to keep 10%? "The sum is correct," Liam said with a friendly tone as he pocketed the immortal stones. "Thank you for the trade. Do visit the Gravitas again, miss." "No, I have to thank you," the girl said with a slight bow. "I almost feel bad for buying all of this or for only this little bit of immortal stones. I feel like I'm stealing from you." "Stealing, huh?" Liam thought with complex emotions. Who was the one stealing from whom? Gravis had only worked a collective 5 hours in the last 3 months for all of this, or they were basically the ones stealing from Underworld. The two of them exchanged another set of pleasantries, and eventually, the girl left happily. Liam thought that the girl appeared rather innocent and naive, but he knew that things weren't that simple. She was a member of Underworld, and she also had to have been in Underworld for quite some time. After all, no one would trust a new member with around 1 billion immortal stones. Such a senior member of Underworld definitely couldn't be a naive young girl. Right now, Liam couldn't take his eyes off the 980 million immortal stones in his spirit space. This was so much money. Silence returned to the human side of the Gravitas as Liam simply continued standing there. Usually, he would have considered just standing there to be a massive waste of time, but he was earning a ridiculous sum of money right now. This short exchange gave him 98 million immortal stones. That was nearly half of what he needed to become an immortal emperor. If this were considered wasting time, literally every human in the world would want to waste their time. Some hours later, on the beast side, a new beast arrived. The beast looked around and only saw a tall human in imposing black armor standing in front of it. Couldn't feel the cultivation of the human in front of it, which surprised it. It was already a peak immortal king. Was this human an immortal emperor? No, this was just Cyril. Cyril was definitely not an immortal emperor. In fact, he was still the weakest member of the Gravitas with a cultivation in the early major circulation immortal king realm. However, the armor hid his cultivation from prying eyes. "Are you the one offering equipment?" the beast asked with a bit of hostility. After all, this was a human. "Yes. What do you want to purchase?" Cyril asked. Just like every other time, the beast wanted to test the power of the armor. Fortunately, Gravis had left plenty of plates behind. Sadly, this beast brought new ore, and it was always most effective to show the effects of forging by using the very ore the beast brought. Cyril informed the beast about what would happen, and the beast agreed. Bang! Bang! Some divine lightning appeared and smelted a part of the ore mountain into a plate. The beast became shocked yet again. The cultivator in front of it didn't do anything. All this divine lightning had come out of the walls of the cave. Sure enough, this shop wasn't simple at all. After the test was finished, the beast ordered a ton of equipment. Cyril had already gathered enough experience by watching Gravis for the past 3 months. He gave the beast a consultation session not in any way inferior to Gravis. After everything was decided, more divine lightning appeared, and the ore slowly warped into a suitable form for the beast. After a couple of minutes, the beast left, fully armored. Cyril got to keep 10% of the ore that the beast had paid with, but he wasn't as shocked as Liam. After all, his mind was completely dominated by the life ring. Right now, he had no selfish thoughts. He was simply a servant. This was how the business continued for the next couple of years. Cyril consulted the beasts while Liam had more run-ins with the silver-haired girl from Underworld. As time passed, more and more beasts came. Apparently, the power of Gravis equipment was gaining quite some fame and infamy in the beasts. The beasts hated it when other beasts relied on external power, which created the infamy, but they couldn't argue against the fact that the equipment was excellent and powerful, which was where the fame came from. In just a couple of years, Gravis had amassed enough immortal stones to repay the Elder from Underworld. After calling the Elder, she quickly arrived, and Liam handed over the ridiculous amount of immortal stones. While Liam was talking to the Elder only glared at the wall of the cave hatefully. If one had the ability to see through her disguise, they would see that she was even a bit red in the face. The Elder snorted and quickly left after getting her payment. Liam was a bit confused why the Elder was so curt with him. Why was she so curt? Why was she angry? Well, all these formation arrays were her formation arrays, which meant that they had no effect on her. So, the Elder was able to witness what was happening just outside the formation arrays in a small cave. Gravis had obviously been present all these years. Otherwise, he couldn't have forged all that equipment. Yet, what was he doing during all of this? Well, obviously, he was comprehending laws with the help of Stella. Forging some equipment didn't require much concentration from him, which was why he didn't even need to stop his activities when he had to forge something. Gravis was comprehending laws with Stella's help while earning a ridiculous amount of money at the side. Gravis was living the life right now. After another 5 years, something happened. A new customer arrived, but this customer was different from all the previous ones. It was a black demon with a snake head and 4 arms. As soon as he arrived at the Gravitas, Gravis looked over and stopped what he was doing. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Stella asked out of breath. "It's time," Gravis said with a smirk. "Phase 3 of my plan begins." Stella looked with surprise at Gravis. Gravis didn't fully explain the phases of his plan to her since he wanted to surprise her. Gravis quickly transformed into his beast form and put on his armor to keep his cultivation a secret. Then, he used his law of perceived reality to keep his identity as secret as possible. He had to be incredibly careful right now. Why? Because Gravis couldn't feel the cultivation of this black demon. This meant that this beast was, at least, a mid-major circulation immortal emperor. The black demon had to have heard that the Gravitas couldn't serve immortal emperors, but he had arrived anyway. This could only mean that he was here for something that wasn't equipment. Phase 3 was about to begin. Cyril felt nervous when he noticed the impossibly powerful pressure the black demon in front of him radiated. Xing. However, when Gravis arrived in front of him, his nervousness vanished, and he bowed to Gravis. "Master," he said respectfully. "I'll personally take this customer," Gravis said with a calm voice. Cyril stepped back until he was in the background. The black demon slowly walked into the Gravitas and looked at the armored Gravis in front of him. He immediately noticed the shape of Gravis' body and realized that Gravis was also a black demon. This immediately changed the disposition that the black demon had towards Gravis. What did the disposition change into? Well, the black demon saw someone of his own race in front of him. What would a black demon feel towards their own race? Rivalry, competition, battle, dominance. Only other black demons could be on the levels of black demons, which created an intense feeling of rivalry in them. The eyes of the black demon became filled with battle lust, but suddenly, the battle lust vanished. Instead, his eyes showed a bit of reverence and fear. Gravis had seen this change and he knew what this meant. Narcissus had just warned the black demon. After all, Narcissus didn't want to kill one of his own beasts. "What do you want?" Gravis asked evenly. The black demon looked into Gravis' eyes, but he didn't dare to harbor any malicious intentions anymore. Narcissus was here, and Narcissus was the most powerful being amongst all the beasts. If the black demon offended Narcissus, he wouldn't even know how he had died. "Forging techniques," the black demon said directly with a deep voice. Behind his helmet, Gravis' smirk widened. "It's indeed the start of Phase 3, Gravis thought with excitement. It was only logical that the beasts would want to learn how to forge this powerful equipment for themselves at some point. After all, getting a product and getting a method to create a product were completely different things. The black demons often created their own weapons, but their culture and experience in forging were vastly inferior to humans. One had to remember that there was a gigantic difference between how humans spread knowledge and how beasts spread knowledge. Beasts often didn't spread knowledge since there was nothing to be gained, and even if they did, they simply told it to other beasts. However, how did knowledge spread among humans? Writing. The wisdom, experiences, teachings, and techniques from ancestors that had died millions of years ago could be preserved, spread, and built upon, unchanged and unaltered. Something like the weapon technique of the 9 Elements sect also took millions of years to form. This wasn't something that a single cultivator could achieve in their lifetime without becoming a star god. Because of that, these self-learned forging techniques that the black demons created could never create equipment on the same level of quality as humans. All of these forging techniques were simply primitive, with a lot of things that weren't considered. A technique might start out bad, but when someone else cultivated this technique and achieved greater success than the creator of the technique, they could expand and refine the technique more. At that point, the technique might even become average. The same thing would repeat time and time again. Sometimes, a cultivator would gain a sudden insight or crazy idea. Then, they would experiment on the technique, and some of these experiments would elevate the technique to even greater heights. So, as long as one being didn't become ridiculously powerful, one couldn't create something better than a technique that had been refined over and over again by people with different insights and ideas. That was why the beasts needed Gravis forging techniques. Currently, I only know a single forging technique, and that is the one I use personally, Gravis said. Getting good forging techniques takes a ridiculous amount of wealth to purchase. There are more than one? The black demon asked with narrowed eyes. Gravis nodded. Thousands and maybe even millions, Gravis said. All of them have different requirements for materials, quality, methods, power, elements, and laws. You can forge with basically any element, but you need the correct technique first. I only need one of them and yours should suffice, the black demon said. I can give you mine, but I have to warn you. My technique is probably one of the simplest techniques in existence, but also one of the hardest to master. Depending on whom you give it to, they might either master it quickly or never master it at all. What does your technique require? The black demon asked. Only 2 things, Gravis said. The fitting matter laws and a very good control over the lightning. The black demon thought that this sounded rather simple. Show me, he ordered. You brought some ore? Gravis asked. The black demon opened his mouth, and a big stone of ore came out. The stone looked far too big for the black demon's small body. However, Gravis didn't think that this was anything strange. Bzzz. Gravis used some punishment lightning to create a fitting weapon for the black demon. This ore was only on the level of a mid-major circulation immortal king. Forging something like this was easy. Gravis also only used punishment lightning since he wanted to show that one didn't need divine lighting to forge equipment. Try it, Gravis said. Obviously, this weapon was useless to the black demon. After all, the black demon was a mighty immortal emperor. However, he still tested the different aspects of the weapon and compared it to the raw ore. He even forged another weapon for himself and banged the 2 weapons against each other. His own weapon shattered while Gravis' weapon didn't even get a single scratch. The black demon had also looked at Gravis while he forged, and sure enough, Gravis had only used the law of punishment lightning and the hard pure law. I will purchase your technique, the black demon said. What do you want? Obviously, the prices between individual equipment sets and a technique to create these equipment sets are worlds apart. This trade will be far more costly. However, you probably have a very high status amongst the beasts, so you should have the necessary authority to procure the payment. However, I can assure you right now that your personal belongings won't nearly be enough. So, see this trade not as a trade between you and me, but as a trade between the entire beast camp and me, Gravis said. This was Phase 3 of Gravis' plan, and this was when the true treasures would appear. There were things that beasts had that they wouldn't exchange only for equipment. However, there were also things that humans had that they wouldn't exchange for immortal stones. This was where the true meat of cultivation was at. The black demon narrowed his eyes. I thought as much. State your price. Gravis smirked behind his helmet. What were all these previous trades? They were nothing. In front of this trade, all the previous exchanges were worthless. This single trade would be more useful to Gravis and his close ones than all the other trades combined. 50 level 5 law life fruits and 10,000 years in 10 different level 5 law comprehension areas each. The black demon remained silent for a couple of seconds. How much? He shouted in outrage. You heard me correctly, Gravis answered. That's ridiculous, the black demon shouted. As I've said, this is not something that you can pay with just your personal wealth, Gravis explained. That's still too much, the black demon shouted. I have no issues with the law comprehension areas, and I could also accept 50 law comprehension fruits, but 50 law comprehension life fruits? We need to essentially sacrifice 50 major circulation immortal kings for those. So? Gravis asked. You are pretty high in the hierarchy amongst beasts, and as soon as I give you my technique, the entirety of the beast territory will know it in no time. You are essentially just sacrificing a level of 50 major circulation immortal kings for something that can increase the battle strength of every beast in existence. You are sacrificing a little short-term gain for an immense long-term gain. I can't accept that, the black demon said. However, he didn't appear as angry as before. Then leave, Gravis said. The black demon glared at Gravis, and his inherent pressure leaked out. The cave began shaking, but Gravis only looked at the beast without amusement. 25, the black demon said. 50, Gravis answered. 35. We are taking a huge risk. You said yourself that your technique is hard to master, the black demon said. Gravis remained silent for a bit. All right, 40, Gravis said. Some more seconds of silence. Fine, the black demon shouted angrily. Gravis nodded and grinned behind his helmet. Deal. I want 4 law comprehension life fruits per level 5 law. You can choose whichever level 5 laws you want. The black demon was not happy at all, and he seethed with anger. If Narcissus hadn't warned him, he would have already killed Gravis. I will return in a week, the black demon said. All right, Gravis said. I will also purchase more forging techniques in the meantime. However, I can't guarantee how good they are since I haven't used them before, but at least I can guarantee that everything on them will be honest. The black demon huffed and left quickly. He didn't want to continue talking to Gravis. That was such a big trade. Stella shouted with excitement as she hugged Gravis. Gravis laughed loudly. Great, isn't it? He asked. You 4 haven't eaten any law comprehension life fruits yet, so I will give each of you 4. You should be able to comprehend another level 5 law with them. Really? You would do that? Stella asked. But those are basically portable level 5 laws. So? Gravis said nonchalantly. I've told you that you can't eat too many life fruits anyway. I'll only lose 12 and will still have 28 to sell. Underworld will be very interested in those. What do you plan to exchange for these life fruits? Stella asked as she looked at Gravis with awe and wonder. Usually, Stella wasn't easy to impress, but as soon as she and Gravis had become a pair, it was like Stella had become a young girl again, filled with excitement. A lot of pressure had disappeared from Stella's shoulders, and she finally felt like she had someone that she could truly rely upon. Because of that, her mindset had relaxed. I will exchange them for access to level 5 law comprehension areas, Gravis said. After all, you guys can't go into the beast territories. The access to the level 5 law comprehension areas in the beast territory is for Mortis and me, while you guys can go to the human territories. Right, Stella shouted as she finally understood. I was wondering about that. But then, Stella remembered something. But what about the gravitas? If you give the beasts your own forging technique, we will run out of business. Gravis had to laugh at that. Do you think creating powerful equipment with lightning is easy? You should know something about forging. Tell me, can you forge with lightning? Gravis asked. Stella quickly shook her head a couple of times. No way, she shouted. Lightning is so volatile. If I use too little, nothing happens. If I use too much, the metal turns to ash. I would need to hit everything perfectly. Exactly, Gravis said with a smirk. What do you mean with exactly? Don't you have a forging technique that makes this easier? Stella asked. That is my forging technique, Gravis said. What do you mean? Stella asked. That's it. You just have to know how to create something you want and then hit it perfectly with lightning. That's it. That's the entire technique. The beasts don't know the basics about forging, which is why they need a technique. However, we humans all at least know something about forging. To us, this technique isn't really a technique. The only requirements are the fitting laws and an excellent control over lightning, Gravis explained. I guess the control over your lightning has to be about as good as the control over energy when you create a good space ring. Stella's eyes widened. She had heard from Gravis how the highest world had space rings. Theoretically, a space ring could be created by using the level 6 law of space and by manipulating energy to the finest degree. Normal space rings didn't exist in the higher world. There were people that knew the level 6 law of space, but no one could control their energy this finely. After all, why would they? It took far too much practice, and being able to control one's energy better didn't really increase one's power by much. It wasn't worth the effort, and powerful immortal emperors had better things to do. Creating a life ring was even more difficult. One needed to basically create a space ring and then infuse it with the law of the dead world. Wait, but the thing is called a life ring. Why did it suddenly need the law of the dead world? Ironically, a life ring didn't need the laws of life. It only needed to create an environment that allowed life to flourish. But wait, if the higher world didn't even have space rings, how could it have slave rings, which were basically life rings? Simple. Previous researchers from the highest world. There was an uncountable number of lower worlds and a ridiculous number of middle worlds. However, the higher worlds were basically all catalogued. Because of that, there had been a couple of researchers per higher world. They were the ones that brought the life rings to this world. Stella had heard all these things from Gravis, and because of that, she knew how difficult it was to make life rings and space rings. Yet, Gravis had said that one needed as much control over lightning to use Gravis' technique as it needed to create a space ring. That requirement was basically impossible to achieve without tens of thousands of years of practice. The beasts would need to dedicate many immortal kings to only forging to make any headway with this technique. These immortal kings would waste so much time practicing that becoming an immortal emperor was basically already impossible due to time constraints. Stella felt bad for the beasts. To her, it felt like Gravis had scammed them. However, Gravis had said nothing but the truth. He had said that it could be the hardest technique to master out of all of them. He had clearly laid out how hard it was to master. The Black Demon could simply have said that it was too hard to learn, and that he would return when Gravis purchased a more fitting forging technique. However, the Black Demon readily accepted. The Black Demon probably thought that Gravis was underestimating the beasts. After all, how hard could forging be? Gravis didn't even lift his fingers and only shot a couple of lightning bolts at the ore. Seemed easy enough. By now, the Gravitas had gotten a different token from Underworld. After all, contacting the Keeper of Underworld just to facilitate some trades seemed like a bit of a waste of time. Liam kept the token of the silver-haired girl from Underworld, and Gravis told him to contact her about forging techniques. The girl quickly informed herself about forging techniques and told Liam about the details of the techniques. Gravis very quickly shut her down. He wasn't interested in this trash. The beasts were paying good money for these techniques, and Gravis wouldn't scam them with a useless one. Only the best techniques would suffice. They had to be outstanding in at least one of the following departments and at least average in the remaining departments. Complexity, quality, speed, requirement. Complexity described how hard the technique was to learn and master. Quality and speed were self-explanatory. Requirement described what laws one needed to know to use the technique in the first place. Gravis' forging technique, for example, had a poor complexity. After all, basically no one could really use it. However, quality and speed were absolutely outstanding. Requirement was good. One still needed to know a fitting lightning law. Gravis wanted several techniques with different rankings amongst the criteria. After all, he wanted to give the Black Demon a lot of stuff to choose from when he inevitably returned in a couple of years. There was no way that the Black Demon wouldn't return. After all, this technique was essentially useless as long as they didn't have a beast with ridiculous control over lightning or as long as they didn't spend 100,000 years raising dedicated forgers. And like that, Gravis had spent a couple billion immortal stones again. If one wanted to earn big, one needed to invest big. The techniques quickly arrived, and Liam handed over the payment. Now, Gravis had 20 additional techniques, all with different strengths and requirements. Most of them needed the Inferno element, but there were also some for metal, water, light, and earth. Gravis especially picked a couple of techniques that were easy to master with an average speed and quality. Yet, one should never forget how long it took average forgers to create equipment. An average speed of forging meant that the forger would only need a couple of weeks to create a good weapon. That was already not bad. Of course, there was still a difference as vast as the difference between heaven and earth when one compared these techniques to Gravis' technique. After all, Gravis could create top-tier equipment in literal seconds. Sadly, mastering it was absolutely not easy. The Black Demon returned a week later with the payment. The life fruits were quickly handed over, and Gravis got some inscribed scales from the Black Demon. The Black Demon had picked off his own scales and inscribed them. As long as a beast handed over these scales to a guard of a level 5 law comprehension area, one would receive 10,000 years of access to that law comprehension area. After receiving the payment, Gravis personally taught the Black Demon his technique. This Black Demon paid a hefty sum, and Gravis felt that it was only fitting that the Black Demon got some personal tutoring for a month. When the Black Demon heard that, he was pleasantly surprised. He had expected that Gravis would simply hand the concepts of the technique over. However, getting personal tutoring was even better. The Black Demon immediately left to gather several powerful immortal emperors with a lightning affinity. The Black Demon didn't have the time to learn forging. He would only look on to learn the basics. He quickly returned with 10 immortal emperors, and they all sat down in front of Gravis. Gravis immediately transmitted his entire technique and all related concepts to the 11 of them. In the beginning, they all felt like it sounded quite easy. The technique really wasn't complex at all. However, their biggest gain was all the basic knowledge about equipment. After all, knowing the basics about creating equipment was what allowed one to create one's own techniques. After getting all the information from Gravis, the beasts immediately knew why their own equipment was so horrible. The Black Demon especially realized now why Gravis' weapon was so much better than his own. Then, Gravis began demonstrating how he used his technique while explaining it in detail. Over the next month, the 11 beasts tried to create their own equipment, but they completely failed. They didn't even manage to create a tiny plate. All the ore they brought to experiment had been turned to ash. The 10 immortal emperors felt nervous. This was far harder than they had anticipated. Yet, the Black Demon didn't care. He wasn't a forger anyway. It was their job to learn the technique. In short, the other 10 immortal emperors simply had to deal with it. The 11 of them left after a month. The Black Demon was already planning about how to use the future equipment while the other 10 left nervously. Could they master such fine control? Gravis waved at them as they left. Behind his helmet, he was smirking widely. "See you later." After everyone left, Gravis gathered the employees of the Gravitas to hand over the life fruits. "Stella, which one do you want?" Gravis asked. Stella looked at the 40 law comprehension life fruits with interest and then pointed at one. "That one." Gravis scratched his chin. "Why that one?" "Because I need something for longer fights," Stella explained. "I already use a ton of energy since I know 2 very aggressive level 5 mixed elemental laws. I need something I can use while I fight normally." Gravis nodded and handed the 4 law comprehension life fruits over that Stella wanted. What law did these fruits contain? The major law of temperatures. Stella knew the element-neutral form of the law of heat but didn't know the element-neutral form of the law of cold. As these laws were now, they wouldn't be able to help Stella much. After all, they required a lot of energy, and Stella had level 5 laws she could use instead. Yet, if she knew the major law of temperatures, she could keep the major laws of cold and heat active indefinitely. over a longer fight, these laws would weaken the opponent passively. "And you, Liam?" Gravis asked while Stella was looking with wonder at the 4 fruits in her hands. "That one," he said. Gravis frowned. "Do you know the prerequisite laws?" "No," Liam said. "I know 4 of 5. The last one shouldn't take long for me to comprehend." Gravis nodded. "All right, then." Gravis handed over another 4 fruits to Liam. What law did Liam ask for? The major law of body growth. With that law, Liam could regenerate his body faster and with less energy. This was also useful for longer fights. "Cyril?" Gravis asked. "I don't dare to feel desire for Master's belongings," Cyril said. Gravis rolled his eyes and threw 4 fruits to him. "They are yours now, and I don't accept any complaints." Cyril didn't know how to react, but he didn't dare to go against his master's orders. What fruits did Gravis give Cyril? Hidden wood. This was a mixed element of shadow and deep wood. As long as Cyril mastered this law, he would be able to stun his opponent's soul when he struck. Like this, even if the opponent survived the first strike, Cyril would be able to gain enough time to unleash a second one. Additionally, the opponent's spirit would be shaken, and it would become far harder for them to concentrate on finding Cyril. This would also allow for Cyril to flee. Gravis kept the remaining ones for himself. This was a great day for the Gravitas. However, it was a sad day for Gravis. Why? Because Stella wanted to comprehend the major law of cold, and she couldn't do that here. Gravis didn't know the element-neutral version of the major law of cold, after all, which meant that he couldn't help her with that one. So, Stella had to go to space to comprehend it. This meant that Gravis' love life had to be put on hold for probably a couple centuries. Gravis told Cyril to eat his fruits in peace. During that time, Gravis would personally take care of the beast side. Liam had to take care of the human side, which was why he also didn't leave. However, in comparison to Stella, Liam could comprehend the last law of body growth that he was missing right here. He only had to cut away on himself while waiting for customers. So, right now, Stella and Cyril were busy comprehending laws while Gravis and Liam ran the Gravitas. A couple hours after Stella left, a new beast entered the Gravitas. Gravis looked over, summoned one of the tokens that the black demon had given him, and threw it over to the beast. This beast was obviously Mortis. It made no sense for Mortis to continue comprehending the body composition laws in such an inefficient manner when he had access to actual level 5 law comprehension areas. "Thanks," Mortis said neutrally as he went back to the beast's territory. Which law did Mortis choose? The level 5 law of lightning's manipulation. With that law, Mortis and Gravis Divine Lightning would become a bit more powerful, a bit more efficient, and a bit faster. "I swear, I'm like his father," Gravis thought. "I am out here earning money, and he only comes to me when he needs something. Then, as soon as he gets it, he runs off to play. I also want to comprehend laws. I don't want to just sit here all alone, waiting for customers." Gravis only continued frowning in front of the Gravitas as he waited for customers. Years passed. The number of customers from the beast side decreased over time, but that was to be expected. Gravis knew that a drought of customers would come as soon as he sold his forging technique to the beasts. First of all, Narcissus no longer sent beasts to the Gravitas. One had to remember that nearly all the past customers had only come under the orders of Narcissus. Now that the Gravitas had served several customers, the growth would come naturally. Of course, that would still take a long time. The second and more significant reason was that the powerful beasts that were interested in equipment had heard from their wave leaders that the beasts would soon forge their own equipment. The payment that the beasts gave the Gravitas didn't matter to the beasts. However, the reason why the beasts rather traded with other beasts was loyalty. Gravis and that human that served them most of the time didn't feel trustworthy to the beasts. The Gravitas was on the edge of the human territory, and the fact that the Gravitas had a human was already suspicious. The beasts would much rather buy expensive and worse equipment from their own camp than buy cheap, excellent equipment from a stranger. So, over the next century, the Gravitas got maybe 1 customer per year. It was a significant drop from the earlier 1 customer per day. However, Gravis knew that he only had to wait. He was certain that the beasts wouldn't be able to forge useful equipment in the next 50,000 years. So Gravis waited for many years. After a century, nothing much had changed. After 500 years, everything was basically still the same. The only difference was that the customer base dropped even slightly more, but not by much. And then, 1,000 years after Gravis had started waiting, everything changed. The customer base suddenly exploded. Now, there were over 30 customers per day. Why were there suddenly so many customers when there had been nearly no customers for a millennium? 2 reasons. The first reason was that the forgers that the beasts wanted to create still weren't able to forge useful equipment. The beasts had heard that they only had to wait, and they could buy equipment from their own camp. However, 1,000 years was a lot of time even for immortal kings. 1,000 years for an immortal king was about as much time as a bit less than 1 full year for mortals. Imagine you were told that you would get something you desperately wanted soon. Yet, even a year later, there was no news. Eventually, you would run out of patience, especially when you could get something even better from somewhere else. The second reason was a tournament. About every 500 years, a tournament for the geniuses amongst the beasts was held. Every participant was a peak immortal king, and the winner would gain access to a level 5 law comprehension area until they comprehended the law. The opening of the Gravitas had been perfectly timed since that tournament was held just a year after the Gravitas received its first customers. Who won the tournament? That one silver tiger, the Gravitas' first customer. Then, the next tournament 500 years later had happened. A normal beast had won, but the ones that used the equipment from the Gravitas placed far higher than what they should have reached. The beasts were quite angry, but they believed that they would soon get their own equipment. After all, their wave leaders had told them that their forgers were trying their best to learn forging. Yet, the years passed and the forgers made no progress. Then, the next tournament was about to arrive, and there was still no news from their wave leaders. So, the beasts had enough and charged towards the Gravitas. They couldn't allow the other beasts to win. Gravis smirked when he saw so many customers arrive successively. Big money was about to roll in. And even more, the more beasts went to the Gravitas, the higher the pressure on the leadership of the beasts. After all, the leadership also didn't know the background of the Gravitas. Only Narcissus knew the background, and he hadn't told anyone. The leadership of the beasts already suspected that their ore was transferred to the human side. Losing their ore was not an issue, but they didn't want the humans to get it. They knew that humans needed ore desperately, and the more they had, the more powerful their cultivators were. So, every time they saw a beast go to the Gravitas, they imagined the equipment of humans upgrading by a rank. Their forgers made nearly no progress, even after 1,000 years. Sadly, the beasts weren't willing to admit that they had essentially bought a useless forging technique. This resulted in the most prosperous 10 years for the Gravitas. Sadly, after 8 years, an issue appeared. It was an issue that Gravis had not foreseen, and this issue made it very hard for the Gravitas to continue earning immortal stones. What issue? Underworld and the Purist sect had run out of money. The prices of all ores on the human side dropped by nearly 70% due to the overabundance of supplies, and it was hard for Underworld and the Purist sect to turn a profit. Underworld and the Purist sect now had mountains of ore that they couldn't sell. All their powerful immortal kings were already fully decked out in powerful equipment, and the front lines were as safe for humans as never before. But only on the eastern continent. The other fronts hadn't changed at all. This gave the leaders of the beasts a lot of important information. First of all, it was confirmed that their ore went to the humans. When the leadership got the confirmation, they immediately asked Narcissus why he was supporting something like that. The humans were their enemies. Why would they willingly strengthen the humans? Narcissus said that the beasts also became more powerful. Even more, the most important aspect was the techniques that Gravis was selling to them. As long as they purchased all the techniques, they would have all the ore. What could the humans do then? The beasts couldn't argue with that. The second thing that the beasts learned was that the ore was only transported to the east. This meant that the Eastern Front was isolated from the rest of humanity. After all, if the humans on the Eastern Front worked together with the rest of humanity, the average equipment on the other fronts would have also been upgraded. So, What did the beasts do when they realized that the Eastern Front was now much more dangerous than the other ones? One would imagine that they would pull back their own warriors from such a perilous front. However, if they did that, the Eastern Front would collapse and parts of their great forest would be burned down. This meant that the beasts' territory would shrink. So, the beasts sent their armored beasts to the east. This resulted in a vast disparity between the Eastern Front and the other ones. In the east, the most powerful and most armed geniuses of the beasts would clash with the armed cultivators from the purest sect. Money was clashing with money, and the most powerful beasts went there. The other fronts became a bit weaker, but it was still manageable for the beasts. Right now, the Eastern Front was the beasts' biggest concern. Luckily, this decision had another positive side effect. Since the beasts sent all their most powerful and armed beasts to the east, the remainder of humanity felt that the beasts became a bit weaker. Additionally, they also hadn't seen many armed beasts. This meant that the change among the beasts had been hidden from humanity. The beasts were silently gaining power without humanity knowing of it. Yet, all of this put even more pressure on the leadership of the beasts. They had to make their own equipment. They couldn't allow the remainder of humanity to also gain more power. So, 1010 years after Gravis had sold his forging technique to the Black Demon returned. The leadership couldn't wait any longer. They had to get the forging techniques no matter what. Gravis smirked when he saw the Black Demon return. The gravitas has reached its crescendo. We have enough immortal stones for everyone to become a late major circulation immortal emperor. We have enough or to last us until we leave this world. We have access to a ton of level 5 law comprehension areas. The gravitas will now secure its last trade before it dissolves. It has served its purpose. Gravis looked at the Black Demon with a smirk, which was hidden behind his armor. "You're back," Gravis said. The Black Demon furrowed his eye scales. "I'm here for more techniques," he said neutrally. "I've got something even better," Gravis said. "I'm sure you would also much rather accept this trade." "What do you want?" the Black Demon asked. "I will give you 22 different good forging techniques. They all have different requirements, different strengths, and different weaknesses. On top of that," Gravis said slowly, "when you accept this trade, the gravitas will immediately close forever. You don't have to think about the humans getting more powerful anymore." The Black Demon thought that he heard incorrectly, but he quickly became suspicious. "That sounds too good to be true. What's the catch?" the Black Demon asked. "No catch," Gravis said. 5 people are working for the gravitas, 3 humans and 2 beasts. My entire goal of creating the gravitas was to secure a future for us 5. What's the point of amassing more and more wealth? Strength is what matters in the end. All this wealth I have received will be used to increase the power of us 5, and we have nearly enough." The Black Demon listened and remained silent for a couple of seconds. "Where are your loyalties?" he asked. "To us," Gravis said. "Us who?" "Us 5. You're telling me that you 5 are your own side and that you don't belong to the humans and beasts? Do you know that this can quickly end in your death?" the Black Demon asked. "I know," Gravis said. "However, that's our only option." At that point, Gravis activated his law of honesty. "We have offended 4 of the 5 peak sects," Gravis said. "The only remaining peak sect that we haven't offended is the purest sect to the east, which is our trading partner. However, we still have to remain hidden. If news leaks out that we are here, the other 4 peak sects will pressure the purest sect to hand us over. At that point, we will have to flee again. 2 beings of the gravitas have no issue with fleeing. After all, we can just come to the beast territory. However, that's not true for the 3 humans. You won't allow humans to enter your territory, after all. However, we are one group, and I will not leave my group behind just to save my own ass. Because of these reasons, we need to remain hidden and get enough resources for us to reach supreme power without being affiliated with any sect." The Black Demon became less suspicious as he heard Gravis' words. Gravis' group truly had no options left. "Do you want to know what we have traded for your wares?" Gravis asked. The Black Demon's eyes shone. He always wanted to know what the gravitas got out of these trades and what the humans gained. If you're willing to tell me, the Black Demon said. The Black Demon had planned to take the initiative in the conversation to get a good deal for another technique. But as soon as he had arrived, Gravis had taken complete control over the conversation. Now, the Black Demon was only listening to Gravis. We traded the ore for immortal stones. Humans can absorb these stones to increase their realm. Right now, we have enough stones to create 5 late major circulation immortal emperors, Gravis said. The eyes of the Black Demon widened. That was a lot of power. In return, the humans to the east got your ore. You should have noticed the increased quality of their equipment by now. The Black Demon nodded solemnly. There was no way he hadn't noticed. The access to the law comprehension areas is for personal use for the 2 of us that can enter the beast territory. The law comprehension life fruits will be traded with the humans for access to more law comprehension areas. That's for our 3 humans to use. In short, everything that we have gained from our exchanges is only for us. Now, we are only missing a single thing. Can you guess what that thing is? Gravis asked. The Black Demon wasn't stupid, and he immediately narrowed his eyes. Level 6 laws, he said. Correct, Gravis said. That's the last thing that's left. After we have access to level 6 laws, we only need time and tempering. The Black Demon remained silent as he looked at Gravis. Trading more level 5 law comprehension life fruits was not really an issue. However, level 6 laws touched the very basis of the beast's survival. Access to level 6 laws was always strictly enforced. What do you want for the 22 forging techniques? The Black Demon asked. First of all, another 50 level 5 law comprehension life fruits. With those, my 3 humans can comprehend whatever law they want in the human territory. Then, everything should be taken care of until they reach the major circulation immortal emperor realm. The Black Demon thought for a bit. To be honest, the closing of the gravitas is a bigger draw than the 22 forging techniques. So I can agree to that request. What else do you want? The Black Demon asked. The next and last thing, Gravis said slowly. Last thing? The Black Demon thought in surprise. He had believed that Gravis would want much more. For the 2 of us of the gravitas that can enter the beast territory, we want personal access to any law comprehension area in the beast territory, no exception, Gravis said. The Black Demon took a deep breath. This was insanely difficult to grant. Not even the Black Demon had access to all the law comprehension areas, and he was one of the leaders of the beasts. Several seconds passed. In actuality, granting something like this to 2 beasts wasn't so bad. After all, the beasts wouldn't spend anything by giving others access. It wasn't like these law comprehension areas would be locked as soon as someone entered. A lot of beasts could enter. However, they were basically paving the way for 2 beasts with no affiliation towards the beast camp to become powerful ascenders. If these 2 beasts decided to attack the beast camp together with the humans, the beast camp might very well get eradicated. The Black Demon believed that Gravis wouldn't stab them in the back. He simply had a feeling that Gravis wasn't such a kind of beast. However, such important decisions couldn't be decided on feelings alone. On top of that, he would need to gather the remaining leadership of the beasts. This wasn't something that he could grant by himself. I, personally, am not against that, the Black Demon said. If it were up to me, I would grant you access as long as you swear that you won't backstab us. However, I can't give you something like this. My authority simply isn't high enough. Mine is. Narcissus got involved. The Black Demon stepped back to show that he would follow whatever Narcissus decided. You've probably listened in, Gravis said. So, what do you say? I presume that access is for you and Mortis? Narcissus asked. Gravis nodded. Then it's fine, Narcissus said. I will give you 2 special parts of my roots, which will grant you access to any law comprehension areas in the beast territories. However, these tokens only work for Mortis and you. Protect them with your life. If you lose them and are still alive, it means that you have sold them. If that happens, I will personally extinguish Mortis and you. The Black Demon took the back seat as he only listened to the conversation. Narcissus was the undisputed leader of the beast camp. The lower beasts didn't know about the true inner workings of the beast leadership. The normal beasts believed that they had 9 beasts that decided the fate of all of them. However, that was not entirely true. If Narcissus made his opinion known, everyone else would follow. I agree, Gravis said with a smile. You can oversee everything anyway. So, the token actually doesn't really matter, but sure, I'll follow what you say. Then a deal is struck, Narcissus said. Hand over the forging techniques. Gravis immediately transmitted all 22 forging techniques to the Black Demon and Narcissus. Is everything in order? Narcissus asked the Black Demon. Yes, leader, the Black Demon said respectfully. Good. Then go get the 50 level 5 law comprehension life fruits and bring them here. Yes, leader, the Black Demon said respectfully as he left. After the Black Demon left, Gravis dismantled the gravitas. He had no fear that the Black Demon would renege on his promise. There was no way that he dared to go against Narcissus. Back in the middle world, Meadow had kept her power a secret, but in this world, Narcissus was showing his supreme power very openly. No beast dared defy him. Liam was surprised when he noticed that the gravitas was being destroyed, but Gravis quickly informed him that their goal had been achieved. Liam felt happy when he heard that. He didn't have to wait aimlessly anymore. Gravis quickly sent Liam to get Stella, and Liam left. Cyril had already been put back into Gravis' life ring. 2 hours after Liam left, Mortis arrived. Give us the tokens, Mortis said to Narcissus. He was already annoyed that he had been interrupted in his law comprehension by Gravis, but he realized that it was for a good reason. 2 small, black roots floated to Mortis and Gravis. They had many complex runes on them, and the 2 of them felt that they were really powerful. They even had some of Narcissus' realm in them. After Mortis got his token, he immediately left again. Another 2 hours later, Stella returned, and Gravis informed her of the closing of the gravitas. Stella didn't know how she should feel about this. On one hand, she was happy that she could now do whatever she wanted, but on the other hand, she felt like their home had vanished. Yet, when she looked at Gravis, she realized that her home wasn't some cave in the underground but at Gravis' side. Wherever Gravis went was where her home was. Gravis also felt just like that when he saw Stella. 2 days later, the Black Demon returned with the life fruits and handed them over. Thank you for visiting the gravitas, but we are now closed indefinitely, Gravis said with a smirk. The Black Demon wasn't a fan of jokes and quickly left again. He had to bring these forging techniques to the beasts. Say goodbye to the gravitas, Gravis said to the others. Stella and Liam looked at the now empty cave with different expressions. Goodbye, Cyril said. That wasn't an order, Gravis said with a roll of his eyes. I'm sorry, Master, Cyril said. Anyway, let's leave, Gravis said as he put Cyril and Liam into his life ring. Then they passed the remaining formation arrays. Narcissus, would you please destroy the formation arrays and the cave? CRK. Narcissus roots wrapped around the formation arrays and then broke them after some seconds. The cave had been cracked and destroyed like a walnut. And with that, the gravitas vanished from the higher world. Gravis and Stella quickly reached the surface again, and Gravis let the other 2 out of his life ring. It was dawn, and it perfectly reflected the feelings of the 4 of them. The path to power was now wide open. The 4 people of the previous gravitas floated high above the ground, clouds below them, and the limitless sky above them. For several seconds, only silence was left as everyone thought about their limitless future. Then, Gravis nodded with conviction. All right. So, first of all, Gravis took out his life ring. Ding. Then, Cyril's eyes widened as his previous personality returned. Cyril, I said that I would keep you for 9,000 more years, but I don't think I need you anymore, Gravis said with a smile. Originally, I had planned to make a deal with the All Matter sect, which wouldn't have been nearly as smooth of a cooperation as with Underworld. I had thought that I needed you to spy on several sects and even assassinate some greedy people, but who would have thought that everything would go over so smoothly? Gravis said. So, I decided to release you early. Cyril looked with a complex expression at everyone as his emotions were going haywire. He still remembered how he had wanted to assassinate Gravis in that one law comprehension area but failed. Yet, instead of dying, he had only served Gravis for around 40,000 years. Even more, Gravis had even dealt with Cyril's tribulation, which had been a significant worry for him. Cyril had done a couple of small tasks for Gravis, but nothing worth noting. All his tasks could have been finished in just a couple of years, and for the remaining years Cyril had basically been able to do whatever he wanted. Was this truly the life of a slave? No, definitely not. Even more, Gravis had given Cyril enough resources to reach supreme power himself. If a slave were paid such outrageous wages, everyone in the world would want to become a slave. So, was Cyril mad at Gravis for suppressing him for 40,000 years? No, not one little bit. This had been their agreement and Gravis had kept it. Right now, Cyril was unsure how he should feel. On one hand, he was happy that he had regained his freedom, but on the other hand, he felt like he owed Gravis even more than before. Even more, Cyril didn't want to leave Gravis' side. He had grown to like Gravis' decisive but diplomatic personality. "Mas Gravis," Cyril said nervously. Then he bowed deeply. "You have done more for me than I could ever repay." "I thank you deeply for that," Cyril said honestly. "If you ever need anything, I'm willing to throw my life away for you." Liam only snorted. Of course this guy was happy. After all, he got a ridiculous amount of money. Stella could only smile warmly. Every person that had been freed of a slave ring had immediately attacked their previous masters with a ridiculous amount of killing intent. Yet, Gravis, her man, managed to deal with a slave in such a way that he didn't even want to leave. As the master, Gravis could have easily gone against his words without any repercussions. Gravis had full power over Cyril's destiny, and no one could have forced him to keep to his words. Well, no one except for Gravis himself. Yet, in such a circumstance, Gravis kept to his words and actually treated Cyril as a friend the entire time. "You don't need to thank me," Gravis said with a smile as he looked at the sun. "Your debt of wanting to assassinate me has been repaid. From now on, there are no debts between us." Cyril grimaced. No debts between them? How could that be? Gravis gave Cyril so many immortal stones and so much access to level 5 laws. How could that not count as a debt? "You are not my master anymore," Cyril said with narrowed eyes. "You do not get to decide if there are debts between us or not." Gravis only snickered a bit but didn't really mind. "For you, there may be no more debts left, but my debt has only grown heavier with time," Cyril said. "Because of that, I want to follow you and do my best to repay this debt." Gravis turned to Cyril and awkwardly scratched his neck. "Well, it's nice to hear that, but there is one issue." "What issue?" Cyril asked. "Well, you don't have enough power to help me," Gravis said with a bitter smile. "My realm is higher, and my battle strength is far higher. Even the speed of my growth is faster. Don't take this the wrong way, but you are simply too weak and slow. You just don't have the ability to help me," Gravis said uncomfortably. Gravis felt a bit bad since he was shooting down the genuine feelings from Cyril with brutal honesty. However, Gravis preferred to be honest. Cyril took a shaky breath. Yes, what had he been thinking? How could a mere him be a help to someone like Gravis? "I understand," Cyril said heavily. Gravis felt Cyril's feelings with his law of empathy. Guilt, pressure, self-loathing, weakness. "Hey," Gravis said as he came closer and put a hand on Cyril's shoulder. "It doesn't have to be like this forever. You simply have to work harder than anyone else, and you might reach a level of power where we can see eye to eye. I would suggest joining Underworld. After that, you should continually switch between comprehending level 5 laws and tempering." Then, Gravis' eyes widened as he remembered something. "Oh, right," Gravis said. "I will probably remain in the Immortal King realm for a really long time. My laws in relation to my realm have taken a big hit, and I need to rectify that. I might even stay in the Immortal King realm for over an entire tribulation. When the time comes, you might already be a powerful immortal emperor. Then you can help me with some things." After all, I also want to take a crack at the emotional laws, and I'm being hunted by humanity. In the future, I might ask for your help. So, how does that sound? Gravis asked. Gravis felt that Cyril's emotions were changing towards the positive. Yes, that was a possibility. Gravis needed to comprehend a ridiculous number of laws to keep his battle strength as powerful as possible, but Cyril didn't have to follow Gravis' example. Comprehending 2 level 5 laws before becoming an immortal emperor was already more than enough for him. When the time came, Cyril could help Gravis. I will do that, Cyril said with fiery eyes. When you ever need me, search for me in Underworld. No matter what you want, I will do my best to give it to you. Pack. Gravis lightly hit Cyril's shoulder. See? Sounds great. Then, I'm going to count on you. Cyril nodded at Gravis and bowed politely again. Gravis said that Cyril owed nothing to Gravis anymore, but Cyril didn't think so. In his heart, Cyril owed Gravis more than his entire life, and he would never forget this debt. Cyril turned to Liam and Stella and nodded his head in goodbye. He hadn't talked to them, so there was no real emotional connection between them. Liam and Stella also said goodbye, and Cyril left for Underworld. Now there were only 3 people left, Gravis, Stella, and Liam. So, what do you guys plan to do next? Gravis asked Stella and Liam. Stella went over to Gravis and leaned her head on his shoulder. Gravis smiled warmly at Stella and stroked her head. I will go wherever you go, she said peacefully. You are my home, and I will follow you to the ends of the earth. No matter what you decide to do, I will forever be by your side. Gravis' heart warmed as he heard her, and he kissed Stella lovingly. I don't know what I have done to deserve someone as wonderful as you, he said. Stella's eyes became blurry as she felt the deep love Gravis held for her. That's what I'm asking myself every day, she said quietly. Ugh, get a room, Liam gagged from the side. That's my sister. I really don't need to see that. Gravis chuckled and looked at Liam. So, what's your plan? This question made Liam shut up as he took a deep breath. Stella and Gravis both looked at him with concern. Judging by Liam's actions, he was probably making an important decision right now. Some seconds later, Liam closed his eyes and released a deep breath. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Stella with conviction. I can't always lag behind you, Liam said. What do you mean? Stella asked. She felt like Liam was about to say something that she wouldn't like. You both know the law of empathy, and Gravis knows far too many level 4 laws, Liam said. Just by being with Gravis, your battle strength is destined to reach legendary powers. Fighting 3 levels above yourself will no longer be impossible. I'm far outclassed in that category, Liam said as he took another deep breath. As long as I remain with you, I will always lag behind. I'm bound to watch on as you reach impossible heights of power, leaving me behind. Liam's eyes became compassionate as he looked at Stella. Eventually, your power will grow so vast that you will leave me behind. Liam, Stella said with a worried voice as she went over to hug him. You know exactly that I would never leave you behind. You and Gravis are the most important people in my life. I would never want to lose you. Liam took another deep breath, but he didn't return Stella's embrace. Instead, his fists curled in frustration. I know that, Liam said. However, Gravis won't stop. If I don't become far more powerful, you would have to choose between us, and I will never want you to do that. Such a choice would be far too cruel. Liam gently pushed Stella away from him and looked into her eyes with conviction. Happiness is our main priority, but strength immediately comes after that, Liam said slowly. I want to be part of your life, but I also want to become powerful. You have always been the holy maiden of the 9 Elements sect, but what have I been? I didn't even manage to become a holy sun candidate. I was only a mere core disciple my entire life. The gulf between us is too large, and it will only grow wider with time if things remain as they are. I can't always chase after your footsteps. I don't have the talent to reach the heights of battle strength that you will reach. Stella's insides shook as she listened to Liam. She had expected that Liam was feeling like this, But she couldn't have been sure since Liam had never truly shared these feelings with her. Was this truly how Liam felt? Had he always felt inferior to her? Had he always feared that Stella would leave him behind and that he wouldn't be able to keep up anymore? Liam, you know exactly that I would never leave you behind, Stella said with sad eyes. You have been with me for my entire life, and I don't want to lose you, ever. I know, Liam said with a nod, and that's why I can't stop you. I know that you love me, but exactly that is the reason why I can't put you before such a cruel choice. Liam's eyes steeled. I might not reach your levels of battle strength, but I can, at least, reach a level of battle strength that allows me to jump 2 levels. Then I only need to increase my realm. As long as I don't try to push my battle strength too much, my realm can still keep up with yours. In fact, my realm might even progress faster. As long as my longevity isn't lower than yours, we will still be in the same world. Life will continue as it always has. However, Liam said with a steely voice, first, I need to reach that level. For that, I need to go through hell and temper myself. I can't be distracted by you anymore if I want to grow powerful. In the 9 Elements sect, I was always afraid that something would happen to you. I was always scared that you would have died while I was in law comprehension. My realm and battle strength have stagnated during that time because of my worry for you, while your battle strength increased due to the mandatory tournaments. I had nearly no tempering while you had plenty. I don't want you to leave me behind, which is why I need to push my everything into cultivation. Stella and Liam looked at each other while Gravis kept himself out. After some seconds, Liam released a deep breath as he shot a complex glance at Gravis. I was against your relationship with Gravis, but I can't deny that this relationship has come with more positive than negative things, Liam said slowly. For the first time, Liam was not speaking to Gravis with a distant tone. The most positive outcome is not all the resources he has granted me, but the fact that I don't need to worry about your safety anymore, Stella, Liam said as he turned to Stella again. I might not be the biggest fan of Gravis, but I know that he truly loves you and that he will never allow anyone to hurt you. If Gravis can't stop someone from hurting you, I most certainly can't do any better. You don't need my help anymore. Liam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of that, I will leave you too and will join the Purist sect. Gravis nodded. Love and cultivation were always opposed to each other. It was incredibly difficult to have both of them at once. The only way one could have both was when both parties grew in power at a similar rate. In Gravis' mind, Liam was making the correct decision. Stella also knew this, but it was still difficult for her to accept. Liam and Stella had always been together ever since they were born. They had only been apart from each other when they were comprehending laws. Stella had to sigh. She knew that Liam's power couldn't reach her own. Yet, Liam still felt like it was his duty to protect her. Stella couldn't imagine how frustrating it must have been for Liam, knowing that he was too weak to protect the most important person in his life. It must have been hard for Liam. I understand, Stella said. Thank you, Liam said quietly as he embraced Stella. In order for us to stay together, I must leave you now. I don't know when I will return, but it will probably be many, many years. Stella nodded. I know, she said. I'm sorry, Liam said quietly. It's fine, Stella said. I understand where you're coming from. While Liam and Stella were talking with each other, Gravis left. He didn't want to intrude on their last moments together. Gravis knew that he was important to Stella, but he also knew that Liam was just as important to her. He wouldn't interrupt them because of some idiotic feeling like jealousy. While Liam and Stella said their goodbyes, Gravis talked with Mortis. Gravis wanted to plan which laws they should each focus on. Gravis was also giving Mortis a heads up that he might be assaulted by a ton of loving feelings for thousands of years. Surprisingly, Mortis had no problems with that. In fact, the opposite was true. Mortis didn't want to feel stuff like happiness and love, since he believed that these feelings would only make him weaker. Mortis believed that he had to cut off all emotions to reach supreme power. After all, every connection meant one more weakness that an enemy could exploit. So, Mortis actually saw the assault of these loving feelings as a form of tempering. Whenever Mortis felt these feelings, he would try to dissociate and isolate himself from them. With enough emotional tempering, Mortis would be able to fully control these feelings. Then, they would no longer have any value, and Mortis could finally reach the perfect mindset for cultivation he always wanted. Gravis didn't know what he should think about that. Such a mindset was dangerous. However, Gravis also felt like he wouldn't need to feel guilty for feeling these feelings anymore. After all, Mortis had no problem with them. Well, he is he and I am I. If that's the path he wants to follow, he can follow it. It doesn't matter if I think that his path is a dead end or not. It's his path, his choice, and his freedom. A week later, Liam left, and Stella returned to Gravis with a lowered head. Gravis quickly embraced her and stroked her hair lovingly. It was difficult for Stella to say goodbye to the person that had been with her for her entire life, but she wasn't weak-willed. She knew that this was the correct decision. "Have you finished the major law of cold?" Gravis asked. Stella looked at Gravis, surprised that he asked such a question in such a situation. "Not entirely. I'm still missing a bit." Gravis smirked. "Then let's go." Boom! Gravis pulled Stella along in his embrace as he shot towards the sky with his full speed. The wind hit Stella's face as she looked at the sky, which was slowly turning from blue to black. In some seconds, the wind vanished since there was no more air around them. Now, Stella and Gravis floated in the nothingness of space. Below them was the higher world, filled with life, while above them was the vast nothingness of space. Gravis let Stella go and looked at her slightly from above, with a happy smile on his face. Stella had been in space for a long time. The sight of space and the world was no longer something special to her. However, when she looked at Gravis as the stars illuminated his back, she was stunned for a second. When she had been in space, it was simply another place for cultivation for her. Yet, with Gravis, it felt different. It was like an endless, isolated place where only the two of them existed. The feeling was completely different from before. Gravis also looked at Stella as the stars shone on her face. He was just as stunned by her beauty. Gravis slowly came closer. Pack. Then he lightly shoved Stella. "You're it!" Whoop! Then, Gravis used his law of shadow's subtlety to hide as he flew away. Stella was taken aback for a second. She was it? After some seconds, a face appeared on one of the stars. It was the face of a shadow rabbit. Obviously, this was Gravis playing tricks. "Mortal woman, you can never catch the supreme lord of hide and seek," the rabbit said with a high voice. "Give up and serve this lordship for the remainder of your natural life." Stella looked with surprise at the face of the rabbit. Then she had to laugh. The voice just didn't fit the words it spoke. "Oh," she uttered with a cocky smirk. After that, Stella charged at the star as she also activated her laws to track Gravis. In a star-filled sky, one man and one woman were playing hide and seek like two happy kids. This day, space was filled with happy laughter as the two of them played happily. All the worries were forgotten. Only two lovers remained. Gravis and Stella played for several hours, just traveling across the stars, laughing all the time. After they were done, they simply floated in the vast nothingness of space. Stella was lying on Gravis' chest as she looked at the passing stars. The stars in this world were just like the stars in Gravis' previous middle world. They were simply several kilometers wide spheres of pure energy. Many cultivators in the past tried to absorb these stars to reach a higher realm, but some kind of force always stopped them. For some reason, these stars were unabsorbable by living beings. "I wish this moment could last forever," Stella said with longing. Gravis chuckled. "The time we have available together now could as well be described as limitless," Gravis said slowly. "We have resources. We have power. We have freedom. We have time." Gravis lightly moved Stella's head so that she looked into his eyes. "Our time together has only just begun," Gravis said slowly as he lightly kissed her. Stella only smiled contently as she closed her eyes in bliss. Gravis was right. They had so much time now. There was no pressure. They could take as long as they wanted. They simply floated in space, just talking for several days. Yet, eventually, the two of them wanted to do something else. However, they would still be together. Stella sat down in the nothingness of space as she concentrated on the law of cold. Gravis thought that it was also a good time for him to comprehend the law of cold. So, he simply sat down beside Stella as he closed his eyes. For Gravis, this was a new form of comprehending laws. In the past, he had always lost himself in the laws. He had been alone. There had been only the laws and him. However, now, Gravis felt Stella close to him as he comprehended the law of cold. Even though Gravis still lost himself in the law, he felt like there were now three things instead of two. Now, there were the laws, Stella, and Gravis. Gravis and Stella didn't communicate with each other while they comprehended the laws, but Gravis felt like the two of them were walking around an icy beach, looking at all the oddities. One could say Gravis felt like he was on vacation. What the two of them hadn't noticed was that their laws of empathy had connected with each other. They were currently not physically connected but emotionally connected. It was like their spirits were looking at the laws together, and their spirits shared some minor comprehensions. In essence, they were truly comprehending the law of cold together. In fact, this method of comprehending laws was even faster than the normal one, but not by too much. The speed was around 40% faster. After an unknown amount of time, Gravis felt that Stella was leaving for a different place. However, Gravis didn't become nervous. He knew that they were together. The fact that Stella left meant that she had comprehended the law of cold. After all, she had been in this place for 1,000 years longer than Gravis. Gravis remained in the ethereal icy beach as he looked at it, alone. Yet Gravis didn't feel lonely. Now that Stella was with him, this feeling of isolation felt more like quiet and peaceful solitude. Some time later, Stella returned to the ethereal icy beach. Gravis felt like Stella grabbed his hand as she pulled him along the beach, showing him everything. They were like a couple on a beach. One of them was running around the beach, showing the other exciting things they found, while the other one simply listened to their partner. Eventually, Gravis had seen the entire icy beach, and he shot one last look at the cold beach, smiling with content. Boom! Gravis comprehended the element-neutral level 4 law of cold easily. After that, he also left the icy beach. Gravis took a deep breath as he opened his eyes. He looked forward and saw Stella seemingly sleeping on his lap. Her eyes were closed, and she had a happy smile on her face. Gravis couldn't stop smiling warmly as he saw her. "You're already done?" Stella asked as she opened her eyes. Gravis nodded. "That was quite fast," Stella said. "It has barely taken you 300 years. Gravis raised his eyebrows. "That really is quite fast. I was expecting 500 years. Stella nodded as she leaned her head on Gravis' chest. "I think it's because we have looked at the laws together." "Have you also felt it?" Stella asked quietly. "It was like we were on an icy beach." Gravis nodded. "I felt it, and I think that's the work of our two laws of empathy. Apparently, we don't need to be physically connected to share our experiences." Stella had to chuckle a bit. "I'm glad that we have an alternative. I mean, I don't mind a physical connection, but this is much more relaxing. It also feels purer." Gravis agreed. Sex was nice, but doing it all the time could become boring. At some point, one needed a break. Otherwise, it would just become stale. "Have you already finished the level 5 law of temperature?" Gravis asked. Stella nodded. "Yes, I only needed 50 years to finish my law of cold. After that, I directly ate the law comprehension life fruits." Stella's expression became complex suddenly as she looked at the stars. "I actually still can't believe it," she said. "Believe what?" "That I already know 4 level 5 laws as an immortal king," Stella said. "It has been an uncountable number of years since this had happened the last time. I should be the most powerful immortal king in the world right now, but I don't feel any different. I just feel normal. I also don't feel like I am that much more powerful than the other immortal kings." Gravis chuckled a bit. "I know why you feel like this." "You do?" Stella asked with surprise. "Yes," Gravis said. Then, Gravis smirked. "You don't feel like the most powerful immortal king because you aren't." Then, he pointed with his thumb at his chest. "I am." Stella groaned as she lightly punched Gravis. I'm not counting you, she said with fake annoyance. Gravis chuckled a bit more. No, but seriously, I know how you feel. I also went through similar feelings in the lower and middle worlds. You have been born in the higher world, while I have gone through two other ones. When you reach the power of the most elite geniuses, you feel powerful. Yet, when you jump above that bracket and occupy a league of your own, you, ironically, don't feel as powerful. That's because you have no one on your realm to compare yourself to anymore. When you reach that level, you can only compare yourself to two things: people of higher realms and yourself. Obviously, you wouldn't feel super powerful then, Gravis explained. Stella silently listened to Gravis' words and nodded. That makes sense, she said slowly. You really went through a lot. I have spent my entire life in a peak sect, but you went through so many different worlds. I guess you simply have more life experience than me. Maybe, Gravis answered. The two of them continued talking until Gravis remembered something. I wonder how Mortis is doing, Gravis thought. He was still comprehending the level 5 law of lightning manipulation when I started comprehending the law of cold. Is he done by now? Can I even check that? I should be able to. Gravis thought about several lightning laws and thought about how he could better manipulate lightning better. A sea of categorized and ordered information came to Gravis' mind. It was like he had already learned everything there was. All this information was new to Gravis, but it didn't feel new. He felt like he had already comprehended something like this in the past. It was like Gravis had already manipulated his lightning with such proficiency for his entire life. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some divine lightning and felt its power. Sure enough, it was a bit more powerful, a bit faster, and a bit more efficient. Stella looked with interest at Gravis' lightning. Is Mortis done? She asked. I think so, Gravis said. Let me ask. Hey, just to make sure. Gravis transmitted to Mortis. You are done with the level 5 law of lightning manipulation, right? Because normally, I have some kind of enlightening feeling when I comprehend a new law, but right now I just feel like I've always had this law. Yes, I finished around 280 years ago, Mortis answered neutrally. Gravis scratched the back of his head. Well, seems like I comprehended a level 5 law just like that. Sure feels weird. By the way, Mortis, I just comprehended the element-neutral law of cold. Just for your info. Would be nice if you could give me a heads up when you comprehend the next one. Otherwise, it feels weird to know a law but not know that I know it, Gravis said. Fine, Mortis said. Then, just for your info, I'm currently comprehending the level 5 law of lightning's supreme speed. Shouldn't take too long. Gravis nodded. Sounds good. I will probably check out the element-neutral level 4 law of heat. Stella will probably also help me along the way. Should only take around 300 years. After that, I'll see what we can comprehend next. Fine, Mortis answered, cutting off the connection. Gravis had to chuckle and turn to Stella. It sure is weird that I comprehended a level 5 law without even noticing. If anyone else heard that, they would turn green from envy. Comprehending a level 5 law just like this? Yet Stella wasn't envious. Yes, Mortis allowed Gravis to learn laws much faster, but Gravis was also intrinsically bound to Mortis. She wouldn't want to be in Gravis' shoes. Gravis and Stella exchanged their love for a couple of hours. After they were done, Gravis looked at Stella. So, you want to help your boyfriend a bit in comprehending the element-neutral law of heat? He asked. Stella looked shocked. What? No. Why would I want to spend more time with you? Gravis was a bit taken aback for a second, but then he had to laugh. Okay, you got me. Your voice just sounded way too convincing, Gravis said between laughs. Stella also giggled. Of course I'll help you. Wherever you go is wherever I go. We are together. We are one. Stella and Gravis left space and directly shot into the ground. After a while, they stopped at a depth that was still somewhat comfortable for Stella. The gravity and temperature around them had shot up to insane levels, but they weren't some new cultivators. They could resist something like this easily. Gravis sat down, and Stella plopped on his lap again with a cute giggle. Gravis also had to chuckle a little and then closed his eyes. This time, Gravis felt like he was on a hot desert dune. There was red sand all around him as the sun ruthlessly bore down on him. Stella was with Gravis and she pulled him along. Stella already knew the law of heat, and she would be Gravis' guide on this journey. Stella showed Gravis interesting things and demonstrated a lot of other things. Yet, she never explained anything. Explaining something was entirely different from showing someone the correct way. If Stella explained the law to Gravis, he would be able to understand it instantly. But that wouldn't grant him any experience in comprehending laws. It was important that Gravis made all the important connections himself. They didn't even talk once. They simply traveled across the desert as Stella showed Gravis where they should go next. Gravis simply followed with a smile as he looked at the magical world of laws. Comprehending laws had never been so much fun. In the past, it was like the time for comprehending laws didn't even exist. It was like Gravis just started and then was already done. But now, this process had become enjoyable with Stella. It was like a fun vacation with his lover, and everyone that had a healthy relationship enjoyed something like that. Even more, the time spent comprehending laws now felt relevant and important. The memories of the process no longer got erased but engraved themselves in Gravis' heart. The time also didn't feel short anymore. Gravis now felt the full passage of time as he comprehended the law of heat, and he wouldn't want to have it any other way. This was time spent with Stella, and Gravis cherished it. Time passed as every day in the world of laws felt like years. In the past, every year felt like seconds, but everything had changed now. Eventually, Gravis had seen the entire desert, and Stella only smiled at him. Gravis smiled back and looked at the desert in comprehension. Boom! Gravis comprehended the element-neutral level 4 law of heat. Gravis smiled. However, he didn't leave the world of laws yet. Instead, Gravis looked some more at this desert. Something else was intriguing Gravis about this desert. Gravis didn't know what it was, but he felt like he had seen something like this. Gravis knew that this wasn't the law of temperatures. It was something else. Yet, Gravis just couldn't put his finger on what it was. It feels like there is more here, Gravis thought. Yet that makes no sense. This entire world of laws is only a visualization of the law of heat. This world actually doesn't truly exist. It's just the concepts of the law converted into a visual medium. I'm only looking at the law of heat, but why does it feel like there's more here? That shouldn't be possible. Where have I seen something like this before? Gravis thought. Gravis' spirit was racing as he tried to find the origin of this ethereal feeling. Stella looked with confusion at him. What was up with him? Gravis just kept looking. The feeling of familiarity had increased by now. I know exactly that I have seen something like this before, Gravis thought as he furrowed his brows. I also know that it is of great significance. Yet what is it? Where have I seen it before? Gravis analyzed the desert around himself. There was nothing. There was only sand and heat, and even the sand was basically just heat. Everything was heat. Silence stretched across the world of laws. Absolute silence. There was no movement of air. There was no movement of sand. There was no movement of life. Everything was simply dead. Gravis' eyes widened. The middle world. Gravis thought in realization. Before I met the middle heaven, after the entire world died, I saw a similar scene. Everything was dead, and the world had stopped. Room. Suddenly, the sky in the dead desert shook. The blue, cloudless sky suddenly started moving like a shockwave had gone over the world. Gravis turned his head, and what he saw took his breath away. On the horizon of the world of the law of heat, a black wave was moving outward. It was like a black sun was rising from the east as its black light engulfed the world in a kind of darkness. Yet, this darkness didn't feel like the darkness element to Gravis. Felt different. The darkness element felt complex. Could hide things, engulf things, protect things, hurt things. Yet, this darkness felt far simpler. This darkness simply felt like the end. There was no complexity about it. It was simply the end. What's going on? Gravis thought nervously. This entire world is only a visualization of the law of heat. Why would there be something else here? Gravis looked transfixed at the horizon while Stella looked with confusion at him. Then, She also looked in the direction Gravis was looking towards, but she saw nothing out of place. This only confused her even more. After some seconds, Gravis looked at Stella, and he noticed that she looked with confusion at him. She doesn't see it? Gravis thought. Gravis looked back at the black sun that was just below the horizon. It was impossible to not notice something like this. It feels familiar somehow, Gravis thought. Yet, it also feels different. I need to check what this is. In the world of laws, Gravis was suddenly charging towards the direction of the black sun. This world didn't really exist, and because of that, no rules applied. Gravis flew faster than any divine god in this surreal dream of a world. Yet, no matter how far he flew, he didn't come closer to the black sun. It was still just below the horizon. Gravis looked back and saw Stella beside him. Distance was irrelevant in such a surreal world. After all, it didn't really exist. Is it actually physical distance? Gravis thought. Gravis shot Stella a look and vanished from the world of laws. In the higher world, Gravis was opening his eyes, and Stella also opened hers. What's wrong? Stella asked. Gravis turned his head to the east. It's still there, Gravis said. I can still feel it. Gravis, what's going on? You're worrying me, Stella said with a serious voice. Gravis told her what he had seen just now, and Stella also fell into thought. I've never heard of anything quite like it, she said. I've learned a lot about history in the Nine Elements sect, but I've never heard even something similar. Gravis remained silent for a while as his brows furrowed. I feel like it's calling to me, Gravis said. Calling you? Stella asked. Gravis nodded. I want to see what it is, he said. Stella had a worried look in her eyes, but there shouldn't be many things in this world that could threaten them. By now, Stella knew much more about the background of the world, thanks to Gravis' story and meeting Ark. Such a thing shouldn't be something that a cultivator can do, even the most powerful ones in this world. Only something or someone like Ark would be able to create something so mystical. Yet, this couldn't come from Ark. After all, if Ark wanted something, he would simply call Gravis and directly tell him. Stella didn't think that Ark liked acting all mystical. However, just after Gravis stood up, he stopped. This feels too weird, Gravis said with furrowed brows. All of this feels unnatural. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. I think instead of charging headlong into something like this, I should ask Ark, Gravis said. Stella released a breath and nodded. Yes, that sounds for the better. Ark, something happened, Gravis said. Oh? What's up? Ark answered directly into Gravis' mind. Have you heard my previous conversation? Gravis asked. Nah, I have better things to do. Why? Something the matter? Ark asked with a cheerful voice. Gravis explained to Ark what he had experienced. When Gravis was done, Ark remained silent for several seconds. This immediately made Gravis furrow his brows. Ark knew the entire world like the back of his hand. Being silent meant that one was thinking. Yet what was there to think about? Ark knew everything about his world. Xing. Suddenly, Ark appeared in the underground room beside Gravis. Gravis and Stella raised their eyebrows. This was the first time that they had seen Ark leave his clearing. He had always been in his clearing the entire time. Yet this time he left it. I think I know what's going on, Ark said with furrowed brows. His voice sounded serious. Bring me to it, Ark said. You don't need to worry. I won't let anything happen to you during this journey. Gravis blinked a couple of times. What do you mean with bring you to it? Can't you see the entire world? I can, but if my guess is right, I can't see it, Ark said. Only you can see it, and I need you to guide me to it. What do you mean with that, only I can see it? Gravis asked. This is your world. Yes, this is my world, Ark said. But even if I can control everything in this world, my world still resides in my creator's cosmos, and my creator's cosmos still resides in the primordial chaos. The rules of my creator's cosmos still influence my world, and the rules of the primordial chaos influence my creator's cosmos. It's the same thing as actual luck, Ark said. My creator knows karmic luck, but the actual concept of luck is too ethereal. Yet, luck still exists. This is simply something that exists in the primordial chaos, and we just have to deal with its existence. This was the first time that Gravis had heard of something like this. Bring me to it, Ark said again with a serious tone. Gravis nodded with a bit of confusion. Sure, it's towards the east. Xing. The three of them immediately teleported. Gravis and Stella's spirits shook a little. That teleportation must have been insanely far. The spatial displacement affected even them. They also noticed that the energy density had dropped considerably. In fact, it was even lower than the energy density in the territory of the Sect Alliance. Further to the east? Ark asked. Gravis shook his head a bit to clear his mind and concentrated on that peculiar feeling. Yes. Xing. Another insane spatial displacement. By now, the energy density was just as low as in a lower world. Where now? Ark asked. A bit to the southeast. Xing. This spiel repeated itself many more times until they finally stopped. I think we are above it, Gravis said as he looked down. Gravis felt like the thing that was calling to him was just below him, yet he still couldn't see it. Ark nodded. Xing. The three of them shot towards the ground and passed through it at ridiculous speeds. Ark was essentially making them non-existent to the world. Not even the gravity and heat were affecting them. Stop, Gravis said. Ark stopped and Gravis felt like he was very close to it. Just a bit further to the east. They weren't really that deep in the earth, less than 100,000 kilometers deep, in fact. Gravis moved forward a bit under the worried gaze of Stella. Ark was staying close to him. After some seconds, the three of them entered a 10-meter-wide underground cave. Stella saw nothing. There was just a cave. Ark also looked around with narrowed eyes. Yet he also saw nothing. Then, Ark looked at Gravis and saw that Gravis was looking transfixed at the middle of the cave. Can you see it? Ark asked. Gravis nodded as he couldn't avert his eyes. Yes, I can see it. What does it look like? Ark asked. Meanwhile, in the highest world, the opposer was looking at what Gravis was doing with furrowed brows. He could also see it. Are you fine with this? The opposer asked. Silence. Are you still unsure of your decision? The opposer asked. Silence. Are you that confident in yourself? Silence. Fine, it's your cosmos. I'm not bailing you out if you screw up. The opposer said.